more you could attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close
house.
combat onto Amungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the 2025 Toronto Regional Championships. Now, it has been a long road to get here throughout Regulation H. Unfortunately for us, this is our final stop before we return to Regulation G in the new year. But for now, welcome into what is going to be an incredible weekend of Pokemon action. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined here by Lenduel and Joe Brown for a lovely little morning introduction. How y'all doing this morning?
Yeah, I'm excited. Looking forward to some sweet Reg H action.
I'm excited. I mean, talk about a glow up. I mean, we're in downtown proper with all the big Toronto hits right in the neighborhood. Massive venue this year. I think the largest regional for VGC here in North America so far this season. So it's going to be a big weekend.
Yeah, trainers from all around the globe actually came here to compete, which is really exciting for this weekend. And some familiar faces you'll see if you've been paying attention to our regional circuit so far. Now, like I was saying just a couple minutes ago, while this may be the last stop for Regulation H in the metagame, starting in San Antonio, we'll be returning to Regulation G, and we have some incredible tournaments down the road, all culminating in the World Championships in Anaheim, California this summer, which is going to be an incredible time. So if you want to qualify for the World Championships, well, you're going to want to sign up for at least 1, 2, probably 3 or 4 of these events, as you will need to be in the top 75 masters in the championship point rankings, or you just have to win a tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that easy.
Just
or that
that easy.
hard.
Sign up,
Sign
win
up.
a few rounds,
Yeah.
a few more rounds, and you got it done.
Hey, we've
Is that
seen
the
it.
pro strat line?
We've seen it happen quite a number of times over the last couple of years. People's first regional championships they've attended, and they become regional champions.
Well, we had a lovely story play out in Sacramento just a few weeks ago for the championship event there. Why don't we go ahead and take a look back and see just how that weekend played out? 1 week after LAIC, eyes were on the skies as competitors gathered in Sacramento, California for the next stop in the 2025 Video Game Championship Series. But was the forecast for the weekend snowy, sandy, rainy, or sunny? Rain was falling on the field for day 1 of the competition, with Pelipper and Archaludon once again making an appearance in the top 12. On day 2, the skies were a bit clearer. 37 unique Pokemon made an appearance in Top Cut. For Joseph Ugarte, the sun was shining as his Jumpluff hit 2 critical sleep powders to win Game 3 over Akil Goel to advance to the finals. This would be Joe's second finals in a row. Friends Carson Confer and Marcus Dion worked together to build a powerful team, only to face off in top 4. Carson won Game 1, Marcus won Game 2, then Carson punched his ticket to the finals, all thanks to Incineroar. The finals began with the sun ablaze. Despite an early lead from Joe, Carson won Game 1 thanks to a little bit of luck and a lot of damage from Incineroar. Game 2 was looking like Carson's game to win, but Joe knocked out his own Jumpluff with Ice Spinner to remove Psychic Terrain and bring us into Game 3. Carson then used Incineroar's Intimidate to force Dragonite onto the field, only to be burned immediately by Talonflame. Incineroar then brought the firepower needed to crown Carson Confer your 2025 Sacramento Regional Champion.
The battle was canceled. Carson Confer is your 2025 Sacramento Regional Champion.
What's the forecast for our next regional event? Only time will tell. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for the latest news and updates on how you could become our next regional champion. What will the forecast be this weekend, as both Carson Confer and Joseph Ugarte are competing in the field today, and I believe they're actually both running very similar teams to what we saw from them a couple weeks ago in Sacramento, which will be really exciting. I know Carson and Marcus were very proud of that team they built, and I'm really curious to see just how it's going to hold up, given that the metagame has had time to adjust and evolve around it.
Things are evolving, but I think a lot of players out there have teams they've been practicing with for a couple of months. Right as we get to the end of this format, this is at the peak of every player's preparation and practice with their team. So these two are back with similar teams. Other players who had success earlier in the season will be back with similar teams. Excited to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, so congratulations again to Carson Conn for winning the Sacramento Regional Championships and joining our other two champions, Nicholas Morales and Andrew Zheng, that we have crowned so far in North America. And whoever we crown this weekend will be our final trainer on the board here for Regulation H, which is super exciting. I think the other thing that's exciting is if we look at the championship point standing board, there's some familiar names on
here. There's
here.
a big name there, Gabby.
Yeah, I know. That Carson Confer right there in 12. Alberto Lara. No. Is it Toller Webb in 9?
No.
No.
But what a little
Len, who
lower.
am I missing here?
It's going well so far. It's nice to be up there and back here. Take a month away from the broadcast, play a few tournaments. It's going well.
Yeah, that Tyranitar, really a strong play for you, huh?
You know, I let the format come to me instead of me to the format. Reg H has been a lot of fun to play.
Enjoy your Corviknight while you have it, because Miraidon comes back in a couple weeks.
Yeah, I don't know if I've calced Electro Drift into Corviknight yet. But
Spoiler alert, it's not looking good.
Oh, okay,
but,
all right.
We can worry about that in the new year. Let's go ahead across the pond, as they say, to take a look at our EU regional champions. Congratulations to Eden Batchelor, who won Stuttgart regionals just a couple weeks ago. That was an incredible showcase from them in the finals. Also their first regional win, which was really exciting. So shout outs to them, shout outs to Federico Camparesi, Nils Dunlop, Davide. Again, some incredible trainers here, but we'll be returning to them in Birmingham next month for their first Regulation G tournament. And I think what's really interesting, though, is if we look at this leaderboard, there are actually a couple of names here on this board that are competing this weekend, most notably Marco Silva. So we're going to see some people jumping around, I think, after the tournament wraps up.
yeah, I think Maddie Morgan out there as well.
Yeah.
A lot of players who already have a lot of championship points trying to earn even more this weekend.
The rumors are that Marco has that Charizard team that he won LAIC with, and it's so interesting how some other teams can really be picked up and played by a lot of people to much success, but on the top end at least, nobody else has really decided to take up that Charizard mantle besides Marco and run that team.
Maybe we'll finally see the Charizard, Hisuian, Typhlosion showdown too, which would be kind of exciting. But that is going to be in the future. For now, let's take a look at the past. You know, it's been a really incredible season so far here in Regulation H. I think we've crowned some incredible regional winners, and really we've seen a very interesting metagame develop. Now, the 4 Pokemon you see on your screen are some of the most top-cut Pokemon throughout all of these events. They're not necessarily in that order, and you may be surprised to hear that Incineroar is also in the mix, but we talk about Incineroar a lot. We don't necessarily get the opportunity to talk about Pokemon like Indeedee Male, like Dragonite, so it's been really cool to see how these Pokemon have really defined Regulation H when you look back at the season.
Yeah, I think these 4 are pretty emblematic. You have Archaludon, Dragonite, Sneasler, maybe like Blood Moon in there as the mix as the biggest like offensive presences in the format. Just a ton of stats. Archaludon has been constantly a threat on rain teams, but also outside of them. Dragonite has stabilized around that scale shot threat and been so important in the metagame. And then Indeedee really, for the first time this generation, in a more offensive format, able to support things like Sneasler becoming maybe not the most predominant terrain setter. Rillaboom's still up there in usage, but having a ton of success.
Yeah, I think this is like, you know, this snapshot is essentially like, how do you tell the story of Regulation H without mentioning these Pokemon? Dragonite has had a huge glow up, changing its dynamic from either Assault Vest or Choice Band Terra Normal extreme speeds like we've seen for so much of Scarlet and Violet's history, to now being essentially an anti-Sneasler Pokemon with the loaded dice set that is so prominent on these Dragonites, that he's had a completely different Pokemon than it was in prior formats.
For sure, and we'll have plenty of time to discuss these Pokemon. We'll discuss the metagame, really, that we've seen develop later on in the broadcast. For now, though, I do want to take a look at our own predictions here. Now, I know what I was thinking when I came to approach the caster predictions this morning. Joe, I'm not really sure what you're thinking, because I see Hard Trick Room, but then I see Mousehold.
Oh, I'm cooking here.
You're cooking? Are you making cookies?
No,
that's later.
We'll
Sorry,
find out
sorry.
later. So this is Brian Collin's team that he got top 16 with in Sacramento. And Brian is also playing this team here today. So shout outs. Best of luck to him as a Hard Trick Room enjoyer. I think it's a lot of people are used to some of the other, Armor and Indeedee or maybe Porygon Ursaluna combinations. But with Mousehold and Indeedee, you essentially get 2 redirectors on the same team to make you, especially with the Friend Guard Mousehold as well, making those supportive Pokemon, just helping your offensive utility Pokemon a little bit more.
For sure, and it's also interesting to see just how Hard Trick Room has evolved throughout this format. I think that there's been a lot of unique Pokemon that have tried to fill that spot. I certainly think Mousehold with, especially if you're running like the Population Bomb variant, it's just so easy to get so much damage down on the field with that singular Pokemon. It can really open up the field for Trick Room to take over. Len, though, for your predictions, that's not Tyranitar, Corviknight, Garchomp, or Excadrill. That's not your team.
Well,
so.
I'm not out in the field. I can't predict myself.
Okay.
There are some good players out there using it. I was tempted. But I think, my picks are kind of stabilizing to a pretty balanced, slow-paced thing. We saw that have a ton of success in Stuttgart. 6 of the top 8 teams were Golden Go and Amoonguss. Yeah. Maybe in Europe, that's where inevitably where the metagame goes. But it does feel like a reasonable reaction to how the metagame's gone in the US as well over the last few months. Teams like that pretty offensive team, Jake's picks over there that won in Sacramento just a few weeks ago. Slowing back down to this kind of point, I think, is a good reaction.
For sure. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking too with my predictions. You have these Pokemon that are very powerful. They have some of the highest base stats available to them in the game, but you can run them a little bit on the bulkier side, and then that kind of allows you to play a little bit more responsively, a little bit more, to the field that you're playing, to the players you're playing, and then just be able to withstand the amount of variance you can get in a long tournament like these Play Pokemon events. But that's enough for that. Let's go ahead and talk about the real competition this weekend. Now, some of y'all may remember last year there was a cookie decorating competition, and some of y'all may remember that the best cookie, which was a Bidoof, did not win. Why are you giving me that look, Joe Brown?
It was the proudest moment of my life, Gabby. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Okay, I can't take that away from you, Joe Brown. Why don't you take this?
All right, so I had a lot of people doubting me, thinking that I couldn't even, combine red and yellow and make orange. Okay, that was a lot of chatter backstage. Here I make this masterpiece of my 2 favorite Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet, Armarouge and Ceruledge, and there's a story to it, Gabby. There's an art to it. They're both evolving from the same Pokemon in Charcadet, so it's like if you play Scarlet, you have half the cookies for you. If you play Violet, the other half of the cookies for you. There's real art behind it. There's a narrative weaved into that cookie.
So nobody gets a whole cookie?
Yeah.
I guess if you bought the dual pack.
So you're telling me that if I want to eat a whole cookie, I have to do 2 things.
Yeah, and then you gotta complete the Pokedex in both games.
Yeah, see, Joe, I appreciate your art. I really do. That's too much work for me. I think we're going to have to see who's going to be the real champion tomorrow for the return of the cookie decorating competition. So you're not going to want to miss that. And one way that you cannot miss that is if you go to Pokemon.com/broadcasts to see all the information about this stream, about our upcoming live streams. I believe there's information about the European International Championships broadcast on there if you need to set your alarm a couple months in advance so you wake up on time. Not calling myself out on that one. So definitely check that website out. Of course, if you want to do things in the Web 2.0 way, you can go check out our pages on twitch.tv/Pokemon or youtube.com/Pokemon. Follow the channel, ring the bell, do all that good stuff so you'll get notifications when we go live. If that's enough planning for you to join in and join the stream, I'm proud for you. I'm happy that I need the 2 months notice to set my alarm. Let's be real.
Yeah, mentally prepare. It's on the horizon.
It's on the horizon. What's on our horizon right now, though, is our second round of Swiss here in Toronto. So, casters, why don't you take it away?
Thank you so much, Gabby, Len, Joe, and welcome to the caster desk here at the Toronto Regional Championships. Sierra Dawn, Jake Muller here. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're all excited to see who the champion of the weekend's gonna be, the last regulation of this format. And we already know who the champion of the cookie contest is. It's gonna be me.
Oh, that wasn't my answer.
This is awkward.
I know.
This is awkward.
Well, it's so great to have you back, Sierra. It's been a minute since we've had you on the desk, and it's really fun to be here with you in your home country of Canada. Get to bring some really exciting action at the Toronto Regional Championships. Let's take a quick look at a video to explain the format of our events.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Of course, our players are competing for, the glory, the World Championship title, get a couple medals along the way, but there's also a lot of other prizing as well. Opportunity to take down the whole event. Casual is $6,000. You know how much poutine that can buy you?
So much poutine, at least 2 or 3 orders, right?
Or in Canada, you're getting a lot of poutine with that. And the booster boxes to open while eating it. Amazing.
That was my favorite part of Sacramento. I got a couple of boosters in prizing, and I took them home and immediately opened them all.
A reminder, Jake is good at the game, everybody. Jake's good at the video game. He wins
I had
stuff
to get that in somewhere.
Right off the top of the day. I love that. You got to establish where you're at.
Of course. Got to remind everyone that I deserve to be here right now.
Well, it's a lucky thing for the competitors that you're stuck behind the casting desk then, but there definitely is a lot of terrifying opponents out in the field. And looking at players to watch for this event, sadly could only pick 3. There's so many in attendance. Of course, since we are in Canada, I have to give the shout out to Canadian Marcus Dion here as well. Top 4 coming off of Sacramento. Same team as Carson Confer, who won the event, who would have been also here on the graphic if we just didn't have so many amazing players in attendance.
Speaking of amazing players, the incomparable Marco Silva, a 2-time LAIC champion, on top of being an OCIC champion, a threat at any event that he attends, is here in Toronto today. All 3 players here off to a 1-0 start as well. So it'll be really fun to see how Marco plays in the North American region. Obviously, he is Italian, mostly plays in Europe, but will travel for some events like we are seeing this weekend. And it's going to be cool to see how the American players stack up to his, high offense Charizard Sun team.
Yeah, we got the Jump Left boys here.
Yep.
And I mean, it's been working out for both Marco and for Joseph Ugarte. So that'll be definitely interesting to see, especially since this is the last hurrah of the regulation. So a lot of these teams that we get to kind of know these players for, most likely obsolete after this weekend.
Yeah, Pokemon, though, is going to be really fun to see how they adapt to the new metagame. But of course, we are still in that Regulation H format. And Incineroar taking the top spot once again this weekend. Has been, up at the top numbers there. But I believe Sneasler has been kind of had a chokehold on #1 for a long time.
Yeah, it's really been interesting to kind of see the Incineroar stocks throughout the format, if that's how you want to call them, because it's been up and down. And then there's always the conversation, is Incineroar wash? Is it maybe not that great? And then all of a sudden we get back to, oh yeah, this Pokemon is actually really good, and if you're not running it, you're doing yourself a disservice. And I think for ending off the regulation, seeing it back on top, I think is really fitting. But I want to talk about kind of the lower usage stuff, because I feel like when we go into the event, starting out the format, this Annihilate, the Basculegion, these were Pokemon that were feared, and they're sneaking onto this graphic to end things off with that regular Ursaluna too, though massively trailing behind the Blood Moon Ursaluna counterpart.
I think Basket Legion specifically often lends itself to one kind of team. You'll often see it with the Pelipper. We do sometimes see, the Choice Scarf adaptability version on some more balance-oriented teams without Pelipper, but for the most part, you're kind of pigeonholing yourself into running Rain with Basket Legion, and so if a player doesn't necessarily want to fully commit to that kind of team for an event, even though Basket Legion is very, very strong, it threatens huge damage right off the bat, you might see its usage not super reflect that because it is kind of a specific team choice you have to build around it.
See, I look at the Basket Legion, then I'm like, oh yeah, Rillaboom still around. Makes sense. So Rillaboom at 23% lower than Amoonguss is also kind of to me off guard a little bit here.
Yeah.
But of course, not just the Pokemon that we're keeping an eye on, but players as well. So we are one round already into the competition. These are some notable matchups. And our first one on the broadcast, we're talking about players to watch. We have Joseph Ugarte going up against Collin Hire.
Yeah, good morning. We have a finals matchup in round 2.
Honestly.
Welcome to Toronto, everyone. That is an insane match to have this early in the tournament. And this could very easily be a repeat match that we see sometime during the Top Cut stage of the tournament tomorrow. But of course, some other trainers that we get to follow throughout the day. Chupa Cross, our reigning champion, facing off against Nolan Hedgeland. We've got Carson and Marcus, the dynamic duo from Sacramento. Of course, Giovanni Costa, a former regional champion himself. All facing off against some players that we may not be as familiar with, but a great opportunity for them to take a big win to start off their day.
Yeah, when you're talking about Chupa, that's a title defend, and we'll talk more about him later. But for now, we got to start talking about the matchup that we have ahead of us. As you said, and I think very rightfully so, a matchup that we could see repeated potentially way later in the tournament or in the finals. Both of these players very accomplished, been around the scene for a while, get to attend a lot of events. And I love the differences in these teams as well, because for Joe, even if the team is a little more unorthodox, it's something that he's been kicking with for a while.
Yeah.
So we know him for this. And on the other end, Collin's bringing out this Kilowattrel.
Yeah. I think it's really cool. I think we're going to get to see a bit of a weather war here. The Tyranitar and the Torkoal are kind of mortal enemies at this point because they both really want their weathers up. They both get a big boost from having either the sand or the sun active on any given turn. And it's going to be fun to see how these two very strong trainers play that weather war out throughout this battle. Of course, Joe, you know this team. He's made 2 finals with it before in this regulation. It is the Garchomp, Jumpluff, Torkoal, Dragonite, King Gambit, and Hisuian Typhlosion.
And it's a team, too, that obviously you would love to have that sun. You want to get that chlorophyll on that Jumpluff. You want to make sure that Hisuian Typhlosion is doing some damage. And when I say damage, I mean damage.
Yes.
But it's also a team that has kind of fought through all these different weathers we've been seeing. Rain has been something that's been really prevalent in the format and something that he's been able to play up against. So when we are seeing the Tyranitar on the opposing end and the weather, obviously that is something that can throw a little bit of a wrench in his plans, but it's something that at this point and with the accomplishments, you know that he has to have a plan into.
I think the nice part about Joe's team too is that the rest of the team outside of the Torkoal, Hisuian Typhlosion mode is pretty evergreen into whatever weather. Garchomp, Dragonite, and King Gambit are just very strong Pokemon in general and can usually stand up to pretty much anything they might be facing. Of course, Jumpluff, a little bit more reliant on sun, but is still naturally pretty fast, so it doesn't necessarily need that chlorophyll to get something like a Tailwind or a Sleep Powder going. And the Santa hat on the Evil Flush is incredible. I love that.
We're getting festive here.
Of course.
We got the holidays coming on up. We need to get a little Santa hat for the Turtwig on the other end. Remind me to talk to Collin after this. As for the team, I mean, we've talked about this Tyranitar, and it's a Pokemon that we've got to see a lot of different ways that this Tyranitar has been ran throughout the format, whether it's with one like Pomo, where they see like a strict sand mode. Now we get to see the Tyranitar Garchomp.
Yeah, really fun combination. Of course, something that our fellow caster Len is very well known for, but this is much more of an offensive version. We have the Life Orb Garchomp, and we have 2 ground-weak Pokemon on Collin's side of the field that are Terra Flying, which can be very handy, not only defensively, but for enabling your own Garchomp. Of course, that Kilowattrel is a big, unique point on this team. We have seen it floating around a little bit throughout this regulation, but it's a really cool piece on this team. It is a very fast Pokemon naturally, should be able to outspeed most Pokemon in the metagame, get up a Tailwind, and of course, I think Electric Flying, kind of a sneaky, nice bit of coverage there on a team like this.
The one thing with the Kilowattrel is always the damage output that's there. So obviously in this case it's competitive. It won't necessarily matter too much in this matchup, but something that I think when you're looking for that damage output could be quite important. I feel like players are kind of split whether Kilowattrel, you always hear the story of like, hey, this Kilowattrel just one-shot this Pokemon, I wasn't expecting it. Or, hey, I was using Kilowattrel and I did this move and I thought it would do 1,000,000 damage and it did nothing. So I'm curious with how this was trained and exactly how it's going to stack up against Joe's team.
I like Covert Cloak too. You might be tempted to use a Focus Sash on Kilowattrel because it's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, and you might want to guarantee that it survives any hit from any given Pokemon it faces. But of course, the Tyranitar on Collin's side of the field will just immediately break that Focus Sash if you do opt to bring both.
See, I'm remembering Collin's word back at OCIC like years ago when it's like, they can't do damage if you just KO them first. Something along the lines. That's a terrible paraphrase, but you don't have to worry about the Focus Sash if, hey, this Kilowattrel is going fast and you're able to either set up Tailwind and have your partner Pokemon take a KO, or you can just do that damage yourself.
I'm just really excited for this match, Sarah. We have two multiple-time regional champions facing off against each other so early in a tournament. Of course, neither of them want to start the day with a loss in their first 2 rounds, but if anyone can bounce back from that, it's going to be the two of them.
Yeah.
Well, of course, you prefer to have those 2 wins, though, and we're going to get to see just how these trainers approach such a hard match so early on in the tournament.
Hey, when we talked about a field that is completely stacked with strong players, we were absolutely not joking around. So let's get into the first game. That's going to be the Garchomp and the Golden Go on Collin's end of the field, going up against King Gambit and Jumpluff for Joe.
Pretty neutral lead, I'd say, for both trainers. King Gambit loves facing off against those Golden Go's. It's one of the best answers to Golden Go we've had in the format. Of course, doesn't love the Garchomp on the other side of the field, but the Sleep Powder right off the bat will be avoided.
He hit too many of those at the last event. We got to even out the odds just a little bit. And when you're talking about a King Gambit that does not appreciate that Garchomp, it's one that has to worry about. It's not KO'd, but that's a lot of damage. Follow-up Make It Rain is going to do that last little amount. And already, first turn of the match, Collin is going to get a KO and a Pokemon advantage.
Well, that probably couldn't have gone any worse for Joe, I would imagine. Missing that Sleep Powder
Could've
means
lost
that...
both.
True, yeah, Make It Rain could have got a critical hit, but missing that Sleep Powder unfortunately means that King Gambit will not have the chance to attack, and now we're still kind of at square one, except Collin has all of his Pokemon remaining and it's only taken that 1 hit of Life Orb damage. Jumpluff still should be the fastest thing on the field. You could opt to go for a Tailwind to make sure that your Garchomp acts first. You could try and go for another Sleep Powder if you want. Joe still has some agency here, but a rough turn to start off the game.
And when we're talking about the Terrasalizations, Collin has that Golden Go with the Flying Terra type. So if you do want to try and hit for something like an Earthquake with this Garchomp, well, you can maybe get the Terrasalization out of Collin. Another way to try and suppress this Garchomp, that's the Incineroar coming out onto the field. That's going to be the Intimidate and an attack drop on this Garchomp, which Joe needs to deal some damage with, and right about now is Terrasalization coming out into the match. Considering there's a swap on the other end, you can see where this is going. This Golden Go doesn't want any part of those ground type attacks.
This is a really good play from Collin. Obviously, the flying type Golden Go will still resist Leaf Storm from the Jumpluff, but will become immune to any ground type moves. Leaf Storm also misses the Golden Go.
The best immunity is just to avoid the attack at any cost. And Dragon Claw, after the Intimidate, is not necessarily dealing that damage you want either. In Golden Go, it already had that 1 lowered special attack from that previous Make It Rain. Now we're going to get the Nasty Plot to be at +1. So the next turn, there is damage on the horizon, and the Incineroar as well has the opportunity to go for the Fake Out and kind of forces the Garchomp into a Protect.
It does, especially considering that Good as Gold ability will protect Golden Go from a possible Encore and a Sleep Powder coming out from Jumpluff. So if Collin does fake out the Dragonite, this Golden Go is sitting pretty.
And that's going to be the swap into Dragonite, the 4th final Pokemon on Joe's end of the field. As sure enough, Fake Out, keep him honest, make sure this Garchomp is not attacking you. Still, that's a -1, you still don't want to take the most. Now that's going to be the Shadow Ball into the Dragonite. A nice little amount of chip damage.
I really like the Shadow Ball choice there as opposed to the Make It Rain. If the Garchomp protecting there is something you're reading, if you're Collin, going for a Shadow Ball into that slot still guarantees damage into either Jumpluff or whatever switches in without lowering your special attack.
First off, an extreme speed just to get that little bit of damage. Dragon Claw, we saw how much it did last time, and with that 1-2 combo, is finally going to take the KO. So you're talking about the damage that it can do. Joe does not have to worry about that. Now, it'll be the Incineroar that does get to act on this turn, and that's going to be the parting shot, making sure that all of these Pokemon are suppressed as much as possible, and with the other Pokemon going down in the slot, it is an opportunity to just bring it right back in and force the Garchomp into another Protect and another round of Intimidate.
And it's not Inner Focus Dragonite either. It is running multi-skill, so if the Incineroar comes in to replace the fallen Golden Go, both the Garchomp and Dragonite, 2 strong physical attackers, will find themselves at -2 attack. Indeed, Incineroar does hit the field once again, so now Collin back in a spot where he has Fake Out pressure, he has Intimidate, he has the upper hand here because he's done a little bit more damage than Joe has overall. The Pokemon count is now even. Joe, however, does have Terrasalization still available.
Yeah, though the pieces are slowly dwindling away. Having lost that King Gambit, Jumpluff is also not really the most healthy. It is going to be coming back in here. So there is going to be the Garchomp swapping out. When it comes back in, you will be able to have your full force attack once again, as the Dragonite's going to be the one to protect. Now that's going to be the Dragon Claw into the jump left slot. That is going to be the KO. So at least you bring the Garchomp back in for free, but still advantage in Collin's favor.
I mean, a really nice turn there from Collin again. Now Joe is down to his final 2 Pokemon, just this Garchomp and Dragonite. Collin does have an unrevealed 4th, so he can opt to swap out Incineroar, get 1 more Intimidate down on this Dragonite to get it to -3, and of course the Garchomp to get it back down to -1. Still, Joe can Terastallize, and we might see possibly Speed Ties coming into play here. Collin can no longer Terastallize this Garchomp, so if Joe does opt to go for a Dragon Claw into Collin's Garchomp and win a possible Speed Tie, that could be a game, a game-flipping moment there.
Yeah, and I'm curious too if we will get to see the 4th Pokemon in the match, because if you are worried about that and you want to play a little bit safer, we could see that swap coming on out. But if you're confident with what you got in the back, you could also just opt to, hey, let it go down. So this will be crucial for Collin to just kind of close off any open door now, as it's going to be Incineroar instead to swap out. So what's going to be coming on in? That's going to be the Tyranitar.
Okay, Tyranitar coming in here. I think this is fine. Tyranitar's not really doing a whole lot for the rest of this game. You do threaten Dragonite with some nice rock slides, but you're taking a lot of damage from Garchomp. So I think the more important piece here is switching that Incineroar out to reset both your Fake Out and your ability to Intimidate.
That's going to be the Fairy Terastallization on the Dragonite. So when we're talking about the Terastallization, if you are worried about this Dragon Claw over onto the opposing end, would be immune into that. But instead, Stomping Tantrum into the Garchomp, a nice good amount of damage. So next hit will be taking this Pokemon down, and also notably winning the Speed Tie or just being trained faster. We'll have to see coming in the next game exactly how that goes down, as Joe will get the follow-up KO.
Interesting choice for the Stomping Tantrum there. You're kind of opting to cover, I think this Garchomp is going to Terastallize into the Fire type, which would be super effective, but another missed attack. The Scale Shot goes wide from the Tyranitar. I think that's what, 3 or 4 attacks Joe has missed now?
There has been so many people that said after Sacramento that Joe might be one of the luckiest players. But these are the games that I remember from Joe, which is like, this move misses this move. What about this one as well? So get the bad luck out now. It's going to be a long day, but yeah, missing that. The Dragonite is pretty low on attack, but that still just doesn't feel great.
The Dragonite is at -3 attack now, I believe, and the Garchomp only has 1 more attack left because it will knock itself out with Life Orb Recoil after 1 more attack. So this, I think, is still a very strong position for Collin. With that Intimidate, I don't believe the Garchomp should be able to one-hit KO either of Collin's Pokemon. So it will go down to 1 more attack as soon as it tries to do any damage. And then Collin just has to deal with this Dragonite at -3.
Yeah, the Dragonite doesn't seem to be dealing with too much. I mean, there's a critical hit, there's out, where there's a will, there's a way, but you first have to land the move and then follow up the critical hit. So definitely not looking to do great on that aspect.
And the Dragonite isn't even hazed. Like, you can't try to haze away these Intimidate drops and try and get some damage off later on in the game. So a bit of a rough position here for Joe. Of course, compounded by the fact that so many of his moves did miss their targets during this game. But I think Collin deserves a lot of credit for this game as well, just because he did put so much work in that early game.
That's going to be the Earthquake to deal damage to everything across the board, including own Dragonite and itself, as that's going to be the Life Orb Recoil to put Joe down to final Pokemon. Scale Shot finally going to be connecting, but you can see just how much damage it's doing, and it's, well, next to nothing. It's good effort.
I think the out there, if you were Joe, is maybe a double critical hit with that Earthquake. Maybe score 1-hit KOs on both of those 2 Pokemon on Collin's side of the field. Even 5 hits of Scale Shot is not nearly enough. And now the Dragonite is, of course, lowering its defense at the same time. This Flare Blitz will be able to finish off the game for Collin and set him up a 1-0 lead in this second round.
Really well done, too. I mean, when you're looking at all of these physical attackers and dealing with this King Gambit before that Incineroar ever came out onto the field, Collin was able to just neutralize these Pokemon. I mean, yes, we're talking about the misses coming out from Joseph's end, and very different game from the get-go, had that first Sleep Powder connected, but that's also the joy of running a 75% accurate move is, 1/4 of the time, this ain't gonna go your way. And then as soon as that King Gambit was dealt with, and you just have these 2 physical attackers in the back, just intimidate over and over, and just really control the pace of the match. So I'm intrigued if coming into the second one, if we want to see Joe go down the same route, because again, odds are in your favor technically to be landing those moves.
This game goes very differently if the Sleep Powder connects on that first turn. Of course, this King Gambit didn't get to get a single attack off, and Golden Go was able to put out a lot of damage. Of course, that big Make It Rain to lower the Jumpluff's HP and knock out the King Gambit. And of course, break the multi-scale on Dragonite with that Shadow Ball as well. But if you're able to, put that Garchomp to sleep, King Gambit probably gets a Kowtow Cleave off, and that Golden Go is much less of a big threat. And so it's really hard when you have a early game like that, when you probably had a good turn one, as long as that Sleep Powder connects. That's 75% of the time you're up in the lead in that first turn. Do you try to switch it up, or do you just say, hey, it didn't work last time, so it has to work this time, right? It has to.
It has to. At least you have that little extra information of how Collin wanted to play this first match. So it could be even just like the, okay, well, it double didn't go in my favor because I didn't necessarily like brain the King Gambit, especially if it's going to be pressured by this Garchomp. So maybe I could go for something just a little bit safer, because that's the thing with these teams too is, yeah, there's going to be these moves, but it's about mitigating that risk. So heading into game two, we'll have to see what adjustments made. Already from Collin's end, it's going to be Amoonguss in the lead, but from the other end, I mean, that Amoonguss is looking tasty when you're staring down his Hisuian Typhlosion.
Yeah, that's not exactly what you want to see if you are that Amoonguss. Typhlosion immediately on the field should be faster than both the Golden Go and the Amoonguss, especially with the possibility of Tailwind support from this Jumpluff. Of course, the Amoonguss is Terra Water, so you could immediately opt for that, but if Joe wants to try and read that, you can target that slot with a Sleep Powder, maybe even a Leaf Storm to get some extra damage going as well.
Yeah, Leaf Storm, even if it didn't connect last time, that is definitely a nice way to deal some damage into these Terra Water Amoongusses. But swap out on the first turn, that is going to be the Tyranitar. That's going to be the Sand set, and if there was a swap for the Sun, potential to try and, get ahead of things. This Terastallization coming on out, that's going to be the Hisuian Typhlosion. He doesn't need any Sun. That's going to be Terra Fire, already choice specs, and we are looking at damage coming out real soon. These eruptions hit like a truck, and Amoonguss, none of it. Terastallization not spent. It's only going to be the Tyranitar taking the hit.
Fortunately for Collin, Tyranitar is probably the thing that you want to see taking this hit the most. It is very well equipped to stomach these eruptions. Even though they are choice specs, Terra Fire boosted, you have the special defense boost from the sand, you resist it with your rock typing, you have the Assault Vest. I'm very curious to see how much this will do, because it's really not too much considering a choice specs, Terra Fire eruption there. Great swap from Collin, and of course we did see the Sleep Powder target into the Amoonguss. Normally is immune thanks to that grass typing, but trying to call that water Terastallization there.
And now you really have to think about where you want the Sleep Powder to be going. With the Amoonguss, if you are thinking there is going to be the Terra Water, which we are seeing Terastallization now, so definitely a very likely thing coming on out, since that's the one that, would really benefit from it. So the Sleep Powder could go there. That covers this whole situation. But as well, the Tyranitar, already knowing how little damage it was doing and how it can pressure, seeing the Sleep Powder target into that makes a lot of sense. Now we're going to get the follow-up attack. Choice specs, it is going to be locked, so we still will see another round of this eruption. Tyranitar took that so well, and Terra Water now on the Amoonguss, it also will.
Terra Water there very nice, because Joe does kind of have to pick which target to Sleep Powder. If the Tyranitar doesn't go to sleep, you probably just get a big Rock Slide off and possibly even KO both of these Pokemon on Joe's side. So I think a smart Sleep Powder targeting there, which makes this Terra Water on the Amoonguss much more safe. You're able to trade sleeping Pokemon, and now you have the threat of Pollen Puff. I think Pollen Puff is a huge tool here because you can just negate all of that damage Tyranitar has taken. But of course, Jumpluff does threaten with a Leaf Storm. You can even Encore the Amoonguss into Spore, obviously into a sleeping Pokemon, and the Grass type Spore isn't doing a whole lot.
That's Typhlosion switching out, and notably with the Sleep Powder into the Tyranitar happening before its move, it's already taken a turn, and the Typhlosion hasn't. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on later down.
No.
Well, we're 1 for 3 on the day. Tyranitar will stay asleep, so that's at least going to be a little bit of a consolation prize, but doesn't necessarily feel like one when a Spore coming out into the freshly swapped in Garchomp is now 2 of Joseph's Pokemon asleep. No Sleep Claws over here.
Yeah, that's really rough for Joe. Again, missing that Sleep Powder, and a really smart call by Collin, knowing that the Typhlosion really has no business staying on the field. Immediately spores that slot. So now Joe has 2 Pokemon that are asleep without having taken their mandatory turns. So he's gonna waste a lot of time before he can start getting some damage out. And this Tyranitar, of course, really isn't threatened by a whole lot of damage anyway, so you can leave it on the field, try to wake up, and get some damage going.
Normally when I see Joe play, it's all the Pokemon on the opposing end of the field sleeping. So this is definitely a little bit of a switcheroo, as that's Amoonguss swapping out for Collin and Typhlosion swapping back in for Joe. That's going to be Golden Go now hitting the field. The Garchomp staying around does mean that it does take that 1 turn. hoping for maybe a first turn wake up next turn. Tyranitar, it is going to be taking the full 3, as that's going to be the second turn of sleep. So at least if all your Pokemon are asleep, you can at least count on that Tyranitar having slept for so long.
Again, Typhlosion cannot wake up on this turn. It has to stay asleep at least one more turn, but the Garchomp can. And if it is able to wake up and get off a big attack here, this could be huge for Joe.
That's going to be the Stomping Tantrum into the Tyranitar, and that's going to be enough to make sure the sleeping Tyranitar never wakes up. With the thing, a whole lot of going wrong, finally something going on right. Is Golden Go will have this opportunity to also go for an attack or maybe a setup if you're relying on these sleeps. It can be dangerous, but no, instead, make it rain, get the damage down while you can.
I think you have to respect the make it rain there. You're not really in a position where you can afford to go for a nasty plot, because if something like this happens where the Garchomp does wake up and it gets off an attack either into Golden Go or the Tyranitar, and you go for the nasty plot there, you've lost a lot of ground. So getting that damage out is really nice here, especially considering Collin can just bring in his own Garchomp. He does have the Terra Flying available on the Golden Go as well, or possibly, you know, a swap.
We got to see that the Terastallization came out. So
You're
this
right.
Golden Go, it's definitely not like what it's seen on the opposing end, but when we talked about those Garchomps in that game 1, we did see Collins went first. Whether that is a thing of its training or whether it was a speed tie that Collin won will remain to be seen. As Golden Go swapping on out, we'll get to see that Amoonguss come on in as jump left for Joe. So an opportunity to try and make sure that the speed does go in your favor, potentially with able to set up as the Garchomp protects on this turn.
No damage will be done to Joe's Garchomp. As you said, Sarah, the Amoonguss is in fact Terra Water, so there are no Earthquake Terra-flying possibilities. Garchomp on Collins, and though, does go for the Encore, which means that, sorry, it does go for the Protect, so that means that Encore is actually a huge threat into that slot now. And if you're Joe, you can Encore that slot. You still cannot be Rage Powdered by the Amoonguss because you are a Grass type on your jump left. And you can guarantee that Collins' Garchomp does not get any damage off this turn.
Yeah, Jumpluff is such a cute Pokemon, but so dangerous for that reason. You click one Protect, and all of a sudden, that Pokemon can be stuck protecting for the rest of his time out on the field. Garchomp swapping on in, so trying to set the favors for this Typhlosion to maybe pop off as Encore into the Garchomp. Whether you like it or not, you are going to be protecting for the next few turns of the battle. That last time, so it will hit it this time. So that was a great opportunity for this swap. Now the Amoonguss, that's going to be the Pollen Puff. Start chipping away, and when I say chip, I mean it.
Yeah, maybe 2 or 3 more of those are enough for a KO. I really like that proactive swap there, because knowing that the Garchomp cannot attack and that the Amoonguss, you know, probably isn't going to go for a Spore this turn, that's a nice way to get this Typhlosion in and hopefully try and burn another Sleep turn or just wake up right off the bat.
Golden Go swapping in for the Garchomp since it was locked. Can go for the switch as Encore into the Amoonguss. We're only seeing the Pollen Puff, so great way to make sure your Pokemon's not going to be sleeping anymore. As for the Typhlosion, it's not sleeping anymore either, and the Wake Up on the swap in for the Golden Go. We already know the damage isn't going to happen into the Amoonguss, but that's not the issue. The Golden Go was, and it's a past issue. Collin now down to final 2 Pokemon after that one-hit KO.
Amoonguss being Terra Water here is paying off very well. Of course, it did just get locked into Pollen Puff, so there's no option for Spore anymore. But if you're in a position like this, where the Garchomp is your last Pokemon alongside that Amoonguss, you can kind of just start side Pollen Puffing for the rest of the game. You know, this Garchomp is at full health. You have it pretty, you know, a few turns of attacks with it left, because this Typhlosion is locked into Fire-type moves. But Tailwind comes out here, means that Typhlosion gets at least one more attack off before Garchomp can move.
And it'll be nice too, because even if Joe loses a Pokemon this turn, you don't have to play that speed tie going on forward into the match with the own Garchomp in the back.
So much
Damage coming out from this Heat Wave. And Jumpluff doesn't even go down on this turn. Gonna be surviving after that Dragon Claw. The follow-up with the Pollen Puff. Amoonguss is finally contributing in the damage department. That will be the KO. But again, Garchomp now gets to come in under the speed conditions.
I think that might be a little bit too late for Collin here. Garchomp hits the field, will have the guaranteed first attack because of that Tailwind. And at this point, Dragon Claw and Heat Wave should be very able, even just an Earthquake actually, you can probably just Earthquake your whole team and knock out Collin's Pokemon in the process and lock up this second game if you're Joe.
Still got the swap too, so you don't even have to lose a piece of everything you got to be able to go for this Earthquake. And since you do have the speed, Garchomp will see the Protect, so it doesn't want anything this time, but I think maybe a little writing on the wall, because I don't think the Amoonguss is going to fare too great after all that Heat Wave chip that it slowly but surely whittled away at.
I mean, the Terra Water came in very handy, but we're seeing the power of the Choice Specs Terrafire Typhlosion. Even without the Sun, it's able to whittle away at that Amoonguss very well and set up the Garchomp on Joe's side for a sweep at the end of the game, just like this one. And really well played from Joe, even missing some attacks in this game, but showing how powerful this team is. You don't need to get everything 100% in your favor as long as you just get 1 or 2 of those good turns.
It's about that risk mitigation. Got to see a lot more of that in that game too. Even when you're just going for that slow but sure damage, when those moves did miss, it ended up not being, well, the end of the world. And you know, the Garchomp waking up after 1 turn of sleep and the Tyranitar, well, never waking up. Definitely nice. So lucky evening out just a little bit there. Now, I'm curious to see how Collin's going to adjust into this game 3, because when you're looking at the fact that the Amoonguss managed to put, well, all the big threats on Joe's team asleep, and Joe was still able to find that road to victory, even when the Typhlosion wasn't doing this damage from the get-go, that's something that you really have to sit back and consider. And that's where we get to see the strengths of this Sun team. You don't need the Sun. We haven't seen this Torkoal and the Typhlosion. Slowly but surely, like, they'll get the job done.
I was a little bit surprised Collin opted to leave the Incineroar at home. We saw it do so much work in that first game with those Intimidates, with the Fake Out and Parting Shot, and it is one of the Pokemon that actually stacks up very well into that Typhlosion. You're resisting both Fire and Dark, thanks to your Fire and Ghost, rather, thanks to your Fire and Dark typing. You have the option to knock off those Choice Specs and possibly even one at KO it if the Typhlosion doesn't Terastallize. You're also immune to the Sleep Powders from the Jumpluff because of the safety goggles, and so I think it could be a piece Collin opts to bring back into this third game. It allows you to slow the game down a little bit and exert a little bit more control, because Joe is essentially controlling the entire flow of that second game.
Yeah, I'd be looking at the Tyranitar. I mean, it was asleep, so it's kind of hard to say this, but it didn't really get to contribute much, and especially, too, when I'm looking at the Amoonguss, having to use that Terra Water right from the get-go meant that things later on couldn't. So you couldn't see the Golden Go, you couldn't see any defensive Terra, so looking at a swap could be that, but no, different swap instead. This Kilowattrel that we got to talk about is making an appearance in the lead.
That's fun. We get to see Kilowattrel on stream. You can match the Tailwind here, which is actually huge. This actually could have been a pretty rough lead for Collin if the, say something like the Garchomp was in the lead again, because we just could see like a Tailwind and another possible Sleep Powder immediately come out from Jumpluff. But Kilowattrel is naturally faster than Jumpluff and should be able to go for Tailwind first before Jumpluff is able to either Tailwind or Sleep Powder, which means that your Tyranitar might still have the chance to act before King Gambit.
And since we haven't seen the Torkoal and we aren't seeing the Torkoal, there's no way to really boost the speed of this Jumpluff even further as the swap into Garchomp for the other slot. Terastallization, now we get to see it used elsewhere other than just that Amoonguss. It's going to be that Terra Flying Tyranitar. Something that we get to see on the defensive, but also offensive, considering it does have access to that Terra Blast. So a flying type Terra Blast into that Jumpluff could do a lot of damage. Instead, Rock Slide also going to deal a lot. That's not going to be enough, though. It does get to move first, and Jumpluff now does get the opportunity to at least match.
Big damage there. Now this Jumpluff should be able to be knocked out by the Kilowattrel with either a Thunderbolt or an Air Slash before it can go for any possible Sleep Powders. And we saw how well Sleep Powder paid off for Joe in that second game, so an option that Collin just might want to take off the table right away. Of course, the Flying Terastallization was nice. You get to dodge super effective damage from Low Kick from that King Gambit, or of course this Garchomp, which did just hit the field.
Jumpluff swapping out, when you're talking about the fact that it's outsped and maybe not in too great of a position, it will be the King Gambit coming back on instead, which will take the hit a lot better, as it will be the Thunderbolt into the slot. Bringing it down to, a third of health as return hit Dragon Claw. Try and deal with that bird, and the bird is dealt with. That's already a lot of damage, so at least going on, once the Tailwind for Collin is done, that is going to be it. Terra Blast, the follow-up from the Tyranitar, the flying type. That's going to be into the Garchomp, but still not significant enough to get anywhere near that KO.
Not a KO, but if Collin does bring his own Garchomp in, it could set up for a double KO here into the King Gambit and Joe's own Garchomp with something like that Earthquake. Of course, Collin does have Terastallization available, so you could, Terastallize your King Gambit away from that ground weakness, but Garchomp is a Fire Terra, so you really don't want to be doing that in front of a ground type.
Yeah, that's not too great. And again, since we have matched Tailwinds, we don't have the confirmation which necessarily is faster for anything else. And not wanting to spend Terastallization onto the King Gambit here is the Terra Flying. It could have been, nothing happening to this Earthquake, but instead, gonna leave the King Gambit as it is. And that means it's done. It's gone.
And now Zhou does have the option to bring that jump left back in. Of course, Tailwinds are at an even state, so once they go down, they'll be going down at the same time. There's no kind of staggering, so Collin gets one more turn and Zhou gets one more turn. And when that does happen, jump left remains the fastest Pokemon available to either player. And so Zhou has the option to reset up Tailwind later on. Of course, Encore is still a big threat a lot of the times, and you have Terrestrialization available to you, and Sleep Powders are never something you want to be dealing with either.
See, I think what's going to be huge here is really just how these Garchomps are trained, something we haven't gotten a full confirmation on out, because Garchomp on Zhou's end already taken a lot of damage, and Dragonite's really going to have to hold its own in this battle. It hasn't taken any damage. You can't say the same for the other two Pokemon, but if it can start firing off attacks, I mean, the Garchomp is still spraying it down, but this is what Terrestrialization's probably been saved for.
The Terra Fairy Dragonite is really scary for Collin as well. Of course, your main way to deal with Dragonite is something like a super effective Rock Slide or Dragon Claw, but Rock Slide becomes neutral and Dragon Claw does 0 damage when Dragonite becomes a Fairy type. So that is a huge piece that Zhou still has at his disposal. And of course, it's a 3 attacks Dragonite. We're not seeing like the Tailwind haste set. It's got Extreme Speed and Ice Spinner, which actually can come in very handy here as well.
Yeah, but when you're looking at that Ice Spinner, something that could deal a lot of damage into either of the things, and something that's accurate as well, which is always nice when you're looking at, you know, you like an accurate move once in a while. Could be great. So here it is, the Terrestrialization. King Gambit fainted, so this Terrestrialization could come on out. The Fairy type saved for the Dragonite. Make sure that you're not going to be taking hits from a Dragon type attack. And that's going to be a Dragon Claw, but instead, into the Jump Left is now going to be taking down that big little ball of fluff and bring Zhou down to final 2 Pokemon. The Tyranitar will have an opportunity to follow up as well, but not before the Scale Shot. When we're looking at maybe that speed going on later, and the fact that neither trainer has access to Tailwind, it will be a Dragonite that is trying to boost its own speed with this Scale Shot and returns a KO in the process.
I think that's a really smart Dragon Claw from Collin as well. There are some plays that could kind of just immediately lose you the game if you go for them, which in this case would have been a Dragon Claw into Zhou's Dragonite, which did go for that Terra Fairy. So really smart to go for the Dragon Claw into Zhou's Garchomp. You guarantee a KO on either Garchomp or Jump Off if it switches in. You're not getting baited by a possible Terra Fairy. And of course now this Dragonite did lower its own defense, so you do have the option to go for something like maybe a Terra Blast or a Rock Slide. And of course you can bring in your own Garchomp. And since, I mean, Jump Off went down, but now Dragonite has the speed boost, so actually you're not too safe anymore speed-wise.
At least when you're staring down at this Tyranitar, you do still have a move that can hit it. The loaded dice was knocked off, so these skill shots, things can get a little funky there. So having access to something like that Ice Spinner for that Tyranitar could be nice. And now Garchomp can stare down this Golden Go. At a point, 2 Pokemon apiece, but Dragonite is going to spend the turn protecting.
This is really tough. I think both trainers still have options to win here because one Make It Rain just kind of ends the game. You can't really allow this Golden Go a turn to go straight for it, but if you do, double target the Golden Go as it protects, this Tyranitar on Zhou's side could take a knockout of its own. And since the Dragonite doesn't have any spread damage, and there really is no spread damage left considering the Tyranitar is immune to Earthquake, you can't really afford to throw 2 attacks into a protecting Pokemon if you're Zhou. Double Protect here, tried to scout it out, but Collin did not take the bait. So now Collin does again have the option to try and protect that Golden Go, bait Zhou into going for 2 attacks into it, and if he does, he could win this game.
Yeah, we did get to see that the attacks were split, though. Have to see no Protect coming on out, and Dragonite with that speed boost will be first. That's going to be holding on, though. Ice Spinner not enough to claim that KO. Stomping Tantrum, the follow-up in the Golden Go will get that KO there. Tyranitar holding on to see what it goes for this point, but that could have been the game done right there. Terra Blast. That's going to be coming on out instead. That is going to be into this Garchomp. And even if things got a little bit scary, Zhou should be able to clean this up on the next turn.
Yeah, this looks like it's pretty locked for Zhou now. That Tyranitar holding on could have been a game swinger for Collin if he opted for the Rock Slide. It would have been really tough. You have to hit the Rock Slide, of course, in both targets. And you probably would have had to hit a critical hit into that Garchomp as well. But I think Collin trying to bank on Zhou, maybe calling his bluff and not attacking the Golden Go and leaving it vulnerable. But of course, the Life Orb Stomping Tantrum is enough to knock out Golden Go and set up Zhou for a round 2 victory.
Again, I would love to see these two play again later on.
Absolutely.
That was a match that, yeah, we could see that in a Top Cut. We could see it in a finals, and I really hope that we get the opportunity to. Collin, of course, someone very accomplished, definitely can do the run back. It's so early on in the day. You know, like, it's not as nice on the Twitter post when you're like, I'm 1-1 as opposed to like the 2-0 when you're doing your little updates. But at the same time, you can easily come back from that.
I mean, I've seen Collin come back from 0-2 starts to make it into Top Cut before, so
It adds to the story.
certainly, absolutely, yeah. If you make it into Top Cut, it doesn't really matter how you got there, right? Just that you're there and fighting another day. But of course, Joe off to a great start here in Toronto. 25% of the day through 25% of the way
It's so
through
early.
day one, and he is undefeated still after some really strong play. After recovering from what was a very unlucky game one.
Yeah, I mean, sleep powder giveth, sleep powder taketh away, but being able to make his way on through otherwise with other key pieces. And a real testament to why this team has the strengths. It's so easy to look at the team on paper and just be like, we're rolling the dice here, we're rolling that loaded dice here, you know? But being able to see how the team can function even when there is those critical misses, that is what the team's about. It's why the team that, despite having so much variance on it, there is this level of consistency that we see through the events, because this is a team now that, I mean, this has been a finalist team. This has been a team that's made its way through the tournaments, and I promise you that Joe has not hit every single sleep powder throughout a tournament run.
And it's also just a testament to how strong Joe is of a player mentally. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, Sierra. You know, he's someone that is very, very good at VGC, has won multiple regional championships, but has also lost in like the deep stages of events many times as well, because he finds himself doing well enough to get to that, top 4 final stage, and then just coming one match short of like a huge finish that he really wants, but also just bounces back immediately at his next tournament. Again, he was in the finals of our last 2 NA regionals and is off to another really strong start here. He had a rough game 1 and had a really strong game 2 and 3 just in a single match. So kudos to Joe, not only for, tournament to tournament, recovery and mental preparation, but even just in this like micro state of between game 1 and 2, able to kind of reset off the bat and not let it get to him.
I mean, you're talking about the finals and finals. In the 24 season, he did the finals, lost, won Portland. So, knock on wood there. Like, we can see that run back,
Right.
as for us, that's enough for us for now. Joe is standing by in the lounge with Gabby for the post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here once again with Joe. I mean, you literally just said it's always us. Well,
Yep.
welcome back. How's it feel?
At this point, we're like best friends, we're here all the time, always on interviews. So.
Yeah, just chilling here.
Yeah.
The lounge is at least a little bit festive this time around.
It looks great. You got all the Christmas attire, so it's great.
So how you feeling this morning? Feeling good?
I feel good. I mean, obviously, when you play a really good opponent, earlier in the round, you always want to do well, and I felt like I was really happy about that match, because even though I got a bit unlucky game 1, I was really able to convert off of obviously just playing very strong, understanding the matchup a bit better, and I definitely am happy with how I've been playing so far.
You mentioned that you and Kylan have played a lot in the past. Have you taken any knowledge from those games into this one, or were you more looking at it as, okay, this is the matchup I have currently?
Yeah, it's actually a really interesting question, because in that end game where Collin was, he had a Golden Go and he had a Tyranitar there, and it was like, does Golden Go protect or not? I know Collin really well. We played a bunch, and I kind of understand the way he thinks, and I was like, I know that he's gonna index on me making the read, so I was like, I'm just gonna stomping into the golden. Obviously then it worked, so yeah, I do, we definitely know each other's tendencies, I'd say, pretty decently.
For sure. I mean, that's definitely one of those plays where you look back and it's like, all right, I either make the read or I make the read that they make the read, so then I don't make the read. But let's talk about the team a bit. I mean, this is your 4th event with the same team.
Yep.
You were in Stuttgart a couple weeks ago, got top 8 there.
Yep.
I ask you this every time. Did you make any changes between the last event and this event?
Some small, not seen to the eye changes.
All
so
right.
Nothing too, too noticeable, unless you're really paying attention.
Yeah. Are you worried that people have started to, figure out the team, not just, your version of it, but also you playing the team?
It's really funny, actually, because when I was in Germany last weekend, the amount of players that I ended up playing against, they were like, oh yeah, I prepped extensively for your team, whatever. And I just ended up winning 2-0. I was just like, yeah, I think I'm good. There was, I think the match that really made me realize that there was one round where my opponent was like, oh yeah, we prepped a lot for your team, but you just didn't play it at all like we expected you to. And I think the thing is you can get you can play versus this team, but you can't play versus me online, right? So it's different. And obviously, you know, I'm not saying that like obviously I can't lose, because I think things are very losable, right? You can miss, you know, obviously you can misplay, but I feel like where I'm at with the team, I'm pretty happy with. And I think it's not as easy as just like, oh, I put a Pokemon on and I beat the team, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, Sierra said it herself after the match. You know, you miss a lot of sleep powders. You're very comfortable adjusting. I mean, in this particular matchup, when you missed those sleep powders in game 1, how did you make those adjustments going into the future games?
Yeah, you know, you might have noticed if you just watch my player cam, like I don't get phased by missing anymore. Like it's just very like part of the team. Obviously, you know, it really depends on the viewpoints you get of the team, because even last week, right, if you looked at like how often I was landing moves, it was like obviously a bit more unfortunate. I was missing a bit more. In this one, I'd say the luck was pretty neutral. Like I ended up missing obviously the first game, and then, you know, I ended up landing the other 2 times. I think honestly a big part of it is like just kind of understanding like how you can put yourself in positions where you won't lose off of the sleep powder turn 1. And honestly, like even though game 1 I missed sleep powder and it instantly got rid of my King Gambit, like even looking back at that, I think I could have played smoother to where like I didn't take that risk of losing the King Gambit turn 1 if I missed, right?
Yeah.
It was a bit of a greedy play on my end. And I think like stuff like that, I always try to look like inward before I blame like the luck, because if there's something you could have played better on like turn 2, 3, 4 where you didn't have to click sleep powder on turn 5, like then you should be looking at how you can improve that, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all risk calculations, and you want to lower your risk as much as you can. One thing I do want to talk to you about, so obviously there's still a lot of tournament ahead of us this weekend, but we are on the cusp of the return of Regulation G. Have you started thinking about that at all, or have you still been just focusing only on Regulation H?
Yeah, I thought about it a little bit. Last season for me was one of my rougher seasons, I think. Like I didn't do as well as like up to my standard, and Regulation H was definitely like a good format for me.
Yeah.
So I would like to convert that momentum for sure into Regulation G, and I've thought about it a bit, but it's a different format, right? Like it's a very high power level. I mean, you can lose your key pieces in like 1 turn, you get 1 call wrong, and like instantly you get board wiped by like Miraidon, Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, or like Electro Drift, right?
Yeah.
There's just so many strong moves in the format. So I'm looking forward to it because I think it'll be a good challenge. And I think when I left Regulation G after Worlds, I was pretty disappointed because I felt like as a player, like my skills didn't really like reflect in that format. So I think it'll be a like good challenge to, you know, be able to try and do better in it.
For sure. Best of luck. I mean, honestly, it sounds like if you've gotten used to missing your sleep powders, you might be able to adapt to
missing precipice
blades, or maybe even just taking those electro shots sometimes.
Yeah.
One final question before we do shout outs. In addition to Regulation G, you know, there's also a new year on the horizon. Do you have any VGC or Pokemon related New Year's resolutions that you've set for yourself?
I think, you know, I've kind of already been practicing it a little bit this season, but I think a big goal of mine this year is, or like this year, upcoming year, is I really want to have like a really productive mindset. Like I want to become a world champion. I want to become an international champion. And obviously having that as a resolution is a pretty lofty goal. So I think my goal is more so play the best I can at every event. And if I don't play the best, like always look for things I can do better rather than like blaming it on luck or blaming it on misses, right? So
yeah, no, I think that's definitely a great goal to have and something that you can take into your own hands, which is always the most important part. So you got any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, I mean, shout outs mom, dad, Sierra, of course, you know, my cousins who watch like every broadcast as well, all my buddies from Momo. I mean, you guys are the best. And yeah, I mean, honestly, like I'm very grateful. I think we actually have a friend secret Santa we're going to be doing later, so it'll be fun.
Way.
So it'll be good, and I'm looking forward to that. And I'm just really grateful to have a bunch of friends who not only are good at the game, but they're just good people, you know. And I think that's like a really fun aspect of Pokemon and like some of the best parts of like what, you know, makes this game worth playing.
For sure. Well, best of luck with the tournament and with the Secret Santa. I hope that he got your list and checked it twice, and
yeah.
Maybe we'll give you a couple of extra sleep powder hits this weekend. But for now, that's it for us in the lounge. Sierra and Jake, back to you.
Thanks so much. I'm glad we got the shout out from Gabby, because where's the shout out like for us from Joe, right?
We're his biggest fans.
Yeah, that's
We
crazy.
deserve to be number 1.
It's crazy. We should have been first on that shout out list.
Of course.
No, I mean, a lot of good insight, not just about, you know, the team, but thought process, the regulation coming on out. And that regulation, too, I think is such an interesting conversation, because there has been trainers that have been, I mean, even if they're attending Toronto, they're like, eyes on the prize. I'm looking at the shiny new toy in the future, going back to regulation. You know, the
right.
last one, the alphabet's hard. But
Well, the alphabet's different here in Canada, right?
Yeah, we say Z instead. Instead of Z.
Right. So we'll get to Regulation Z in a few years, maybe.
It's Regulation Z when you're everywhere except, Toronto Regionals comes around. Regulation Z, baby.
Yeah.
But no, talking about the regulation, just like the Pokemon, since this is the last hurrah, it's interesting to see how these teams are kind of adapting, because there's no, hey, I got to hold information for the next tournament, the bigger tournament, for the international ahead. Everything's out on the table now, and even if trainers are kind of looking ahead, we've gotten to see some fun things within this regulation for our last shakeup of the year.
Knowing we're going back to Regulation G in January, I think trainers are bringing their Incineroars out early. I think Incineroar is very clearly a #1 Pokemon in that format. And maybe just get some more reps in with it before we go back to G. But of course, I mean, a strong Pokemon, anytime it's legal, I think you'd be shocked to ever see it not on that top row, if not in that top spot, just because it offers so much to teams in terms of Fake Out, Intimidate, Parting Shot, Knockoff, Will-O-Wisp, Taunt, Flare Blitz, Safety Goggles, Assault Vest. Like, there's a very, very long list of things Incineroar can do, and not many Pokemon can boast that.
I know we didn't get to see it in the last match, but I'm still so intrigued with Sneasler heading back into the regulation, because obviously it wasn't something that was necessarily on people's radars. I think maybe like 1 or 2 people, shout out Boyd, had talked about this Pokemon. But now heading back, people are like, no, Sneasler's not. Like, there's some that are like, no, Sneasler's not going to fall off, because we've now realized how strong it is. But also, have you heard of a little Pokemon called Urshifu? Yeah. Like, that's going to be weird to see how this format kind of changes things going on into the future. Because, I mean, when you look at Sneasler, it has been, like, I'm the biggest Sneasler fan out there. Seeing it in this regulation has just been awesome. And going on with how the Pokemon, like, it has terrorized all these events.
I mean, any of these items and moves and abilities you're seeing on your screen are very good. It has so many things it can do at the same time, which makes it a really strong threat, especially in this metagame where the general power level is a little bit lower. Those close combats are much more threatening when, the Pokemon you're facing down aren't these huge legendaries like a Calyrex Ice Rider that'll take 30% from it at most. But when you have a Pokemon like Sneasler that is kind of like a toolbox Pokemon in a format where the average power level is lower, you do have to wonder if it can still stack up, because of course it has the utility in Fake Out, Poison Touch, like Dire Claw, Shenanigans, but a lot of its power is also the fact that it threatens a lot of damage to a lot of the Pokemon in the format. And especially when you have to compete with something like Urshifu, going back to Regulation G, is the utility Sneasler provides enough to keep it at the top of these usage stats when its damage is lacking a little bit?
It'll be interesting. I'm like, one thing in this format as well, you talk about the lower power level, but being able to see a lot of them paired up with that NTD Mail, I think has been great, because the only other real terrain setter out here has been that Rillaboom, which is, again, down in usage. But as soon as we head back to regulation, which one is it? G.
We're
cool,
in H now.
awesome.
We're going back to G.
Cool, awesome. I promise I'm semi-smart, guys. But no. Going back to G, I mean, we're going to have a lot more terrain setters to contend with, too, especially when you're looking at the big battle restricted. So that'll be interesting. Now, looking at the other Pokemon as well, something that I loved at this event, we obviously got to see Blood Moon Ursaluna and how strong it was last event, so being able to see it up on the usage, but still regular Ursaluna being there as well, makes me happy.
Truly, I mean, they're both very strong Pokemon. I do think Blood Moon being above the normal Ursaluna is correct. It has so much utility that it can offer. Not even utility, just damage, just raw damage. Yeah. Like, Blood Moon is a very, very strong attack. Like, 100, very high base power, 100% accurate. Of course, there's the downside of not being able to use it on consecutive turns, but oh no, I just have to Hyper Voice instead and deal damage to both targets.
Something else. This is so tragic.
It's the worst. And even like Earth Power threatens a lot of Pokemon. The Steel types are the only thing that can resist those normal type, and the Rock types, but threatens both of those super effectively. And so really strong coverage on top of just being generally very strong, in Mind's Eye being a very, very good ability. Just set up Ursaluna very well.
It's a Pokemon, too, that considering how strong it was, I was surprised that we didn't see it pop off too much at the beginning, considering this was also something that was really strong in Regulation G. It's not like this is a Pokemon that we had to kind of discover going into this regulation. It was always a strong Pokemon, and then everyone had their, oh, it's a new regulation, let's try all these new Pokemon that I never got to try because the power level was too high. And now now we've gotten to the point where like, yeah, no, strong Pokemon are just strong. We're bringing the Blood Moon Ursaluna back.
I even remember back at Indianapolis, the first Regulation G regional we had last season, the winning team had Blood Moon Ursaluna on it, and it was like the very fast Terra Normal, like Life Orb Blood Moons firing off everywhere and one-shotting everything. And so we've like known it's very strong for a long time. And like you said, I was also kind of surprised it took a little bit of time for Blood Moon Ursaluna to ramp up in usage. But I think now it's kind of where it belongs, right? I don't think it's a #1 usage Pokemon, but kind of middle of this top 12, I think is very accurate for it.
100%. Another Pokemon that we get to see on the top 12 is we're still deep diving into the meta. I'd have to say, I am, you know, for Dragonite, it's like I have a love-hate relationship with Dragonite because someone else uses extreme speed up against me. They're going super fast. They're dealing so much damage. I use it, nothing. Absolutely nothing. But to see the evolution that it's gone throughout this regulation, I think has been something that's been so interesting. Because when we talk about not knowing about the strength of some Pokemon at the beginning, Dragonite was something that already people were experimenting with. But seeing how it's adapted throughout this format, now into this version, I know last one, Joe didn't have Haze, but now we got something that's like, oh, we only got 1-2 moves, and we got this Haze and Protect instead. I think it's been awesome. And Scale Shot with this loaded dice, I think has been one of the more interesting changes that we've got to see for the broadcast. It's definitely added a lot of drama to see if we're going to get 4 hits or 5.
I think you could do an entire case study on the evolution of Dragonite throughout Scarlet and Violet VGC. It got a lot of new tools in Scarlet and Violet that have propelled it to being one of the better Pokemon in this generation after a very long time of, at best, mediocrity. And so it's been fun to see, you know, the Choice Band, Terra Normal, Extreme Speed sets with Qianpao, with the Sword of Ruin, kind of terrorizing, you know, frailer, faster Pokemon throughout the early part of Scarlet and Violet. And now it's transitioned into more of a bulky set. You know, we did see a lot of, you know, Riley Factura's Assault Vest Dragonite throughout the last few regionals we've seen in different regulations. But now, like you said, it's kind of transitioned over to Scale Shot. And I think Scale Shot in particular, at first was kind of an adaptation to Sash Sneasler, or really just any kind of Sash Pokemon that you can, of course, hit through in one shot. Because you're hitting multiple shots, you're not doing all that damage from max HP. The Focus Sash is bypassed. But it's also just really strong in its own right. And you have options like that Haze. You know, I really hated going up against Haze Dragonite when I was playing in Sacramento with Dondozo, and so it was kind of my public enemy #1. And of course, other cool, unique options we're not seeing on this graphic, like Tailwind and Encore, are both very viable on it as well. So a lot of things Dragonite can do, and it's really just whatever your team needs, Dragonite can probably do it.
Do we think then going back to Regulation G with how we've seen this Dragonite adapt, because when we go back and we're having the higher power level Pokemon, I mean, you talked about Qianpao, for example, everyone's favorite little Sword of Ruin cat out there, but that's something that was paired with the Dragonite on for a lot of the times for just that sheer damage output. But I'm curious if we're going to see a Dragonite that kind of goes back to the 4 attacking moves, we get to see Assault Vest, or if it's something that we're going to keep a little bit of this utility in our back pocket. Like, what do you think about this?
I think Dragonite struggles a lot more in Regulation G because it doesn't stack up super well into a lot of the popular restricted Pokemon. Like Calyrex Ice Rider, obviously it struggles with. Miraidon can do a lot of damage to it. Like Zamazenta can just, you know, +1 defense or even Iron Defense through it. So you're going to have a little bit of a harder time using that Dragonite, especially considering some of the non-restricted Pokemon like Fluttermane are coming back, and Fluttermane obviously being immune to Scale Shot. Yeah.
Oh no.
So it's much harder to use Dragonite in a format where you have both the restricted Pokemon and Fluttermane up on the top usage as well. I think there might be some like reasons to keep it around. I think I feel similarly to Dragonite as I do to Sneasler for Regulation G.
Okay.
There might be some uses for it that we discovered because they were so popular in Regulation H that you can then kind of retrofit to G, but I don't think we'll see either of those Pokemon up on these graphics anymore.
All right, what Pokemon do you want to talk about next as we wait for Swiss Round 3?
I'd love to talk about our Chaludon. I think it's also been like a real star of this format. Again, it's a Pokemon that has existed throughout all of Scarlet and Violet, but just hasn't had the chance to shine until right now. It's kind of a aligning of the stars for it, really, because a lot of the Pokemon that threaten it just aren't legal anymore, and now we have the chance for it to really get going with these Electro Shots. Pelipper is a really great partner for it, both in terms of defensive synergy and enabling Electro Shot with Rain, and it stacks up really well into a lot of these top Pokemon.
To Pokemon 2, that we get to see a couple of different ways that it's ran, but something that from the get-go has been decently unchanged. It's just, okay, do you put the Assault Vest here or somewhere else, or do you have that Power Herb? Power Herb if you're not necessarily running a Rain-esque team. If you're running Rain, well, you can just Electro Shot all day long, or at least for the next 5 turns, and you're just going to be absolutely good to go. And it was one of the first Pokemon too that when we talked about this regulation that it was feared. People were like, yes, I love that we're going to a lower power level format. And then it was like, Archaludon Pelipper, and they're like, oh no, this is not a lower power format. These are actually really stacked. So to see that we kind of like cracked the code from the get-go, it'll be fun to see which people stay loyal to it when we go back to G, considering that there was the odd one or two running around where it was unique enough that you'd point out and be like, oh look, there's an Archaludon. Now we're bored of it. Now it's everywhere. But yeah, before, there is the Archaludon diehard fans.
And there's it fits into teams in different ways too, just within the current regulation. You can have teams that are pretty heavy on the rain, like with Pelipper, Archaludon, Basculegion, for example, that have two kind of rain sweepers, if you will. There's also teams like we saw from Stefan Mott back in Louisville, where you're kind of just banking on this Archaludon being like your main source of damage. You have like Sinistcha for the Hospitality and Life Dew to heal it up. You've got Klefki for the screens. You've got something like the Mouse Hold, which can either beat up or Population Bomb to stack up the stamina and immediately get yourself up to that +6 defense, which then enables Body Press to do a lot of damage, and of course you're taking very little in return from physical attacks. So you can either kind of use Archaludon as a piece in your team or like the center point of your team, which I think lends it to being a very strong Pokemon.
See, I'm excited for Regulation G because if I get Electroshot one-shotted once, instantly one-shot one more time, I can't. But that's it for us for talking about what Pokemon that you could see here. Let's talk about what you could see in the future, of course. If you're not just like watching the competition but want to go out and compete, you can find a Pokemon League near you. You can scan that QR code. We'll pause here for a second, an opportunity to find your phone wherever it's at, scan that, or just take a screenshot. And yeah, going out to your locals. When we look at the championship point leaderboard, there is a lot of people that have a lot of points, and a good chunk of those are from those local events, and it is a great way to make friends. It's a lot of the way a lot of people got introduced in the community too, so definitely recommend.
One of the most fulfilling things I've done with Pokemon is running my own locals within my scene at home, and so I highly recommend joining up with these local scenes, meet some fun friends that love to play Pokemon together. If you enjoy any of the other Pokemon pillars as well, the trading card game, they have events for those at the kind of the same leagues every so often, and so really fun way to meet some fellow Pokemon fans near you.
Yeah, it's fun. I think last time I went to a local, I didn't do well, but I had friends that did well, and then they got store credit, and we're like, let's pick out a board game.
Oh,
and then
fun.
it's the double the friendship, right? You get to play Pokemon together, and then we get to play a game together as we're sitting and eating food. It was awesome.
It was great. Highly recommend.
Yeah. As for us, we're just waiting for, I think, our last table, and I'm actually just getting word that it just finished up, so yeah.
Right.
Yeah. What now, Jake?
Well, I don't know. We're going to take a quick little break, I think.
We're doing a little break? Awesome. I was stalling to find out if that's what we're doing or not. As for us, quick break after that, round 3 of Toronto Regional Championships. Stay tuned.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with the winner of the 2024 Toronto Regional Championships, Chuppa Cross. Chuppa, you're here to defend the title. How does it feel?
Feeling excited. I haven't had a chance to do this before, and I'm looking forward to giving it my all.
I know. Winning last year's regional championship was such an emotional moment for you. It was your first time. I know it was really a long time coming for sure. How have you approached preparing for this event differently, knowing that you are the defending champion?
In a sense, there's a little bit of pressure off my back, if anything. I get to think about things a little bit differently. I think it would be really great to be able to defend the event, but ultimately I've had a chance to win a regional championship already. So regardless of the outcome of this weekend, I'm just here to have a great time.
Awesome. Well, how has your season been going otherwise so far?
It's been interesting. I've over the summer and at the start of the current regulation, I was trying to make Dondozo work again, and its lifespan didn't feel like it was as long as I wanted to, which is a bummer when it's one of your favorite strategies and it feels like it's kind of living on a timer. And since then, I've kind of just been trying to figure out something that works quite as well for me as Dondozo.
Do you think you found it?
Maybe. We'll see.
We'll see for sure. We're recording this on Friday, by the way, so I'm sure future Chuppa might know the answer to that. Do you have any advice for him if he's watching back this interview tomorrow?
Oh, gosh. When?
Fair enough. Fair enough. So one other thing I wanted to ask you is we are nearing the new year. Do you have any VGC resolutions for your competition next year?
I've been trying to play offense for too long. I think I need to become very good friends with Incineroar and Amoonguss in the new year.
All right, well, I'm sure they're waiting for you in Regulation G. Chupa, best of luck tomorrow. Thank you so much for talking to me, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Tread.
It's gonna be taken by Fennel.
Restart on that view. He
found it.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division. This was the big international showcase for the Regulation H rule set. No Paradox Pokemon, no legendaries, no restricteds. Just back to the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokemon choices, and it was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamantha Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title. Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division. In the Seniors Division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caladura Silva will be your international champion.
In the Juniors Division, Ismail Hogi finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in trick room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hogi.
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are 2 of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet, so when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building, and yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice. and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers, and it was really, really cool. They were so cute, and yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Toronto Pokemon Regional Championships. Round 3 of Swiss is just about to begin in the last competition of our Regulation H format. It has been providing so far, cannot wait for even more great Pokemon action. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined here on the desk by none other than Joe Brown.
Yeah, saving the best for last with all the VGC action here in Toronto. But the best, we're getting it right out of the way. Let's hit the stinger because it's Oko goes Toronto. The one round we have all weekend. Sierra, right now, let's make it count.
Yeah, we gotta make sure it's a good match. We gotta relay that to the players too. Make sure that they understand that it just needs to be a good match. I'm sure it will be. But no, definitely excited. I mean, their last matchup, I mean, you got to see it. That was a matchup we could have seen in the finals. That was a fantastic match. And going on forward, I'm really excited we get to showcase some Canadians at the event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously there is a fantastic pool of VGC trainers up here in Canada, and they have showed that year after year throughout the history of VGC, but also specifically last year when we talk about the North American player base, where Canada certainly exceeded expectations and kind of helped prop USA up in that North America conversation at Worlds.
Yeah, there's debates to be had about that. I know we debated at length about, NA's claim to the Canadian players, but Canada on top of it, World, and looking at our notable matchups when we're talking about Canadian players, on top of the competition at World, Kylan Van Severn going up against fellow Canadian Jesse Romolo for our next match. And a lot of notable matchups here. I mean, when we're talking about players to watch, going on into this, another Canadian, Marcus Dion, going up against Jerry Woods, and then also just notable people like multi-regional championships, top players, like international championships. We got Marco Silva, we got James Beck, also at these undefeated records.
Yeah, some really interesting storylines that we're going to have to follow throughout the weekend, obviously. James Beck, former Toronto regional champion in his own name back in 2018. Marco coming over from EU to try to get a regional championship. Jody Eric Bartlett should be a fun match as well. Alex Underhill vying for his 4th regional championship this weekend if he were able to come away with the title in the end. So there's some pretty heavy hitters here in Toronto.
Oh yeah, everyone came out to play Toronto. Best regional, of course, everyone wanted to show up and participate, but this should be a lot of fun, especially too, going into this event. I believe we're sitting around 230 Canadians, but of course, we're very, very proud people. We want to make sure that we can, keep that title, considering Chubba stole it last year. Yeah. Deserved it, but stole it.
Deserved steal is a bit of a conundrum there, but yes, absolutely. Chuppa had that massive victory in the finals last season. Chuppa is also here playing today, so who knows? Maybe he can pull off a Wolf, where Wolf went back-to-back in Orlando the last 2 seasons. Maybe he wins Toronto 2 years in a row. A little different time of the year though. So you have a bit of a heavier jacket this time visiting Toronto than we did maybe last year for Halloween. We went from Halloween to the holiday regional this time around, but I understand that Canada wants to protect their homeland and have a Canadian player win, but if I'm putting odds on it, there's more American players I think playing today than Canadians. So
what put odds on it? There was more American players playing at the World Championships.
That's true.
And Canada still,
they crushed it. They, obviously NJ and Kylan and everybody was phenomenal in at the World Championships, and who knows? That is a different format. However, Sierra, we are in Regulation H here, so.
And a good opportunity now, because we're going to be up in Canada, so a good opportunity now for the Canadians to show what they're about. And of course, when you bring the number one Canadian out, I got to say here, defend my country as much as I can. But no, it should be a lot of fun, especially too when we're looking at someone like Kylan as someone that has been, competing at these larger stages when we're talking about World Championships, and also the top 16 at LAIC that happened too. So really being able to show up and prove where it counts when the Canadians do end up being able to travel somewhere else.
Yeah, and I think Kylan had the Zacian team in LA, right? So unless I'm crazy.
I think you're crazy.
I think I'm crazy. I don't remember. Somebody was very good with Zacian out of nowhere, out of left field.
Keegan Campbell at LA.
Keegan, excuse me. Started with a K. I apologize. I apologize to Kylan. But yeah, I mean, LA was a stacked regional too, if you think about just how many great players were there. So obviously you have all this experience. You have months and months of build-up, not just from the World Championships, like everyone's stopping right after Honolulu to start on Regulation H, but here it's now 4 months later into mid-December. Like, these players are as well-versed in this current format as they're going to be. So it's always nice to see like how the gameplay is from Baltimore in September to how we are here in December, and how much more refined that these team compositions and how much better decision-making the players make.
And I think that's a really interesting conversation to have going into this event, with it being the last event, because there's some trainers that get to travel and compete a lot more than others. I mean, when we're looking at just Vigarte and Collin Hire, there are people that do get to travel and compete a lot. For this one, Kylan has traveled and competed a lot, but then Jesse on the opposing end, I believe this might be his first, if not second, major of the season. So it's a very different experience level in terms of you're looking at people who've gotten all these reps in the format. Obviously, you're going to practice coming into an event, so it's like nobody's going to be not prepared, but if you're talking about the amount of reps that you have at these majors, that level is going to vary too.
And I mean, we gotta say, Jesse loves to cook, right? Jesse is the guy that showed up in the
hot dog
hot dog outfit. So I don't know if Jesse has any special outfits prepared for Toronto this weekend, but we will certainly never forget that. Oh, there it is! Jesse's cooking hot dog back on the stage.
What? Oh my gosh, there is so many jokes to be had.
I did not know.
I didn't know either. I actually thought we were about to be very sorely disappointed.
No, Jesse never disappoints when it comes to the hot dogs or it comes to the VGC action. Look at that heat on that team, Sierra.
Oh yeah, we've got the Sand, we got the Sneasler, we got Annihilate. When we're talking about cooking, I know you don't have to put much effort if you've ever cooked a hot dog. You just throw that into some boiling water, throw it in a bun, and you're done. The team, though, I think this one's been cooking just a little bit more.
Yeah, you have the loaded dice Dragonite that's really taken over the format here in Regulation H, but so many other things like you're talking about. The Sand combination, it's not just Tyranitar, it is also Excadrill abusing the Sand being set up with that Sand Rush ability, doubling its speed there. So Excadrill becomes one of the fastest Pokemon in the format, and then Indeedee Male is essentially helpful coverage for your Excadrill and your Sneasler as really fast Pokemon that your opponent can't use priority attacks while the Psychic Terrain is up. So it's going to be hard to break through those fast Pokemon if you can't hit them before they knock you out.
And when you have the Unburdened Psychic Sneasler, it's like, all right, do I want to go fast with the Excadrill? Do I want to go fast with the Sneasler? I mean, there is a lot of different ways you can go about that, especially, too, when you're looking at the Terraflying and the Acrobatics. That does more damage if you're not holding an item, and if you're roasting that item away, you're set.
Yeah, I actually really like this Sneasler set with the Acrobatics. Of course, Psychic Seed, as you mentioned, that's been a multi-generation thing in VGC where you use a Seed and Acrobatics, so you get double damage. But it's also for the Sneasler mirror match, right? This is Earth Power Heatran into Heatran. This is Power Up Punch Kangaskhan into Kangaskhan. You're using that Acrobatics into the other fighting type Sneasler on the unfortunately a hot dog.
You put on the costume,
does that mean that Jesse showed up? Does he mean Jesse showed up to want to be normal in Toronto and they got turned into the hot dog? Or Kylan, that's a statement. That is a statement for the ages. Not a fan of hot dogs facing a hot dog.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's like he's right behind me, isn't he? And
oh my goodness. I mean, this is your chance to enact revenge on the hot dogs out there. If you can take down Jesse Romolo, hot dog person right here, right now. I mean, okay, talking about Kylan and the team. Kylan obviously been able to go to majors, and when we're looking back at what he's been competing with, we have gotten to see that something like this Dondozo Tatsugiri is something that has been very familiar. There has been a couple of changes since we first got to see it in Baltimore, but the core that combo, the Dondozo Tatsugiri, is going to be unchanged. So that's going to be something too. He has the experience with this team. He has the reps in, and obviously something that has been providing, feeling confident enough to bring it here. And I do believe that this is the exact same 6 that he brought to LAIC. I'm not 100% sure of the exact changes, but it is a team that, I mean, well placed, international top Dan.
Yeah, I do like Kylan's team here because it's very difficult to prepare for in a team preview. It's not necessarily, it's not a composition that it's either Dondozo, Tatsugiri come or they don't. There are very much scenarios where you can include Dondozo at one point without Tatsugiri, or you bring neither, or you bring both. And it's so from the opponent's perspective, if I want to lead my Sand Core, I want to lead my Psychic Spam core, it's very difficult if you're predicting Dondozo to show up in the lead or in the back, and then it ends up not even being in the team comp, because you can sweep with Volcarona Annihilate just as well as you can with Dondozo.
100%. So I'm obviously going into an event, you have to make sure you have an answer into Dondozo. Heading into the match, no Dondozo on site. Instead, Volcarona and Dragonite going up against the Shiny Dragonite for Jesse and that Annihilate.
Dragonite v Dragonite, of course, it's going to be the talk of the town this weekend. One of the most popular Pokemon in the format. You have to really figure out what the speed tiers are here when you have Pokemon that are the same on each side. Not everybody trains it the same way. One player might opt for a little more bulk compared to another who opts for a little more offense, so it might be a little bit too scary on turn one to opt into figuring out the speed tie, so it might take us a little bit before we figure out which of these Dragonites is consistently faster.
I mean, for Kylan, if you are worried about that speed tie, you're worried about a potential of a scale shot, you do have that Terra Fairy Terastallization. I would never get that right. Whereas on Jesse's end, instead, it's going to be that Terra Flying. So definitely one of those little changes where you do have to notice that you are not going to be immune to a fairy later on. But you do have the damage output if you do want to go for that fairy type, flying type, and it will at least drop your weakness, your dragon type. Volcarona, that will be the Tailwind. I love that set on the Volcarona. So now you don't have to worry about any speed tiers for Kylan. You just go fast.
Yeah, now with that boosted speed, this scale shot is going to hit at least 4 or 5 times thanks to its loaded dice held item. That's the fourth thing. You need to get one critical hit there onto Annihilate, so that's going to help bring it down into the red. Hits all 5 times, does not get the KO, lowering Dragonite's defense, but it will also boost up the Rage Fist on Annihilate's end if he ever wants to go for that. But no, instead, it's just the final gambit, a pitiful amount of HP, knocking yourself out just to do a little bit to the opposing Dragonite, and now Jesse is going to match the Tailwinds.
That was the saddest final gambit I think I've ever gotten to see, considering it's based off of HP and it had already taken so much damage. Setting up the speed so the other things are equal is at least nice. Of course, since Kylan did go for that scale shot, that is going to be a Dragonite with a +1 speed in addition to the Tailwind for Kylan's end. So something to be mindful of going on further into this match, especially now as Sneasler hits the field.
Yeah, and then another thing to keep track of in this set is that Kylan has access to extreme speed on this potential Terra Fairy Dragonite on the other, where Jesse has opted for Terra Blast in that as a Terra Flying type here. So you want to do more damage into a potential bug type in Volcarona on the other end, but at a certain point, if the speed tiers are still a problem, Kylan can win that at low HP because of extreme speed.
Volcarona too, since this is a set that has a lot of utility, you do have the Will-O-Wisp, but getting rid of something like the Volcarona so it's not suppressing the damage from later on is definitely nice. Protect from Sneasler, but the scale shot targeting into the Dragonite instead. Of course, this isn't going to be super effective since you did drop that Dragon type weakness, but the damage is stacking up. Not enough to be taking down a KO, especially since only going to hit 4 times, but the Dragonite for Kylan, that is now way more speed. -2s, you know, depends. We'll see how that works. Heat Wave, that is going to be the connect. Since you do, oh my goodness, it's going to hold on and get the burn though. So the Dragonite, that's such a clutch survival, but that's not going to be the damage that you want heading into this turn. Terra Blast flying into the Volcarona at full health, and it's not going to be enough to pick up the KO because of that burn.
The hot dog's in the water for too long and gets burned at 2 HP, going to be KO'd at the end of this turn. That would have been crucial to survive. Also important, that Dragonite on Kylan's end only hit scale shot 4 times in that scenario, because the 5th would have obviously put it in range for a Heat Wave KO. So at least Jesse does get some solid damage onto the Volcarona on the other end. However, he's down to his final 2 Pokemon and already has used up the Terastallization, where Kylan hasn't even revealed the Pokemon in the back yet and still has defensive capabilities. This could be a situation where Kylan can decide, well, Dragonite's kind of done its job. It's -2 speed against the Sneasler or -2 defense, excuse me, but it's super fast. It's in Tailwind and 2 speed boosts. So right now, let Dragonite do what it can, get some damage on the field, and then let those Pokemon in the back clean up the rest of Jesse's team.
At least when I'm looking at this Sneasler and this Indeedee, this is a power combo that can be dealing that damage, and Dragonite is going to protect on this turn. Dire Claw into that slot, so no damage done. I have to see the follow-up coming on out. That's going to be the Struggle Bug from Volcarona. Of course, that's not going to be necessarily the most damage onto the Sneasler. Indeedee takes a little bit more, but notably, that's going to be the special attack being lowered. And when you're looking at Indeedee that really needs to be doing damage, that's going to be lowered and lowered throughout the match. Of course, this is an offensively built Indeedee set, and this has been a Volcarona. It's taking a lot of damage, but that's actually not going to be enough either.
Struggle Bug MVP there, keeping Volcarona through the turn, just barely hanging on in the red. So the burn was crucial, so so Terra Blast did less damage, and then the special attack drop on male Indeedee, which is used more offensively, especially with how it is trained with this choice specs. That's so huge for Kylan. Jesse's in a spot that he cannot reset his Indeedee male's special attack stats, so it's only going to get lower and lower.
The Dire Claw into the Dragonite, though, will at least get rid of one of the threats. But we did get to see last time what was going first. And Volcarona, that is the Will-O-Wisp into the Sneasler. This Volcarona, I think, easy MVP claim for this match so far. Now Sneasler is burnt. The Indeedee has lowered one special attack. And sure, at just a sliver of health, it is going to pick up the Volcarona on this turn. But I think that this lead has done a lot of work. You've taken 2 KOs. You've suppressed these last 2 remaining Pokemon. Minus critical hits, or maybe just the worst back 2 Pokemon ever. This is going to be a little tough to be breaking through.
Yeah, and now the tailwinds do go out. So think about how much action we've had. It's only been 4 turns. We've already had a whole bunch of knockouts in this game in just those short amount of turns. And with the Unburden boost because of Psychic Seed activating, Sneasler was able to outspeed Dragonite since they were both +2 at that point. But now, Kylan, you don't have to play any mind games. Just bring Tatsugiri and Dondozo in at the same time. No damage. You get that boost to all of your stats by 2 stages thanks to Tatsugiri's Commander ability. And Kylan's strategy is pretty simple for the rest of the game. You have the Indeedee on the other side. You have Sneasler who has been burned. You just try to go for just solid damage with your boosted Dondozo. It's really up to Jesse. Maybe try to get some sleep activations from Dire Claw or something to get back into this one.
Yeah, the Dire Claw's never gonna be there when you need it, and yeah, no status means no chance for that Indeedee. And yeah, Wave Grass, that's a little recoil, but Sneasler, unless this is about to be the luckiest run of the Sneasler's life, we're not even going to try it out. That's going to be Jesse to forfeit the first match, and Kylan with the back of the Dondozo Tatsugiri to take the first battle in this set.
Yeah, really great back and forth by these 2 Canadian trainers in game 1, and Kylan coming out on top. Some moments that really felt, like the Volcarona was just so well trained to be able to endure that attack. The Psychic Terrain, the Psychic Terrain boosted Expanding Force from Indeedee male, as well as the burned Terra Blast. So I think some things we're fortunate, right, to land the Heat Wave and then land the burn onto the physical attacking Dragonite there. So some strategies that Kylan's not necessarily going to be able to rely on again. Jesse started out the match pretty happy, but then his Annihilate responding with a 42 HP final gambit into the Dragonite just wasn't enough. Usually you see Choice Scarf on a final gambit Pokemon to make sure that it goes first, but because of the safety goggles on this team, because there is a Tyranitar there, you don't want to take any tick damage. It was no longer faster, took way too much damage to make it better, or to make it useful final gambit. So I think if there's a world that Jesse's making adjustments in game 2, excuse me, don't necessarily just put yourself down 4-3 right away on turn 1. Maybe try to save that Annihilate for later.
I mean, when you have like this threat of your Dragonite on the field for Jesse's, it's so easy to think that, hey, maybe this is going to be a target into that. But of course, Kylan, you want to make sure that, especially with how much mileage this Dragonite of his put in, you want to make sure that you're not going to put yourself on the wrong side of a final gambit. But now, big switch up from Kylan in this game too. Actually, from both players, we're going to see straight up sand from Jesse, whereas for Kylan's end, that's going to be Annihilate and Archaludon.
Yeah, Jesse felt like that Dragonite mirror lead just wasn't valuable enough on his end, especially because they can match the tailwind. So now they both switch. Smart play by Kylan to adjust your lead, understanding that your opponent was going to make a change. Tyranitar would have been pretty solid into the Volcarona, so now you have the Archaludon that's going to resist those rock hits, and Archaludon can really get set up. Annihilate on Kylan's end as well. Also safety goggles, but has Rage Fist and close combat, which is important into Tyranitar, who is 4 times super effective. And any damage Extra Drill does into into Annihilate over time is just going to make that rage fit stronger throughout the duration of the match.
I mean, when you have an extra drill that really wants to click an Earthquake right now, it's not a surprise to see Terrestrialization coming out for this Tyranitar. That's going to be Terra Flying. Drop the weaknesses as well, be immune into the booth coming out from your partner Pokemon. So this makes a lot of sense. Plus, you get to have that flying type for your own Terra Blast. As with that Sand Rush, Excadrill first to act. This Sand team, we don't see it the most, but that's going to be a good chunk of damage for both of these starting off Pokemon. But close combat into the Excadrill instead, bringing it all the way down to its Focus Sash. So it can't be sticking around if that's only the one and done hit. I'll have to see where this follow-up is intended and how it's going to be. The Flash Cannon, that's going to make sure this Excadrill only sticks around for the one turn.
Yeah, big damage from Kylan there to double target the Excadrill. Could have been a tough call if Excadrill protected, because then you get no damage and a Terra Blast super effective into Annihilate on this end. And the double up from Earthquake plus Terra Blast is enough to take out Annihilate. Now this Tyranitar is relatively solid if Volcarona is in the back, as you have access to rock attacks and flying attacks and a low HP Archaludon on the other end that might not necessarily be long for the game. But Dondozo is going to come into here at this point. You haven't revealed that fourth Pokemon. Jesse has to be anticipating that Tatsugiri is that fourth Pokemon, and until proven otherwise, that's how you have to play this game.
Especially too, if you want to try and, well, just take care of this Archaludon, and there is the swap. That is going to be a wasted turn. It's literally been the thing of Scarlet and Violet since this pair has come out. And you also have to make sure that you're not going to be taking too much damage onto a key piece like your Dragonite. And going for something like the Indeedee here, this Indeedee can threaten a lot of damage in the upcoming turn. So definitely do not mind that. That's going to be, of course, the swap in and the Psychic Surge.
Yeah, now the Psychic Terrain on the field. If indeed he gets to stick around through this Draco Meteor, it'll do more damage, but that's the question. And yes, it barely hangs on with 9 HP. Gonna lower the special attack of Archaludon, but the follow-up from Kylan and just double targeting into that slot, ignoring Tyranitar, has been so crucial for him in this game. Understanding that Tyranitar is really not the big threat. You get the KO onto Archaludon, which is fine, but you still have a full HP Dondozo, and with potentially Tatsugiri in the back here, you can just start to set up the commander for free.
Yeah, if it is the Tatsugiri, we'll get confirmation on that about, 10 seconds here. But both trainers down to 2 Pokemon. So this will be really interesting to see how this one likes to be playing out here. And with Kylan, the swap in confirmation, it is the Tatsugiri. So cue the elevator music as we wait for the next 10 seconds to see all those boosts go up.
So it is important to note that Jesse's Dragonite has Haze, and many teams, they use Haze as a last-second Dondozo counter, and here we find ourselves in that scenario that Dondozo has boosted itself up with the help of Tatsugiri, and not only do you get rid of your bad defense drops from Scale Shot from Dragonite holding Haze if he had that, but in this scenario, you can click Haze and reset all of the boosts on the field if he makes it through the turn.
Tyranitar, it was a close call, but is going to make it through that turn. And now Dragonite, that is the Haze. Not all Dragonites run this, but such a lovely tech in a situation like this is going to be so nice. Knock off, making sure as well, we're going to get all that damage that we can. Cover Cloak is gone. So now it's just going to be a little bit of Sandstorm chip, but this Dondozo, significantly less terrifying now that, well, it just has normal stats. It's just a regular old guy.
Right, it's just a regular Dondozo on the field with no boost, incredibly slow, no extra bulk to its defenses or additional damage on the Wave Crash. It does have Order Up, technically as a dragon attack into this Dragonite, but the question is the follow-up damage from Tatsugiri once Dondozo is knocked out. You're going to need, if you are Kylan, you're going to need the Tatsugiri, who does obviously have access to Dragon Pulse, which would be super effective to take care of Jesse's Dragonite.
What's nice about this turn is being able to go for something like the Scale Shot and kind of play the speed game from there. And the Dondozo, such low health, so getting there. But we do get to see Terrestrialization collect in the moments of this match, and that's Dondozo into this Steel type to try and make sure that, hey, this damage isn't going to be what you need.
Right, if you go for the Terra Blast thinking that it's not going to be, or you're trying to save your defense drop, well then you would resist the flying attack. But Scale Shot is going to hit 4 or 5 times. This is the 3rd time. Looks like maybe even if all 5 hit, it's still not going to be enough, barring a critical hit. No, Dondozo hangs on.
and that's going to be a Dondozo that, I mean, Terastallizing at such low health doesn't feel great sometimes, but that's going to be just enough to get the Dondozo through this turn. We're talking super effective order up into the Dragonite. So now we'll be able to finish it up next turn, but good chunk of damage there.
Yeah, now the Dragonite is down under half HP. Kylan knows that even if Dondozo goes down, a simple Dragon Pulse from Tatsugiri would be enough. However, you do have the speed boosts that are starting to pile up on Dragonite's end, especially if he clicks Scale Shot for a second turn in a row. And this is a Focus Sash Tatsugiri, not a Choice Scarf version of Tatsugiri. So once it comes out, if the sand is still active on the field, that could chip and break the Focus Sash. So Kylan wants to protect, get rid of the sand here as it does subside. So that way it's going to force Jesse to have multiple hits into the Tatsugiri instead.
Is taking care of it at this turn. That's Dondozo down. You had such little health that you had to do at this point. And now it's just going to be one apiece for these two trainers. Not Dondozo, the other thing, the Tatsugiri.
The commander.
The commander of the Dondozo out on the field. Now you have to be going for the Scale Shot in this situation. You need to be getting that damage out. Notably, it doesn't have the Focus Sash because it was chipped before, but now it's the little Tatsugiri that could. It is a Dragonite, and it's, well, which is faster.
Right, Dragonite does have the speed boost from the one Scale Shot. That defense drop didn't matter, obviously, since Tatsugiri is a special attacker, so he's going to protect and see what move Dragonite wants to go for here. Looks like will be the Scale Shot. So really, it does come down to if Jesse's Dragonite at +1 speed is going to be faster than the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, and we've seen some Tatsugiris in the past. They like to go for something like a Choice Scarf, but this one with the Focus Sash that is not helping you out up against the Dragonite is going to fall. And that's Jesse evening the score in the set and taking us into a game 3.
Nice game by Jesse, where it did look pretty tough on turn 1, losing Excadrill after just getting a little bit of damage, but Excadrill did its job. It was able to have that combination damage, the double target into Annihilate, and they essentially traded 1-for-1. And at a certain point, it did look a little tough for the Tyranitar as a Terra Hog, using Terra Flying in that spot where maybe another Pokemon might have appreciated it more. And I think that's something that Kylan can potentially try to take advantage of on this on Jesse's team composition. It pretty much obviously every Pokemon has access to Terastallization, but it really is a Terra Hog situation between Dragonite and Tyranitar, who both Terra into a flying type. So that could be something you can try to maybe take advantage of with your Electro Shot Power Herb Archaludon, since they'd both be flying types. That would be super effective.
I mean, when you're looking at the threats on the other side, knowing that there is that Terastallization option, it is something that you need to be just flat out getting rid of. And when we're looking at something like the Tyranitar, does have that Assault Vest as well, but it's really just more so what's out on the field when you have that Excadrill, because that's where the flying Terastallization is coming into play too. The Excadrill did a lot of damage in that game, number 2 there on that very first turn, be kind of setting the pace, but then it did get KO'd shortly after. So I'm curious if you think that damage is necessary, or if there's another piece of the puzzle here to accomplish kind of the same thing, but maybe keep a Pokemon and not have it be so close at the end.
Right, I think that's something that if Jesse can find a way to preserve his Terastallization for later instead of just blowing it on turn 1 like he has in the previous 2 games, that might help. This is one way to do that, right? Tyranitar does not have to turn into a flying type for Excadrill or Earthquake freely. Dragonite is already a flying type on the field, so you have access to it. And I was going to say, for Kylan to lead Dondozo in the first 2 games, he hasn't gotten a lot of value out of the Dozo trickery, right? Will I swap? Will I swap Tatsugiri? Will I protect? And because it's been these final 2 Pokemon, now you have 4 Pokemon available for Kylan to try to trick Jesse.
Sure, you don't need to Terastallize here because of this Earthquake, because you're already a flying type, but you are staring down 2 Pokemon, both with access to, well, Dragon type moves that you definitely wouldn't appreciate. So we can still see the point of just clicking it here and kind of cover for whether Kylan wants to go for something like this Draco Meteor, or whether there is the swap into the Tatsugiri. I believe I saw it Haze, so you can right away get rid of that boost. Archaludon swaps out. The question, is it Tatsugiri? Yes! So So we're going to see a lot of boosts, but I don't know if Dondozo is going to be keeping those for too long.
Well, the good thing about spread attacks like Earthquake is that you don't care about Tatsugiri switching in, right? But then also Kylan understanding that the Archaeodon took so much damage on turn 1 from Extra in the prior game that's just not worth it to take that hit and swap it out, save Archaeodon for later, maybe for after Jesse is already committed to a Terra flying situation, just like you mentioned here with the Dragonite. So you want to preserve that Power Herb and an Electro Shot for later on this Dragonite.
Yeah, and that's going to be now Terrestrialization spent, but probably for good use as order up into the Dragonite. Looking at how much that did without being super effective, that's going to be great. Earthquake is just going to be a little chip into the Dondozo because it does still have some boost. It's actually Dragonite with the Tailwind instead, but this is still going to be speed advantage, and you can still go for that Haze on the next turn, and now you have the speed on your side as well.
Yeah, that's a great point that now you will essentially negate the defense boosts on the other side before Dondozo is able to attack again. The critical hit doesn't even care about, you don't even need the hit if Jesse's just gonna crit the whole time.
Hot dog, that's a lot of damage, and Dondozo, that was still with its defense boost. Now those are eliminated. Wave Crash into the Dragonite is still gonna be good. Pick up that KO, but Dragonite, think it's done its job.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you can bring another attacker out on Jesse's end potentially. We see that there's no need for the Tyranitar. I think Jesse understands Tyranitar not that great if Volcarona is not going to be brought into these matches, and you don't need the extra speed if Tailwind can be provided by Dragonite. So now Indeedee with its Psychic Terrain and Choice Specs into a low HP Dondozo. At this point, you can allow Extra Drill to break that or to knock out Dondozo and then let that damage go into Tatsugiri. Because Tatsugiri is currently in Dondozo's mouth, it doesn't even get to like attack this turn. You have to wait till next turn essentially. So this is essentially just free damage for Jesse on this turn unless Kylan protects.
That is going to be the protect, so that is going to be something, but I think it's one of those, okay, we'll just get to see it at a later time. And I think where that was really crucial, the amount of damage that came out from that high horsepower with the critical hit, because that's something that's really important for these players, is to be able to stagger the turn so you can just get a free hit at the Tatsugiri, because there's a lot of games that could be lost where the Tatsugiri on the following turn gets to just deal a lot of damage. And of course, this one will have its Focus Sash intact, so it'd be even more difficult to kind of get rid of. Now, Protect is gone. Tatsugiri can avoid this go about, but the Dondozo not quite as lucky, and the follow-up will at least get rid of that Focus Sash for the Tatsugiri as it is forced out onto the field.
Yeah, that's going to be bringing it down to its Focus Sash, and importantly on this Extra Drill, he's been way healthier this time around than game 1, or game 2, excuse me, right? Got knocked out right away on turn 1, but Jesse has just been able to keep that Focus Sash, keep the Extra Drill on the field. It's going to take multiple attacks to knock out the Extra Drill, and even if the Tailwind did expire, you still are able to stop extreme speed because of Indeedee Male being on the field, and you still have that Focus Sash to make sure the Extra Drill can probably still get an attack on this turn if it isn't double targeted. If you want to spread that damage around, Extra Drill does get to attack here.
Yeah, this Extra Drill, notably since we aren't seeing the Tyranitar, it doesn't have the Sand Rush, but having that Focus Sash as just a get out of jail free card, definitely nice on this turn. And the Tatsugiri, now that it only does have that 1 HP left, is something that's just a sliver of health, though it'll make it past this turn with the Protect. Now we'll get to see Indeedee expanding force. This is the Choice Specs, this is the Psychic Terrain, and Dragonite on the opposing end with the loaded dice. First hit, not gonna do too much. Second hit, does a lot, but actually not enough for that KO, and Scale Shot's doing a lot in return.
Yeah, that is going to be enough for the KO into Indeedee Male, but that is a great play by Jesse to double target the Dragonite. One, you're not really threatened by Tatsugiri as much as you are the Dragonite on the other end, and if it protects, you're in a bad spot. But by going for the Iron Head, you save against the potential Terra Fairy if Dragonite wanted to go for that slot. So it was just a really great play by Jesse to be in a commanding position right now. He does get to bring Annihilate onto the field. There's Tatsugiri with 1 HP, Dragonite's very low, and it's just a Archaeodon in the back, which you have Close Combat or Earthquake into, which means Kylan's probably preserving that Terrestrialization for the Archaeodon to turn into a Grass type.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure that the Terrestrialization isn't wasted on a Pokemon that's just going to faint anyways on this turn, but even with the number advantage for Kylan, it's all going to be, I believe, how this turn plays out, because hey, made it through the last one. If there had been that attack into the Tatsugiri, things could have gotten really dangerous. And I think that's what you have to kind of pay for this turn. As seconds ticking away. Game 3, it is getting intense. Dragonite, the one to protect on this turn. Tatsugiri, it went for the protect last time and not going to go for the double. Rage Fist will get that final little bit of HP.
Yeah, Collin swapping protects on these turns, saving Tatsugiri, now saving Dragonite, and Jesse deciding to split those attacks up in this spot to try to cover in case he went for the protect.
And that's going to be now final Pokemon, this Archaludon we already got to see join the field. And Archaludon, I mean, when we talk about a Pokemon that can all through teams, this Archaludon can do damage. Dragonite does have the speed boost, but it's also taking a lot of damage, and still, with that Psychic Train, it can't necessarily go for a last hit before potentially getting KO'd here. So definitely a little bit of a funky situation. This Archaludon, I mean, if it gets this opportunity to start getting some boost under it, it could get a little bit weird, but I think that might have the damage output, but I don't know. We'll have to see how much is being done after that terrestrialization.
The other crucial thing for Kylan here is this is a sturdy Archaludon, not a stamina Archaludon. So that could have been a point with two physical attackers on the other side if they just keep punching into a physical wall that gets stronger and stronger with more stamina boost. Might have made this Archaludon better, but he's not going to get defense boost. You can get a special attack boost from your Electro Shot connecting with that Power Herb, but you can't obviously hit Extra Drill with an electric attack. So if you want a special attack boost to do more damage, you're going to have to target Annihilate, which thus makes the Rage Fist stronger.
And Scale Shot, you did get the one critical hit, but you're also only getting 4 hits onto that Extra Drill. Now you have -2 speed on your side. Rage Fist into this Archaludon. It did go for the turret grass. It's definitely a sturdy little boy, basically no damage, and it's really gonna have to hold up to now this 1v2 fight that it has up ahead of it. Draco Meteor, when you're looking at trying to even the score, that's gonna be away. Extra Drill gets taken down. Now we get the 1v1, but that is going to be the special attack harshly lowered.
Critical hit into a resisted Pokemon. However, Extra Drill not known for its tankiness if you're gonna run it as a sand attacker. It's probably not invested too much into the defenses, so not sure if the critical hit matters, but this is a full health Annihilate. Now Archaludon has to use the Electro Shot just to try to bring its special attack back to -1 since it's been dropped 2 times. Close combat no longer super effective, but it looks like it can potentially be a 2-hit KO.
Yeah, it'll be able to get that done next time around. The special defense will fall on this one, and Electro Shot, thanks to that Power Herb, since this isn't a rain team, it does have to have that item to instead have this boosted up. You get that special attack raise, so you're at an astounding -1 now. Fully
but
powered
the defense
up.
shot from close combat essentially neutralizes it, right?
I think if we got a critical hit, I think we're in a world of danger.
You gotta go for Draco at this point. If you have to hope you can endure the close combat to begin with, which is a really strong base power attack, but if you do, you gotta go for Draco for the win.
It's not gonna hold on. Archaludon, it has fought its last fight there in close combat. I mean, that's gonna be Jesse Romolo to win this round as well. So you thought Kylan hated hot dogs before. Wow.
Yeah, watch Jesse relish in the celebration here, relish in victory against his fellow Canadian friend there. What a crazy set. I think that game 1 was so much in Kylan's favor that I really did anticipate that he could come away with the victory here, but great job by Jesse to make the adjustment into the Extra Drill version of this team, which did way better than his game 1 options did.
Yeah, losing the game 1, he did a great job to catch up and take down the set. Okay, I have nothing else to add to that. I just had to get that in.
Yeah, I'm glad we got there. I'm glad we got there. It's so crazy that we just, oh, cool, 2 Canadians, and then Jesse just shows out for the crowd. He's a fan favorite, of course, with the costumes. Also had the chef outfit the one time, right? Wasn't he cooking? Didn't he wear
it was the nightgown.
Oh, he was sleepy. That's what it was. Yeah. He was too tired to play VGC, and So I wonder what outfits Jesse's gonna come up with for his next appearance on stream.
We'll have to see. I mean, getting a 3-0 start, definitely a great start today. Make day 2. I'll have to see if it's the hot dog run back or if we get a special day 2 outfit. But talking back of this set, I mean, when we're talking again, great set. Kylan with this team, really, I mean, Dondozo Tatsugiri, I know that there's a lot of people that have very different opinions about it, but there's a reason that this core has stuck around for so long, and it's a really good way to kind of just you all of a sudden get rid of whatever's going to KO. You get rid of the options, and you can just wall an end game. And those did get pretty close. I mean, when you're looking at this Haze tech that this Dragon Knight does have, this would have been a very different game without. So again, the evolution of Dragon Knight within this regulation to really have those counters was just really, really well done.
Yeah, I think it's such a cool adjustment. We've talked about the evolution of Dragon Knight throughout this format, but the proactive and also reactive application of Haze, where you can either use it to get rid of your defense drop, or you can use it to get rid of Dondozo's 10 boosts that it gets to all of its stats. So it's a multi-purpose use, and a lot of times you don't see that on a Pokemon often that wants to boost its own stats with like Calm Mind or something. You don't also see Haze on the same set because you're kind of working in two different areas. But the Scale Shot is able to hit some of those frail Pokemon, especially like Tatsugiri with its focus stats, right? If that was just a Dragon Pulse or an Extreme Speed or something, well, Tatsugiri, it hangs on with its focus stats. So having the ability to have multiple attacks into these frail focus stats Pokemon is what makes the Scale Shot Dragon Knight so strong.
When you hit the moves, which we did see a couple of, 4 hits, but it ended up being something that in the end didn't necessarily matter. But no, super, super well done. So I'm excited to see too, especially with Sand being a team that, I mean, it's won a regional. We know that Excadrill can get it done, but it still hasn't been as widely adopted by people. And I'm curious then to see how many people can kind of show up with it at this event and do well, considering that, yeah, this Sand Rush and like the amount of pressure it can have with these Earthquakes, I think like that's some solid damage. And even without that Sand Rush, it was still able to hold its own really well.
Right, I think that's the thing that's so impressive or interesting, intrigues me about Excadrill is that as there's so many steel types in this format, having a strong ground attacker that can have double speed is really important.
Yeah, as for now, we have Gabby standing by with the winner of the last match for our interview.
Yes, thank you, Sierra. I'm here with the winner of the last match, Jesse, our resident hot dog man. How's it going?
I'm doing great. It's going great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. So it's been a while since we've seen you. I know last time you were on stream, you were a little bit sleepy. It seems like you've woken up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, nothing a few energy drinks can't solve with the whole nightgown thing. I decided, you know what? Had some pretty bad luck with that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it's not broke.
I mean, you're running a really interesting team here this weekend, having that Tyranitar and Excadrill combination alongside of the Psychic Indeedee with the Sneasler. Tell me about how you arrived at this team.
So it's sort of a bunch of different projects I've taken inspiration from. Nils Dunlop won over in Europe. I forget which one, but he won over in Europe with those 4 plus a different last 2. My friend James Evans as well, he was kind of conceptualizing this take on it with the Specs Indeedee and the Annihilate that's able to Final Gambit and stuff like that. So I kind of took parts that I liked from both modes of the team, and I kind of put my own spin on it. I think it's a really good call for the meta because the team that won Sacramento, I'm friends with both Carson and with Marcus, and they both said with that team they did not want to face Sand. So I figured if someone's just gonna, grab that team and run with it, at least I'll have a good matchup.
For sure, and I am a little bit curious about that particular game. I mean, walk me through team preview for game 1. It felt like Kylan just had such a amazing position at that end game. Was there anything you were worried about going into that matchup? It seems like you were expecting Dondozo in the lead.
Yeah, I'm pretty good friends with Kylan. He's also a local here. I've known him for several years, so I knew what he was running, and I knew that it wasn't going to be my best matchup because I am inner-focused D-Knight over multi-scale, which means that if I get a call wrong, like in Game 3, if he wave crash, my D-Knight goes down, I don't get a haze. It's unfortunately coming down to a call. Game 1, I was trying to, not make it a call, but then I realized, Sand is good into the other modes. He's more than likely not going to lead Dozo. He did Game 3. We kind of mixed up our leads. We get into each other's head a lot. We play a lot. We know how each other play, so we kind of, we're in each other's heads a good amount. But yeah, going into that matchup, I knew I had to play D-Knight very well. I needed to get off the haze or I lose, basically.
Yeah, and that's definitely what felt like decided games 2 and 3. Now, looking forward, we are returning to Regulation G. You mentioned that you were at Worlds, didn't quite go the way you wanted. Have you put any thought into it at all moving forwards?
I will not be playing Regulation G moving forward. I'm not a personal fan. I still think it's fun, but it's just not the format for me. So, I'm taking a bit of a break this season. I came to Toronto. It's my hometown regional, and I'm still having a lot of fun with the game, but I'm probably going to skip out on Regulation G.
You know, I think it's great to take a break every once in a while. Maybe you can finally get that sleep in that you were looking for back in Indy. Do you have any New Year's resolutions, though, for VGC at all? Do you think you'll return maybe whenever we end up in what's after GHI?
Let's go with I. But yeah, no, it's just a temporary break. You know, I don't want to burn myself out on top of some issues with the format, but I'm definitely going to come back. I love this game. I love the community. I've met so many great people, and it's just a core part of my life now. But New Year's resolutions, just get better, you know.
Fair enough. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, all the Canadians here, love you guys. My girlfriend watching at home, Momo Nation, all of you guys, love you so much.
All right, Jesse, congratulations on your win. Thank you so much for your time, and we will be back after a short break.
Welcome in, trainers and Pokemon fans. Ethan Heggie here with Gabby Snyder, and we are going to be putting on something special for you all today, a Pokemon TCG Pocket Showmatch, where myself and Gabby will be battling it out to see who is the very best.
So I will admit I'm not the greatest player in the world, but I'm hoping I'll be a little bit lucky today. So Ethan, if you're ready to jump into it, good luck, have fun, and let's get going.
Best of luck. Let's get into this match. I will be playing the Mewtwo Gardevoir deck. I know. I've always been faithful to the meta. I'm playing a very standard deck. Gabby, what are you playing today?
I'm playing Articuno because I like flipping heads. And if it works out, great. I got it to go first, so that's already one. We'll see how this ends up, though. I haven't been too lucky today, I'm not going to lie.
Look, there's always a time for everything as it goes. You know, I've lost the game on turn one a couple of times for sure. And here we go. I mean, you've got the Articuno in the active spot. I'm going to cross my fingers that a certain supporter is not going to be played this turn.
Well, I have bad news for that.
Please.
And I might have good news or bad news. We'll see. Oh! Yeah. Well, that's my first turn. We'll see how it goes from here.
All right, one of two down. You know, I will take it. I will absolutely take it. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, I mean, pretty standard stuff. You know, drawing cards, always good in Pokemon. And
yeah.
Okay, I like to see that. You know, slowly but surely, I want to get that Gardevoir online. So, you know, if you attach manually every turn, I'll be okay. But if you flip heads on another one of those Misties, we'll see what happens.
I don't have one yet, unfortunately. I mean, that's kind of the downside for Articuno EX, right? It's all risk, no reward sometimes.
All right, let's see what we've got here. Okay. Got my my little supportive friend here. You know, he'll come. I don't know if I want him to join the party. You know, I kind of got everything I want here. You know, it's a little bit of a boast. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this down. You don't have a Misty because I know you would have played it at this point.
I would have. That's correct.
So I'm just gonna attack here and let you do your thing. I'll let you have those cards in your hand and see what you got here.
Misty? Well, all right. This will at least help a little bit, so the game won't be over in one knockout. So we got that going for us. Unfortunately, there's really not much else I can do in this situation. I'm just going to go ahead and attack and hope for the best, because that's all I can do.
I've got some unfortunate news here for you,
I was going to say, you have a Gardevoir in your hand, don't you?
I most certainly do. I am just that guy. I've got the Gardevoir, and this is essentially every Mewtwo player's dream. Just attack over and over again with Side Drive, and, you know, even if you flip all those heads, I think I'm in an okay spot. You know, I'm gonna add a little bit of Salt to Wound here.
All right.
Put that hand away. I'm not.
You're doing me a favor.
Am I?
Yes, you are.
You know what? I wasn't putting Salt in the Wound. I was putting a Band-Aid and some healing on it. You know, I was maybe sliding you a potion another way.
I mean, I actually did have 2 potions before that, but now I have the opportunity to maybe top deck a Misty. So we got that going. Hopefully. Nah, well, all right. I can at least throw a little bit of disruption on the board.
Okay.
And at least force you to switch something around so that you have to, you know, maybe spend a turn using the energy for that instead of attacking. So we'll do that. We'll do, I guess, just one of these because I can, and that's all I got.
That's something for sure.
It is. I mean, I love Articuno because it is a very fun deck to play. But it's not consistent, and if there's one thing I can say about the Mewtwo EX deck is that it's very consistent, it seems.
Yeah, sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I mean, that's just the nature of, you know, playing with 20 card decks and getting lucky. Okay, we got something here.
We got something here. I get a chance to redeem myself.
All right,
with
this is all that matters. Let's see some flips here.
Oh, come on. Yeah, okay, I got one. I got one.
It just barely to it, like stayed on the side and then flipped over.
It's okay. I can at least get one attack in. I know you're just going to go crazy next turn, and that's okay, because I got to use Blizzard once, so we take those.
Absolutely. I will end things in style, as per usual. You know, I got to love this deck. I got to love being aggressive. But you also got to love flipping coins. You know, you got to live and faint by flipping heads and tails on the coins.
It could have been a turn 1 win, and that's what I tell myself every time I lose. It's, well, it could have been a turn 1 win.
You are one Misty away from 15 XP, if you think about it.
Exactly. Is that how much XP you actually get for winning?
For winning a match?
All right. I'm learning here.
No XP here for a private match, of course, but
GG's.
GG's, absolutely. That was a fun way to, you know, play some Pokemon TCG. Of course, not the full game of the TCG, but, I mean, as somebody who, you know, is involved in Pokemon, just as a franchise and as a whole, have you liked, you know, having the access to play Pokemon Pocket just to get some quick TCG games in?
Oh, for sure. I've actually been using Pocket when I take my little 5-minute breaks during work to make things a little bit more interesting, especially with the laddering events going on. I mean, getting to 5 wins in a row with Articuno was tough, but we did get there.
Okay.
We did get there, so definitely recommend picking it up if you're looking for a little bit of Pokemon action to interject in your day. I'm assuming you feel the same.
Yeah, it's great. Anything that, you know, gets people out and playing the Pokemon TCG, you know, you can have random matches playing at home or things like we have right here where, you know, you're playing with friends, running some friendlies as we like to call it, and, you know, seeing who's a little bit more lucky. You know, I did get the best of it today, but that's what's fun about Pokemon is the cards are always changing, the decks are changing, and no games are ever quite the same.
For sure. So if you want to download Pocket yourself, make sure to check out the App Store for your device. Download the application today and start opening packs. Who knows? You could be our next Pocket champion. But until then, thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action here soon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2025 Toronto Video Game Regional Championships. I'm still Gabby Snyder, but this time I'm here with Sierra Dawn and Jake Bowman. I almost called you your online handle again, and that's the 3rd time I've done that this weekend. I'm so sorry. You weren't there for the other 2 times, but I assure you it did happen.
I'm learning so much.
Yeah, there's a lot about that, honestly. You didn't have to tell him. I could. Jake Muller.
Yeah, there I am.
There you are. Welcome into this festive lounge, and how have y'all doing this morning? I haven't got to talk to you yet. on camera?
Great. No,
Yeah.
we had a really fun round 2 match with Collin and Joe, and then the last match that Sierra and Joe just did was also really fun. So, been good start to our Toronto Regional Championships.
Yeah, me and Slitherwing both enjoying our first regional of the season, so it couldn't be any better.
I love how festive Slitherwing is. I wish that they made the Pokemon Center sweaters in Slitherwing sizes.
Oh my goodness.
I'll put that on my wish list for next year.
I would never take it off. Every single regional. I am so sorry, production, but oh my goodness.
All right, well, let's take a look back at our players to watch from this event. As we're a few rounds in, we've already seen Joe Ugarte opening up the stream. Of course, Marco Silva and Marcus Dion on the field as well. And it seems like, honestly, things are going pretty well for these trainers so far.
Yeah, great starts for all of them. Of course, people that we expect to be doing well, especially in these early rounds of day 1. But once we get to the later stages of the tournament, we've already seen Joe play a fantastic player in Collin. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some of these 3 players face off against each other once the field starts getting narrower too.
Yeah, so I actually just got an update. All 3 of these trainers are currently undefeated in the tournament, which is really exciting. There is one trainer, though, who isn't on this graphic, but is still a player that y'all have to watch out for on the field. Of course, that is Chup Across the Fourth. I had the opportunity to interview him yesterday, and he was really excited to be here defending his title. Unfortunately, is currently 2-1 in the competition, but with incredible achievements like he has, I'm pretty sure he'll find a way through.
Yeah, he gets his own page because, you know, that good. Literally won Toronto last year, so this would be the title defend. Looking at Chupa 2, I mean, if you're talking about that 2-1, it's, you know, no one undefeated's ever won an event, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, get the loss out of the way early, bounce back. But now looking at this team, this is a solid team of Pokemon. This is kind of the last hurrah of the regulation. And being able to see kind of this T-Tar, this Annihilate, everything come together has been really good. And even, like, we're looking at these achievements like pretty recent, like good achievements. So yeah.
Always a threat in any tournament that 100%. He attends. Chupa's been one of the top players in the country for a long time, and it was really, really cool to finally get him see that championship last year in Toronto, in this very city. And I think it's entirely reasonable to expect him to make another huge, deep run at this event, especially with a team like this one that looks like it has a lot of threats that can cover a really wide variety of opponent team comps.
Yeah, that team looks a little bit familiar if you squint. You know, you do have that Indeedee male alongside of the Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Sneasler, but then with the T-Tar, the Tyranitar, the Volcarona, and the Annihilate, really puts a different spin on things. I forget who it was. It might have been Len I was talking to. This team really looks to beat the team that Carson and Marcus put together and won Sacramento with.
I mean, when you're looking at the events and the teams that come on through, there's some teams that you can kind of prepare how you play up against it, but can't really add an answer to your team because it changes your team too much. I'm looking at Joe and Marco, who are also players to watch, and the teams that they had, and how that hasn't been something that's necessarily picked up. It's just you have to make sure that you can play against them when you do. But something that Carson and Marcus ran is actually pretty reasonable changes to actually get a better matchup in that team. So when that's considered, it's not necessarily something that's safe for either of them to bring the same team into the event. So this team being made as an adjustment to be able to beat that team makes a lot of sense, and I think why we're going to see a lot more versions very similar to this going on in the day.
Tyranitar picking up too is really cool. I think it's a Pokemon that has a lot of utility. It has a really strong matchups into a lot of Pokemon, and of course the utility of having Sandstream to cancel out opposing weather, whether it be rain or sun or even the snow from Ninetales, can come in handy in a lot of different matchups, especially if you catch wind that someone like Joe or Marco is coming to the event, which they both did, both known for those Torkoals on their teams this regulation, and so even could be a bit of a metagaming in terms of what teams you think might show up to this event.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look. Let's start with Marco, because we had Joe on stream earlier, and we certainly can come back to his accomplishments, but Marco Silva is a trainer that we don't often get the pleasure of seeing at a North American regional event, and here he is, our reigning two-time LAIC champion, also coming off the finals in Gdansk just a couple weeks ago, and still running that team sort of with the Charizard and the Torkoal combination, but I believe the Ursaluna is a more recent adaptation from him on this core.
It's really cool too. I think the Ursaluna Porygon 2 combination is a huge threat, especially when you can also add Torkoal to the mix, where you have two very strong Pokemon in Trick Room that, you know, and looking at a team like this one, you might think Jump Left Charizard, it wants to go really fast. and then you can over-index into that at Team Preview and then just get immediately wiped by a Trick Room Eruption. And so it creates a lot of flexibility on this team while really not taking away at all, and even kind of adding to the Charizard mode, because you have the Charizard and the Jumpluff that you can Earthquake with. And so it's a really nice addition to this team that even adds an extra layer of threat.
Especially, too, when you have the Charizard. I mean, if we're talking about just damage multipliers by damage multipliers, you got the Choice Specs, you got the Sun. How about let's have a solar power on top of it? Charizard was something that in the Sword and Shield era, especially with Dynamax and Gigantamax, was feared because of that damage output it could have for that reason. And it's been really quiet since that feature's been taken away. And Marco's actually been like the first trainer to really just like consistently top with a team that features this Charizard. So something that kind of showed up out of nowhere, taken the world by storm, and one last hurrah to make the journey across over to Toronto makes a lot of sense. And I definitely think it is a team that can go very, very far, and it's proven to have done that.
Thankfully, there's no more Gmax Wildfire to deal with, on top of all the damage multipliers.
I still do not think that you want to deal with the solar power, sun boosted Choice Specs, Heat Wave. Helping hand, yeah.
Yeah,
we can go crazy with it.
Torkoal is there to give a helping foot.
Helping shell?
I was going with foot. I'm glad we both arrived at that conclusion. But no, it's a really insane amount of damage, and I think that is what you have to be thinking about in this metagame right now, with a lot of trainers opting for a bit more bulk, a bit more of slower play. And honestly, it feels like foreshadowing coming back to Regulation G, because, you know, Miraidon is also a Pokemon that gets all those multipliers. Different multipliers, but still insane multipliers.
Yeah, I think we'd have to get really concerned if we're seeing a solar power Miraidon throughout the field. But no, I mean, those teams are dangerous too, because it's one... all of a sudden, if you mislead into a team like Marco's, you're just absolutely done. If you do not have an answer to all of a sudden a really terrifying first turn, that could be just absolutely devastating. But you do then have to respect the other modes of this team. When you're eyeing up something like this Porygon 2, this team can go fast or it can go a little on the slower side, and I think that is just absolutely crucial.
For sure, and I want to go straight to Joe next in terms of player profiles, because I think there's a real interesting contrast between Marco's take on this team and Joe's take on this team. You know, I think Marco's really kind of gone into that Trick Room or Speed mode, whereas Joe has really stuck with these same 6 Pokemon for the past several events, 2 of which you can see on here got top. He was a finalist. Oh, wait, no, that was last year's San Antonio. Pardon me. This is not this year's results, which...
But he has gotten.
He has gotten.
Like,
yeah. I honestly, I was expecting to see finalist, LAIC, but these are a little bit older. But still, same 6 Pokemon, just making a little bit of stat adjustments, and it's done incredibly well for him.
It's interesting to see the differences and why those are. When you are looking at the Ursaluna from Marco's team, and you have the utility of being able to Earthquake next to the Charizard, that makes a lot of sense. For Joe, when you have the Suzui and Typhlosion, you're talking about misleading into a team like this. Well, when you have that ghost type and you can't get faked out, that is a way that Marco's Charizard can get stopped. Joe with the Typhlosion is a way to kind of get around that, and it still does deal a lot of damage, especially too since you can go for Eruption. And hey, if you're clicking that next to a Tailwind, that's going to go first. It is going to just destroy the field. So key differences in how those last couple of slots have really cleaned up, but it's really interesting because both work in a really unique way that's actually really fitting to both ways of how these trainers play, because even if a lot of this team is similar, both play the team very differently.
I really love the Eject Pack Torkoal as well. I think that's just a really cool tech that you can use in a lot of different situations. Torkoal often known for, you know, those big charcoal or even Choice Specs eruptions that can fire off huge damage in Trick Room in the sun. But on Joe's team, there is no Trick Room option. The speed control is the Tailwind on that Jumpluff. And Torkoal is more of a utility Pokemon. It does have Helping Hand as well, but it has the Overheat with Eject Pack, which can allow you to switch it out after you use Overheat. Or even in some scenarios, if let's say, for example, you lead Torkoal to start a game and Intimidate users on the other side, you get an immediate pivot out into something else, which can be really huge for early game momentum. And on top of that, you have Burning Jealousy, which is like a slightly less strong Heat Wave in the sense that it hits both targets, but it is 100% accurate, which can always be nice for Torkoal. And notably, you can punish any kind of setup. Like if a Dragonite goes for Scale Shot, it gets burned because it boosts its speed that turn. If something goes for a Swords Dance, it can get burned. And so it's a really nice bit of utility on this Torkoal that's a little bit less of an offensive threat, but still a really important part of this team.
Do you think that Joe is Collin the optometrist for the Torkoal after the 3 missed overheats in the Sacramento finals?
Either
Is that what that's who he's calling right there?
I was going to ask if he had any games on his phone, honestly. But I think...
Gabby, I regret to inform you there's a lot of games on that phone.
Oh, shoot. I got to get in on that. But no, I love his take on Torkoal in particular because I think that Torkoal has a lot of merit as a more supportive Pokemon, especially in VGC history. And again, looking forward to Regulation G in a couple weeks. I think Torkoal as a supportive Pokemon alongside of Calyrex Ice is going to be a really cool tech. So just some ideas that you can take from where we are in the format right now moving forwards. Let's go ahead and take a look, though, at Marcus Dion. So we're going to get the reveal of his team on stream because we haven't seen him yet here today. Obviously just got top 4 back in Sacramento, got top 16 in Vancouver a couple of times, really looking for that breakthrough performance to win a regional, which you'll hear about probably a little bit later because I did get to talk to him yesterday. But also going to be running a team that's kind of similar to what we saw from him in Sacramento, but also a little different.
This is, I think, the successor to that team. I believe he and Carson are both running it, and it is the same 6 that we did just see from Chuppa as well, so probably an indicator that they were working together before this event. And when you're as successful as, you know, Marcus and Carson and Chuppa have been in the past, obviously I think you combine those brain powers even more, and this team is probably even better than the Sacramento version. But a huge success in Sacramento, obviously getting top 4 in your own right is amazing, but the team that you built with your friend also winning the tournament is really cool. You've already called me out for this, Sierra, but I'm going to talk about myself one more time. Marcus did gatekeep me from top cut at that event, so I have to give him some extra props for that.
You know, Jake, as long as you're not talking about how awesome your cookie was last year, you can talk about yourself all you want.
Oh my God. Call an ambulance. For me.
For you. No, that was more a dig at Joe Brown. I'm trying to set this up so that I can win the cookie competition
You
this
can
year.
roast
That's
him all you want because we have free healthcare up here. Oh, you can go for him. He's set.
Oh, great.
You're set for Canada, baby.
Canada takes another win here, but
I'm going to smoke you all in the cookie contest. Also. As a follow-up.
All right, so let's go. We're getting the trash talk going early here, but I really do love to go from trash talk to something wholesome. I love how supportive Marcus is of his friends Carson.
Yeah.
Like being able to talk to him so much in Sacramento, and especially that family and friends interview before the finals, and just seeing how proud he was of their accomplishment just was really something really special, and I think something very unique to the Pokemon community. And I hope that the power of friendship really helps him and Carson and whoever else is running the same team with them do very well this weekend.
When I did get the chance to play him in Sacramento, he was one of the nicest people I've ever played against. And so, I mean, on top of just being obviously very good at Pokemon and team building and playing and such, it's nice to see someone as friendly as Marcus just doing so well.
The one thing I have to say, though, is like both of those Vancouver performances, like he was handing out roses, and all of a sudden he stopped doing that. So it's like, even if he's still really nice, he's actually low-key on his villain era, which is hilarious because he's still so nice. But yeah, no more roses. Like, I know, like, you got one too, and like...
Yeah, where's my rose, Marcus?
Yeah, right? So we're finally, like, being able to, like, see you at an event and we don't get roses? Honestly, tragic. First, we don't get a shout-out from Joe, now we don't get a rose from Marcus.
This is the worst day of my life.
Worst day.
Well, maybe we can find y'all some roses somewhere. I don't think there's any Pokemon that are relevant in this game that are rose related, but you know, maybe something somehow.
We have a Rosemary. She's not here with us, but we talk to her sometime.
We don't even get Rosemary over here. Like, this is magic. We're having a rough time.
I know. Can't catch a break.
So while I have y'all backstage here, we do have to wait a couple more minutes before our next round is ready. I do want to take this moment to ask y'all, as we already started to get into the trash talk, do you have a plan for the cookie contest? Is it... Okay, fair enough. Jake, do you have a plan for
No,
the cookie contest?
I don't,
okay.
not yet. I need to start planning it right after this match.
This match, as in what we're doing right now.
this talking match, this match of wits, Gabby.
I knew the trash talk was coming in, but now you've really taken it up to a level.
No, I need to brainstorm. I want to knock Joe off his pedestal just as much as you do, so we got to find a way to beat him.
I challenge you, though, to not do a Bidoof cookie, because you did it last time.
I had the same thought coming into this weekend, actually. I was like, as much as I want to do another Bidoof cookie, I don't think I can.
Use feels on your cardigan. It is a really cute cardigan. You could do that.
I could do that. I had one other idea, but I'm not sure if it's too much of a meme, honestly.
What is it?
I don't know if I want to say.
You can't ask us what we're doing for our cookie, but she's cheating. Okay, she's cheating.
Maybe that's just the host play. I can ask.
Host privilege.
Yeah, host privilege.
Just get away from her. Are we going to team up on our cookies now so we can take her down?
We're going to do one joint cookie. That's what's going to happen.
Okay.
Combine our artistic
Actually,
powers.
honestly, if you can pull that off successfully, I will gladly concede.
Yeah.
We'll just do one, like, we can, like, glue our 2 cookies together and do a mega cookie.
Mega cookie. Mega cookie.
Could you do like a mousehold cookie of 4?
Oh, okay. Now that's my idea.
It's me, Jake, Joe, and Len. Yeah. We have the whole family of 4 to all try and take you down.
I would gladly concede. I think that's actually a really good idea.
Have we shifted the villain in the cookie contest from Joe to Gabby now? Is that what's happening?
Apparently, yeah. But it's okay. I'll get Joe back here later, and I'll just find a way to push it back on him.
True, so true. Evil Mastermind over here. She is the villain.
It's, again, host privilege. It's just house rules.
Man. Man.
All right, well, I think that's all we had to do in terms of players to keep and watch on in terms of the graphics. I'm curious, I mean, Sierra, you're our resident Canadian expert. Who else do you have your eyes on this weekend for someone to keep an eye out for?
All of them.
Fair.
All of them. Let's go, Canada. I believe in you all. I'm keeping an eye out.
Then I pick every American. There's only a couple here.
I think there's more than a couple.
No, okay, at least 6.
That is factually correct, I believe. I was expecting, honestly, Jake, for you to say any Dondozo players, since you ran that a couple weeks ago.
Okay, call me out. Wow.
Yeah, remember, Jake did play, but he played Dondozo.
hey, at least when I made it on stream, Dondozo didn't show up. I get points for that, right?
You get points for that.
I mean, we also did just see a Dondozo player lose on stream, so.
No, but that's against
Stocks
the
aren't very
Canadian.
high.
No. 10th at LAIC.
True.
I'm struggling over here.
Yeah, honestly, it was interesting to me as well just how similar Kylan's team was to the one that he ran at LAIC, so I'm sure we'll probably see that Dondozo again. So stocks could go back up.
We'll see. I think when we go back to Regulation G, I think Dondozo goes poof, so I'm not putting too much of my mental energy into it anymore.
Fair enough. So I think we're just waiting for pairings at this point, so we're just going to vibe here for a little bit longer. Let's go.
All right. Okay, I actually don't have a
You look so ready.
I was really hoping there was going to be a moment of inspiration right there, and I could save us all, but no. But no, Christmas stuff. Have you guys finished your Christmas shopping? Because I have not.
I am like almost done.
I want the Delibird from the Pokemon Center to just deliver me everything on that website for Christmas. So no, I have not been able to purchase all that stuff yet.
I just wanted to really take this away from a wholesome conversation and strike fear into every single viewer that has not completed their Christmas shopping and remind them that they're actually really running out of time. Like,
yeah, kinda. So like a week and a half now?
You're done. Yeah. I'll probably just like hit up the vendors and get a bunch of plushies, and it's like, here, my family that doesn't know Pokemon, here's a bunch of Pokemon plushies.
Well, I actually want to give a shout out real quick to my brother-in-law, who we have 2 boxes of Pokemon cards that we're going to open with him because he's trying to get one of every Pokemon card ever printed.
Oh, wow.
So shout outs to you, Jesse, out there. We'll be there on Christmas with our Pokemon packs. But if y'all are trying to get in on that shopping action, I have good news. Don't do it now. You can stall for a little bit longer as we are finally ready for our next round of Swiss here in Toronto. So casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, everybody from the lounge. Sorry I'm catching strays for, acknowledging that I'm the reigning champion of the cookie competition. I apologize, Len. I thought we were trying to set up for tomorrow, but clearly my own hubris is my own downfall.
There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of yapping happening about this cookie competition. We're gonna have to see who can follow through.
Yeah, I want those guys in the lounge. Don't be such a sauerkraut, all right? When we had the hot dog last time, you guys are being a little sour about my cookie. We'll see who comes out as champion this time tomorrow, right? Because it's gonna be before the finals is when we reveal the winner. But we're round 4 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Joe Brown and Len Jewell here on the call, and we had a great Canada matchup with Jesse and Kylan last round. There's a lot of Canadian players here in Toronto, right? They want to represent. There's only the 2 regionals in Toronto every year, so feels like no matter what part of Toronto, or excuse me, in Canada, 2 regionals in Canada, so no matter what part of Canada you're from, you kind of want to rep your country and make it here in Toronto.
Yeah, you got to defend the home turf, try to keep the Canadian Regional Championship for Canadians.
Yeah, so let's look at those standings as we head into round 4. Currently, you can see there's still a lot of trainers on the field that are 3-0. So these are not just the only names in the field, but these are some of the high names. They're based off the standings right now. Some names you are familiar with, like Alex Underhill, Marcus Dion, Qiliang Tang, and others.
Yeah, pool is starting to get whittled down. About 1 in 8 players currently still undefeated. It's going to fall even further after the next round. But players still trying to pick up those necessary wins to move on to tomorrow.
And remember, with how the season structure changed this year, or the format structure that's changed, we now have 8 rounds of Swiss on day 1 instead of the conventional 9 that you're used to from previous seasons. So if you're just tuning in for the first time, this season's going to be 8 rounds of Swiss today. So you got to get to the 6-2 record instead of 7-2, which seems like quote unquote easier because it's 1 less win, but it's still just as stressful.
Yeah, it's very stressful. It's a lot of work to get to 6-2 because as you go on, you're playing other players who are having just as much success as you are, and the matches just get harder and harder as the day goes on.
Yeah, and then we know Marcus Dion, one of the players that we were showcasing over in the lounge, and one of the players to watch for the weekend is going to be the one of the names that we are focusing on here in round 4 with Marcus. Going to be on stream with players are getting set up. These are the notable matches for round 4. Marcus Dion versus Keegan Beljanski, US versus Canada.
Lots of good matches out there, lots of big names still doing well in the tournament and trying to keep up.
Yeah, Joshua Robinson, Justin Burns, that's also a fun match. I like seeing Joshua continuing on his rise in the Masters division, winning the NASE in the seniors division, now a Masters player, and that's a tough challenge as a new master facing Justin Burns.
Absolutely, Justin, a very methodical player, someone who will be a challenge for Joshua for sure.
Yeah, and some great other names. Marco, I'm sure we'll see him with his Charizard. Giovanni Costa, the reigning San Antonio champion, which last year was able to celebrate around the holidays. This year has to wait until January to potentially try to defend his title. Jody Azzarelli, Wolf Blick as well. So as the rounds move on here in Toronto, we're going to dwindle down the undefeated players and see who the real cream of the crop is here in Toronto, and those players that deserve to have their spots in day 2.
Yeah, players getting eliminated every round, losses starting to fall through, but should be exciting to see who can keep going.
Now, the one thing I really appreciated the conversation they had in the lounge as we're waiting for the players to get set up on stage, and obviously particular to you with Tyranitar, is that just the public knowledge that Joe Garte and Marco Silva were attending Toronto has somewhat impacted the metagame, because there's been so many Tyranitar teams brought out here as a counter to Torkoal. So is that a thing that normally happens, is you craft your team around the players that are going to be there, or is it a happy coincidence that they thought Tyranitar was good and they're going to potentially run into Torkoal players?
Probably more of a happy coincidence. I think Tyranitar are kind of good against weather in general. There's also lots of Pelipper out there in the field, and Tyranitar has some pretty good matchups against other popular Pokemon without just the weather control. But it's a pretty useful tool, and one that'll definitely be important in this matchup coming up, but will be important throughout the day for those players.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting to see not only, its overall usage, but like if there's a chance it gets onto the top 12. If all the top players are playing Tyranitar today, right, and is there a chance that the top players move on to day 2 tomorrow? There's a less percentage, right, so you can get higher chance at maybe the 10th or 11th position in the top 12. But another Pokemon that really has fallen off throughout the last couple of weeks, and we talked about this, is King Gambit, who didn't even make it onto the top 12 graphic at this point, and I know Joe Garte won with it on stream, but it's very much fallen from that 40% it was at in the October stages, the Louisville stages of this format. Now it's not even top 12.
Yeah, with Sneasler running around everywhere, both Ursalunas being very popular picks, life's a little bit more difficult for King Gambit. And it going out of the metagame can also shift things in other ways, because you can do more Mail and DD, you can do more Incineroar if you don't have to worry about King Gambit all the time.
Right, yeah, and then I think we've also seen a lot of stellar terrestrialization on Sneasler, right? But I think that that can be very dangerous for the side spam teams out there, because one of the big counters is Terra Dark, and one of the things people used to run was Terra Dark and Throat Chop for Golden Gold, but specifically also Terra Dark, so that the psychic attackers couldn't hit you. If everyone's going to opt into what we saw Kylan have of like Stellar Terra and Acrobatics and all these other things, that might just be free farm for the side spam players.
Yeah, it means there's a lot of safe damage to put out with Expanding Force for sure.
All right, so let's head over to the stage 4, round 4 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Keegan Beljanski versus Marcus Dion. As we've mentioned, Marcus, one of the players to watch this weekend, one of the top Canadian trainers in the country.
A player who's had a lot of success this season already, success in the past couple of seasons, and has this very strong team with the Indeedee Male and the Sneasler, but now Tyranitar and Volcarona as new allies compared to just a few weeks ago in Sacramento.
Yeah, and you can see on the other end, we are going to have a weather war potentially here with Alolan Ninetales versus Tyranitar on this side. So Keegan has quite a lot of support on the team. If you think about it, usually there's this quote-unquote rule of thumb of like 4 offense, 2 support in team composition. Doesn't always work out that way. But there's about 3 or 4 supportive Pokemon to make Blood Moon or Saluna and Annihilate work.
Yeah, sometimes we call this Protect the President. Maybe this weekend Protect the Prime Minister. But a lot of support around Annihilate. Just you have dual screens from the Klefki, the Sinestro to provide healing, to provide some speed control, to provide some redirection. Then, of course, Friend Guard, Mousehold also going to provide support for Annihilate. You have some other threats here. It isn't... The role in Ninetales is a little bit more offensive with both Blizzard and Freeze Dry in the Focus Sash. It's not running Aurora Veil itself. Maybe also means the Weather War is a little bit less important. You're not going to be disabling the option for Aurora Veil by bringing in Tyranitar. And then this Blood Moon is a set we've seen becoming a little bit more popular over the last few weeks with the Assault Vest instead of the Life Orb. A little bit better at just trading damage. Doesn't go for the same big one-hit KOs that a Life Orb Terra normal Blood Moon would be able to, but with the defensive Terra with water and with the Assault Vest to boost up the special defense is much more likely to get some damage off, which can help remove obstacles for the Annihilate and kind of provide a supporting role in that way.
Right, yeah, I don't want to exactly compare it to like Tapu Fini's back in the day, but like it is a similar, I'm going to get some damage with my spread attacks with Hyper Voice, right, with a potential, super strong Blood Moon, but it's not trying to one-hit KO everything in the field, and if its health gets low, you have Sinister to come in with the Hospitality, with the Life Dew to bring it up as well. Especially, it's a monster for Annihilate, too, to deal with, because you beat up Annihilate, you bring him down to maybe 30% or something, Sinister swaps in, heals it up, uses Life Dew for another 25%, and now you got a fully Rage Fist boosted Annihilate that's been healthy again because of Sinister.
Yeah, it can provide so much extra staying power, can also deal with speed on the other side. So I just want to mention that Misty Explosion on Klefki is pretty cute. I wonder if we'll see that come into play, but might be a good way to get Klefki off the field when you don't want it anymore.
Yeah, it sets up screens and gets out of the way. Now we head over to Marcus Dion getting top 4 at the recent Sacramento Regional Championships, adjusting his team here. Still running it with his top friends like Carson and Choppa, but it's Tyranitar and Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Terra Dark. There's the Terra Dark Throat Chop Sneasler we were talking about.
Important to note, this Volcarona is not the Quiver Dance that we see kind of with a team to support around it. Instead, it's the Volcarona providing support for the rest of the team as Tailwind, Rage Powder, and Struggle Bug. So a very supportive set. Can still do a ton of damage with Overheat. That's what the advantage of running a supportive Volcarona like this is. You can still throw out an Overheat from that massive special attack at any time, but it means it can provide a much more supporting role for something like the Tyranitar that needs the speed advantage, or the Saluna that needs the speed advantage. But unlike the Talonflame version, there's no instant speed control here. The Volcarona is fast, but not always the fastest thing. So a little bit easier to take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think this is really a clash of team composition ideals, as Marcus only has access to 3 Pokemon with Protect. However, one of them is a Choice Scarf Pokemon in Indeedee Male, so it's a kind of, unless an emergency situation, pretty much only 2 Protects compared to the much more defensive and utility-based team that Keegan has.
Looking at the matchup, though, with so much support for Annihilate on the other side, it's really critical to look at what the damage threats against Annihilate are, and they seem pretty good. The Choice Scarf Indeedee is going to be threatening Expanding Force in a way that will often force Terastallization for the Annihilate, but that can be a problem if the Blood Moon on the other side can then go for Earth Power into the Fire type, and just so much offense from Marcus' side. A lot of times with a more defensive, supportive team around a setup attacker like the Annihilate, you want to fight against another slow, more set up team. When you just have so much instant offense coming down, sometimes the dual screens from the Klefki isn't actually enough to stymie that offense and give you a window to set up. So it could be tricky for Keegan to find the opportunities here.
And I do wonder from Marcus's perspective, since there is so much potential support on the other end, it could be Mousehold Annihilate, right? That's Common Core, or Klefki Annihilate, or Sinister Annihilate, or you just switch up altogether and it's Ninetales, Blood Moon, Ursaluna. Like, does Marcus try to play into specific leads or specific team compositions, or is it better to just bring a general 4 composition on your side of 4 Pokemon, because you can't really rely on which utility that Keegan's going to bring each game?
There's definitely 2 aspects to it. You want to be trying to get the lottery of what the leads are right. If you can lead the right thing to really prevent any defensive setup from Keegan's side, you're off to a huge lead. But you also can't bring a set of Pokemon that just loses with the right support, right? You know, if you don't have the offense to deal with Annihilate under dual screens, or you don't have ability to get through the follow me redirection and friend guard from the mouse hold, then things are going to start to look very challenging. So it's about that balance, looking for to be opportunistic and find ways to win easily, but also to not risk too much with the brings.
All right, so let's get into game 1 of round 4 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Keegan Beljanski and Marcus Dion here in this game. Keegan on the bottom with Annihilate, Klefki as his lead. Marcus on top with Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Annihilate of his own.
Probably not too much surprise from the leads here for Keegan. Has the dual screens next to the Annihilate ready to set up. Marcus had a lot more options of how to lead. We see the first 2 attackers out on the field are the Ursaluna and the Annihilate. Of course, Ursaluna threatens pretty good damage into Annihilate regardless, but especially if it were to go for a Terastallization, Ursaluna is a big problem. On the other hand, Ursaluna does have to watch out for a fighting attack into itself as well, and there's no defensive mitigation from Marcus.
Right, because Marcus's Terastallization on Blood Moon Ursaluna is Terra normal, since you want to do more damage with that Life Orb, you know, into the Blood Moon. So Keegan can potentially freely attack, quote unquote freely attack that slot, since he would just remain a normal type, which is exactly what Marcus is going to go for. The same type attack bonus, boosting the damage to Blood Moon Ursaluna's normal attacks, as well as the Life Orb. So you use Terra plus Life Orb plus a really strong normal attack means this is going to do a lot of damage. The taunt from Annihilate will stop Klefki after getting 1 screen set up here, and a bulk up from Annihilate. No close combat on this turn. Instead, wanted to raise its attack and defense by 1 stage. So it's all up to Blood Moon Ursaluna, who did opt to click Life Orb Blood Moon into this Annihilate. If you're confused, yes, Blood Moon Ursaluna can attack ghost types with its normal attack thanks to its Keen Eye ability.
There it is. That's a ton of damage. This is what we talked about before the match started. Even with the light screen growing up, that Blood Moon from Ursaluna looks like so much damage. If it had been at the one at KO, it's the only reason that the Annihilate is still on the field. But now Annihilate does look like it's slower than the Annihilate on the other side. That makes a lot of sense. The Annihilate on this side has a lot more reason to invest in being defensive, whereas the one on the other side is likely to just be maximum speed. And so if it can move first, it may just be threatening a KO onto the Annihilate on the other side. No option to go for a Reflect, so you can just go for a Rage Fist.
So the other end there is with Klefki had set up Light Screen, then the thing you always think of with the Light Clay Pokemon is setting up with Reflect. That could help against or with the Annihilate on Keegan's side, because there will potentially be physical attacking threats at some point, especially the Annihilate that Marcus has there. But Ninetales will swap in, activating its Snow Warning, getting the snow onto the field right now. Annihilate protecting for Keegan's end. The Rage Fist does go into the protect, so great call by Keegan to keep his Annihilate safe this turn. And the Hyper Voice is only going to do damage to the Ninetales on the switch in, but it still is Terra Normal and it's still a Life Orb boost, so that still is pretty strong. But even with the Light Screen, it's still a 2-hit KO.
Blood Moon just continues to pump out so much damage for this team that's trying to play more defensive. Ninetales manages to find a way in. It'll now be the fastest thing on the field and get a chance to attack first, but it doesn't really have much of a way to save the Annihilate next to it. There's no Icy Wind to try to slow down the Annihilate on the other side. It can just kind of go out on the offense on its own, but we've seen how much a Hyper Voice does. If you don't get your Ursaluna off the field, a Hyper Voice is just going to KO both of these Pokemon. Most likely, you still have to deal with the Annihilate on the other side, too.
And Ursaluna has crucially lost that ground typing that would have been crucial, difficult for Ninetales, because, or top 4 into Ninetales, since the Blizzard would have been super effective. Now it is just a neutral hit, and Blood Moon Ursaluna is a pretty tanky Pokemon there on the other end with such high HP. It will protect itself on this turn, so it doesn't take any damage from the Blizzard. You also don't want to risk that low chance of a freeze ruining your day. Rage Fist from Annihilate does not get frozen. The Rage Fist will go into the Annihilate, but he's a fire type now, so it's not enough. Not super effective. Hangs on with 4 HP, and Rage Fist into the other side for the knockout there. Gigantic Terastallization for Keegan.
Ooh, that was close. I wondered for a second if the Blizzard into the Annihilate first was going to boost up the Rage Fist enough to get the KO onto the Annihilate on this side, but it hangs on crucially with 4 HP. But now, well, here comes that Scarf NDD that we talked about, able to move before both of these Pokemon, threatening an expanding force. Even with the light screen up, these Pokemon are so low, you're not going to be able to take an attack with Annihilate at 17 health, even with a light screen, which just means that it opens up more opportunity for Ursaluna to continue to attack, because there's no threatened KO back onto Ursaluna.
Yeah, and there is no, there's nothing stopping the spread attacks, right? There's no wide guard in this scenario, this turn, that stops a potential Hyper Voice and Expanding Force onto Keegan's side of the field. So let's see how he can adjust here. It's just protect from a Alolan Ninetales. He knows Annihilate's never going to get another chance to attack in this game. So Annihilate just goes down to the Expanding Force. This does give Keegan a free switch into one of his Pokemon in the back if he would like, but then Ursaluna's attack's not going to do anything. He did opt for the Earth Power, but it goes into the Protect.
Maybe trying to find a switch there. Now, though, Klefki, able to come back on the field, is in a pretty reasonable spot, can take an Expanding Force, but has to watch out for an Earth Power on the other side. Ninetales, maybe with Light Screen, is it healthy enough to take an Expanding Force, but it would be close. And if Expanding Force is it KO on Ninetales and then Earth Power just KOs back on Klefki, this game may just be over very quickly. But super dangerous spot for Keegan.
One of the ways to make sure Expanding Force does less damage, potentially, and also single target, would be to activate Misty Terrain on the field with your Prankster Klefki, which is what Keegan's going to go for. But Marcus is way ahead of him. He knows Misty Terrain is potentially coming out since both of the screens are already set up. It's really the only thing left for Klefki to click except for a low health Dazzling Gleam. So Sneasler swaps onto the field, activates its Psychic Seed to boost its special defense, helping it take that Blizzard way better, bringing Ursaluna down to under half HP. There's the Earth Power into Klefki, bringing it into the red, so that Life Orb damage is so strong into it. Now it's such low HP that you can try to hope for Sneasler and Ursaluna to take care of the Klefki, and then you have Male Indeedee come back onto the field and clean up the game with Psychic Terrain.
Right, if you can get rid of the threat of the Misty Terrain, or if you can just get rid of the offensive threat on the other side, you can be making pretty good progress. No Reflect yet because of that taunt on turn 1, so Sneasler threatening pretty good offense, but may force a Reflect this turn from the Klefki.
Now the Ursaluna Blood Moon on Keegan's end is still in the back. Remember, this game's gone on for quite a few turns, but we have not seen Keegan reveal his 4th Pokemon until right now with a Blood Moon mirror match. Alolan Ninetales protecting again on this turn in case an attack like a Dire Claw goes into that slot. That's exactly what Marcus goes for. So smart protect from Keegan to keep the Alolan Ninetales healthy. Earth Power on the switching is going to do not too much damage to Keegan's Blood Moon Ursaluna. Just keep it relatively healthy as the snow disappears.
I think this could be a really crucial target for Marcus. No threat of Reflect, no snow up to boost this Ninetales. The Sneasler should be able to get a KO in whichever slot it would like to go after with a Dire Claw or a close combat, but really crucial to get that right. The Ursaluna, of course, cannot protect itself because it is holding an Assault Vest, so it's a pretty easy close combat spot there, but you could end up just taking a Klefki KO instead, which maybe doesn't work out in the long run if Ninetales is able to land a couple Blizzards and get a KO onto the Ursaluna, so it has to be tempting to Dire Claw the Ninetales instead, but for now, just a switch from the Ursaluna on Marcus's side, and out comes the NDD once again.
Right, that will reset the Psychic Terrain onto the field, and going to be important to win this terrain battle here in Game 1. Close combat from Sneasler into Ursaluna. Blood Moon is super effective and takes it out. Keegan down to his final 2 Pokemon here in Game 1 with Ursaluna going down. What does the Ninetales want to go for here? It is the Blizzard, but there is no snow on the field, so it's not a guaranteed hit, and it's a double miss.
Yeah, just devastating for Keegan there. Marcus doesn't overthink it, just takes the easy close combat KO onto Ursaluna. The only punish back for that should have been a Blizzard into the now reduced special defense after using close combat, so that it would do more. Might still not have KO'd because of the original special defense boost from the Psychic Seed, but ultimately with a double miss and no KOs at all, just a concession from Keegan and moving on to Game 2.
Marcus 1 win away from moving on to 4-0 here in the tournament. in Toronto. So we saw how that game played out. As you mentioned, you know, more protect the Prime Minister style composition for Keegan, but turn one, the Annihilate essentially got sent right down to maybe 20% HP remaining, and it was just too much to overcome for Keegan.
Yeah, it's just so hard and so delicate at that point. If you're so low that you can't afford to take any attack at all, you have to be worrying about whether the Sneasler can KO you, whether the Annihilate on the other side can KO you, whether the Expanding Force can KO you, then it just doesn't become tenable to keep the Annihilate on the field forever, which meant we saw Keegan just let it go down to the Expanding Force here. But once it went down, then you just have a few Pokemon in the supportive role. You have a really vulnerable Ursaluna Blood Moon with no Protect that just goes down to close combat, and the match looks difficult to play. But it's hard to see how Keegan adjusts cleanly to make an Annihilate-focused game plan works. Because we talked about it before the game, we saw how it in action in that game one. Marcus just has so many tools to go out really aggressively on the offense against that Annihilate, but even if screens are going up, it may not be enough to stop that damage coming in.
And there are traditional terms in Pokemon, right, that we use, like a wall breaker. And Marcus's lead comp that he had there with Ursaluna Blood Moon as well as Annihilate, they break those screens. They break through the defensive walls that Keegan is trying to set up. I'm even thinking of if there's a chance at Mouse Hold because of the Friend Guard, you know, that's kind of just innate utility on the team that you don't have to set up a light screen or a reflect. Maybe some beat up shenanigans to give Annihilate boost to Rage Fist. I'm not sure how Keegan is going to adjust to this lead that Marcus has locked into. Yet again, Blood Moon and Annihilate for Marcus, but now a switch up for Keegan, a low and Ninetales and a Blood Moon Ursaluna of his own.
Just a crucial adjustment here. Keegan, no Annihilate so far. We don't know if it's in the back, but instead it's just Ninetales and Ursaluna on the field. Two Pokemon that are probably his best options for safely pumping out a bit of damage. Blizzard and Hyper Voice from with the Assault Vest can come out and do a lot, and you can also get this Ursaluna off the field and bring in Klefki after seeing which of the two attackers you want to focus on in the meantime, but they're not huge damage threats. Once again, the Ursaluna can just go out and do so much damage to these Pokemon.
Right, especially since the Ninetales is not clicking Aurora Veil or anything, since it does not have access to it. Klefki's the one that has the screens on Keegan's team. Terra, Normal, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, 2 games in a row for Marcus. Worked so well in game 1, why not click it game 2? Get rid of that ground typing so you're no longer weak to the Blizzard. And final gambit brings Klefki down pretty low there. So Marcus helping Keegan's strategy of trying to knock out Marcus's Pokemon by taking himself out to bring this Klefki down so low that the Hyper Voice follow-up knocks it out. Klefki gets no screens for the game, and Ninetales is already in the red.
So much damage put out there. Keegan gets really valuable damage to get the Ursaluna low enough. Looks like Blizzard would threaten a second hit of Blizzard would threaten a KO here. But Marcus, on the other hand, gets the KO onto the Klefki. No dual screens in this game, but maybe with the way that Keegan's approaching it with no big setup win condition, Klefki might have been the most disposable Pokemon here. Probably isn't the worst thing to lose in a big damage trade like that. But then the problem is the NTD. You need some speed advantage to take advantage like capitalize on the damage that was already done to Ursaluna. The fact that Ursaluna is low is only valuable if you can threaten to KO back into the Ursaluna on the other side. But now with the NTD threatening to KO Ninetales before it can move, and Marcus's Ursaluna likely faster than Keegan's more defensive Ursaluna, there's a chance that this is just a threatened 2-hit KO here. Expanding Force, Hyper Voice, both move first and just takes 2 KOs. There's really no defensive backbone for Keegan to react to that either.
There's just so much offensive pressure that Marcus is able to output turn after turn in a smart swap on turn 1 to get this Indeedee male on the field because that Choice Scarf, making it faster than a lone Ninetales, who is a pretty fast Pokemon on its own right. So you want to have that Scarf to your advantage. Here's the Terra Normal Blood Moon from Blood Moon Ursaluna. Such a strong base power, boosted by Life Orb and Terrestrialization. Ursaluna on Keegan's end, completely obliterated.
Assault Vest is a good item, but it's not that good. It doesn't keep that Ursaluna on the field, and that's the offensive pressure that Marcus was able to build. With the Ninetales just forced to protect itself because of the Expanding Force coming out on the other side, it meant Ursaluna got us another chance to attack. A lot of times the way you beat an Ursaluna like this is just by not letting it attack so many times, but Keegan doesn't have the tools to do that. He has to play a more slow game, trying to get a boost first onto Annihilate, or take a couple of turns to attack with Annihilate, and Marcus is just showing off how that isn't always possible.
For Sinistra, one of my favorite Pokemon in this regulation. I like to hype it up a lot, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to hype up too much in this match for it. It does eat its Citrus Bear to get up a little bit higher, but that Hospitality health recovery just not nearly as impactful on a lone Ninetales as it would have been on a Blood Moon Ursaluna or an Annihilate. There's going to be the final KO through the Citrus Berry. Doesn't care. And Marcus Dion with a very convincing 2-0 victory here in round 4. He is 2 wins away from moving on to day 2 here in Toronto.
Really well played set by Marcus. Had all of the tools to have an advantage in that match. And I love the identification of the game plan and then just sticking to it, right? Identified that the Ursaluna out on the offense immediately with the Annihilate to provide taunt support, or to also add Rage Fist or Final Gambit to break through the defense that Keegan was trying to put out there, was the way to go, and just did it 2 games in a row really convincingly.
Yeah, I really like when we can see clashing team compositions like that, where you have a bunch of offensive capability from one team compared to a bunch of defensive utility, and when the one player is just like, I understand your game plan, right? A part of winning in VGC is not just enacting your win conditions, it's also negating your opponents, right? So if I don't allow you to set up multiple screens, and I don't allow you to give multiple Hospitality Life Dew activations for your Annihilate and your Ursaluna, then I'm essentially not even allowing you to play the game the way you want to, so I can just sweep through with my offensive strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Keegan's team, the advantage of bringing like 3 support Pokemon next to Annihilate is that you can customize the right one for the game or bring a couple when it's appropriate. But the downside is the game plan is incredibly telegraphed, and there isn't really flexibility to go away from it. As soon as Marcus saw that team in team preview, he knew what the game plan was, what the win condition for Keegan was, and how he could go about trying to beat it. And Keegan didn't really have a way out of that. We saw in game 2 he tried to play a different way, didn't even bring the Annihilate, but it was not even as close as game 1 was.
Yeah, you saw the Clefty going down on the switch in Blood Moon Ursaluna damage, or the damage with its namesake move in the Blood Moon is just so tough to deal with. We can see the merits of the Life Orb versus Assault Vest conversation. You can talk to Carson. He won a regional with Assault Vest, right? So he's gonna say it's strong, but Life Orb is just that extra 30% damage. It's hard to make up without having it,
Yeah, I mean, it was really adding up. You see the downsides, right? That the Ursaluna on the other side was going to go down to just 2 Blizzards from Ninetales on a super threatening attack. But if you could never get the second Blizzard off, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting, Len, is the Alolan Ninetales is a Pokemon that has also gone through a transformation in this format, right? We talk about how Dragonite has changed, but Ninetales, remember the early Palchu and Agati teams where, you're just running Choice Specs and Blizzard and, other ice attacks, and here we are, no Auroraville Ninetales, where probably for like the last 5 years or so, Alolan Ninetales has really been synonymous with that defensive utility and setting up Light Screen and Reflect at the same time as long as the snow is up. That here in this format in Regulation H, it's not really trying to set up screens and make your team tankier. It's trying to just have really strong Blizzards, but in this case, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, we saw that adaptation a couple months ago at a point where the metagame really seemed to revolve around Dragonite and Garchomp, and often the Dragonite had a flying terrestrialization, which meant it was still weak to Blizzard. And so Blizzard damage just looked so good, right? If Rillaboom and Garchomp and Dragonite are the main attackers. But we've seen Ninetales drop a lot in usage. We don't see as many of those Blizzard ones, and it's because the metagame is adjusted away from it, with Sneasler up for really high in usage and Incineroar back at number 1. Golden Go is, rounding out that top 3, all of them incredibly strong against the Ninetales. So there's a reason that we see a lot less out in the field now.
Yeah, that's tough for Ninetales to want to just blindly click Blizzard into everything, but then there's also the Sneasler that outspeeds you and hits you super effectively with Dire Claw. Incineroar resists Blizzard. Golden Go, good luck clicking Blizzard into a Golden Go, right? He's just gonna 4 times super effective hit you back with Make It Rain. But are there any like Pokemon you see on Keegan's team with the potential? Like, obviously he's got all the support to help Blood Moon and Annihilate, but like, is there a thing that Sinistra or Mousehold or Klefki specifically, like which of those supportive Pokemon would you try to build a team around?
We've seen the Sinistra have a good amount of success on these rain teams, kind of playing a supportive role next to the Archaludon or a Trick Room support for an Ursaluna. It's a pretty dynamic Pokemon in that way. I wouldn't be surprised to see a team with that construction have success this weekend. So yeah, the Sinistra is the one I'd be looking for more this weekend.
Well, if you were Alberto, you'd be in the Klefki gang, as he was had all that success last year with his Klefki. But there's a lot. I had Mousehold on my prediction for this weekend. Obviously, it was a part of a different team composition. It was a hard Trick Room team. team, really not used the same way that this Annihilate is working. But I do think a return for Mousehold I enjoy in the meta, as long as it's not the silly beat up or follow me shenanigans, right? Which are always tough mind games. Like, is he gonna protect? Is he gonna follow me? Is he gonna beat up on the turn? I don't target the right. It makes it so difficult for me on the other side. But I do think that there is an option for Mousehold in this metagame as we close out Regulation Age. But we are ready to head over for our interview with Gabby, with Marcus Dion, our winner of round 4. So Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm here with Marcus Dion, top 4 in Sacramento, 4-0 here in Toronto. I think this is also your hometown, right? Do I remember that correctly?
Kinda. I live in Ontario. Like, I'm very much Ontario hometown hero, but it's not technically Toronto, but it's close enough. Yeah.
I'd count it, but I'm also not from here, so I don't know if that's like a bad thing to do.
No, honestly, it's fair. Like, when people talk about Canada, they think of Vancouver and Toronto, and that's it. And wouldn't you know it, Play Pokemon hosts regionals in those 2 cities, so hey.
We'll have to check with our map experts later to get an official ruling on that. But let's go ahead and talk about the match. I mean, that seemed like it felt pretty good for you. A couple of hiccups here and there, but a very confident win.
Yeah, I think game 1 was a little... Screens is a rough matchup on paper for us because our team relies a lot on just like a lot of immediate offensive pressure, and Screens is obviously very good at toning that down. So I think that like looking at preview is a little scary, but I think with Annihilate on the field, being able to taunt the Klefki so it can only get one of the screens off means that either Sneasler or Blood Moon is going to go on a tear in the late game, and it's just you kind of get to leverage that, and that's what happened in game 1. Game 2, it was a lot easier because the Klefki just went down on turn 1, and that's why I covered for it with Hyper Voice, and it was very like I don't know, I think it was a pretty good middle ground, and it worked out because the Klefki switched in and just went down immediately. Yeah.
I mean, your comfort with these Pokemon is really showing as well, you know, being able to decide in the moment, really, okay, I need Blood Moon to be my endgame. I need Sneasler to be my endgame. How much of that is just practice, and how much of that was the changes that you made between Sacramento and today?
So I think it's safe to say that I'm very comfortable with Indeedee, Sneasler, and Blood Moon. Those 3 are almost like nearly the exact same sets from the Sacramento team. The Indeedee is obviously shifted to Choice Scarf, which helps throw a lot of people off because they're expecting the Focus Sash after Carson Deni's performance. But these new tools with Volcarona, Tyranitar, and Annihilate, so powerful. Annihilate is amazing at, like, really in the early game, just taking down a piece that can threaten Indeedee, Sneasler in the back. Volcarona and Titar are a really strong sleeper lead where, like, Tailwind and Rage Powder is super reminiscent of what we were doing with Electabuzz in Sacramento as well. So you can do things like Volcarona, Blood Moon as well, and it's just super strong immediate pressure against the right teams.
So you are currently undefeated. Carson is or was undefeated at the beginning of this round of Swiss, but you also mentioned that you worked with Chupa Cross with this team, and he's 2-1. I mean, those are all fantastic performances so far. That must feel really good.
Yeah, I had a lot of faith in this team going into the tournament. Basically, I had been struggling for the 3 weeks in between Sacramento and Toronto. A lot of stuff had been going on. I moved to a new location temporarily. There's been a lot of, so I only got to really practice in the last week and a half. And the team that I had been practicing with, I felt was really good. But when I was showing it to friends and it kind of the consensus was, this team doesn't look so good, man. It looks kind of weird. And I kind of fell off the team because I trusted my friend's guts over mine. And then I had a talk with Joe Ugarte kind of closer to the tournament a few days ago, and he kind of just said, hey man, you're never going to achieve the results that you want if you can't trust your own gut. Like, you're not going to get far. And I was like, you know what? That's awesome. That's poetic, Joe. I'm going to run this team. And I messaged Carson and Chupa because we'd been talking about what to do for this tournament. I was like, hey, listen, you guys trust me? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, okay. We're running this, and we're running this. So yeah, it's pretty good. I feel very comfortable with it. I think Carson and Chupa felt a little less comfortable at the beginning of the week because they didn't have the amount of reps I had on it. But we've gotten to a point where I think everybody has an understanding of how the team works, and it's paying off so far. 4-0. I don't know where Carson's at and Chupa after this round, but positive results so far.
I mean, positive results and really some top-tier advice from a top trainer. That's the recipe for success at the end of the day. Marcus, thank you so much for your time. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, of course. my friends and family who are supporting me, I really love and appreciate all of you. My mom and aunt are somewhere in the city right now. I don't know if they're here at the moment, but if they are, thank you for coming out and seeing this. Everybody who's watching, my Carson and Chuppa, we did a lot of work with this team. It's very reminiscent of Sacramento, but it's not the exact same. So we did a lot of work, put a lot of hours. So I think, yeah, I feel very good. And thank you for everybody who's supporting me.
Awesome, Marcus. Well, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck to you, Chuppa, and Carson throughout the tournament. Casters, I'm throwing it back to you.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Marcus. And I think, Len, that is great advice from Marcus, talking with Joe, talking about, just trusting your gut. And at a certain point, there's so many calculations and so many decisions you can make in the team building process that you kind of just got to lock in and trust your gut at some point.
It's definitely advice I can endorse, just sticking with what you like, sticking with what's comfortable, and going out. And it's amazing to see all of them having so much success with it. And seeing the trust from that group, right? Marcus mentions that was his gut, that was his choice and preference, but his friends also trust to follow along with it and then are being rewarded for it with success so far.
Yeah, I think that's an aspect of VGC that I hope grows and continues over the coming years, of not just people making teams, but people making teams and then a whole friend group running it. It's something very common in trading card game communities, right? Like our TCG Pokemon trading card game scene, you'll have 7 friends that all made the same Dragapult EX deck or whatever. They have the same 60 cards and they're all running it together, and I hope within VGC we can start to build that up again. I think Carson is a player that does that fairly often too. But let's have a little look-see to the future here, Len, and see the schedule upcoming for the season, as we are in Toronto right now this weekend. But in 2025, we're going to start it in San Antonio. Wonderful city. We had a lot of fun in San Antonio last year, celebrating the holidays, the beautiful river boat walks or whatever, and all the fun stuff that San Antonio had in store. And I'm sure it'll be just as fun in January.
Yeah, and it'll be the debut of Regulation G. Everyone kind of waiting to see whether it'll be back to the same or something new. Should be pretty fun.
Yeah, and that'll be Giovanni Castro winning San Antonio last year, potentially going to be defending his crown there. London upcoming in February. So I know EUIC had the registration go live earlier this week, so hope everybody got into it. We have thousands and thousands of players across all of our games that are registering. Pokemon growing at such a huge rate. Then we go back to Canada, but the only country, or the only other city that exists in Canada, according to Marcus, according to Americans' perspective of Canada, is Vancouver here, which is a absolutely gorgeous city to visit.
Yeah, I love that tournament every year. It's such a nice city to be in. Looking forward to it.
Now, what about Atlanta? It's been a hot minute since we've been in Georgia for a regional. I'm personally very excited. I've never been to Atlanta. I'm very excited about us returning to Georgia.
Should be another fun one. It's been a long time since we had a regional championship in Atlanta. Maybe a few players thinking back, I did pretty well in Atlanta. I could go there again. We'll have to see who shows up and shows out there. And that'll be getting towards kind of crunch time in the season too, where that top 75 starts to crystallize a little bit more. Players have an idea of how they're progressing so far. Yeah, and then Milwaukee, one of my favorite cities on the circuit. We have regionals there leading into NAIC with New Orleans, and of course the World Championships in Anaheim, California this summer. But we actually have some things more immediate than San Antonio, our next regional. We have this week's Twitch weekly lineup for the broadcast starting on Tuesday. We have the holidays together. This is all Pacific time, so this is all Lens time out here, 2 to 5 p.m. So celebrate some holiday episodes of the Pokemon anime. Wednesday, having a recap going back to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships for the TCG rerun in Yokohama. Crazy. One of the craziest top fours. No spoilers, since you're going to watch it on Wednesday, but one of the craziest top fours we've ever had in the trading card game. And then Thursday, Pokemon Black and White Rival Destinies. Are you a Black and White anime fan? I'm a Diamond and Pearl guy myself. Oh, I think the Black and White is my favorite theme song.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fair.
So I like that one.
Yeah, so Len's going to be tuning in on Thursday to listen to the Black and White theme song on Twitch. I really do honestly enjoy watching the anime on stream, just seeing the people in chat, all the funny moments. Obviously we've seen these so many years ago, but it's fun to reminisce,
Yeah, it's fun to kind of watch it together and remember watching those episodes in the past.
All right, but we're ready to head over to the lounge with Gabby, Jake, and Sierra for a little bit of fun. So, Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. I gotta say, while we're talking animation theme songs, Becoming Me, the most recent one, is honestly one of my favorites. It's really good. So y'all should listen to that if you haven't. What I want to listen to, though, is I think, Sierra, you're in the driver's seat for this segment because we're doing a bit of a recap for Regulation H. And I'm putting you in the driver's seat because I know that you have the numbers. I hope.
Not in my head, but in fact down on a graphic, yes, we do in fact have numbers. But of course, since this is the last Regulation H event, and of course when we get to the end of the year, you know, you like to kind of check your stats on like what you've listened to, what you've watched, etc. That'd be fun to kind of see in terms of Pokemon where exactly this regulation has taken us. So keep in mind, this is from every broadcasted event, which is going to be 3 NA regionals, not including this one, 4 European regionals, as well as the LAIC Championships. But this is the data that we have. So diving into what we got first, the players with the most top cuts. I did crunch this like by hand, so if I am missing a player with 3, I am so sorry. But as it stands right now, these are the 5 that are leading the charge. Of course, we put the Jump Left boys on the same thing because, you know, I had limited space on here, but most top cuts so far in Reg H. Victor Medina tied with Maddie Morgan, 3 apiece.
Not particularly surprising. I think 2 of the best players in Europe in recent years, and I know we saw Victor do really well at LAIC as well, so clearly able to keep up with people across the globe.
Yeah, it seems like Victor really has tapped into the consistency that a majority of Pokemon players aspire to. I feel like I always see him at the top table at the events he attends, especially at those ICs and, you know, the World Championships as well. It's very common to see him up there doing very well. So it's so cool to see just how many players have found this consistency. I mean, if you think about it, Victor Medina probably went to the 4 events that happened in Europe so far and top cut all 4 of them. Same with Maddie, though I do believe he's on the field today. And I mean, same thing with Joe. We've had 3 regionals so far in North America. Has done very well. I think one of those cuts, is probably from Stuttgart, right?
It was,
yes. Yeah, so insane amounts of consistency from these players, and you can't do it without the Pokemon. And if we want to talk about a consistent Pokemon to take the crown, Incineroar is the cat in the room.
Yeah, so 8 Pokemon across, you know, 8 events, 64 in total. So out of that, Incineroar and Sneasler tied for the most of them seen in the top 8, both at 27 apiece. So I think that's really interesting because when we've looked at Sneasler was a Pokemon that actually for the first 2 events of the regulation didn't have nearly the amount of usage that you would maybe like. And nowadays you're thinking of Sneasler and you're like, wow, it's everywhere. But the first 2 events, going back to it, it wasn't the most seen, at least not in the same type of ways that we're seeing it nowadays, where Incineroar had a higher usage then, and then Incineroar kind of fell off for a little bit when Sneasler popped back up. So when you total it across the board, dead tie for the first place.
Feels like there's always kind of a lag time in usage at the start of a new regulation.
Yeah.
And of course, coming off of Regulation G with all of the restricted Pokemon, with Incineroar being kind of the definitive best Pokemon in that format, it was naturally going to stay high at the beginning. But then I think Sneasler started to creep into people's minds, and eventually it became clear that actually maybe this is one of the best, if not the best Pokemon in this format. And then it just started to ramp up from there. And ending tied with Incineroar, I feel, is very fitting.
I feel like Sneasler has the storyline that we see from a lot of Pokemon that are introduced in situations when VGC isn't necessarily on the top of the mind. So Sneasler, a Pokemon introduced in Pokemon Legends Arceus. I honestly associated it mostly with that Pokemon that put me in that big basket and would climb me up cliffs when I wanted to go exploring. But I think once players started to see that Dire Claw was more than just, you know, oh, you can maybe poison or maybe you can sleep or whatever, but actually had really good damage output, also had really good board positioning thanks to its natural speed, and of course some amazing abilities it has access to as well. I think that was what caused that uptick. It was like somebody cracked the formula and then it's like, oh wait, this is actually an incredible Pokemon. Why aren't we using it?
Not only can it carry you up the mountain, it can carry you into top 8 at tournaments as well.
In the large basket, yes.
I mean, when we were looking at the Pokemon seen most in top 8 as well, it started getting really close after that Dragonite spot. So something that we've talked about that, the regional differences, and of course with this being in, like, across every single event, that 5th place spot, we only had limited spot on here, was Amoonguss at 20 spots, which I think is kind of interesting. I think real indication of where the meta is across different regions. And before we get into unique top 8 appearances, I do actually have to shout out Geo, because for the Pokemon most seen in top 8 and unique top 8 appearances, Geo was, I mean, the driving force behind getting this information and helping compile it. So huge shout out to the Giovanni Polar Bear right there. But yeah, unique top 8 appearances. Across top 8 for every single event, there has been 15 Pokemon that have only ever appeared once in that top 8. So we picked some of them there, but it's funny because things like the Tatsugiri and kind of even the Gastrodon, depending if you're a Gastrodon believer or denier, I was actually kind of surprised to see that we've only seen one.
I do have to ask for Lou, did you confirm the Gastrodon form before you put it on this graphic?
I specifically specified it had to be the pink Gastrodon.
That was all I needed to know.
Sorry, Lou. I love you, but pink Gastro all the way.
Some of those unique top 8 appearances, too, are pretty memorable. I know back in Louisville, we had Wolf running the Unmega. We had Parker Simmons with the Sui and Zoroark, Spam kind of team, both of which were really fun to watch on stream. And it's not particularly surprising to me that those were their only top 8 appearances, because those are Pokemon that are very niche and a little bit difficult to use to the level that you would need to make a top 8 appearance. And so it was cool to see them succeed, but also I think it feels kind of correct that they had their kind of one-hit wonder event and then didn't make too much of an impact after that.
I agree. I mean, I know a lot of people were trying out that Yanmega team, especially after Wolf did so well with it, since he did end up publishing that team online. But at the same time, like, I tried it out myself. It was very difficult to play with. And I think we talked a little bit to Marco about this at LAIC with the Charizard team. Sometimes you can have one of the best Pokemon in the format. You can have the best, typing, best power, whatever you need in that slot. But if you can't necessarily understand how to make that Pokemon work, it can be very difficult. I think Yanmega especially is an indication of that.
Yeah, the other Pokemon, by the way, for anyone curious, that have only been seen once ever in a top 8 for this regulation, we have Ceruledge.
Okay.
Shout out Joe Brown there. Hatterene, Klefki, Milotic, Salamence. We got Tauros, the Aqua breed specifically, the Toxtricity, Whimsicott, which also surprises me a little bit. And yeah, only ever once seen in a top cut. And for record, Tatsugiri's been seen the once. Dondozo, we've had 3. So 2 solo Dozos.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of acceptable, though, because I think Dondozo found a lot of success this regulation without Tatsugiri, much to my personal enjoyment.
I mean, even we saw Collin Hire on stream earlier. I believe he top 8'd Louisville with the solo Dondozo. So very early on in the format, people were keying in on, hey, this is a really solid Pokemon. Yawn support is always really good. It's very bulky, unaware is very strong, and of course, when in doubt, figure it out.
Teach me how to make that work.
I don't know. I can't.
Okay, fair enough.
So Gabby, you simply click the button and you let someone else take the driver's wheel there. You just hope for the best.
I'll just use my Sneasler, climb up to the top of Mount Sinjo, and then have Arceus take the wheel.
There we go.
There you go. Perfect.
Easy.
You got it said. You already know what's up. You don't need any help here.
Well, let's also talk about the top 4 day 1 Pokemon, because I'm very curious to see just how these numbers compiled. So I'm assuming you looked at the top 12 for all the events, or well, Geo did. And
this
then
one I did. I crunched
together.
These ones. So if they're wrong, you blame me.
I don't want to blame anybody. I'm just curious.
I'll blame you, Sierra. Don't worry.
Thank you.
I almost feel like I expected these numbers to be higher for some reason.
It goes back to, we've seen the format, even though we've seen the same pieces, we've seen how they've been used across events differ drastically. So for Sneasler, for example, that was a Pokemon I had to triple check because I thought it would have been over 40% easy, considering that there has been events where it's been over 50. But when you look back at Baltimore, before people really understood Sneasler and what it was capable of, day 1 usage, this was all day 1, was actually only 18.5%.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
And then looking back at the first European regional as well, it was also significantly lower. So those 2 events in general just brought Sneasler down so much to really even it out across the board. That's also why when we see Incineroar in like Top Cut and etc., you guys see a lot of Incineroar, but the day 1 usage of it, it's gone up and down as the meta trends have changed, which have really just kind of, I don't know, just put it down here. And like even Rillaboom, it's higher on this day one across the board than we actually get to see it at this event. So another indication of where this meta has gone.
I was just about to ask about Rillaboom's conversion rate from day 1 to day 2 to top 8. I don't know if you have that available, but like, where would Rillaboom be in terms of seen most in top 8? Is it? I'm assuming it's below Amoonguss. It has to be.
That is an answer I can get to you later, and we can have a great discussion. Unfortunately, all I have here is my brain and my Slitherwing, and unfortunately, those do not have the answer for you, Gabby.
Well, I'll get Slitherwing a little laptop so Slitherwing can run the numbers while we're talking.
Perfect. He has rent to pay.
I think there's an interesting story with Dragonite, too, because Dragonite is kind of a response to Sash Sneasler. As far as like the progression throughout the meta. So as Sneasler picked up in usage, I don't think Dragonite was super popular very early on in Regulation H. And so when people started realizing, oh, Scale Shot actually just knocks out Sneasler through Focus Sash, and that can be really disruptive to a lot of teams, that's when it starts to kind of climb up. And that's why it's like day 1 usage. It's probably also very low in the early season, much like Sneasler, but then took a little bit more time than even Sneasler to pick up. And so it fails to make that, top day 1 usage.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at like Dragonite for the very first event, it didn't even make the day 1 graphic. It's only on the day 2 at 15%. And now it's just a staple like in our format. I believe it was 30-ish% for day 1 here in Toronto, so.
Interesting, and time will only tell where it'll end up on day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
I kind of want to pose the question to Twitch chat and YouTube chat if y'all are out there. Not that I can see what you're responding, but I am curious what people's takeaways are from Regulation H, because we mentioned earlier, we had the recap graphic, we had those 4 Pokemon on the season summary so far in the intro. I'm curious what people are taking away from this regulation, and if you look back and think of anything about Regulation H, what is that Pokemon, what is that strategy, and why?
I'm interested to see what people carry on from H as we go back to G. We kind of hinted at it earlier, but the Sneasler Urshifu conversation, I think is at least one to be had. I think maybe it's going to be really hard to not use Urshifu in a format where it's legal, but there are some cases where we saw how good Sneasler is in this regulation. Maybe we can carry that forward. And so there's going to be a lot of kind of switches. It's unique because we get to go back to a regulation we played for a few months already, but with the knowledge we gained from this current one. So it's going to be cool to see how people adapt to it.
Yeah, when I'm looking at the end of the regulation, one thing that we're obviously going to be saying farewell to is like these extremely unique Pokemon, because we were definitely in a lower power level format where you can't show up with the Hizumi and Samurats and like a top cut an event, right? And it's not something you would really see before. And with all these unique picks, obviously there is the staples. And sometimes people get really caught up on, hey, Sneasler's still on top. Hey, I'm so sick of Incineroar because Incineroar's top of every single format. But Pokemon like that were able to enable so many other things to kind of change and enabled like these one-off Pokemon, or even just big meta adjustments, like going from Indeedee female to Indeedee male all of a sudden with the Sneasler combination, and being able to see how people kind of adapted, and that realistically, especially for top trainers, that they could make anything really work, especially in tune with their playstyle, I think was a really cool part of this format.
It was, and y'all had such great insightful answers. I'm sure Twitch chat and YouTube chat, y'all had some great answers too. For now though, we're gonna take a short break while we get ready for our next round of Swiss, so please stay tuned and keep watching.
Let's go! Good luck, have fun.
You too. You're fine, guys.
Okay. Okay, it's fine.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Marcus Dion, who is coming off of a top 4 placement in the Sacramento Regionals. Obviously, your friend Carson won that event with the same exact team. How does it feel looking back on that weekend and that accomplishment?
It's pretty crazy. I think it's a result that I'd been searching for a very long time, and I'm very grateful that we were able to build such a cool team to execute on that. And I think it was a really cool tournament in the sense that Carson and I really dominated. I think like collectively it was like 22 wins, something like 22 wins and 4 losses. It was a crazy ratio. So it was a very good tournament. Very happy for my result and very happy for Carson's as well.
Now, there have been a few regional events over in Europe, in Australia, and in Latin America where people have run the same team. We've seen some adaptations to it. What do you think about the different ways people have run your team, and how does that factor into what you're thinking of running this weekend?
So I think over in Europe, we saw a lot of the same. Some people were using exactly our version. Some people were using the Dragonite version over the Incin. And then something new that I had helped a European player work on was Tyranitar over, or think about was Tyranitar over over the Incineroar, and that was something that I think went pretty far in the event and is really cool to counteract things like rain, counteract things like opposing side spam. And then over in Australia, we saw a group of players, including Sam Pandelis, use Armor Rouge over the Incin, which is very cool, very interesting, but they did well with it. So it's something that like we've kind of been taking stock of while looking at all of these results and being like, okay, what can we do now going into this weekend? Like, where's this team at? And I think we found a good middle ground. I won't say what the team is yet. Again, we're recording on Friday, but we've found a good middle ground, I'd say.
All right, so since we are recording on Friday, do you have any advice for yourself tomorrow when we inevitably play this interview?
Keep calm, keep going. You know you're good, just don't choke.
Wise words, and please tell me that next time I'm competing. So one other thing I'm asking trainers this weekend is the new year is approaching. Do you have any resolutions for the 2025 VGC season going into the new year?
I'd say I've been looking for some further results for a very long time. In 2025, I want to win a regional. It's a tall order, it's a tall ask, but I think I'm getting there as a player, and I would really like to make that a reality. So I'd say that would be the New Year's resolution, yeah, winning a regional.
Well, you certainly set yourself up for some great success this weekend, it sounds like. So best of luck in the competition, Marcus, and we will be back with more Pokemon action soon.
Eu acho que para mim as principais ferramentas para você melhorar como um treinador seria ter vários amigos para jogar, pesquisar bastante, entrar em grupos e treinar principalmente.
Quais ferramentas que eu acho que um jogador competitivo tem que ter? Primeiro é paciência, porque você tem que repetir várias vezes, várias coisas. Então, primeiro é paciência. E a segunda de tudo é, cara, é anotar as coisas. Anota bastante porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil, então é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada um consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important because on Pokemon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones de los campeonatos regionales, internacionales y del Mundial de Pokémon. A pesar de que el meta puede llegar a cambiar mucho, no significa que no puedas ver cómo juegan otros entrenadores, qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que dicen en las entrevistas, ver cuál mindset tiene. Entonces, ve lo que piensan, ve cómo juegan, imítalos y supéralos.
Andrew Zheng will win his first ever regional championship in the Masters Division here in Louisville.
My name is Andrew, and I grew up in Ohio. I actually started pretty late by VGC standards. I didn't buy a Pokemon game until Scarlet, actually. Once I played the game, I grew in love with it. I found out about VGC, and it took off from there, and I haven't looked back since. This season, my #1 goal was to qualify for Worlds. I knew that it was going to be harder than last year, and then last year I didn't actually make it, so knowing that in a more challenging season, I still made it to Worlds definitely gives me a confidence boost going forward. One of the biggest lessons I think this game has taught me was actually learned over this weekend of Louisville. I've heard a lot of good players say that taking early losses at a regional were like fine and you just have to bounce back, but I really didn't believe them until this weekend. After my bad start, it was just stay alive and trust my team. The first few times that I was put on stream, I was definitely super nervous, especially the first time at Indy. My nerves was like literally skyrocketing. It definitely does get a little easier from then on, but still nothing compares to the emotions I felt today. I think I've learned that when I can really focus and play the game without distractions, I can beat anyone. As cliche as it sounds, I think people getting into VGC should do two pretty simple things: battle, have fun, and watch other people battle. That's the way that I've improved the most. Usually, I do best when I play the game and not the player. Obviously, that doesn't always work if you're playing someone really, really good. Recognizing when I'm behind and have to play accordingly is still one of my biggest weaknesses. Like from ahead, I can spot win conditions, but from behind, I still have a lot of improvement to do. I think that finals was definitely the most exciting match, but I think my hardest was against Wolf. We both recognized that our best game plan was to bring 3 of the bulkiest Pokemon on our teams and just play long games.
An iconic matchup against Wolf, which lasted, I believe it was like 54 in-game minutes.
Just trying to navigate that was really challenging, but in the end, super rewarding. The first people in this community that I felt like really believed in me are Toller Webb and Aaron Trailer. They're like first top players that I met in this community, and they've been super supportive. I had some really good coaches to help in my growth. Sempra and Chupacross really helped me understand the game more. Without all of those people, I wouldn't be where I am today. I've definitely reached my biggest goal today, which is to win a regional, and from here, who knows, but I am looking forward to it.
About halfway, just over halfway done with our first day of competition here at the Toronto Pokemon Regional Championships for the video game. And we have had some electrifying matches so far. Some going the distance, all 3. Some, you know, sometimes your team is just too strong and it goes how it goes. But we're excited to be shortly underway with our 5th round of Swiss. Sierra Dawn, Jake Muller, we were just talking about the format. You might have just seen us in Lounge literally a minute ago, ran over here, but now we get to cast some more Pokemon.
Of course, really excited. We're getting to the point in the tournament where players are getting closer and closer to locking down their berth in day 2 of the Swiss stage here in Toronto, which is really important to do. Obviously, if you want to win the whole tournament, you got to make top cut. To make top cut, you got to play in day 2. To play in day 2, you got to get 6 wins, and these trainers are well on their way. Again, this is our 5th round of Swiss, and so we have a bunch of trainers still undefeated, but notably on your screen, you can see Marcus Dion, who we just had on stream, Shiliang Tang and Alex Underhill, 2 regional champions of seasons past, who are doing very well here as well. And Justin Burns, another name that you will most likely recognize, and then a lot of trainers who may not have that big regional win under their belt just yet, but are putting themselves in striking distance.
Giovanni Costa as well, definitely a notable call out here, especially too when Dragonite is awesome in a format. First person I think of is Giovanni. So, you know, definitely at that 4-0, great start today. There is more 4-0 players, but of course, we don't have enough space for all the names, but no, when we're looking at that 6 to secure spot into day 2, it is a great start, especially too, you don't want to just squeak by into day 2, because day 2, with it being a continuation of the Swiss, you want to make sure you're trying to sit at that only 2 losses or less even to get into that top cut, since you know, 3 losses isn't quite gonna cut it.
Yeah, it is really tough. You gotta play through 11 rounds of Swiss and only lose 2 of them. That is a really tough ask, but if you can win all 8 of your rounds on this first day of competition, that makes your day 2 so much easier. Of course, those records, again, do carry over. You're not gonna reset your rating after you get into that second day, because it is essentially just a continuation of this first stage of Swiss.
Yeah, and of course, if you make it to day 2 of competition, that is awesome. Do not get me wrong. Like, you want to play for some money, you want to play for booster packs, but of course, if you want to go the distance and, I mean, be the last regional champion of this regulation, or try and take down take away the title from Jabba, you know, who's also had a strong start, though not 4-0. That's the way you have to do it. But no, it's really interesting to see just the consistency of some trainers and then some people who are just starting to pop off near the end of things.
That's always the really fun stories to watch too, is of course we have our trainers that we see on stream. Most events they play at, they're making top cut a lot of the time. The players like the Zhou Ugarte or Marcus Dion, we're seeing multiple regionals in a row. But of course we have the Justin Tangs, we have the Nicholas Moraleses who come and just like win their first regional, and all of a sudden they've become like a top player that you have to respect anytime you play against them. And it's really cool to see those players develop, not only within just one regional as they progress through Swiss rounds, but as they go throughout the season as well.
Every story has to start somewhere, and for our next, there's definitely a story that has been, you know, around for a while. Looking at our notable matches, next up, James Beck going up against Zachary Hall. Beck, of course, someone who has been talked about at length, and someone that we haven't necessarily gotten to showcase quite as much recently, so this should be awesome.
Of course, a regional champion last season. He won the Peoria Regionals early on in the 23-24 VGC season. Has made top 4 at Worlds multiple times, so someone that is a threat at any event they attend. I think also an LAIC winner in seasons past, so I think someone that it's a little bit surprising to me that he hasn't been up at these top tables at more events because he is such a strong player. But off to a great start here and looking to capitalize on that against Zachary Hall, who's a player we haven't actually gotten to see too much on stream.
Yeah, someone who has been playing for a couple of years, but, you know, everyone has that pop-off moment in the game, and Zachary, I mean, great start to the competition. So this is fantastic and a really good way to prove themselves on this bigger stage to go up against someone who is so accomplished like Beck. So, and being 4-0 when we're talking about how stacked these events are, you cannot take that lightly whatsoever.
It's really fun too, because if you want to be making these deep regional runs and like putting yourself in position to win, you have to be able to beat players like James Beck. So to have this test, it's not necessarily early on in the tournament anymore, like midway through the first day, but you're going to have to play these tough matches at some point, and especially if you can play them at a time like this, where if you win, you're 5-0, you've got one more win to make day 2, and then you can start setting yourself up for a top cut run. That's a huge boost in momentum if you can take down a big player like James.
Yeah, especially too for Zachary. I mean, James is looking to try and add another regional title to his list. For Zachary, this would be the first day 2, and we've gotten to see that when you're talking about those success stories. We've gotten to see quite a lot of that. Oh, this is their first day 2. Oh, it's gone into their first top cut. Oh, now top cut 4. Then, wait, what's happening? You know, so that'll be really, really exciting to follow.
Of course, I'm really excited to see. Of course, plenty of other notable matches as well. We have our LAIC 2-time champion Marco facing Dylan Salvanera, Jonathan Martin and Matheson Tang, Alex Underhill, the player that we see quite often playing against Michael Spinetta McCarthy. Joe Ugarte is still 4-0, facing off against Ben Wiseman, and Junshi, who is a CP leader up at the very top of our CP table so far, facing off against Giovanni Aranabar, and of course Brent versus Jeremy in that last notable slot. All 4 matches, there are still plenty of undefeated trainers left in the field, but that number will keep getting smaller and smaller as we keep playing.
Yeah, especially too, like we're looking at a humongous event here for Toronto. There's a lot of players that are out here competing. So to be able to see kind of there's a lot of familiar names on this list. Being able to see some of these same names that, okay, we talked about them at Sacramento. Oh, we talked about them at LAIC.
Yeah.
Oh, there's regional just in Europe. Oh, we talked about them there too. I think that is just so entirely impressive.
It really is. The consistency that a lot of these players have is inspiring. You know, when you have the chance to go to a regional, maybe you can't go to all of them in a season. Maybe you get like 3 or 4, maybe some more if you're able to travel more. But when you're showing up and part of the conversation at all of them, it's a testament to, you know, the skill that you have, the results you've put up, the respect you've gained throughout the community. And it's really fun to see how these players work with that, right? You know, sometimes when you would show up to an event and you have higher expectations on you, it could be a little bit more pressure. But for some players like Marco or Joe or, you know, Marcus, like these aren't holding them back at all. If anything, I think it might fuel them.
I mean, it has to at this point. I mean, if you're talking about Marcus, I mean, last event when he got top 4, he's like, I'm just happy to like get a stream win. And then it was like, then it turns into, oh, I'm happy to get a medal. And then it's like, you know, the next part is like, oh, I'm happy to win my first regional. And just kind of, you know, go from there. So that'll be fun. But bringing it back to the match that we have now, something we've talked about a lot on the day, and even just in that last segment we had, was kind of these more unique Pokemon that are being brought into this regulation. And that it is the last regulation. Like, there's no holding back. If you have a cool tech, you have a cool Pokemon to showcase, like this is the opportunity, this is the time.
It is now or never. Like there's no more regulation H regionals in North America after this. And so if you have this cool idea you've been sitting on, if you have, you know, a good team you've built out around it, why not use it now? And I think we're going to get to see some of those cool techs on both of these teams. And it's going to be really cool to see how they interact even.
Yeah, and that even goes back to the conversation about so many different things being viable, especially in the hands of a top trainer. So,
yeah.
You know, until I have confirmation our players have headsets, I won't say exactly what will go on, but... Oh, we have confirmation there's headsets.
Easy.
That's awesome, amazing. Production, you're the best. But James Beck going for this Galarian Weezing. And on the other end, the Politoed. We talk so much about weather, but it's always been about this Pelipper. But Zachary with the cute little frog.
It's interesting, too, that Politoed doesn't necessarily have anything with it that abuses rain very well. There's no other water type to fire off boosted water type attacks. There's no, Basculegion. There's no Archaludon that we often see paired with Pelipper. But there is an Archaludon on James's side, which actually might benefit a little bit from it, not needing to use that power herb. Of course, alongside that Archaludon, the Annihilate, Talonflame, Goldengo, Garchomp, and Galarian Weezing, which I think is really cool. Neutralizing gas allows you to exert so much control over the flow of a game, and it's going to be fun to see how James, who is a very strong player, is able to utilize it.
Especially, too, I mean, if you're the one that has a Galarian Weezing, of course, that's going to be a field effect, that's going to be everything shut off, but you're able to play around that and play with the abilities how that you want and really prioritize when you need yours and when you don't. Whereas for Zachary, especially since there isn't too many Galarian Weezings out in the field, it's going to be something that he might be a little caught off guard against, which is going to be absolutely huge. And talking about the rest of the team, there's definitely some of these good stuff Pokemon we've talked about. We have that Double Steel, we have the Goldengo, the Archaludon, but we also have a way of being able to go super fast and speedy. We have this Talonflame, and I love Talonflame in this format because you do have a lot of damage in the fire and flying category, two great types to be having. You have the Tailwind, but also the Will-O-Wisp to really be able to kind of shut something down when you're looking at Garchomps, when you're looking at King Gambit, which Zachary does have. That's a great way to make sure they can't start controlling the game on their own pace with just their own damage output.
The dual Wing Beat on Talonflame is also another Sneasler adaptation. Much like Skill Shot, it is able to knock out Sneasler through Focus Sash because it does have the 2-hit component to it. Especially since Zachary's Sneasler is Stellar Terra, you're not going to be able to terrestrialize away from that flying weakness. And because of the Gale Wing's priority, you're pretty much able to just knock out Sneasler before it can do anything, which is really huge for a lot of teams.
Yeah, you'd want to make sure the Sneasler is just absolutely kept in check. And once that's done, there's definitely a couple of good Pokemon on this team to be able to start running with the team. So Annihilate as well, it does have the Assault Vest, so it does have coverage move of the Ice Punch, which I absolutely love on this. Annihilate, we get to see a bunch of different sets, so we've kind of gone away from the speedier options, but that longevity, fantastic, especially you want to try to take all the hits and just be able to dish out powerful Rage Fist going on later in the match.
Ice Punch is really cool. That's not something I see too often on Annihilate, but having that immediate threat on both Dragonite and Garchomp can be really valuable. Eventually Rage Fist will do a lot of damage to them, especially if you're able to stack it up yourself somehow, but having that immediate threat, especially on Assault Vest where you kind of have the space for it, can come in really handy. But now we get to see Zachary's team with that Politoed. Again, it's kind of self-sufficient there. It's holding the Mystic Water, so it's there to do a lot of damage itself. Doesn't really care about enabling its teammates with both Weather Ball and Muddy Water. But of course, alongside of it, Sneasler, King Gambit, Magmar, Dragapult, and Rillaboom. So kind of harkening back to some of the early balance cores we've seen, except instead of a Primarina, it is a Politoed.
Honestly, Politoed's so much cuter. I love this Politoed. Of course, when you are looking at setting up this weather for yourself to be able to take advantage of with a powerful Weather Ball, something a little bit more accurate than that Muddy Water, it is a strategy that can get shut down by the Weezing. And when I look over at Zachary's team, that's something that across the board could be a really big issue. And this Sneasler as well. A lot of Sneaslers we see nowadays, especially paired up with this Indeedee, is more of this Unburden type. Make sure that you have the speed. This Sneasler with Poison Touch. So an opportunity, if you do have the ability open to you, we're taking an extra roll on those statuses.
I think unfortunately it's unlikely we do get to see the Politoed because of that Weezing and because of the Archaludon on James's side. You don't really want to give it the chance to Electro Shot twice when usually it's only going to have the one with the Power Herb. So maybe not the game for Politoed, but it is the game for both King Gambit and Magmar as Zachary leads those two Pokemon into James's Talonflame and Goldengo. Immediately the Goldengo is threatened by this King Gambit, but as you called out, Sierra, it is a Will-O-Wisp Talonflame, so we could see some status moves thrown out here.
Especially too, Talonflame is a decently speedy Pokemon. Of course, there is this option with this Magmar to try and go for a redirection if you do want to be making sure that King Gambit stays safe past this turn. And that is something that, you know, James has to play around. No swap on this turn, but we are going to get the Terastallization right away, turn 1 of this match, and that will be the Golden Go. We're looking at this Golden Go. It is going to be something that goes into the fairy type, so something a little bit more defensive to make it through this turn.
Doing its best Miraidon impression with the Terra Fairy, Choice Specs, Dazzling Gleam being thrown out here. Follow Me does come out from Magmar. Of course, cannot redirect a spread Dazzling Gleam, but will redirect the Will-O-Wisp, which will be ineffective.
That means that King Gambit will have the full force of its attack going on board. But Golden Goal, not just defensive, but offensive as well with that Dazzling Gleam. Spread damage, not going to quite get King Gambit below half, though. So great opportunity to go ahead and set up with that Sword Stance. Get a +2 to the attack.
Just barely taking less than half. That might actually be a damage roll, too. So there's a chance a second Dazzling Gleam could knock out this King Gambit. It will be very close. That Sword Stance is great, but you can't really Sucker Punch this Golden Go anymore, as it now resists the Dark typing. A really nice Terastallization from James there, both offensively to boost the Dazzling Gleam damage and defensively to make sure you're safe from another Sucker Punch or a possible overheat from Magmar.
So now that's going to be the Golden Go. To use the Terastallization, now it's getting out of there. Wheezing, this Galarian Wheezing that we talked about hits the field, and the neutralizing gas going to be shutting off those abilities. Not going to shut off that Follow Me, though, as Magmar, yet again, making sure its partner Pokemon stays safe on the turn. And it's not going to be the attempt to catch Zachary off guard, see if, you know, keep him honest. Instead, it's going to be starting to chip away at this Pokemon, of course, being decently bulky. Kowtow Cleave now into the Wheezing swap, and not very effective. Doesn't quite look like it, though, because that does more than half damage.
There's no messing around with a +2 King Gambit. It is not the black glasses. Fortunately for James, it's holding the safety goggles instead, so no extra boost from that held item, but still a decent spot here to be in if you are Zachary, because this Magmar, as we're seeing, is not taking too much damage from this Talonflame. The dual Wing Beat really tickling it. Of course, the Dazzling Gleam combining with it to still be over half of its HP remaining, and this Follow Me can still protect King Gambit for at least one more turn.
Now you make sure the King Gambit's safe. Tailwind on this turn. Make sure that going on forward, at least you're going to be faster, even if you're not necessarily doing the damage that you want. The taunt with the Wheezing swap in, though, this is something that can shut that down in the future. So now King Gambit a little bit more exposed than it was before. Kowtow Cleave into the Talonflame, though, is going to completely eliminate it, so it's not going to be risking a Will-O-Wisp in the future.
It's a really smart play from both trainers, I think. Going for the Tailwind taunt there, if you're James, means that you keep this Magmar locked in the field. You don't go for a KO with a combination of dual Wing Beat and something like a Sledge Bomb, which would give Zachary another swap out of the Magmar slot into something that can support the King Gambit well. But at the same time, making sure you go for the Kowtow Cleave into Talonflame, so it can't be put, you can't be burned with Will-O-Wisp anymore for the rest of this game, I think is a smart target from that Kowtow Cleave.
This turn, the King Gambit not necessarily protected, since you no longer have access to the Follow Me, will just protect as yet another Dazzling Gleam coming out from this Golden Go. We saw how well the Magmar took it before, not very effective. And of course, with the Eviolite, not much damage, but the critical hit from the Sledge Bomb, that will be enough to follow up.
Hard to tell if that critical hit mattered. Magmar is generally pretty bulky thanks to that Eviolite item, and when trainers use Magmar, they often train it to be as bulky as it possibly can be. This Wheezing is holding the Focus Sash, so possibly trained to be a little bit more offensive, but if the Magmar was able to survive there, an overheat could have been huge for Zachary to put either of these Pokemon into range from a +2 Sucker Punch. Now, given the dual Fairy typing, I think either of them should be able to survive one, and because Tailwind is up, this Sneasler and King Gambit might be in trouble.
Yeah, this Sneasler does have the Focus Sash in comparison to anything else, as well as the Fake Out. And since the Golden Go did Terastallize out of the Ghost typing, it is some Pokemon that can stop on this turn. Strange Thief into the King Gambit. Doesn't pick up the KO, does get the Confusion. If this hits itself with Confusion, that will be the self KO, especially with that raised attack. To see if it can break on through it, it will. Sigh of relief for Zachary, not so much for James, as that will mean his Wheezing will fall.
Wheezing falls, and importantly, Sneasler's Focus Sash remains intact. That is really big because the Talonflame has been knocked out. There is no more opportunity for a Tailwind to be set up, and I believe this coming turn is the final turn of Tailwind, which means that if Sneasler does opt to protect on this turn, it will be the fastest thing on the field for the remainder of the game, and now threatens super effective damage into both of James's Pokemon.
That's going to be absolutely huge. King Gambit did protect the last time. No, it didn't. Sorry, it was confused. So it can just go for that double, though it is notably still confused because that is a roll that goes on in the future. So we'll have to see if it can break through and protect past this final turn of Tailwind. And it won't! The King Gambit, the self-KO, is gonna take itself down to even up this Pokemon count.
That's rough there. I think if you're Zachary, you probably want to be sucker punching this Archaludon because it is sturdy. It is not the stamina set that we see very often, so it does essentially have its own Focus Sash built in. And if you're able to sucker punch and break that sturdy, then you're able to KO it with Sneasler on this following turn. But instead, Archaludon does get to activate its Power Herb, boost its special attack, and of course the Electroshock goes into the protecting Sneasler, as does this Dazzling Gleam. But depending on what the fourth Pokemon is for Zachary, this could still be a pretty strong position.
Especially too with the Tailwind petering out, you are going to be in a situation where this Sneasler is going fast, and not the only fast Pokemon around, the Dragapult. Before it was all about this Indeedee Sneasler, the Dragapult Sneasler was a combo to be feared, and that's going to be the final two for Zach.
I do think this is still very much in Zachary's favor. You have either the Dire Claw or the Close Combat to threaten huge damage into either of James's Pokemon, and your Dragapult, you know, you're probably going to Terastallize it here. Oh no, it's a Sneasler going straight for the Stellar Terra to try and guarantee the KO on the Golden Go, I would imagine, which would then free up Dragapult to lock into something like Dragon Darts and try to damage that Archaludon instead.
Make sure you just get this KO right now as Dragon Darts will be that lock-in. Of course, the double hit into the Archaludon with that smart targeting as Dire Claw. Now going to be super effective thanks to that Fairy Terastallization. And with the help of the Stellar Terastallization, will bring James down to final Pokemon Archaludon that's been heavily injured.
That's the benefit of the Stellar Terra on Sneasler. You lose the defensive option, but you do give yourself this opportunity to guarantee that Dire Claw KO. Maybe there's a world where Golden Go is trained to be pretty defensive, despite it being, you know, the Choice Specs offensive variant, and you worry if, you know, maybe Dire Claw doesn't KO, and if it doesn't, you kind of just lose the game straight up. But making sure you take that extra damage from the Stellar Terastallization, you know that despite this Archaludon having Sturdy, it cannot damage both your Pokemon at once. Zachary takes the pretty clean first game win over the Titan of VGC and James Beck.
Yeah, Zachary on a tear so far, 4-0, and being able to play up a game against somebody like James Beck is absolutely humongous. And both have to kind of rethink of how this one's going to go. I think really well played from the start from Zachary. Of course, this Talonflame from James could pressure so much into the King Gambit. The King Gambit was never in a situation where it necessarily felt threatened. You get this Swords Dance, and a Swords Dance King Gambit is one of the scariest things out there. I would say even scarier than a Sneasler. So fantastic. For James, I'm curious then what you want to do, because you need to have something to maybe handle this Magmar a little bit sooner, because the spread damage attacks, the Dazzling Gleam wasn't doing anything.
There really wasn't. I think the Magmar being that fire type is really, really good typing into James's team, especially because this Golden Go really wants to be firing off those choice specs, either Dazzling Gleam or Make It Rain, both of which Magmar does resist. And I think that what Zachary did very well in that first game is managing the threat of James's Talonflame. You don't have a way to match Tailwind, you really don't have any speed control of your own, and you don't have a way to prevent Talonflame from setting up that Tailwind. So you essentially just have to let it happen, but how you manage those turns is really smart, and making sure that you knocked out the Talonflame before it had the chance to go for that Will-O-Wisp into King Gambit or any of your other physical attackers was huge.
I'm looking at where the adjustment's going to be, and we get a little Politoed out on the field. All right, so big adjustment from both trainers here. I was curious if we'd see this Garchomp, considering this is something that could threaten right away. It does have access to the Earthquake as well, so next to this Talonflame, you can get the speed and you can do that spread damage. Now, the Magmar definitely can be the brute force of this hit, but the Politoed, I mean, it would love to just fire off a Weather Ball or even a Muddy Water into the opposing ends, and with the weather already set and no way to override it for James, this rain's going to be sticking around for a bit.
This is actually like prime Politoed position here. If there's a way to, you know, make sure that this Politoed sticks around, Magmar is there to use Follow Me. Of course, you can't redirect Earthquake, but you could Terastallize that Magmar away from a ground type weakness into a ghost type. So a really, really strong position actually for this Politoed, because it's not really threatened. It's bulky enough to take attacks from these two Pokemon. And if you didn't catch in the back, the Archaludon did not show up to this game.
Oh, the Archaludon would have loved these conditions. Politoed might love them even more. So James will get to act first with this Garchomp. It's Tailwind on his side, and it is going to be the spread damage of the Earthquake. Since it is spread damage, a little bit less on the opposing end. And yeah, both of these Pokemon taking that so well. Muddy Water, it will be a double connect with the power of the rain. One hit KO on the Talonflame, and Garchomp almost goes down as well, and its accuracy gets dropped.
Hello, Politoed. Welcome to Regulation H. Huge helping hand Muddy Water there. Takes out the Talonflame cleanly and almost knocks out that that Garchomp. Of course, because it is Life Orb, it only gets the chance to attack one more time before it knocks itself out. Golden Goat does come in here, and because Magmar did Terastallize, you are now no longer resisting the Dazzling Gleam or the Make It Rain. But so much work has already been put in by Zachary's team, and of course the Talonflame does go down. So again, we're in a position where if Tailwind ends, there's no way to reset it. And if Zachary has that Sneasler in the back with the option to fake out and protect, there are ample ways to stall out the rest of Tailwind.
Yeah, you at least still have some Pokemon that can be dealing some damage. So even as the Garchomp swaps out, looking at what this Golden Goat can be offering here, especially having access to this spread damage could be key, because this Politoed, again, we can't be redirecting these moves. They are spread damage. So again, we will see that Fairy Terastallization. We saw it in game number 1, and a Dazzling Gleam soon to follow. Politoed finally just showing up in the regulation, and it's already been putting in work, which is so much fun. And Magmar, that is the Protect on this turn. Have to see how much exactly this is going to be doing. Of course, it is going to be boosted with this Terastallization, the spread of damage. How bulky is this Politoed? Enough.
No
it's going to
way.
hold on, and that's another round of Muddy Water. Double connect yet again.
Wow.
Critical hit, Weezing brought down to Sash. This Politoed putting in work.
Politoed showing that it is the superior water type on these balance cores. It's not Primarina at home. Primarina is Politoed at home. And now it has gotten off these 2 huge Muddy Waters, brought the Weezing down to its Focus Sash, and crucially hung on to break the Focus Sash of that Weezing. And now this game has been made so much more simple for Zachary. Once Tailwind goes down, your Sneasler will be the fastest thing on the field. It can knock out whatever it wants.
Yeah, it's not even about, like, it is surviving the Tailwind, but the amount that you've been able to do, even with this Tailwind up against you, has been absolutely huge. That is finally Politoed going down. The King Gambit on the swap in is not going to be falling to that double up hit. And now we can see that Sneasler hit the field now, but we are getting closer and closer to the end of that Tailwind. I believe just 1 turn left.
Yeah, this is the final turn. And again, because that Golden Goat did Terastallize, you can easily just fake it out. Weezing, despite being at 1 HP, cannot survive a Sucker Punch from King Gambit. So Zachary's created a great pin here where if you fake out the Golden Goat and Sucker Punch Weezing, there's no chance James can get off any damage this turn. And even if you swap the Weezing out to dodge a Sucker Punch, like, it doesn't get knocked out, but Tailwind ends and now Sneasler can knock it out whenever it wants. And so a really, really strong position to be in here for Zachary.
Yeah, but Garchomp re-hits the field. Reminder, the Garchomp took so much from that Muddy Water earlier, and so even if it gets this opportunity at any point in the game to fire off attack, it will be falling to its own life or recoil, as instead of going for any sort of pin, playing it safe in a different way. It's going to be a double protect on the board. Make sure that you make your way through the last turn of Tailwind, no matter what James tries to do on his end, no matter what switch happens, and now the speed is going to be even for both, and you can have the fastest thing around and access to a priority attack.
And of course, too, the Sneasler is still holding that Focus Sash. And I think what Zachary did there was be very smart about going for protects instead of trying to get damage out. You know that if Garchomp attacks once, it knocks itself out to Life Orb Recoil. And I think one way that Zachary could have possibly lost here is if he accidentally faked out the Garchomp as it swapped in, or happened to get some rough skin damage onto Sneasler to break that Focus Sash. But now that Tailwind's over, Sneasler will be the fastest thing. You can pretty easily just Dire Claw that Golden Ghost slot, and maybe Garchomp gets an Earthquake off, but you don't really care because you have Focus Sash, Garchomp knocks itself out, and then all James has is a 1 HP Weezing in a Dream. And so I think James kind of sees the writing on the wall there. Zachary, a very commanding 2-0 win over James Beck here in round 5.
Yeah, not even just to start, what a competition so far coming out from Zachary. 5-0 on the day. And if the games have been going like that, then someone that we might get to see again later on, because this team, who would have thought that we'd be talking about this Politoed and what it's able to accomplish? I had that nowhere on any single bingo card, or I guess we're saving the best for last.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about too, right? You have these cool ideas of, ways you can use newer creative stuff towards the end of this rule set. And of course, Politoed just comes out of nowhere, essentially just replaces Primarina on a very well-known core that's been going around the entire regulation, but shows, hey, I have my spread water type move. I've got Weather Ball, but I also have, I can haze too. That's a big part of why people run Primarina. And I also have Weather Ball, which can threaten big single target damage. And of course, try and take advantage of some other weathers as well. This turn 1 Muddy Water too, I think Politoed was actually such a smart mix-up for the second game, because what you really don't want to see for Politoed is either Weezing in the lead, so your Drizzle doesn't activate, or the Archaludon at all, so you don't, it's a water resist, and also you're kind of giving it the Electro shots. but neither of those happened. And so a really, really smart mix-up there that immediately paid off with that huge Muddy Water on turn 1.
Especially if you're anticipating the Garchomp change going into that game 2, considering that James didn't really have anything to go up against that Magmar in game number 1.
Yeah.
So you think, what's good against Magmar? Oh, Garchomp, it has all these ground moves. So great adjustment by Beck, but then a really good heads-up play from Zachary to be able to punish that instantly, and that momentum from that very first turn, that just dictated the pace of the entire match.
It really did. James lost so much on that first turn. Talonflame, I think, is a really big piece of that team, especially when you're fighting something like Sneasler, because you're threatening the one-hit KO through the Focus Sash with dual Wing Beat, but immediately losing Talonflame just to get a Tailwind up that it's not super hard to withstand with the team that Zachary brought. It just put Zachary in such a strong spot, especially once that Tailwind ended, but really, like, at no point during the Tailwind was Zachary really scared of anything either.
No, sometimes at Tailwind you're seeing like, oh, I have to go for this priority move now because I won't ever get a turn to act otherwise, or I have to keep going for these protects, and it was, despite the speed situation, everything was in Zachary's favor from then on. It was always playing from behind, even when the situation, like theoretically when there's the Tailwind's advantage, it just really showing that Polytoad
of all things,
being able to put in that work. That was 3 HP away from just a double KO on that turn number 1. Like that would have been, that was essentially match over, but that would have been confirmed match over.
I mean, just really cool to see a cool pick like that not only show up on stream on a team that's doing well, but like show why it's actually a part of this team and contributing to the success of the trainer at this tournament. So very well done, Zachary. Of course, James Beck still 4-1. Not a bad spot to be at after 5 rounds, but I'm rooting for Zachary to make it into day 2 because I would love to see more of how he plays this team later on in this tournament.
Yeah, especially too, if you have this Polytoad and you're able to just play up and like you can have this remote if you want to, you don't have to stick with it. I think just really, really well done. And even if some trainers have gone away from this Dragapult and the Sneasler, just how strong of a combo this is that we got to see earlier in the regulation, just kind of went away because we moved on to different things and the meta shifted, but it's still really, really strong, and that was a full showcase. Like even the amount of damage it was doing in that game number 1 was great.
Yeah, that's exactly what Dragapult does on that team too, is you can either use it early on to try and start poking some holes, or you can save it for the end of the game and then just kind of clean up with Dragon Darts. It's a really strong move for that exact reason, and that's why Choice Band Dragapult saw so much success in Regulation H. And the more things change with the Primarina becoming Polytoad, the more they stay the same with the Dragapult too. So kind of showing the mix of early and late Regulation H success.
As for us, I mean, I'd love to hear from Zachary, and luckily Gabby is standing by with our interview, so let's head on over to that.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Zachary, congratulations on being undefeated, also winning your first time on stream. That must be really exciting.
Yeah, it is. Definitely very exciting.
All right, well, let's talk about the frog in the room. I've been trying to talk up Polytoad all regulation. You made it work. Tell me what's the secret? What's the magic?
Not too much magic. It's my fiance's favorite Pokemon. It's one of my friend's favorites to use too, and I thought it was better than Prim.
All right, well, it certainly had a very unique use on your team in that game too. I think Muddy Water was definitely the attack of choice. Yep. Did you run all those damage calcs? Like, was this something that you really prepared for, or did you just play with your favorite?
I did check the Muddy Water into some Garchomp type things.
Yeah.
After Life Orb chip, it is a roll to kill with Helping Hand. And I had a feeling that James would lead Garchomp after how game 1 went.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that I got that call correct.
All right, well, let's go back to game 1. Tell me about your game plan. What was your strategy going into this matchup?
After reading James's team, I didn't have too much of a strategy. I assumed he'd lead Talonflame, and I wanted to stall out the Tailwind turns as best I could. I don't have that kind of speed control, so I kind of tried to play relatively reserved until I needed to really, hit the Pokemon.
Yeah, and it seemed to work out very well for you. Did you feel like you were able to anticipate his adjustments well going into game 2?
Specifically the lead, yes. Yeah. That's really all I kind of anticipated, and if it wasn't that lead, I'm not too sure how Polytoad would have worked out, but I think I still would have had him click Muddy Water anyway.
I mean, it's a very good move. I myself have gotten a couple cuts off of Muddy Water Polytoad, so, but let's talk about your season so far. I saw that you've been to a few events.
Yes.
As this was your first time on stream, I'm curious, has Polytoad always been on the team? Is this a recent adaptation?
Nope, this is the first time.
Really? Okay. And so tell me about your other events this season. How have those gone for you?
They did not go so well.
All right,
I had a great time
enough.
with friends, though, and that's what matters.
Yeah, for sure. Are you having a great time here in Toronto?
Absolutely, yes.
I'm so glad to hear that. All right, well, this is a pretty straightforward interview. I'm curious how your other matchups today, obviously they've gone very well. Was there anything that caught you off guard? Anything surprising that you saw?
With a lot of the Dragonite popping up, I was, prepping for the scale shot, haze, tailwind type things. And my previous round had low kick on it as well instead of protect.
Oh, wow.
And that causes King Gambit a lot of issues, and I definitely need him in the matchup. So I'm glad that I pulled that one out too.
Yeah, well, you are on your way to victory as there are only a couple rounds left in Swiss. Have any shout outs to anybody at home you want to say hello to?
Shout out to, I guess, just the guys that really keep me going. They sat in the car for 8 hours with me. My fiance really helps me out all the time, really supportive. And yeah, that's about it.
I think Polytoad in a dream is all you need. So Zachary, congratulations. Thank you so much for joining me. And casters, I'm throwing it back to you.
Thank you so much. Glad we got to hear more, especially I loved Gabby's reaction.
Yeah.
I've been trying to make this work. I've been saying the good word of Polytoad, and here it is, 5-0 at Toronto Regional Championships.
I also love Zachary being like, I didn't really have a plan. I was just hoping for the best. And honestly, sometimes that's all you can do. And it can work out, and clearly it did.
I mean, that was the interesting part about this matchup as well, because, when you're going into this event, there's a lot of things you got to prepare for, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know, maybe I'm just a little disrespectful to Glaring Weezing and my own team building, but it's not necessarily one I look at. It's just that's kind of on the lower list of priorities. I want to make sure I can beat a Pelipper or a Chaladon out here, and maybe even a Jump Left Torkoal, but to have no plan but still take such a commanding 2-0, I think is a real testament to the strength of not just Zachary, but to the team as well.
On points to you for saying, Zachary was probably trying to call the Garchomp switch up in game 2, and then it's I expected the Garchomp lead, so you nailed that.
Maybe I should play Polytoad. Maybe that is
true. You just unlocked something.
Next regional will be us two competing to see who can go further, because you've been talking all day about how well you've been doing at these events.
Okay,
which kudos
twice.
to you, because
only twice.
I was about to say kudos to you because you've been crushing it.
Thank you.
Yeah, but now I got to beat you. So
you know what? We still have our unresolved best of 3 from our caster battle too.
That's true.
That can be our tiebreaker. Next event we both attend.
Perfect. Throw back to when you lost to Weeping Bell.
And beat Weeping Bell. Let's be clear.
That did also happen as well, but I'll bring Polytoad next time. Don't tech against me.
Okay, I won't.
And I won't tech against your Glaring Weezing or whatever you're burning.
There we go.
So, no.
Gastrodon.
Gastrodon. No!
I would never. I wouldn't be caught dead.
What? I mean, looking at the field, Gastrodon, despite the fact that I actually thought this would be the format for it, not the most appearances out there of all Pokemon, which is kind of funny. And I feel like without as many Gastrodons, I'm then curious why we haven't necessarily. I know we're kind of a little lacking for strong water types out here, but I would assume with no Gastrodon and the fact that there's a lot of these fire Pokemon or something that would terrestrialize into fire, that water could have been a bit better than we've seen it.
I think the operative word you used there is strong water types, and I would hesitate to classify Gastrodon as strong. Water type it is, I cannot take that away from it, but I think Gastrodon often just struggles to actually perform in practice. It's always good on paper, Storm Drain, great ability, especially for facing 16, Pelipper Basket Legion teams over the course of a couple days. But as long as you're not facing those specific Pokemon, Gastrodon sometimes has a hard time carrying its weight against a lot of teams.
You just don't bring it to those matchups.
Yeah, but then why is it there? It's just taking up space.
It's cute. You want to win with your favorites? All of the good stuff?
My favorites are whatever Pokemon get me wins.
Are your favorites Incineroar, Sneasler, Golden Go, Dragonite, Charizard, Blood Moon, Ursaluna in exactly that order?
I've always said that.
Cue the tweet where it's, this is going to be my next team, and it's just the top 6.
Honestly, that would be a fine team, too.
Yeah, honestly. You got your Fake Out, you got your Double Steal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a double Fake Out if you want it on the Sneasler.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I know. Which would be the stronger team, the top 6 or the bottom 6?
Okay, the bottom 6 having both Pelipper and Basket Legion is kind of crazy.
Right, exactly.
I think in terms of I think the top row is better Pokemon, but if you're just looking at those 6 as 2 teams, I think the bottom row actually wins that.
Yeah, I think the bottom row is kind of doing pretty okay.
Yeah, bottom row supremacy.
that could be what the battle is. It's just the bottom row versus top. We've got it set. We've got it set. But No, I mean, looking at it, we've got to talk a lot about the usage for today, but again, it's really interesting to see these different Pokemon that can come on by that are built around all these other Pokemon. Because in that last match, we've talked at length about the Politoed, but when we looked at what was able to finish up the match at the end, it was the Sneasler. It was in that first game, that Dragapult. And Dragapult, one that we haven't necessarily seen the most of, but yeah, like these just fast, strong Pokemon getting it done.
All roads just lead to Sneasler at this point. That's kind of how I've understood Regulation H so far, is that Sneasler, despite having some rough matchups, obviously like Golden Go right next to it, is very, very strong into Sneasler, unless you're that Throat Chop set that Marcus and Carson were running. But it's like hard to find a scenario where Sneasler can't do something. And even in that match we just saw, we saw Sneasler KO the Golden Go in game 1 and threatened to KO it again in game 2 because it was kind of forced to go for that Fairy Trustalization.
Yeah, especially with James having that Fairy Trustalization and the Dazzling Gleam. Like that's something that we got to see in the past regulation that could really catch people off guard, but this one, it hasn't been quite as common, and I'm sure other games it's worked out really well, but a bit to the detriment in this one. But we've talked so much about these Pokemon. Let's talk a little bit about the players to watch. Dive down into this yet again. But yeah, looking at these trainers, I believe that Joseph is 5-0 at this moment. We'll have to look at the update for Marco and for Marcus, but both were 4-0 last time we did get to see, which is, again, like we're picking some strong trainers for this.
Yeah, Marcus is also 5-0 now, but we don't have the result from Marco's game in just yet. So far, I mean, at least 14-0. Could be 15, could be 14-1, but hopefully Marco pulls through.
Other notable people at 5-0, Justin Tang. We talk about those pop-off performances, 2 regionals in his very first season, first event, and having something like his Hisuian Arcanine 5-0 at that, I think is so cool. Chelli Tang as well, I believe same team. They work together, 5-0. So testament, like when you got these team building duos, it's crazy. Giovanni Costa at 5-0 as well. And there's the Dragonite. It's the bottom of the list.
Of course.
I was like, is he not running the right Dragon type for Geo? No.
Also, shout out to Junshi Zhu, who is at the top of our championship point leaderboards in North America. Started 4-0. We don't have the result from his match just yet for the 5th round, but looking to add to that already huge championship point total and put himself in a strong position to almost already lock up a top 75 spot. You have to imagine with almost 1,000 points, you're probably never going to miss that, right?
I think people were kind of anticipating it would be, depending on who you ask, anywhere from like 600 to 900. So I think like past that 900, if we have over 75 people with 75 points just in North America, that is crazy. Yeah. But as we wait for the results from the other matches, we had a 2-0. There's still people that are taking it to a game 3 out there. Gabby is standing by with members of our community for a little interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Now, one of my favorite parts of the Pokemon community is the friends you make along the way, and I am so honored to be joined by longtime friends of mine, Steph of Anime and Insane in the Rain, and new-time friend of mine, Fun and Games. So first of all, y'all, how's it feel to be here at the Toronto Regional Championships?
Oh my gosh, firstly, Gabby, it's always so good to see you.
I know!
It makes me so happy. Part of my favorite reason to come to these events is to see all my Pokemon-loving friends, so it is just immediate serotonin, dopamine, all the good chemicals in my brain to be here and getting to see you. So yeah, it's been a good time. How about you?
I'm having such a good time. I mean, I just love like getting to be around the environment of people who love the same thing I do, and especially seeing all the different ways in which people love the things, like engaging with all the different. I love seeing so many different ways to engage with Pokemon, even if you're just, regardless if you're playing the video game, the TCG, or you're just, looking at trying to buy a plushie at the side thing,
There are some really good ones.
They're all very good things.
This is my first regionals, and it's in my city, Toronto.
Woo,
so like,
welcome.
This is everything for me. Like the hype is real. I'm excited, like you said, about like everything. There's literally like vendors. If you want to go get Pokemon stuff, I got this Ivysaur, represent my little guy. Doesn't get enough love.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I'm so excited. Like literally, there's so much to see. Eyes are moving between like every competition, and it's just amazing.
Fun and Games, I mean, you mentioned that the World Championships this past summer in Honolulu was your first ever Pokemon event. And I'm curious, I mean, walk me through what that was like for you. Like, for me, it was like this moment where I just felt like I was accepted for the first time in my life, So I imagine it must be very similar, but like 20 times more because Worlds is so huge now.
It's so huge. It's so amazing. And it's very much like you said, there's something that you can't explain about going to a space where you know everyone there loves the thing that you love. You're like, everyone here loves Pokemon as much as I do. And that's, you don't feel that enough. Sometimes feel like a little shy nerd and you're like, oh, I can't talk about this thing I love, but you just go wild at an event like Worlds where like it was nonstop. It was amazing. And yeah, I can't wait to go to the next one, quite honestly.
I mean, I have a flight alert set up for Worlds, honestly, already, so I will be there no matter what. Let's take a moment, though, to talk about y'all's content, because I know, Steph, you've dabbled in VGC, you've dabbled in Unite. I believe you've also done TCG a little bit, at least from, like, the pack opening perspective. You've really done it all.
Gosh, and I think that going to these events has partly inspired that, because especially as the competitive scene has grown and now we have events for, started with VGC. I think I started following VGC back in maybe 2014, something like that. But then over the years, I would say, especially going to the London World Championships, where I got to see TCG on the big stage, and now we have Go as well, that just made me want to try everything. But yeah, right now, definitely very much into Pokemon Unite. That's been a big part of my content. And yeah, every time I come here, I'm like, ooh, I want to get on the new regulation for VGC and get back into it.
Who's your main in Unite right now? I gotta ask.
Oh, okay. Lucario is my favorite, but most recently, I've also been really liking Armarouge, and Psyduck just came out, and so Psyduck is so cute. I love Psyduck, so yeah.
And so, Carlos, I mean, you just mentioned that you're really into Pocket right now. We were talking earlier. How's that going for you? What's your deck?
Yes, so I'm super into TCG Pocket. My favorite deck is Arbok Weezing because it relies the least amount on coin flips out of anything I've played. And it's also one color energy, so it's just dark type. Just pretty nice.
It sounds awesome. If you want to just recap that for us, though.
Oh, sure. Should I be
And I'm
using
going to
this one?
steal this from you.
Oh, sounds good. Yeah, I'll say that one more time. I've been super into TCG Pocket. Favorite deck right now is Arbok Weezing. Really nice because it's only one, and it's only one color, so I don't have to deal with the different energies popping up. It's nice because I think Arbok is probably my favorite card in the game because you can just trap. You can Sabrina and trap an opponent's Pokemon in, so it doesn't have to, so it can't switch, and that takes out such a fundamental mechanic of the game that, like, I relate it to in VGC when you have something like was it Mega Gengar?
Yeah.
And Mega Gengar and Gothitelle, like anything that prevents switching is just like really strong. I mean, I think of how Urshifu affects Protect, and I feel like protecting and switching are two fundamental mechanics of the game that if you can modify those in any way, that's such a strong ability. So I like Arbok for that reason. So I've been playing Weezing Arbok, but also I love Greninja.
Oh, okay.
Because Greninja does damage from the bench.
Yes.
So I've been playing, I have Weezbok in my game. I have Weezbok, the deck. I also have Poison Frog, or I guess that would be Greasing, or Wee Ninja. Let it be known that Wee Ninja is the name. Wee Ninja is the name of this deck, which is Weezing and Greninja. I love that. I love that a lot because you can poison opponents with Weezing, and meanwhile set up Greninjas in the back and do damage consistently every turn. So it's a lot of fun.
Teach me how to play against that deck because I'm currently struggling, honestly, against the Wee Ninja.
Against the Wee Ninja, you run something that forces the ninjas to come out front, and you take out the ninjas.
All right. Well, duly noted, duly noted. Now, Fawn and Games, you mentioned that you're really into the TCG, the actual cards, not just the phone version. What's your favorite deck to run in there, or have you gotten any amazing pulls recently you want to share?
I collect more than I play, and I actually love Pocket for the fact that it brings the TCG. I know a lot of people who have been intimidated by the TCG in the past, and then Pocket has made it possible for people to be like, okay, well, I made a deck in Pocket, so maybe now I can do it in like the more major.
That's also me, honestly.
Me too, honestly.
Legit. And I think that's so neat that now we have like Pocket bringing people from the collecting space, trying out a simplified version of the TCG, and then bringing it into maybe the larger TCG and get exciting to maybe go to some of those. I'm always telling people, I'm like, go to like the pre-release games because you have the partially pre-built deck you can kind of like sneak in with, and you don't have to do too much work. You don't have to go up against people who, have been perfecting their decks for like forever. You're like, oh, I'm just gonna try this brand new like deck, the pre-build. Highly recommend. But I love a deck that I've been playing Dragonite because Dragonite takes a long time to build up. But when you get there, you get the meteor shower, and it's such a sporadic, chaotic thing. You don't even know what you're gonna hit. You're like, I'm just gonna mass meteorite everyone. And sometimes you win and sometimes you don't, but you always have fun.
I mean, that's why I play Articuno in Pocket, honestly. Sometimes I flip heads and win, sometimes I don't, but it's always fun. I like that. But you also mentioned that you play Unite with Steph, so who's your Unite main?
I love to go support. I have been very heavy into Eldegoss, but as obviously, I have 2 Bulbasaur tattoos, so this is my everything. So I have been heavy Venusaur lately as well, because anything that
I'm
lets
so
me...
proud. I love getting more friends into Unite.
I like, and it's so great playing with people. You know what I mean? It's so cool that there are so many Pokemon games, and truly my love of Pokemon ends up only growing exponentially as I I see, Regigigas more because of this, and now I see him in Unite, and then I see him and I'm like, okay, it really compounds.
I actually really love that about the different ways of engaging with Pokemon is I think my entry into discovering the Pokemon fans was through VGC and I've been aware of it since 2011.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
It's actually news to me. I had no idea.
Yeah, no, I've been actually my username Insane in the Rain comes from has origins in competitive Pokemon.
Was it Politoed? Because
no,
that would have been too perfect.
No,
actually.
it was. This is actually. I think this was the era before Dream World Politoed was available.
Yes.
And so I was running. It was either Diamond and Pearl or Black and White, and I was running a team with Azelf that would use Explosion and Stealth Rock and Rain Dance. This is early Rain days.
Oh.
We didn't have the convenience of Pelipper or Politoed. No, we had to make the rain happen ourselves.
That was an insane Pokemon in the rain. Yes.
Well, no, that's not even the insane one. It was Omastar. It was Omastar. It was Omastar with Swift Swim and Shell Smash. And I remember one day, after I trained it, I was like, this Pokemon is just insane in the rain. And that's where it came from.
Oh my goodness.
So as I was saying though, I think that seeing Pokemon in so many different what's an example? Actually the Arbok thing I mentioned earlier is in VGC, I've seen Arbok one time. I've seen it use Glare and Miss. That was probably about it. But now I see it in TCG Pocket, and I'm like, wow, I have so much more.
You grow to appreciate the Pokemon you start to use in different formats.
I have positive energy actually show up when I see Arbok, and that was rare before. So
exactly,
I love that.
It's unbelievable to me because I truly you ask me what I do, I'm everything. I'm shiny hunting in the game. I'm, collecting the cards. I am out playing Pokemon Go in my community here. Getting to come to Toronto, I literally am seeing so many people. I'm like, hey, people I literally know who I'm we go out on raid days together. I'm like, well, it's a raid day. Let's team up. Let's go out. And so literally every aspect complements another aspect. Playing Pokemon Go and going out and playing with your community, and then finding more people that in your local card store that also play the card game, and then it's so beautiful. Honestly, it's I don't think there's much else like it.
I 100% agree, and that's honestly why I keep coming back to Pokemon year after year, is you make these incredible friendships and you share these great memories. And I mean, I have to ask, I know that all of y'all have been to at least 2 Pokemon events now. What is your favorite memory from a Pokemon event that you've been to? And I won't call anybody out because I don't want to put anybody on the spot.
I have one.
Okay, I'm putting Carlos on the spot.
Immediately. The most hype moment that I remember from, there were, actually the one that I'll say, was at Worlds in Hawaii of this year. It was the presentation after everything, after all the matches had concluded and the trophies had been distributed. And when I saw the announcement of En's Reshiram.
Oh my goodness.
I was like, excuse me, who's Reshiram? And I was like, did you mention my boy En? And I was just I was freaking out because not only was that announcement really cool in and of itself, but also I think that was one of the first times that I had been able to like have that collective energy of fans and people in the Pokemon community like all around to see that happen. And that was just so special to be involved in that. And I'm looking forward to those cards immensely.
That's a good point. That reminds me, I think for me, one of them on a similar vein was my first World Championships was London, the London World Championships. And being in the crowd on finals day when there's, you know, all the way down to 1 HP and you hear the crowd start screaming or there's a critical hit that happens or an attack misses and you feel that, like there's nothing else that is like that. And so I so agree. Like the first time that I experienced that was so magical.
Yeah, I will tag on to both those things and say, like, literally, like you said, so Pokemon World Championship in Hawaii was my first Pokemon like event ever, and it was magical and it was amazing. But truly, the energy of the finals, like you're describing, when like those finals hits go in and everyone in unison is like, oh. And then the announcements at the end with the cards being like, I know everyone was screaming. We were like, trainers Pokemon cards are coming back. Oh my God, if you collected at any point in time in the past, you know that was a thing that you were in love with. But then similarly, I think another thing that was so wonderful was the one-on-one connections at Worlds, at events like this. Getting to go and be an official creator for Pokemon was an unbelievable dream. And then the amount of people that just want to share the love and then trade cards are like I didn't have a big card collection because I collected as a little kid and I hadn't collected again for like 10, 15 years. And so I was like, I don't have anything good, but I want to trade cards if anyone wants to trade cards. And so many people were like, yeah, take this great card. I was like, are you sure? They're like, yeah, no, because it's a memory that you and I did this together. We met at Worlds and we traded these things. And like so many people were like, yeah, I know you love Bulbasaur, just take it. I'm like, that is a $20 card. Are you sure? And they're like, I want you to have it. And I'm like, you're too nice. This is so beautiful.
I mean, that's what makes Pokemon special, though, really. Like, I feel like I've been very fortunate to be involved with this franchise for a really silly long time, but every year I'm able to, like, take away memories like that, where, you know, maybe it's just staying up late because top 4 went to midnight and then going out with friends afterwards and being like, oh my God, we did that. Or maybe it was, you know, being in the crowd at Worlds when they revealed, I think it was Lily's Clefairy was the other one. Like that one got me. I love Lily. I love her story, and just seeing her there, I was like, wait, what? Excuse me? Like, it's so cool to be parts of those moments, and I'm really glad that all y'all have that as well. So I do want to do a couple of rapid fire questions because I think that it's fun to put people on the spot, actually. I promise these aren't going to be anything seriously life-changing, and I think you've already answered a couple of them.
I've studied my whole life for this.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, who's your favorite Pokemon stuff?
Glaceon.
Carlos.
Empoleon.
Bulbasaur.
No. All right. Next.
You open the Pokedex and you're like, that one. I picked that one.
number one in the Pokedex, number one in my heart.
Nice.
That's what I will always say. I'm going to get it tattooed. I already have 2.
All right. Next question. Favorite Pokemon game?
Well, favorite game? The Diamond and Pearl.
Platinum.
Blue, the first.
I'm noticing a trend here. It's okay. I think, honestly, mine is Emerald. So we got some good representation here. What would be your type if you were a gym leader?
Ice type.
Water.
Grass? But if I hear me out. What about Grass Fairy? Because I just love the mix of like magical sparkles and flower petals. So like Grass Fairy, Comfey, that
Honestly,
vibe.
if you could do something like Whitney's gym in Gold, Silver, Crystal, where you have the Clefairy, but it's like the flower planters, I feel like that would be a really cool aesthetic for a gym.
I like that.
All right, and I do have to ask this one. Favorite Pokemon song? It's only because of Carlos, honestly.
True. The Johto.
Okay, yeah. I meant from the games, but we can do animation too.
Oh, wait, OST?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, this is a hard rapid fire question. How much time do I have to answer
I'm so glad
this?
I'm not first.
Okay, wait. Video game song. There's so many good ones. The one in Gen. What's the name of that one?
Oh, wait. Oh my God, I'm blanking.
I've turned this into a mini game, and I didn't mean
the one in X and Y.
Yes.
I think that one is that unwavering emotion.
Oh,
It's something
is
like
that the sad one? That
like the sad-
yeah. Okay.
I like
yes.
that one.
Yes.
It's
I like
sad.
feeling emotions.
That I have described that song to so many people who've never played Pokemon before, and it always is like, yeah, so you're a 10-year-old child and your dad doesn't want you to travel the world. How do you feel?
Oh no!
Sorry, Carlos. I tried to buy you more time.
Oh God. Oh God. Well, I feel like there's a lot of pressure. I feel like some might call me an encyclopedia of Pokemon music, and you would be right. And the song that comes out on the top, well, oh God, there's so many. Okay, I know I'll give, okay, well, this is supposed to be rapid fire. My number one is Eterna Forest.
Fair.
From Pokemon
Okay.
Diamond,
Good
Pearl,
choice.
and Platinum. I love that song.
Fair.
I know you said the games. I want to say there was a song they kept playing. It was like the mascot song of Hawaii, and the whole time we were at Worlds, it was playing, and it was so like exciting. You were like it just added.
Was
to the
it the one with
excitement.
like the ukulele lead-in that they sang in the opening ceremonies?
I think so. It was just sweet and like it was so nice. If I have to go with the games, I'm gonna just say from Scarlet Violet. Anytime you're like in a gym battle and there's the whole like.
Oh, I have an honorable mention. The Gen 8, the Gen 8 gym battle theme
Yeah.
from
Yeah. I wish we had time to perform an entire a cappella performance.
There's
but
still time, Gavin.
Yeah,
There's still time.
I do wanna-
I've been dying to do this.
We'll workshop this for a future regional for sure. I do want to give a shout outs though. So the theme song from Worlds this year was Eiko no Mai, and you can find all the Worlds music on Spotify, which is really fun. I also want to shout out the Academy Ace tournament because oh my goodness, that song goes hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's like a saxophone solo in the background. Perfection. So thank you all so much for joining me back here. I do want to ask real quick, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who may be watching at home?
Oh my gosh! Shout out to the Anime Club, my community on Twitch back home, for hanging out with us.
I will also give a shout out to the Anime Club. and any fans of Pokemon, specifically fans of Pokemon music out there, you're the real homies.
I'm gonna shout out our Unite team.
Yeah!
And also my good pal Peachy Anna, who got me viciously back into card collecting this year. I fully blame them. It's their fault. So
We love Anna.
You know.
And I'm going to shout out a good friend, Kenley, for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah!
All right.
Shout
Thank you
out
all
to Kenley.
so much for joining me back here. I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend at the Toronto Regional Championships. And we'll be back after a short break. Thank you so much for watching.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there are some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion, because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just like play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like,
use like strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you. I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar do seu Pokémon muito bem.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2015. I had just moved to Los Angeles and I was kind of looking for a way to make friends. And I figured, well, I like playing Pokemon. Maybe this would be a good way for me to meet people because I'm a little bit shy. So yeah, I've been playing ever since. My favorite Pokemon, without a doubt, is Dragonite. It is a Pokemon that's been with me ever since the original Red, Blue, and Yellow. And because it made one of the craziest comebacks in VGC history with Dragonite. So I really love that Pokemon. Right now, one of my daily goals is to study Japanese. I'm moving to Japan in December, so I want to make sure that once I'm there, I know the language a good amount so that I can, be able to communicate with people. After going to Worlds in 2023, I really fell in love with the country, so I'm really excited to be moving there. For me, definitely Wolf is one of the people I look up to. He not only is a fantastic player, but also a really good friend and just an amazing person. He's someone that, he has all the accolades in the world, but it doesn't really get to his head. And I think it's really cool to have someone like that in the community that is a good player, but also humble about it. And I look up to that. My goals at playing Pokemon, it varies by the season, but most of the time is always to try and win Worlds. I did top cut Worlds in 2016 when I had just started playing. And ever since then, I kind of been failing to reach that same height. So the goal is to always win Worlds, but every year it gets more and more difficult. The players these days are insanely good. So it makes the competition, that much more fierce, but also makes your wins feel much more deserved. My favorite meal of during events is always breakfast. Breakfast is just my favorite meal because I really like having coffee. And for some reason, coffee always tastes better in the morning than it does later in the day. I don't know why. I don't know the science, but it's just the way it works. Probably New York style cheesecake. Pretty bland, but I like it. My favorite city that I've been to, without a doubt, has been Vancouver. I think it's a beautiful city. You can take a train right from the airport to the downtown area. There's great food in there. There's really good nature as well. It's very clean. Every year, whenever I can, I try to always go to Vancouver because I know I'll have a good time there. My friends always tell me I have really bad music taste, and it's fair. I do enjoy a little bit of rock and roll. I do enjoy a little bit more classical music. Video game music is some of my favorite as well. So a little bit of everything, but I definitely don't listen to the more popular songs, and I constantly get made fun of because of that. Maybe Team Brock, because I feel like he's actually one of the more difficult gym leaders because it's right at the beginning, and if you chose Charmander, you're gonna in for a rough time. But Brock is cool, and he's really big part in the anime. He's kind of like the father figure for Ash and Misty. So yeah, I like him.
This was the biggest world championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGC in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players, and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought of. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, but just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number 1 goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I haven't really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can, because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca is your 2024 World Champion.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here in round 6 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Many players remain 5-0, and after this round, we'll have a swath of trainers who have qualified for day 2 of this Regional Championships tomorrow. All, of course, vying for the title of Toronto Regional Champion. Wanting to end 2024 with a bang. Joe Brown and Len Duel on the call for round 6. But we got a flashback real quick, Len. I just want to say, best Pokemon music is definitely the Heart Gold, Soul Silver rendition of Ecruteak City. That's the best song.
Oh yeah? I still probably partial to like Gen 1 Lavender Town. It's just so spooky and nice. Yeah.
That's fair. I respect everybody's answers in the lounge, but you know, we had to get our opinions out here too, since nobody asked, of course. But anyway, yeah. So we're around 6. This is the first, quote unquote, winning in. It's not the same as we've had before, right? Because now we have you have different additional rounds and everything to try to get into the asymmetrical top cut. But of course, if you win this round, your 6th victory will guarantee you at least a slot at a chance tomorrow.
Yeah, none of these players sitting at 5-0 wants to just end in day 2, though. They're all about making that into the top cut, which means getting even more wins afterwards. You know, with the win in the next round, you're at least still playing tomorrow. You'll still have a chance when you wake up Sunday to still win the tournament.
Yeah, and then we see all of these players. Of course, there are more than 16 players remaining that are 5-0, but some of the big notable names: Marcus Dion, who's been on stream, Shiliang Tang, regional champion. Matheson Tang has joined the Tang gang at 5-0. Congratulations to them. Justin Burns, my president, 5-0. Some other great names as well.
Yeah, lots of players we've seen have success in the past trying to repeat it this weekend. Some really intense matches up there at the top tables.
Yeah, some of the names like Marco Silva for sure. And what are the odds that we mentioned Marco, and then he happens to be the stream match for round 6? You see all the other notable pairings between all these phenomenal trainers here in Toronto. Funnily enough, he had a Tang versus Tang matchup as well, but it will be Marco Silva versus Yunqi Zhu.
Yeah, should be a really good match. Marco coming over, trying to invade the North American regionals. He already has his Worlds invite from the finish in LAIC. He's just here for the prizing and the prestige of trying to win another tournament, and off so far to a pretty good start at 5-0 with that familiar Sun team.
Yeah, I think I think he's won more internationals than regionals in the Masters division at this point, right? I don't think he has 3 regional titles in Europe.
Yeah, that checks out, I think.
He's done the harder thing more often. I'm trying to give him credit because that's very difficult to do.
Yeah, and then he's up against Yunqi, who is a new player on the scene this generation, has had a couple seasons of success, and then has been so successful so far this fall. Spent a lot of the season so far at #1 in CP in North America, has fallen a bit off with Joe's success over the last couple of tournaments. But yeah, should be a fireworks of a match.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very fun showcase to see, because if Yunqi's been watching the streams, if you watched LAIC, he saw all the success that Marco had with this Charizard Torkoal team. I always call it the Charizard team, even in games when he doesn't bring it, just because it's easier, it's more fun to explain it that way than traditional, Torkoal and swapping around and yada yada. It's fun to say, his Charizard team.
Yeah, it's the mascot of the team. Maybe partial to Charizard a little bit.
No bias for sure. But how, as a player like Marco, I mean, we ask Joe all the time, right? If people are anticipating you're coming to an event, you're going to bring the same strategy that you had success with, how do you run it back, but then you're essentially losing out on all the knowledge matchups every game because people are more familiar with your team composition than you are of theirs?
Maybe, but people don't have a lot of practice against playing against Marco. They have practice playing against other people using Marco's 6 Pokemon, but that can be very different, especially with a team as dynamic as what Marco is bringing. You know, you don't just have to prepare for seeing in a tournament, you've got to figure out what leads it's going to go, what mode, how fast it's going to play, and Marco is just going to go about that differently than anyone some people have had a chance to practice against. And sometimes that practice can almost go against you. You start getting like comfortable, like, oh yeah, I do this and I win, but it's just other people copying the team, and it's a lot harder when it's Marco.
No, that's a fantastic point. I remember I had the chance to interview Marco after he won LAIC, and you know, he was essentially kind of talking along the same vein as you, is that like a lot of people have attempted to play the team, but they've not actually learned all the intricate details about it. And he said like he was learning on the fly. Like he said it was in the middle of a round at LAIC that he understood the Charizard Ursaluna synergy together. Like he had not put them on the field at the same time until like in the middle of the tournament. He was like, oh wait, this is really strong offensively. They can't answer both of them at the same time. So he has way more practice on it. And even if he doesn't know all the intricacies, how is his opponent going to know how to beat every single option?
Yeah, because it is a hard team to pilot. It's a hard team to play against because it has so many options. I remember talking to Aaron Traylor, who was trying to figure out what to use in Sacramento, and you know, eventually top cut with that rain team. But one of the options he considered was this Marco style Sun. And he just mentioned how hard it is to play because of how many different options you are and how you have, and how delicate it is to get into the right one and create the right positions. Obviously, not too much of a challenge for Marco. Seems to win every round, but he's going to be up against a new kind of positional challenge in the next round.
Yeah, and he is such a player. Like Marco's play style, he's always in a very commanding position. He likes to control the pace of the match. If he's gonna play fast, the match is gonna be 4 turns long. If he wants to slow it down, he's gonna have that positioning. He's gonna be able to slow the pace of the game down. I think that is a very underrated skill in VGC that is very difficult for a player to be able to control the pace like that so well.
Yeah, to be able to kind of establish your own momentum and not totally be reactive to what your opponent's trying to do, but also to be able to play when you're forced to be reactive. In some Pokemon matches, your opponent is just going to go out with some combination. Or maybe in this next round, it's going to be usually trying to set up the Golden Go and get some nasty plots up, and Marco's going to have to be able to react to that. But being able to combine reacting to what your opponent's strategy is with trying to still assert your own, always a challenging thing to do in Pokemon.
Now, the other fun teammates to talk about with this Charizard, of course, are the Jumpluff and Torkoal that we saw on Joe Ugarte's team. They're effectively filling the same roles there. Sure, Charizard is different than Hisuian Typhlosion, excuse me. But Torkoal is a Pokemon that has evolved throughout the metagames of Scarlet and Violet from the beginning with, you know, you'd click Eruption in Trick Room, but other times like you click Yawn Protect and try to maybe Fissure a couple of times here and there while they're asleep for 3 turns. But now it's in a different role where you can eject back out, and you know, kind of you don't even have to be in Trick Room necessarily to use Torkoal.
Yeah, Marco has probably the best balance of it, right? Because it is both a candidate for sweeping when you have Trick Room because of the Porygon 2, but still plays that mostly about Sun kind of like positional game. That is the way that Joe uses it, right? Where the eject button lets you just try to set the Sun and then get right back off the field so that you have better Pokemon to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and then on Yoshi's end, which will, as the players are getting set up on stage, we'll head over to them soon. But he's a player that has been playing incredibly well all season, but using some more of a traditional team with some Pokemon some comfort Pokemon, right? Like Golden Go and Rillaboom and others. Like they feel like at home in VGC.
Yeah, Rillaboom, a Pokemon that was having a bad day, it looked like. It's way down in the day 1 usage compared to earlier tournaments this season. But actually, if you look out at the field at the players who are 5-0, there are a lot of Rillaboom out there. So having success, and one of the players having success is right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Marco Silva on an absolute tear here to start off this season of VGC. He's made it all the way from Italy to Toronto for this chance, facing off against Yunxi Zhu, one of the newer players started this generation of Pokemon, and looking to take down an absolute titan in this game.
Yeah, and get he's had a lot of high finishes, but is looking for that big win. This is an important match to kind of keep that hope alive. But yeah, we've seen this team a few times before, has the option to go out fast or out slow. You can go Tailwind. The Ursaluna is fast enough that with Tailwind support, it's faster than most threats on the other side. And of course, you can go even faster with just the massive offense out of Charizard, or you can slow it down with Porygon having Trick Room, and then you can get Torkoal and Ursaluna out there to take advantage of the Trick Room. Either mode you go, Incineroar provides a lot of great support, getting Intimidate and helping to position the right things on the field.
Yeah, three fire types on the team here, but they definitely work in unison together. You can definitely bring all three in the same match for that Ursaluna. The big adjustment compared to Joe Ugarte's version, not just Charizard versus Hisuian Typhlosion, right? They're the same thing. They're both sun attackers using the sun to do max damage. It's Ursaluna as his ground, slower Trick Room Pokemon compared to Joe's Garchomp.
Right, but still faster than most Ursalunas you would see. Also has a little bit of a different jump buff, has the Rage Powder to be able to support more and help get attacks off. Marco on a 17 win streak. That's a lot of matches.
That's
of
right,
Pokemon in a row.
If you count from when he got it, started the streak at some point during LAIC through winning the championship to here this weekend, that is he's not used to losing, so he definitely doesn't anticipate losing this matchup, hoping to get that 6th victory here on day one. And we look at from Yuchi's perspective of his team here, the Rillaboom, Golden Go core, the balanced team, but there is some nice things here, like a fully supportive Mousehold there with the Rocky Helmet and Follow Me.
Yeah, Junshi, another player not used to losing, has won a lot of matches this season, has won a lot of them with Golden Go, but this Golden Go, it has shifted a bit from ways he's played in the past. It is just choice specs, and the team is a lot more offensive around it. Has the Dragonite, has that Focus Sash Annihilate set that we've seen rising in popularity over the last few tournaments, but then still some supportive backbone. Has the Rillaboom, and like you mentioned, the full support Mousehold. There's no population bomb here, not even a beat up. We just have Follow Me, Super Fang, Feint, and Protect. So this is a Mousehold that between Feint and Super Fang tries to whittle things down and burst through Protect, so that something like Choice Specs Make It Rain can really finish and get KOs. Or maybe it's landing a Skill Shot through Protect, or a Final Gambit through Protect. You can try to just burst through the opponent team.
Now, one thing that Yoshi might have to be prepared for here, Len, is that none of these Pokemon are traditionally faster than Marco's Charizard. Yes, you have access to Tailwind on the Dragonite. Dragonite, with its ability, is going to be able to take that hit. This is actually Yoshi's first time going 5-0 at a regional. Congratulations. Hey, there's nothing that stops the 6-0.
That's right. Only one more match away, and then the next match after that, just have to take it one at a time. But like you mentioned, the speeds kind of either direction could be a problem for him. Lots of things slower than the fast mode, but also not that much defensive backbone. If the Trick Room goes up, then the damage is going to be coming out fast and furious from Marco.
And there is the Charizard on turn one. Kanto fans rejoice next to Porygon 2 here versus the Ursaluna and Dragonite for Youngchi.
Both players splitting it down the middle a little bit. An unusual lead from Marco, the Porygon 2 and the Charizard. We don't see those two together very often, but that's threatening both the Trick Room or quick offense from the Charizard. On the other side, pretty similar. The Ursaluna, probably slower than the Ursaluna on Marco's side, is going to be able to fight back in that Trick Room pretty well. But then you also have the Dragonite that's going to keep Heat Wave from just coming out and doing a lot of damage. You can see immediately Charizard switching in reaction to that.
And Incineroar will swap into the Charizard slot here, so no Terrafire overheats yet for now for Marco here in game one. Dragonite is going to protect, keep itself safe, as well as the Ursaluna, so Yuchi playing a very defensive turn here. Wanted to see what potentially that Charizard was going to go for, but doesn't take any damage from this Ice Beam either.
Right, an attempt at a very conservative safe turn, trying to just find out what Charizard locks into, not risk going out on the offense with Dragonite just to take an Ice Beam back. Ends up, because Incineroar switches in and now has Fake Out pressure into 2 Pokemon that protected the previous turn, a little bit of a difficult position. But of course, in the meantime, Ursaluna did get burnt, does have the Guts boost now, but a pretty invaluable Intimidate onto both of these Pokemon.
Right, 2 physical attackers on Yuchi's end, so the Flame Orb is going to make you do more damage, but it's going to be less because of the Intimidate. And Incineroar, we know one thing that Incineroar is very good at is cycling those Intimidates, especially when you throw parting shots in there.
Right, it can just come back off the field, threaten, intimidate against these Pokemon again in the future. You also have to watch out for just things like if the Dragonite gets knocked off, that makes it much more difficult to use Scale Shot in the future. So for now, Dragonite being under the threat of Fake Out, under at -1 just opts to switch out, bring Mousehold in instead.
And Mousehold with that friend guard going to help this Ursaluna take less damage while it's on the field. The fake out goes into Ursaluna's slot though, so no attacks from Yoshi here on this turn. Ice Beam goes into Mousehold and he gets the freeze. I mean, I guess you'd rather Mousehold be frozen than Dragonite take a 4-time super effective Ice Beam and also be frozen, but that's still really tough for Yoshi to deal with.
Yeah, what at first looked like a pretty safe turn from both sides, no big damage coming out, the Ice Beam landing, kind of diffused into the Mousehold, turns into way more significant when that freeze lands. That means that Mousehold on the other side can't safely go for follow me's, can't try to keep the team safe, but it's also kind of dangerous to switch it because you don't want to put another Pokemon in a bad position. It can kind of a frozen Pokemon can be a worst case scenario compared to even a knocked out Pokemon because of the positional hole it leaves in your team. We'll have to see how Junshi tries to play out of it. For now, just Ursaluna going for another Protect, trying to buy some time.
Yeah, third turn of this game, and Ursaluna has still done nothing. Protect, fake outed, and then protecting yet again. Mousehold is frozen solid. This parting shot will not activate as Ursaluna protects itself, so smart of Yoshi to understand Incineroar wanted to swap itself out, potentially into Marco's own Ursaluna in the back as Porygon 2 sets up the Trick Room.
Pretty important Protect there. Likely the Ursaluna will now move before the Incineroar could try to get an attack off before getting parting shotted down. Also threatens big damage into the Ursaluna on the other side. And so now we're playing under Trick Room. Mousehold, though, still like taking space up on the field without offering much. It's still, you know, Friend Guard doesn't get frozen away. It's still going to make that Ursaluna a little bit more bulky, maybe take an Ice Beam better, but is definitely a problem as long as it's on the field.
Yeah, that's a good point, that even if it's not being able to provide any utility with its attacks for Mousehold, it's still Friend Guard is helping Ursaluna take less damage. Now will be the Terastallization from Ursaluna on Yoshi's end. We saw Marco also locked in the Terra here, so going to be matching Terra Ghost. Incineroar doing that, obviously, so it was no longer weak to ground.
Right, doesn't want to just go down to a headlong rush here. Meanwhile, the Ursaluna on the other side doesn't want to take an Ice Beam for super effective damage, so a couple of Terastallizations used, while meanwhile Mousehold tries to protect itself or follow me, but instead just is frozen solid.
Yeah, 2 turns in a row, tries to thaw, but it's not able to. There's the Terra Blast into Mousehold, brings it down to around, it's a very low, almost for the knockout. Headlong rush into Incineroar is not enough thanks to the Terastallization. Smart Terra for Marco to be able to live that hit, and now thanks to the Citrus Berry, he's going to recover up 25% of this Incineroar's HP to get back to 50. Here is the parting shot, lowering Ursaluna's attack yet again and giving Incineroar some pivot into one of his other Pokemon in the back.
Yep, Incineroar gets this Ursaluna to -2, is going to be much less of a damage threat in the future, but also really critically finds a safe way to get Torkoal out on the field because the parting shot was the last thing to move on the turn. There's no threat that the Torkoal takes damage trying to come in here, and now Torkoal will be the first to move on the next turn. A combination like Ice Beam, especially after the minus special defense from the Headlong Rush, a combination like Ice Beam and Eruption is easily a KO under the Ursaluna on the other side, even with Friend Guard, I believe. So again, she kind of on the back foot has to react to the position that Marco's created and the offensive threat that is out there. And Mousehold hangs on, but maybe not to a long-term benefit, just continues to occupy space on the field and not be able to move.
Ursaluna for Yoshi will swap out. There's already been 2 turns of Trick Room, so maybe want to try to preserve it for a different turn in this game. Frozen solid yet again, and it's going to wake up back in the Pokeball because it's finally knocked out from the Eruption there. Now this does allow Yoshi to get a free switch onto the field, but he knew the Porygon was going, or excuse me, Dragonite was going to go into that side. Multi-scale broken from Torkoal, and that is the KO. So Marco hasn't even lost a Pokemon yet, and Yoshi's in a tough spot with his last 2.
Yeah, that doesn't even have to be a prediction because of the Ghost Terastallization. Terra Blast wasn't an option into the Ursaluna, so that if you're just trying to put out enough offense to make sure that Ursaluna goes down on the previous turn, then Ice Beam is the play, but there was no safe switch in for Junshi for Ice Beam and Eruption. Any of those 3 Pokemon would have been knocked out in that slot, and
right,
of course,
because even Rillaboom would have been weak to Ice Beam.
And to Eruption, bigger problem there. And so just huge damage coming out. It's that position that Marco created. That's what makes this team so powerful, is the positions you can create at either end of the speed spectrum. And Marco kind of showing off the delicacy of getting into those positions. Played a couple turns out of Trick Room, then got the Trick Room, then got the parting shot to get Torkoal in, and then capitalizes on it. But now now, after 2 KOs, this is Junxi's time to fight back. Has Rillaboom out there with the fake out pressure, has both parting shots removed from the Ursaluna, so it's at full offensive potential. Of course, the Incineroar is going to come back in at some point and intimidate it, but for now, it's a flinch on Torkoal, no eruption this turn.
Yeah, that fake out will stop Torkoal from attacking this turn, but there's the Ice Beam into Rillaboom doing over 50%, so it would be a 2-hit KO. But the Flame Orb boosted Facade does so much damage to Porygon. I believe there is one final turn of Trick Room remaining on this next turn, so you can't fake out forever.
Right, and a pretty pivotal final turn here. Torkoal should be able to get an attack off. Rillaboom can try to weaken it with a Grassy Glide, but not significantly. Rillaboom, of course, cannot protect itself holding an Assault Vest, so very vulnerable. And once again, Ursaluna also pretty vulnerable. Can't, is not going to win this game if it takes an eruption along the way. There are too many faster Pokemon for Marco left after this Tailwind expires.
Yeah, right. You still have the Charizard for whenever, at some point, Charizard naturally faster than the Rillaboom. And of course, in a fantastic position against Rillaboom, as both hitting it with a fire or flying super effective attack. The battle is canceled there. Junxi understanding the writing on the wall. Marco, I don't even think Marco was going to lose a Pokemon in that game. That's how strong he was playing it. And he's one win away from securing his spot in Day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, really strong win. Of course, Junxi's counterplay was hampered a lot by the freeze onto the mouse hold, lost a bunch of turns in the middle of the game that could have tried to set up better positions, but mainly it was the positions that Marco created, just putting pressure down onto the Ursaluna, mitigating the offensive potential using Incineroar, and then when this Eruption was coming out, there was just no way to take the Eruption plus Ice Beam combination. The Eruption looked like it was very minor damage into this Dragonite, but it's still breaking multiscale, and it's still a 4x super effective Ice Beam afterwards that easily picks up this KO, and there was not really a better option to minimize the damage on that turn.
Now, Len, I don't want to sound over dramatic here, but as I look at the teams, there's kind of not a lot of great answers into Charizard and Torkoal's spread fire attacks. There's not inherent resistances besides Dragonite. There's Rillaboom can Terra into a fire type, but there's 2 Terra Steel Pokemon on the team as well, right? There's a bunch of neutral hits that Charizard would be licking his chops to try to click into a neutral Ursaluna or Mousehold, right? So I just wonder what they can do into these strong fire attacks.
It's going to have to start with some kind of speed advantage. The Dragonite, I think, is the most pivotal tool, not just because it resists fire, threatens Scale Shot for pretty solid damage against a lot of the team, but also because it's the thing with Tailwind, the Tailwind that could try to push Ursaluna up past Marco's speeds, or push the Golden Go up past Marco's speeds. So no surprise to see the Dragonite on the field again, but maybe no surprise for Marco to see the Porygon and Charizard again, because it does a great job of managing this Dragonite. If the Dragonite isn't led, then Charizard is just free to go out on the offense so aggressively because nothing else deals with the Charizard. But if the Dragonite is led, then it's in a difficult spot. You actually try to fight against this Charizard while Porygon 2 is on the field and just going to Ice Beam you at any moment? Or do you switch out like happened in Game 1, and then what happens from there? How do you deal with the position when you've lost your own offensive threat because you pulled Dragonite in the back to get rid of Ice Beam? The combination of the two is making life very difficult for Junxi.
Marco has locked in quite the crazy play here with Terra Fire Porygon, or excuse me, fighting Porygon 2 immediately starting off this game on turn 1, as well as clicking Trick Room and then the Air Slash into the Annihilate on the other end, who's weak to flying. So he doesn't want to take a close combat. Obviously, that'd be super effective into the slot. This Air Slash is going to bring Annihilate down to like 5% HP, and he gets the flinch. So massive turn for Marco. Annihilate not doing anything this turn. This Scale Shot from Dragonite is going to connect at least 4 times, can have the chance of a 5th. Might need a critical hit on it, or does he just pick it up? No crit means Charizard hangs on.
Of course, we don't know what the Annihilate blocked into, but you can see the idea here. If the Annihilate had just gone out on the offense with a fighting move into Porygon 2, then what this play kind of creates is that Trick Room goes up, Dragonite has just sped itself up, so it's now the slowest thing in this Trick Room, and Porygon 2 is kind of free to go after either one of these Pokemon, kind of using the Scale Shot speed boost against Junxi, while also whittling away the the Annihilate, so you're threatening a ton of damage back this turn. And now Trick Room is up early, which could also be a problem if Torkoal's in the back and Dragonite goes down quickly.
And if Rillaboom and Ursaluna are in the back for Yoshi, neither of them want to swap into a potential Ice Beam, right? So it would be super effective onto both of them. So the Ice Beam goes into Dragonite's Protect here on this turn, no damage out. And then Charizard's Air Slash was targeted into Dragonite, yet again trying to do the multi-scale double target into that spot.
Yeah, really just trying to make sure that it goes down. Of course, that would have given the window for the Annihilate to attack, and if the Annihilate attacks before the Charizard, it can just knock it out and prevent the Air Slash. So maybe a little bit of a prediction there, not just going for an Ice Beam into the Annihilate, but you can also see the prioritization from Marco. Getting rid of that Fire Resist when you have so many Fire attackers is really valuable, even if it risks Charizard going down in the meantime. But now that that card has been played, that's been shown to Juxi on the double protect, we'll have to see if he sticks to the play. But for now, Dragonite just switching out. Juxi also prioritizing it very highly, cannot risk that it just goes down to an Ice Beam and Air Slash double up this turn.
Right, both these top level trainers understand how valuable it is in this matchup. Porygon's Ice Beam with the critical hits into the low health Annihilate, insult to injury for the KO. Air Slash from this Charizard into Golden Go on the switch in is resisted, so it doesn't end up doing too much damage. But I'm sure Golden Go is not going to want to take Charizard's next attack.
Well, Charizard's next attack is going to be another Air Slash as long as it has the choice specs and is in on the field, which maybe makes it a valuable Pokemon to have in the back here. Of course, it can also take an Ice Beam, which is really critical because that was the kind of hole that got punched in Junxi's team in the last game. Also, it's the kind of offensive potential if, you know, the momentum in this game was going in a different way and Junxi had the speed advantage that you can imagine a Specs Make It Rain. But because it comes up on the field in Trick Room, we could be moments away from seeing a Torkoal on the field in the future, and the Golden Go really plays poorly into Torkoal. Does not have Protect, may not have anything in the back that can switch into an Eruption, and so Dragonite has to come back out to kind of be able to trade damage here, make it costly to try to get Torkoal out.
Yeah, and that with just a few turns left of Trick Room remaining, this Porygon 2, who's usually there as support, right? Set up Trick Room and help those slower Pokemon sweep through the game. The Porygon's really the one that is set up in this position to do some solid damage here. Golden Go cannot Terra out of, I know the Charizard can't use fire right now, but if Torkoal comes in, cannot Terra out of that fire weakness as Golden Go has Terra Steel as its typing. It does have Power Gem though into those fire types.
So Ice Beam into Dragonite doesn't KO because of multi-scale, and of course because the Dragonite switched out and back in, it will also move before the Charizard, but Charizard gone anyway because Make It Rain goes first.
Right, the Golden Go ended up being slower of all three of them, so Under the Trick Room is going to move first. Charizard done its job in this game for Marco, didn't need to save it for later, and here is the scale shot, but Eviolite Porygon 2 is just so bulky that it's hardly taking any damage from these hits. This is the fourth one, that's guaranteed. Is the fifth one coming in? No critical hits either. Means he gets the defense drop, the speed boost while under Trick Room, and no KO.
No KO, but Dragonite gets good damage down. The Porygon 2 is a health bar that is very difficult to get through, but by taking the KO onto Charizard, it just creates that opportunity for Torkoal to come in safely and threaten so much damage against these Pokemon. And there's 2 turns of Trick Room left. 1, you might be able to survive, but 2 means that some serious damage is going to land back the other way. Dragonite can only protect through one of those turns. Golden Go cannot protect at all. And so these 2 turns are going to look like a massive advantage for Marco.
Right, yeah, at this point, this Golden Go is in a really tough spot that you might just want to swap it out if you needed to, but not going to get the chance as Eruption locked in for Torkoal. Marco going to do so much damage. Sun boosted Eruption here into the Golden Go, more than enough for the knockout. Dragonite had to protect itself here, but Yoshi down to his final 2 Pokemon, and Marco's going to be even healthier than he started the turn thanks to the recover.
The lead continues to build. The only Pokemon Marco's lost so far is the Charizard, which kind of played its role in trading some damage out early. It is Ursaluna as the last Pokemon in the back, so we'll at least be able to protect through this last turn of Trick Room, but Dragonite, unless it gets a double protect, is not going to make it through this last turn of Trick Room.
So you got about 30% chance to land a double protect. We've seen crazier things happen. Hey, we just saw an Ice Beam get the freeze, right, in game 1, so I think 30% is a fair out that Yoshi can go for.
Right, and you have to imagine he goes for it. It's an interesting double target here into the Dragonite, but it does just Scale Shot and move. The Trick Room has expired, goes after the Porygon 2, deals pretty significant damage into Porygon 2.
Yeah, it's going to be the 4th hit. That is the 5th hit of Scale Shot, bringing Porygon 2 back down to relatively where it was before, a little bit healthier, but gets a speed boost on its side. Headlong Rush combination follow-up from this Ursaluna will secure the KO onto Porygon 2, but with those defense droughts, that's just going to make potential hits in the future from Torkoal do even more damage. We'll see on this turn. There's the overheat landing onto Dragonite. It's resisted and it hangs on in the red.
Such a crucial survival. If the Dragonite had gone down there, the Ursaluna would be left all alone. Instead, it hangs on. Of course, the Torkoal does get to eject back out. That special attack drop won't stick. Incineroar is going to come in instead and intimidate both of these Pokemon.
And then now the Incineroar is coming in. You get the Intimidate that you mentioned, which is crucial onto Ursaluna. However, the Dragonite's HP is so low. Incineroar does have the Fake Out. I guess you can protect to stop the Fake Out, but a turn that you're protecting is a turn the Dragonite's not doing scale shot damage to, so it's a tough call.
Right, at least there's not much way to capitalize on the Protect. There's no Trick Room to go for or anything here, but which to Fake Out here is going to be a really key decision. You could also try to just go out on the offense as well, try to get rid of the Ursaluna that way, but of course an Ursaluna Earthquake would look like so much damage. For now, Dragonite just protecting itself, doesn't want to go down to the Fake Out.
All right, does Marco Fake Out into that side? It ends up actually not mattering since it's a double Protect, but out of curiosity, I think it's nice to know if he went for it. And no, he didn't even go for the Fake Out, just the Flare Blitz there. So that tells us Marco is definitely anticipating a Dragonite Protect. Maybe not this Ursaluna Protect that makes sure that both of Yunxi's Pokemon stay healthy, but no Fake Out anyway because it doesn't matter.
Yep, the danger of the Fake Out easily resolved with 2 Protects. Juxi doesn't try to predict where it's going and protect only one, and instead we just safely move through the turn. Now some speed advantage for him, but still 2 very healthy Pokemon on the other side. Ursaluna can do a ton of damage with Earthquake, though. It's, if that combined with something like Scale Shot can finish off one of these Pokemon, keep only 1 attack coming out from Marco, it'll open things up quite a bit. Of course, Incineroar still has its Citrus Berry, and so the Scale Shot may just activate that, may not end up being enough damage. It's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, that's just crucial survive for Dragonite to hang on after the overheat, giving Yunxi a chance here. And it's the Haze that gets rid of the defense drops on both of Yunxi's Pokemon here. Incineroar will Parting Shot, so at least it does bring, it got rid of the Intimidate, but then brought the -1 back here after the Parting Shot. Here is Earthquake, gonna be super effective into both of Marco's fire types on the field right now, but thanks to the Parting Shot, it's not enough to KO Incineroar, and it will eat that Citrus Berry. Now the only attack left on this turn is from the Torkoal, clicking Eruption, and it doesn't even matter if it's a 1 base power attack, it's gonna be more than enough to KO Dragonite.
That Dragonite health bar just low enough that you can click Eruption to get the KO there and also get some pretty valuable chip damage into Ursaluna. The Haze play, you can see the idea there, so smart. If the Parting Shot hadn't also come out and it had just been like Flare Blitz into the Ursaluna, then the Earthquake might have KO'd both and just ended the game on the spot. But because the Parting Shot came out, both hang on, and now you can go for this Helping Hand, Flare Blitz.
In the sun, oh no, Ursaluna is gonna protect. Very smart play from Yunxi. This is the last turn of Sun, so when he had so many multipliers there with the Sun boost and the Helping Hand, he's gotta do everything he can to not get KO'd here. Really smart play. Takes a little bit of chip damage. Who knows if that 6% is going to matter here or not. Obviously, crucially, he's taking 50% less because the Sun's not there.
Yeah, chip matters a lot less than the Sun. Of course, if this Flare Blitz is survived, then the Earthquake will just KO both. Let's see it.
There it is. Flare Blitz from Incineroar into Ursaluna. Is Yunxi going to survive it? No! Didn't even need the Sun. All he needed was a Helping Hand from his friendly Tortoise teammate. And Marco Silva, 18 consecutive round streak from starting in LAIC, and he's hoping it'll go all the way to the end of Championship Sunday here in Toronto.
such a well-played positional match. It just felt like Zheng never had the kinds of positions that he could press the offense in. It always was very costly to get to them. You know, right at the end of that second game, there was just a couple of turns where it felt like the momentum, the kind of pressing of the offense was on the other side, but basically throughout the rest of that match, it was Marco playing offense, Zheng trying to play defense.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of how that matchup was to go. As we mentioned, not a lot of great inherent resistance to the fire attackers, so you're going to have to commit besides the Dragonite. And then Dragonite, you put yourself in a tough position because you don't want to take any damage. As we saw, literally hanging on a sliver, every amount of damage that was put onto the Dragonite just made it higher and higher the odds of Marco winning the game.
Right, it was such a key piece, so important for Zheng that, you know, both players prioritizing it very heavily, putting lots of attacks in that slot, switching it out constantly. But the other Pokemon just really never offered that much. The Annihilate flinched once and then went down. The Golden Go got a Make It Rain off, but that just KO'd Charizard to bring in the Torkoal, and then the Golden Go went down to an Eruption on the next turn. The Ursaluna, the final partner for the Dragonite, got one big Earthquake off, but it wasn't quite big enough. The parting shot meant that even the Earthquake into the 2 fire types was not a double KO, and that was all the offense that Zheng had to offer.
What I do appreciate from Marco here in this set is that in both game 1 and 2, he used the lesser used terrestrialization options, let's say, right? Game 1 was Terra Ghost Incineroar, and game 2 was Terra fighting on Porygon 2, where you would usually assume most of the time that Terra is being hogged up by Ursaluna or Torkoal or Charizard, which often was what we saw on the LAIC run. Just you want to have as much damage multipliers as possible. So him using some alternate terrestrialization Pokemon really helping him out.
Yeah, in both cases, using the terrestrialization to create very safe positions, right? In the second game, the fighting terrestrialization on Porygon 2 meant there wasn't like a risk of maybe a close combat and scale shot double up into Porygon 2 that just KOs it and prevents Trick Room from going up. And by using the terrestrialization, you know, to mitigate that offensive threat, he was more free to go out on the offense with Charizard, to go ahead and Trick Room on that turn 1 with Porygon 2. And the terrestrialization was used in a similar way in game 1, trying to just make sure that Incineroar goes off because survives because the parting shot going off and getting Torkoal in is so key to creating the right position to press the offense.
Yeah, congratulations to Marco for that win and securing himself into day 2 here in Toronto. We are ready with Gabby. She's over there with Marco right now. So Gabby, take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe. Marco Silva, congratulations. Not only did you make day 2, you are currently 18 rounds undefeated in competitive Pokemon. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. At first impression, like by looking at my team, like the first time I played, I was like, this is probably not too solid because, of course, I have a lot of moves I can miss. But yeah, it ended up being like a really cool team, and I'm glad it's been working really well for me.
So you took a bit of a break after LAIC, well deserved, of course. But what have you been up to? Have you made any changes to the team at all? Have you been thinking ahead?
So for this tournament, like basically every other tournament, just like LAC and also Poland, I wasn't planning on running this team because I don't know, like every time you do really well with the team, you kind of feel like people are gonna prepare for it and everything. So yeah, I would try like other type of teams, but yeah, in the end I run pretty much the same team. I only changed like a couple of spreads. I also made like the phase I use LAC Public before like choosing the team, and then I went back to it, which wasn't a great idea, but yeah, like the team has been working fine anyway.
How many times do you feel like you've been playing opponents this weekend that have practiced against your team, but maybe not practiced against you playing that team?
Yeah, I feel like actually a lot of matchups, like in particular this matchup that I played right now, it was pretty good for me. Like my opponent also told me, like he's a friend of mine, he told me that yeah, he knew that I was coming here, but like he expected only me to play that team, so it was like I can kind of like not really prepare for it, and which absolutely makes sense. But I feel like other rounds there has been some matchups that have been really hard for me, but I feel like the team still has like tools to beat pretty much everything, so it's not really a big deal.
Yeah, and I'm curious, do you have any advice for anybody who, you know, is looking to try the team out for themselves? You know, maybe not this weekend, but just while we wrap up Regulation H.
I feel like probably my biggest advice is that people, when they see the team, kind of maybe think about around a little bit more about the jump bluff. So a lot of times you have to recognize exactly like what are the answers the opponent has for jump bluff. And once you have that figured out, they probably are going to cover the most common lead of the team, which is Charizard and Jump Bluff. And once you figure out exactly what his plan is going to be, you can basically understand, like, by, of course, because the team has a lot of options, you can basically understand which one is the best one, if you think about the team or your opponent.
So, I mean, you obviously did very well at LAIC, but your brother did as well. Is he here competing with you?
Oh, no, he's taking a break.
A well-deserved break for sure. Are you two going to prepare together for Regulation G?
Oh yeah, definitely. Actually, he has been practicing a lot. Like since he knew that I wasn't coming to Toronto, right after LAIC, like actually from the airport in Brazil, he was already starting thinking about the teams, and then once they last month they started putting some grassroots tournaments. He started playing those as well, and he has been practicing definitely more than me in the Regulation G.
That's so special though that you can share that with him. So I hope that you have amazing memories from LAIC. You know, both winning and getting to share that moment together. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, I want to shout out two of my friend groups. First one, of course, my team, El Server. We are, of course, in the last couple of events, we've always been doing really, really well. So I guess people have been knowing that. And I also want to shout out, of course, Momo Nation, in which also my opponent of this round was a part of. And I want to shout out also those guys.
Awesome. Well, Marco, thank you so much. Congratulations on making day 2 and everything else that you've accomplished. And hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. That's all we have here in the lounge. So why don't we go ahead and throw it back to casters.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Congratulations to Marco and Len. You know, I'm thinking here, Charizard's been in the game for Scarlet and Violet for a while. Torkoal's been in since the beginning. Porygon 2's been a pretty strong Pokemon ever since its introduction to the DLC. It's just a perfect storm of right now. Obviously, I'm not saying Charizard should be around with Miraidon and Calyrex and stuff. I understand that. But, there could have been some times we used Torkoal Charizard, right? But it took forever.
I think there's a missing fire special attacker with a really special ability. Chi-Yu might have been used in that place in all of these, points in the past, but that's kind of holes that open up and niches that open up when you remove those kind of Pokemon from the metagame.
Now, I would argue it feels, I don't have the stats back it up, it feels like Chi-Yu misses Overheat more often than Charizard does to me.
You think Charizard has slightly better vision?
That's what I think. I think those choice specs are a little more well-suited for Charizard.
They fit a little bit better.
That's right, yeah. Poor Chi-Yu. No, I guess we'll be back in a couple weeks. We'll get Chi-Yu back in a couple weeks on some of those teams. But yeah, I mean, there really is nothing you can say about how dominant Marco has been with this particular team over the last couple of events.
He's looked so strong, so consistent with it, and just shows kind of a different look with it. Has smart plays all of the time. That parting shot right at the end of game 2, just so smart to take away all of the options, make sure that you can get the Dragonite down and then go after the Ursaluna. Just such a consistent player.
Yeah, and for anyone who is maybe your first time watching one of these Pokemon streams, you want to hit up your local scene, make sure that you use that QR code there to scan and find the events near you. I know I've been through the local scene. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for my local scene. So definitely want to give a shout out for anybody here to join their scene. You can see some of the highlighted Pokemon leagues in the Toronto area. And there, if you think, oh, there's no Pokemon by me, you just gotta dig deep, because there's actually a lot of leagues around the country, around North America for you to join. So hopefully, and sometimes if there is no league in your area, maybe you can start your own.
Yeah, there is so much Pokemon everywhere. You can go to the website, pull up the map, and find something pretty close to you all the time.
I apologize, Len. I was stuck with my head in a book during the middle of this conversation. I've never been to any of these places. I might go tonight if they're still open after the event. I need some Ceruledge EXs to pick up and build a Ceruledge deck. I need a full art Rotom V as well for my Charizard deck. So maybe what are you doing after the stream?
I don't know. Do they have any Mewtwo EXs, some Gardevoirs?
Do they have any Meowth, the 1 energy draw cards, and any Pikachu?
Maybe a pre-release Mew EX.
Oh man, that would be so cool. Maybe stores will start doing Pokemon leagues will start doing TCG Pocket competitions, because I mean, there's been so many grassroots tournaments online with how, you know, it's not the game we're here to play this weekend, but definitely has been very very fun. We look at the prizing for what's in store for the players here that make it into day 2 tomorrow. You have all of the booster packs, obviously very important, as we're mentioning. We're trying to get some booster packs here from Surging Sparks, but of course the cash as well, which is very important for Marco since he already has his Worlds invite.
Right, that's what he's here to win. Those championship points don't mean a lot, but well on his way to earning a little bit of that cash prize.
Yeah, you can see all the way down to top 16, walking away with some cash, and 72 booster packs is really that is a lot. You're gonna have to get that through TSA. Oftentimes they see the cards in your backpack, and they're like, oh, what is this thing? You gotta break it down, and then you say, oh, it's Pokemon. And oh, Pokemon Go, and you go, no, the Pokemon trading card game. But it's always Go at the airport. You ever notice that?
I think a lot of people out there play Pokemon Go. So, so if you win 72 booster packs, how long does it take you to open them? Are they like open before you leave the venue? Are they open before you get home, or do you like ration them over?
Oh no, I wait till I get home, just because if I pull, like, you know, the cool Pikachu EX, you know, whatever very valuable card, I don't want to
just like shove it in your backpack.
In my backpack,
yeah.
you know. So I wait till I get home for sure, so I can put it in a nice sleeve. But you know, for anybody who is interested in seeing what else we have on the programming, on the docket, on the channel for this upcoming week, all these times in Pacific time. Starting on Tuesday, we have the Holidays Together stream from 2 to 5 p.m. Pacific. Enjoy some of the holiday episodes of the Pokemon anime. Then on Wednesday, reminisce of the wonderful days of Yokohama 2023, particularly the trading card game rewatch that iconic Top Cut run there. And then Thursday, we already had this conversation, Len, but Pokemon Black and White Rival Destinies, your favorite intro, favorite intro from
not
the
always
anime?
black and white.
That's it's a respectable take. It's not what I was expecting, but I do respect it nonetheless.
Thank you for respecting my opinions and acknowledging them.
Yeah, so that's going to be 2 to 5 p.m. on Thursday afternoon Pacific time. Make sure you follow the channel if it's your first time watching Pokemon on Twitch as well. But you know, we have some more pertinent conversations to discuss here, Len. We talk about us, the more important stuff, and this is the caster predictions for this weekend. How we've been kind of doing this lately is we're kind of putting archetypes and team compositions together. It's not just for isolated Pokemon that we think will do well. We're kind of using a group of Pokemon together and why they're strong. So we'll start with yours.
Yeah, well, the team composition I had in mind is closer to Jungshi's, with a Golden Go and some support around it, and then maybe one of the two Ursalunas to kind of complement that offense. But do I get at least partial credit for 2 of these Pokemon winning in the last round?
I'll give you as much credit. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you're not going off a limb saying Amoonguss and Incineroar and Golden Go are going to be strong, but obviously that's how the VGC works. There are very prominent Pokemon that are the reason they are so common is because they work well together. For example, like you know, Sneasler and all of its other teammates that it works well with.
But yeah, lots of Golden Go with support around it. Normally Nasty Plot setup has had success over the last few tournaments. Not going to be surprised to see more of it today. But so far it seems like a lot of success for these really offensive teams, things with the Ursaluna Blood Moon and Sneasler and the Entity Male, and success for the Sun teams. We've seen a couple, both Joe and Marco, win on stream already with the Torkoal and Jumpluff combination.
Now, I want to defend my pick here. So this is from Brian Collins, Hard Trick Room team in top 16. He's a Hard Trick Room mastermind. Over the last couple of seasons, Scarlet and Violet had that. One of the front runners, the forerunners of Trick Room Glade this generation, right? Very popular with that, as well as some other crazy strategies that he has used on Trick Room teams. Even I think back in Regulation G, he had something very silly that he had success with on Hard Trick Room, and I do think that in this world where everybody's worried about Scale Shot, Speed Boost, and Psychic Seed Unburdened Boost on Sneasler and stuff, I think there is a world where you can slow it down and have Trick Room, be optimal.
Yep, you just have to deal with all the Torkoals on the other side and how slow they may be. But of course, Torkoal, not a Pokemon that loves to take an expanding force, and with Hatterene there in your list, those are some big expanding forces.
Yes, exactly. And then obviously Amoonguss, your poor Amoonguss is having a really tough day, as it's both, you know, it gets undersped by Torkoal, it can't spore my Magic Bounce Hatterene, and it also gets hurt by Extreme Speed or Expanding Force, excuse me, in the Psychic Terrain. So Amoonguss is having a tough day.
Hey, you know what? There's still a lot of them out there. That's how good of a Pokemon Amoonguss is. Doesn't matter when there's sun everywhere and burnt Ursaluna's running left and right. It can still have a pretty big impact on a tournament.
Now, where do you land on the Blood Moon versus, you know, normal Ursaluna conversation? Because as you can see, all 5 of us chose team compositions that include a bear of some kind, either Blood Moon or the physical attacking regular Ursaluna. Are you privy to one over the other? You know, it's about 40% of the meta if you combine the usage stats is using one of the 2 bears. Like, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I've never actually entered a tournament with either of them, so I can't say I have declared an allegiance yet. They obviously play very differently in some regards. The most clear, just special attacker versus physical attacker, but often the speeds they're playing at are different. We see some of the Assault Vest on the Ursaluna Blood Moon, but in some ways they're also playing very similarly because they both answer similar threats on the other side because of their ground offense. They're still an answer to something like Golden Go, whether you're physical or special.
Yeah, I mean, as the guy who won the first ever game that Ursaluna regular was in, won the Regulation D caster battle at NASE 2023, the first ever Ursaluna victory, I'm gonna be partial towards the physical attacker for sure. But Blood Moon has its merits, as we've seen for sure on stream. But we are going to take a break here. We're done wrapping up round 6. Marco already with a slot in day 2. We'll be right back with round 7.
My gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, you know, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon Go es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
Next up, from Japan, our video game senior champion, Rei Yamanaka!
もし僕がポケモンだとしたらノーマルタイプだと思います。特に何の特徴もないから。一番最初の好きなスターターポケモンはニャオハです。見た目が一番可愛いからです。スカーレット・バイオレットから対戦を始めて公式大会にも出るようになりました。
Ray himself, I mean, relatively newer player, so this is humongous.
私がポケモンをプレイするのが好きなのはやはり対戦相手に勝つことが楽しいと感じられるからです。対戦する上でいろいろな言語のポケモンの名前を知ることができました。今回の WCS でマスターカテゴリーで出場した秋山翔さんが自分の憧れのプレイヤーです。他のものがありましたけど、今回の WCS で優勝できたことによりそれに変わりました。
Rei Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion!
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
to see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championships.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the poison typing. I think the poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet pretty much, just like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That was my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted. In Swish, I really liked that VGC format. The overall strategy was just playing towards rain. You know, Archaeodon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You know, you have Basque Legion 2, who is a massive threat. So multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, like I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. Like, I can keep my cool during like a high stress situation, right? Like I don't when I was playing up on stage, I didn't really let it get to me too much. Like maybe my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're rooting for me. That's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one. Give me 2 more. Oh my goodness. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all.
I've never been to locals before. So this is my first one ever. It feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone hitting the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known what EV spreads to use, common line, team comps or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to, and qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I were winning my first regional ever, into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here. When preparing to compete at a Pokemon tournament, it's important to ensure that you choose the moves, items, and stats that best suit a Pokemon on your team. But what are these stats, and how do you ensure that you're training them in a way that unlocks their maximum potential? Let's break it down. Pokemon have 6 individual stats that determine its performance in battle: HP, attack, defense, special defense, and speed. Each species of Pokemon has different stat potential. Fully evolved Pokemon typically have higher stats when compared to the Pokemon from which they evolve. To determine a Pokemon's primary role on your team, take a look at its stats. An attacker will have an attack stat that's naturally higher than its other stats. An example of a physical attacker is Rapid Striker Shifu, and an example of a special attacker is Fluttermane. Support Pokemon typically will have higher HP, defense, or special defense when compared with their attacking stats, but that's not always the case. Examples of support Pokemon popular in VGC include Amoonguss, Tornadus Incarnate, and Cresselia. So how can you optimize a Pokemon's stats to best fit its role in your team? Start by picking a nature that aligns with that role. Most natures will boost one stat while lowering another, so attacking Pokemon should pick a nature that raises its favorite attack stat while lowering the other. For supporting Pokemon, raise your chosen defensive stat while lowering its lowest attack stat. And for speedy Pokemon, a boost in speed is best offset by dropping its lowest attack stat. Next, maximize a Pokemon's potential by training their individual strengths, which are the innate affinity each individual Pokemon has for each stat, ranging from no good to best. A Pokemon with a higher individual strength and attack will be able to reach a higher maximum attack stat than a Pokemon of the same species with a lower individual strength and attack. To examine a Pokemon's individual strengths, complete the main story of Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet and talk to the nurse at any Pokemon Center. This will unlock the Judge function, which allows you to check a Pokemon's individual strengths in your boxes. You can maximize a Pokemon's individual strengths by talking to the Hyper Training trainer in Montenevera in exchange for a bottle cap, which can be purchased from Delibird Presents. Now it's time to train a Pokemon's base points, which help determine the growth of its 6 stats. Each Pokemon begins with 0 base points in each stat. There are limits to how many base points each stat can earn, as well as the combined total of all 6 stats. So you won't be able to train your Pokemon to have the best possible stats in every category. These limits allow you to either hit the maximum in 2 stats, with a tiny bit left over for a third, or spread your Pokemon's training more evenly amongst a greater number of stats. The simplest way to start base point training is to refer to your Pokemon's role. Attacking or speedy Pokemon should maximize their chosen attack stat alongside of their HP or speed. Supporting Pokemon should maximize their defenses alongside of their HP. You can earn base points by defeating Pokemon in battle or by using vitamins, feathers, or mochi. To maximize base points for an individual stat, you'll need 26 vitamins or mochi or 252 feathers. For more information on base point training, make sure to check out Pokemon.com. A Pokemon's stats are only one aspect of its effectiveness in battle. Champion Pokemon trainers pay close attention to a Pokemon's abilities, moves, and overall team composition to come up with their winning strategies. Testing your team and how your Pokemon are trained is an important step in figuring out your team's strategy. Make sure to practice online via Battle Stadium or in person via your local Play Pokemon League. Looking for inspiration? Check out Pokemon.com for more information on past events, upcoming tournaments, or ways to train your Pokemon. Until next time, trainers, see ya!
Welcome back to the Toronto Regional Championships, everybody. I am Jake Muller, joined once again by Sierra Dawn, here for some round 7 action. It is our second to last round of the Swiss stage of day 1 of this regional championships. We already have some trainers locked up for day 2, and we were going to see if some people can contribute a little bit more to their bid for a chance at the top 8 bracket.
Yeah, of course, 6-0. If you're locked for day 2, congratulations, great stuff. But it's not just about the day 2. We're looking at the top cut and beyond. And of course, looking at most likely an X2 record to be getting into that top cut. So going undefeated on that day 1 puts you in a really good position for that. And there is still a lot of people out there at either a 5-1 or a 4-2 that are still fighting for a spot to be playing here tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, if you do go 6-2 today, you do earn the chance to play on our second day of competition, but you do very likely need to win every single round on that second day to still make the single elimination bracket stage. And so every win is important, whether it comes either today or tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, even if the road is a little difficult up ahead, there has definitely been these stories in VGC where it's like, oh, they undefeated on this day 2 to then all of a sudden win this event. So it can happen. So definitely do not give up now. There's still so much more Pokemon to be played. As for us, we're waiting on the final table to be finishing up out there. Probably Dondozo. Probably a good bet.
Hey,
but
it happens, okay?
It happens, you know, but we're waiting for that. As soon as that's done, we'll get our pairings, we'll get a match. But we're going to chat a little bit about the competition.
Yeah, it's been really great so far. We've had some fantastic players we've been able to feature, and of course some amazing teams, some just amazing gameplay back and forth. That last match with Marco and Junchi was really fun to watch. Came down to that, you know, late game helping hand Torkoal with the helping feet that we spoke about in the lounge, possibly.
There is. I don't know, because it's like, I know they're not hands. I know it's not a helping hand,
Yeah,
but like it seems weird to like say feet for a Torkoal. Like I don't know. Twitch chat, back me up here. It's just, I don't know. It's just, but they're not paws.
No, it's just helping. All right, it's helping. helping Torkoal.
He's doing his best. He's doing his best. And his best was enough to get Marco a 2-0 and like advance on to day 2 guaranteed.
2-0 and what is like 18-0 in matches in his last matches or something like he was talking about. That's an insane run.
Honestly, especially too considering that he's made these runs like before with this team. It's a team that people know. This has not been a secret team.
Yeah.
And is still going out there and performing to this caliber against some really, really strong players. Just a testament to Marco and the team.
It's funny because Joe in the lounge interview with Gabby earlier today too, I was also saying like, oh yeah, I've played people that said, oh yeah, I prepped against your team, and then Joe still just washed them with it. And it's like you can practice against, you know, that 6 Pokemon, even the same like moves, Terra types, training, even if you know all that, you can practice against it all you want. But until you play against Joe Ugarte or a Marco Silva running that team specifically, you really don't know what's going to happen because they're just so good.
It's so interesting too, hearing top players talk about their mentality and everything going into the game, because Marco's approach on the game and how he talks about it is really kind of unique when you're going into these events, which you can't prep against someone's mentality. Maybe there's tendencies you can try and go up against, but if somebody's playing a little bit more heads up, they're making the calls, they're making the reads, that one's a little bit harder to manipulate, right? And we've gotten to see that even like calling back to the Joe versus Collin match, it was calling out like tendencies and stuff like that, and that is something. But if a trainer's all of a sudden like one step above that, like Marco, well then, never punished, I guess. Enjoy your 18 wins in a row, however many it is.
Imagine. I don't know if I've won 18 matches in the last 2 years, much less in my last 2 tournaments.
You do not want to see my Grand Challenge records. Yeah, not fun, not great. It's fine.
It's fine. I mean,
everything's fine.
Yeah, it's good. Marco gets to have the 18 wins. We get to talk about it. Everyone's happy.
That's true. We get to talk about his 18 wins.
Yes.
So it's absolutely perfect. But I think what's been really interesting throughout the competition today is just seeing like these new faces that are like near the ending of this format have been able to kind of pop off versus then these places that, I mean, we got to see that graphic earlier with these top cuts of how many people and like Marco being on that list with the 3, Joe on the list with 3, and they have the opportunity to go and defend that. Like, I think that's really, really cool.
I love that we started out this regulation with Nicholas Morales winning a regional as well. Again, we started off the year with a really exciting story. Nicholas attends his first regional and takes home the trophy, and that's a big inspiration for anyone that might attend a regional, an international, a local even, like your very first league challenge. You can walk in without having attended one before, and if you've, you know, done some practice, maybe done some good team building, you could walk in and win it. And so it's a really nice story just to know that anyone can play.
100%. As for us, anyone can play, but we got all of our players done playing for the moment. So parents going up, we're taking a short break and then right back with Swiss round number 7.
Eu acho que pra mim as principais ferramentas pra você melhorar como um treinador seria ter vários amigos pra jogar, pesquisar bastante, entrar em grupos e treinar. Treinar principalmente.
Quais ferramentas que eu acho que um jogador competitivo tem que ter? Primeiro é paciência, porque você tem que repetir várias vezes, várias coisas. Então, primeiro é paciência. E a segunda de tudo é, cara, é anotar as coisas. Anota bastante porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil, então é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important because on Pokemon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording my matches and then looking at it afterwards. Not only just looking at it myself, but also like with friends from feedback. Just like really dissecting, like, you know, what am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really, really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually going on in the game.
La mejor oportunidad que tienen es ver las transmisiones de los campeonatos regionales, internacionales
regionales y del mundial de Pokémon. A pesar de que el meta puede llegar a cambiar mucho, no significa que no puedas ver cómo juegan otros entrenadores, qué es lo que están pensando, qué es lo que dicen en las entrevistas, ver cuál mindset tiene. Entonces, ve lo que piensan, ve cómo juegan, imítalos y supéralos.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you refilled your water and grabbed a snack because you do not want to miss the match we have coming up next. I'm still Jake, she's still Sierra, and we have a fantastic round 7 battle coming your way very, very soon here at the Toronto Regional Championships.
In that shot of everyone, you can see Caleb and Joe Brown. What's up, guys? No, we have an amazing match that's ahead of you. They gave us a little break to pick the match. It took us about 4 seconds. Yeah. You'll understand why in a second, but it's going to be absolutely awesome. We talked about all the trainers that are here, the players at these undefeated records that are doing really, really well for themselves and getting an eye on our Master Swiss rankings for our undefeated 11 individuals still at the 6-0.
Of course, all these people are already qualified for day 2, everyone that has those 6 wins, but they do not want to take their foot off the gas just yet because they need at least 3 more wins, excuse me, to qualify for the bracket stage of the tournament after tomorrow's day 2 Swiss. So may as well get some of those out of the way right now, huh?
Yeah, it makes it a little bit of an easier day for you tomorrow, and the competition's only going to get more and more difficult. So if you thought like the caliber of talents today was tough, you don't want to see tomorrow. But for some of our trainers, they're going to have the tough matchup right here, right now. Next match that's going to be broadcasted, Justin Burns going up against Justin Tang. This is like a dream to cast in the fact that they're both amazing players. Also the worst to cast because they both have the same name. So like that will get confusing at one point.
I think I've cast a Justin versus Justin like 3 or 4 different times, and it's like 4 or 5 different Justins that are all floating around the community that are all just like really good at Pokemon. So maybe we should change our name to Justin, and then we could also be 6-0 here.
That's so true, so true. Other notable matches as well. Some of these are our undefeateds going up, trying to like do a little bit better. As for other individuals, Riley going up against Giovanni, Lee going up against Wolf, Ugarte going up against Alex Underhill. Those are individuals at their 5-1 that are trying to, secure that spot. Fiona going up against Ryan as well. There's a Canadian face-off there. Always have to shout out the Canadians when you see them. So that should be a lot of fun to see, and I believe that is a 5-1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, all fantastic matchups that we could have shown you in this 7th round, but it would have been way too hard to pass up Justin Burns versus Justin Tang. Both, again, like multiple-time regional champions. Justin Tang, of course, the breakout star of 2 seasons ago when he won his first 2 regionals he ever attended, which was just a fantastic thing to watch someone jump into the scene and immediately find success. But Justin Burns has been, you know, at those top tables for many, many years and has a lot more experience than Justin Tang. So maybe looking to build on some of that, and hasn't won a regional in a little while, so maybe wants to get back up to the very top of his game.
Technically could neither have, but you know, this, like you're talking like get back to the top of the game, but the way that these two play, I mean, definitely already are. And very different kind of pressures going into an event, because when you're someone like Justin Burns that has this long list of accomplishments and everything, well, there's the pressure to live up for that. Whereas Justin Tang coming into the scene, of course, we've talked so much about him, able to win right away. It's like, where do you go from there, right? So being able to see him consistently pop off at events has been absolutely fantastic. And heading into this and looking at the teams, one thing is a little bit more unique than the other.
Yeah, Justin Tang does have the Hisuian Arcanine and the Alolan Ninetales, 2 picks that we don't see super often, whereas Justin Burns' team is, I mean, that might just be the whole top row of that graphic, huh?
I think it actually might be. Amoonguss.
I think Amoonguss was on the bottom, yeah.
So close, so close. But I love this too, because you have the team that is like the best Pokemon and these different cores that we get to see so much throughout this Blood Moon Ursaluna that maybe a little bit slept on at the beginning, now popping off now. And we get to see usual moveset plus that Vacuum Wave going up with that Assault Vest item as well. As for the Dragonite, we do get to see the Dragonite, I was going to say 2.0, but we've seen so many revisions of Dragonite at this point, where this is the one with Haze. And said just going to be the one move, only scale shot to be getting by.
Justin's team is on the more standard side in terms of the Pokemon selection, but he does still have some unique picks. The Sneasler is oh my gosh, I can never say Terra whatever without mixing it up. Terra Stellar with Throat Chop, which gives it some nice coverage into something like Golden Go. And like you called out, the Assault Vest Blood Moon Ursaluna is really cool. It gives it a little bit more bulk and access to Vacuum Wave for some priority. And I think Justin likes to operate using the best Pokemon. I remember my favorite thing Justin has ever said is, I want to be the best Calyrex Ice Rider player at every event I go to. And he, like in Regulation G, I remember in Indianapolis, he was the best Calyrex Ice Rider player. And yeah, maybe I think it was top 4, top 8 maybe, but it was satisfied with the fact that no other Ice Rider outperformed him.
I mean, 6-0 and no Calyrex Ice Rider in sight. Maybe you could just start getting contention for one of the best players and like omit the Calyrex Ice Rider part. On the opposing end, though, we have to talk about this team, and when we're looking at usual stuff, you know, 2 out of the 6 of these a little bit more different. The Alolan Ninetales has been something we have seen kicking around. That was something right early in the format. We did get to see in multiple finals, including winning regionals. So that one, that's okay. Though it kind of has been a little bit on the quieter end for a little bit. The Hisuian Arcanine is the one to talk about, though, because this is not necessarily something you see too much. It seemed like the Fire-type Intimidator was fully taken over by Incineroar.
It kind of was taken over by Incineroar, but this Arcanine, pretty uniquely suited to beat Incineroar specifically. It does have the Clear Amulet, which protects it from other Intimidates. And of course, it is just running those 3 attacks, Flare Blitz, Rock Slide, and Extreme Speed, which will allow it to probably be very trained in offense and just put out a lot of damage whenever it hits the field. Another thing to call out is the Rillaboom's second grass move is not Wood Hammer like we usually see, but it is Drum Beating, which is a little bit weaker than Wood Hammer, but does lower the target's speed by 1 stage. So outside of the Tailwind on Dragonite, it's kind of cool to have that alternate speed control option from Rillaboom.
Yeah, we got 3 different speed controls too with the Icy one on the Alolan Ninetales. So really, no matter what you want to bring to the matchup, if you want to make sure you're outspeeding, you have the option to. Kicking off the battle, it is going to be that Rillaboom that you talked about for Tang, next to that Golden Go, and for Burns, Sneasler and Dragonite. And of course, right away, Grassy Surge. This is going to be the Grassy Terrain setup.
This could be a really, really strong position for Golden Go, but the choices that Justin made when team building kind of allow this to be more neutral. Again, the Sneasler does carry Throat Chop, and the Dragonite does have, no, it doesn't have Stomping Tantrum, that was Justin's. So the Sneasler can still threaten big damage into Golden Go, and of course Rillaboom with the Dire Claw as well.
What was nice though, the Golden Go actually holding the Grassy Seed, so you are going to get that raised defense. So you're still, you know, threatened, but it's going to have a little bit more longevity than some of the other Golden Goes that we get to see out there. First turn, that's Rillaboom with the fake out into that Dragonite, and we're looking at damage. Well, that Rillaboom is going to be taking a lot from the Sneasler. Set up though for the Golden Goat, has the raised defense, now special attack raised as well to go alongside it. No damage taken on that Pokemon in the first turn.
Dragonite does have Haze, which could allow it to reset the stat boost from the Golden Go Nasty Plot, and of course the Grassy Seed defense boost as well. But we did see Dragonite flinch after the Golden Go went for the Nasty Plot. So it looks like Golden Go will be able to get at least one Make It Rain off before the Dragonite can possibly go for something like a Haze. Because the multi-scale was broken by the Rillaboom, you're going to be taking full damage from this Make It Rain. Maybe not enough for a KO, because it is not a boosting item. Again, it's just the Grassy Seed. But Grassy Glide here breaks Sneasler's Focus Sash first.
We'll have to see how much damage is going to be done as Rillaboom, it gets to break the sash before it gets taken down with, of course, the Dire Claw from the opposing end. Now we'll get to see this +2 special attack from the Golden Go. It's going to make it rain, and that is going to be just a singular KO. Sneasler goes down, but Dragonite holding on with just a sliver of health.
Barely hangs on here, will be able to act at least once before any more damage can come through, and Tailwind does get set up. So Justin burns this side of the field, will have the speed advantage for the next 3 turns, and he will be able to bring in either this Ursaluna or Incineroar, both of which are pretty strong into Golden Go, especially considering the Assault Vest on this Ursaluna.
I like that we went for the Tailwind first before going for something like the Haze, because you can always go for the Haze, you know, the next time around and be able to clear it out. But now you're going to have that speed on the Ursaluna to be able to threaten on the opposing end of the field. Justin bringing the Ninetales in. This does have a Sash, so it is going to survive one hit, especially if you are forced to go for a non-attacking move with this Dragonite. And this Ninetales can definitely output a lot of pressure and even some speed control in its own.
Does have the option for that speed control. Aurora Veil could also be set up. Again, like you said, Sierra, the speed advantage should be in Justin Burns' favor, so Ninetales probably is not going to be acting before Dragonite and Ursaluna, but because this Golden Go does still have access to the Water Terastallization, it could most likely survive any kind of attack, especially considering Ursaluna with that Assault Vest doesn't have the boosted power on Earth Power from a Life Orb.
Now it's time to see the Terastallization. It's going to be this Ursaluna. Ursaluna, we get to see it do a couple of the same ones. This one into the Terra Ghost.
Terra Ghost there to dodge any super effective damage coming out from that Ninetales. Won't help too much with the Golden Go. And actually Golden Go going straight for the Protect, so will not be taking damage this turn.
It's still going to be a Haze coming on out from this Dragonite. Want to make sure that all stat changes are eliminated from the field. The Golden Go will stay safe though, and especially double so going on forward. Aurora Veil is going to be setting essentially a Reflect and a Light Screen going on forward.
Justin Burns making a smart play there, not getting baited by, you know, trying to get some damage into that Golden Go. A Protect Aurora Veil was pretty safe there for Justin Tang, and he takes pretty good advantage of that. But good for both trainers to know that the Ursaluna on Justin Burns' side of the field in Tailwind is still slower than Justin Tang's Alolan Ninetales. That can be really important going forward because depending on how the Ursaluna is trained, it very well could outspeed a Ninetales in Tailwind.
Yeah, and now at this point, Justin, sure, the Haze is gone. And yeah, Justin has a speed advantage for right now, but when you have that Aurora Veil, that's not something that's going to be reset. So Justin, I'm looking for where this damage is going to come on going on forward, as this is going to be Terastallization return, just as you called that Water type.
Water type will mean that a Scale Shot coming out from Dragonite will be neutral now, so even though Earth Power will do less damage, this Scale Shot is full power, but it is dodged by the Golden Go. 10% chance coming in handy for Justin Tang there.
And the Blizzard, that one's 100% accurate, and Dragonite will be felled by that. Just a little bit into the other side is now the Earth Power into the Golden Go, taking that hit so much better thanks to the Terastallization as well as the Veil. And yeah, you lost your boost earlier, but you're in such a strong position right now to just go for it again. The amount of pressure here is crazy, and we're getting to the situation where Tailwind's gonna be done in a turn.
Tailwind is almost out, and of course the Ninetales on Justin Tang's side of the field does have access to Encore. So if you do want to try and lock this Ursaluna on Justin Burns' end into something like Earth Power, that means it won't be able to go for Blood Moons or Hyper Voices, both of which I think you'd prefer to use instead of Earth Power, given the game state. You do, of course, have the Incineroar if you're Justin Burns. It is very strong into Golden Go. Less so now that it's a Water type, but you're still taking resisted damage from both Shadow Ball and Make It Rain, and you can force this Ninetales to not get an Encore off this turn with Fake Out.
And Protect from the Golden Go yet again. The preservation's been all there, but the Fake Out is into the Ninetales instead. Off to see Blood Moon for the Ursaluna, but into the Protect's not going to do anything.
The unfortunate part about the Terra Ghost coming out from this Ursaluna as well is now it's weak to Shadow Ball, and we have this Golden Go at +2 special attack. You know, the Aurora Veil is up, the Tailwind is out, so Golden Go and Ninetales will be the two faster Pokemon on the field. And so if you are Justin Burns, you're going to have to worry about this Ursaluna taking a whole lot more damage from Shadow Ball. So you're now taking super effective damage on top of, you know, still this Ninetales has Blizzards. Even if Golden Go isn't able to finish it off in one hit, Ninetales will surely finish the job as well.
That's the dangerous thing about this Ninetales is the fact that this can actually deal some damage. It's the spread damage and having that accuracy, and as well as being able to go for the Aurora Veil. So with that battle canceled, Justin Tang to win the first in the set and a pretty strong victory. We didn't even get to see the reveal of the fourth Pokemon.
And that's big. I mean, that's a really big piece of info that you get to conceal, especially now in the era of open team sheets. There's a lot of less information that you have to worry about revealing because so much of it is right there on the page in front of you. But the 4 Pokemon you decided to bring to a battle is one of the few things that isn't automatically revealed. So if you can conceal that 4th Pokemon, that's really big for Justin Tang because Justin Burns just doesn't know the whole deck that Justin Tang was playing with, which means that it's a little bit harder to adjust going into a game 2.
And I mean, this is, you are in day 2, but you'd want to try and get off in a better position now, but it was a really, really strong victory from Justin. I mean, even when Burns went for things like, I realized that Justin, it was a good start for Tang. Whereas Burns, even when you do get something like the pieces look like they're there. You get the Tailwind, so you get the speed, you get the Haze, so the Golden Go loses that defense boost from the Grassy Seed and it loses the special attack boost. But unfortunately, the Ninetales being allowed to come in for free and then Burns being kind of forced essentially into this position of clicking Haze. You're not able to deal that damage, and I mean, you just do not have that output into Tang's team. So where is he going to get that damage now going forward?
Yeah, it's a good question. You have to wonder if the Scale Shot miss was the turning point there as well, because we saw the Golden Go take a decent chunk from that Earth Power, but Scale Shot without having the Steel type resistance on the Golden Go would also have done a really solid chunk and possibly put it into range from something like a Vacuum Wave from that Ursaluna, which it becomes agnostic of the speed conditions, given it is a priority move. So if you're Justin Burns, maybe you think, okay, that was a little unfortunate. I think I can bring the same 4 and either play a little bit better or get a little bit less unlucky. But Justin Tang already switching it up. We're going to see that Hisuian Arcanine hit the field alongside Golden Go in front of Justin Burns' Golden Go and Dragonite.
The Hisuian Arcanine that almost felt like it's been extinct for a little bit, but it's here alive and well. And of course, that is going to be the Intimidate onto the opposing Dragonite, be starting things off. And when you're looking at Pokemon that have the speed as well as power, I mean, stuff like this Rock Slide is really threatening, and Golden Go has to fear this Flare Blitz as well.
Absolutely. Kind of a strong start for Justin Tang here. This Arcanine immediately threatening big super effective damage into both of Justin Burns' teammates. The Golden Go on Burns' end is also Terra Steel, so there is no water type Terastallization to try and get away from that fire weakness.
One Pokemon's going to be leaving the field, but it's not the Arcanine. Golden Go is gone, and Rillaboom is going to be joining. So, yeah, we will get that Grassy Surge, and of course, there is going to be the potential of Fake Out Pressure on the next turn for Tang as Flare Blitz right away into that Golden Go. Super effective, and a great way to be starting off this battle for Tang with a clean one-hit KO.
Justin Burns trying to call Tang's bluff and say, maybe you're trying to go for this Dragonite, maybe you think it's a little bit more of a threat, but immediately just loses that Golden Go off the bat, and that is a huge loss for Justin Burns. The only damage Tang took that turn was that Flare Blitz recoil, and you did get Tailwind up, but you do see the Fake Out Pressure immediately coming out from Justin Tang with that Rillaboom swap. A really smart swap there too. I think it would have been able to stomach a Shadow Ball from that Golden Go pretty well. And of course you are threatening Fake Outs to stall out any kind of Tailwind or just set up even more space for your own Arcanine.
At least you do have the one opportunity to try and protect past this, at least with the one Pokemon. But again, the Ursaluna for Burns, this is the Assault Vest one. This isn't one that has the option to protect. So you could go Terra Ghost to get around that, but that would then be your Terastallization spent right then.
It's spending Terastallization and also just opening yourself up to Shadow Balls later on in the game again, especially if this current Tailwind goes down. I think that Justin Tang's in a spot where he can probably have enough firepower to prevent a second Tailwind later on in this game.
No fake out though, notably coming on out. So we're just gonna see attacks coming on through. First off, it's gonna be that scale shot. We're at 3 hits. We got potentially 2 more, as that's the 4th, and there it is. It's gonna be a full scale shot, bringing Rillaboom to just down below half health. And with this, that's gonna be the defense falling and his speed going on. But Steed still in Burns' favor. Tailwind means Blood Moon can go on next into the Rillaboom. We'll finish off the KO.
Really nice play from Burns there. That's kind of the play he needed to get back into this game. Calling the fake out bluff, essentially wanting to maybe not get baited by an Ursaluna Terrestrialization. Justin Burns is able to get a big KO on that Rillaboom and take a Rock Slide in return, but thanks to multi-scale, that Dragonite able to take that pretty well despite the -1 defense. And now you're in a spot where I don't believe Justin Tang's Sneasler even has fake out, so there's probably no great ways to stall out the rest of this Tailwind. This Ninetales also does not have Protect. It's carrying Blizzard, Encore, Icy Wind, and Aurora Veil. We did see, again, last game, the Ursaluna is slower than Ninetales, even in Tailwind, so it will be able to either get a big Blizzard off, which could actually be a lot of damage here, given the 2 Pokemon on the field. Even an Aurora Veil will be very impactful. So even though the Tailwind advantage still for Burns, Tang is in a pretty good spot still.
Yeah, when we're looking at the Ninetales in the first game, it opted to go a little bit more passively to be starting off with that Aurora Veil, and that was so impactful for the rest of the match because Burns could never do that damage that he needed. But when I'm staring down this Ursaluna, I'm staring down this Dragonite, eyeing up that Blizzard is definitely very, very tempting, especially you don't want to be playing too passive when the situation calls. It will be a little passive for the Arcanine though, because you're definitely not going to fare down an Earth Power very well. So Protect as, hey, Scale Shot's going to hit right into that. And if that was both Pokemon targeting to that, that could be huge.
I love this Icy Wind too, especially considering Dragonite on Justin Burns' side is, of course, double weak to that ice. Icy Wind is probably enough to KO it, and given that Justin Burns' Ursaluna is on the slower end, there's now a decent chance that this Ursaluna also is not outspeeding the Arcanine on Justin Tang's side of the field. So Tailwind has been completely neutralized, essentially, for this Ursaluna. Of course, we don't get as much damage into the Blood Moon, but considering that Terrestrialization was still an option, maybe you're not trying to index too hard into damage again with Blizzard, and now you do have Justin Burns down to his final 2 Pokemon with Sneasler hitting the field.
And at this point, it's okay. Tang is blocking the shot there, but it'll leave just 1 turn of this Tailwind left to be taken advantage of, even though the Sneasler is just a Pokemon that tends to be pretty speedy otherwise.
True, yeah, this Sneasler, I mean, should outspeed both Ninetales and Arcanine regardless of the Tailwind, but since this Ninetales is holding the Focus Sash, even if you go for a Dire Claw into it, you'll need something like a Paralysis or a Sleep to prevent it from going for that Icy Wind and making it slower while also breaking that Focus Sash for later on in the game.
Right, reminder, Tang is up 1 in this match, so Burns has to be closing this out or finding a window of opportunity. Bring us into a game number 3, a Terrestrialization. That will be the Ninetales into these Ghost-type Terra. Try and make sure that you're going to resist potentially a close combat, or be immune to a close combat into that, but Protect onto the Sneasler for Burns. Now that Pokemon's going to stay safe. Also, won't have Sash broken as Icy Wind again. Sneasler will be able to keep its speed. As for the Ursaluna, not going to be so fortunate, and that's going to be down to below 2. And still, like, yeah, this damage is kind of adding up. And with the Flare Blitz follow-up from this Arcanine, not enough for the KO, but you're getting really close.
Yeah, no KO there just yet, but 1 more attack will certainly do the job. Blood Moon does come out here, though. Will be able to do big damage to this Ninetales, despite the Ghost Terrestrialization, again, because of the Mind's Eye ability. It allows Ursaluna Blood Moon to hit Ghost types with normal and fighting type moves. So another Hyper Voice, even a Vacuum Wave here might be able to knock out this Ninetales. More importantly, you don't have your Sneasler's Dire Claw, go into that Ghost type, take resisted damage. Your Sneasler is kind of free now to go for a close combat into that Arcanine because there is no more Terrestrialization, and you can try to pick off this Ninetales with a Vacuum Wave as well.
And we're going to see 1 final Terrestrialization for this match. Of course, Tang's used Airs, but it's going to be this Ursaluna Blood Moon. Ghost-type Terrestrializations all around, 1 for everybody. We want to resist everything out here. Eowyn is gone, and the Arcanine, that will be the Protect. I'm considering this Sneasler though, because this is going to be a fast option. Vacuum Wave into the Ninetales though, going to be the faster one, that +1 priority. And one of the cool adjustments we got to see with this Ursaluna, especially with the Assault Vest, is going to bring Tang down to final Pokemon. And with these 2 left, and you know that next turn you're taking a close combat, it doesn't look good.
The Ghost Terrestrialization there, absolutely to try and dodge an extreme speed from the Arcanine on Justin Tang's end. The Ursaluna not very healthy, but you don't really need your Trastalization on Sneasler anymore. And importantly, the Grassy Terrain ending there means that Golden Goat does not get its Grassy Seed boost. It will be operating without the +1 defense here, which actually might be a big deal, considering this Sneasler on Justin Burns' side of the field, again, does carry Throat Chop.
It's going to be Extreme Speed into the Sneasler instead, as correction for me, it's going to be still a Golden Goat for a Tang. The light's in my eye here. The Golden Goat, it doesn't look like it'll stick around for too long, though. It'll make it through this turn, but so low on HP, but it will be enough. Follow up, make it rain, double KO for Justin Tang to remain undefeated here in Toronto.
Who needs a Grassy Seed when you just survive it anyway? That Golden Goat hanging on just enough to give Justin Tang that victory. And a very well-played game there. I think managing the threat of Tailwind on Justin Burns' side very well, especially kind of calling that bluff turn 1 of game 2. Eliminating Justin Burns' Golden Goat right off the bat took away a huge threat of offensive damage coming out from Burns' end. So a really well-played game from Justin Tang there, winning the Justin off and sending himself to 7-0 on day 1.
Does the losing Justin have to change his name? Is this how it works?
Burns has to go by his middle name now for the rest of the tournament, at least.
That's so tragic. No, this was a good match, though. I mean, even with the 2-0, the 2-0s can be fun. And reminder, these two both were at 6-0, so Burns, you still have an opportunity to win the next one, but he is already in day 2, so we're not having that heartbreak of like, what if he doesn't make it now? But no, it was really cool to see the amount of work that this Ninetales and this Hisuian Arcanine did in this match, considering Ninetales has been not necessarily the most commonly seen as of late, and this Hisuian Arcanine definitely not so.
I really like this. I think Ninetales especially is really cool in this metagame right now. Dragonite is such a big threat, and a lot of them are only running one attack in Scale Shot. So as long as you have Ninetales on the field, the Dragonite just can't damage that slot at all. And we did see Justin Tang take really good advantage of that. Those Icy Winds mitigating the Tailwind boost in that second game were huge, because it allowed his own Arcanine to be acting before the Ursaluna, which otherwise could have been threatening with even just a 1 KO with the Earth Power.
Yeah, and being able to have the Pokemon that has the Sash that, you know, there was 3 different ways of speed control.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a, oh no, like I have to, like, what can I do? It's like, okay, well, I have to bring something that has speed control. I'm actually forced into it. Yeah. And having that Icy Wind, that also did just do a significant chunk of damage too. Like, that Dragonite had absolutely no chance. And that was still like some really good chip into that Ursaluna turn after turn.
Yeah, and especially that turn with the Scale Shot into the Arcanine and the Icy Wind into Dragonite. That's an example of why Ninetales is so good. If you can just protect the thing next to it, Dragonite all of a sudden cannot do damage, and then what's it doing? Tailwind's already up. You don't really want to be hazing your speed boost away. I don't know.
It'd be like that. But as for us, Tang with that 2-0 is now standing by with Gabby for our interview. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Sierra. I'm here with Justin Tang. Congratulations. Like you just said, it's been a while. So tell us about where you've been. How's it going?
Yeah, it's been a minute. Last time I was on stream was Baltimore, and I lost to Chris Hahn, and I wasn't on stream for LAIC, but I did that, and I was at Louisville, which I kind of bombed, but yeah, back-to-back day 2s from Brazil and now in Toronto, which feels great after last year's success, so really happy.
Yeah, so I mean, you mentioned Louisville didn't go that hot.
Yeah.
LAIC, though, back to day 2.
Yep.
What was the change that you made in between the 2 tournaments?
For Louisville, honestly, I think I picked a team that was a little bit outdated. I used the Gabriel Garde team, and I worked with Paul Chua and William, but like they were able to day 2, but like the matchups in there were really rough. Like we knew the rain matchup was bad and things like that, but I didn't have any time for any of our teams, so I decided that. I think what made a difference for LIC now is like my choice of prep and choosing a better team for the meta. And I'm using a variant of my LIC team, which I'm very comfortable with, so yeah.
Okay, I mean, it seems like a very unique team. You have the Alolan Ninetales and the Hisuian Arcanine, Sierra and Jake were talking about in particular. Can you tell us about your thought process in including those?
Yeah, so it's my 3rd time using Ninetales in a row, and my 5th time using Arcanine, I have like 5 out of 5 day 2 rate with Arcanine, which was great. And Arcanine I think is really good in this meta right now. I used a Kanto form in LIC, but we swapped over to the Clear Amulet, Rock Slide 1, because Incineroar is a problem, especially when you're running a Goldango team. And unlike my last team, I had Annihilate for Defiant, so Arcanine kind of helps Intimidate and helps set up Goldango and can hit Incineroar, which Goldango can't really do. I also have the White Harp and Sneasler, so I have a lot of things to kind of ignore Incin and deal damage to it, which is the whole point. But yeah, that's kind of the thought process behind it. I saw this team piloted by one of my other friends, Brian. I hit him up after because I lost to him on ladder, and it was very similar to my LAIC team. I was like, okay, I got to use this. I told Shieling about it, and Shieling was really convinced too the week of. And then once he got the top 4 GC, I got top 16. We knew we had to run it.
All right.
And here we are. He also had the double 6-0, and we both 6-0'd last time, so we both made 2 at the same time, which is pretty funny. So, yeah.
I didn't actually realize you ran the same team at the GC that you're running now. You didn't make any changes to it.
No changes. Well, okay, no, that's a lie. Same 6, different Terra types.
Okay.
I wasn't Terra Water Arcanine. I haven't Terra at all, honestly, but I was Terra Ghost before, which was also not that great. Terra Water helped with like Miracle Dango, because Arcanine was my kind of main way of kind of damaging it in some ways. So that's kind of why I led it versus Justin Burns, actually, because I kind of expected Goldango lead. I wanted the pressure rate, and I was kind of willing to Flare Blitz the Goldango right away, because if he protect, it's fine, because I can Terra Water the following turn and resist and make it rain if he Tailwind. So I felt fine with that trade, and also just picked it up the turn 1, so that was even better.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the adjustments for game 2 in that set.
So I actually faced this matchup round 1. And
you did?
We also practiced this matchup a lot.
Okay.
I think it's kind of tricky. Justin has a different variant, which I think it helps my version team, because the original team, I think that one Stogar, it was Terra Water, Blood Moon, and Terra Water Goldango. So without those Terra Waters, my own Goldango is really strong with the Make It Rains and Shadow Ball, and of course the Arcanine can just KO the Goldango turn 1 with Flare Blitz. So I think I had a easier time at least leading Arcanine in game 2. And in game 1, I think my Giant Game Pin was fine, the fake out Nasty Plot, prevent the Tailwind Haze, because actually before at LAIC, my Goldango was for some reason slower than the Haze Dragonites going around. It didn't really come up, but then in practice we're like, okay, wow, this is actually really bad. So I need to be faster than that. So that's why fake out Nasty Plot was super clean, and was able to kind of have a pretty clean game 1 and game 2 with that line. So yeah.
For sure, and I do have to bring it up. I mean, you just beat Justin to win your namesake.
Yes.
You also beat somebody with the last name Tang earlier on in the tournament, so you are, I guess, officially Justin Tang again.
I am officially Justin
That
Tang.
must feel pretty good.
Feels pretty good, yes.
Do you plan on adopting any other names in this tournament?
Not at the moment. I guess it depends on who else I face. But
Fair enough.
We'll see.
You're shopping around, trying to find one that fits.
Yes.
Well, Justin, thank you so much for your time. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to people?
Yes, of course. Shieling, as always. I mean, it's always great working with him and having that day 2 together. It's been a while since we've had this is 6-0 straight away, so it feels great. Zheng for helping me prep as well. Brian for the original team helping me talk about lines. Shout out to Chris Hunt, who also ran his team with me in the GC, and he came with the Clear Amulet Arcanine idea, which feels great. And shout out to my friends at Momo Nation.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Justin, to you and Shiliang on making day 2. And we'll be back soon. So I guess, casters, why don't you take it for now?
Thank you so much. I can't believe Gabby got to talk to the official Justin Tang.
He's really putting in a meeting to kicking butt and taking names, huh?
I can't wait to see what name next, but no, great match, great interview, and great record on the day, honestly. 7-0, and you're going up competitors like Burns, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's impressive to be 7-0 at any event, but especially playing against people like Justin Burns and everyone else that is here in this very stacked field at the Toronto Regional Championships. Congrats to Justin Tang for putting himself 1 win away from a flawless day 1 and setting him up very well for a possible run on day 2.
Yeah, I could see Arcanine first, I believe first top cut appearance. Yeah, that's a possibility.
So,
yeah, no, that'd be cool. And while we're talking about top trainers, there is definitely some trainers to watch heading into this weekend. And yeah, the update on the records. We got 5-1 for Joseph. Marco, I believe, is 6-0.
Yep, correct.
So, yeah, and then do you think Dion's also 6-0?
Yeah, so the players on your screen are a collective 17-1, which is really impressive. All of them except Joe so far have locked day 2, but Joe has 2 shots, and I'd be surprised to not see him there, just given how successful he's been in the last few events. Also an update on our reigning champion, Chupa Cross. He is currently 5-1 as well, so put himself in a strong position for a run at day 2.
Yeah, Chepa's not on this graphic because he had his own, because he's that special. We're talking about the reigning champion.
You don't get two.
You don't get two graphics. You only get one graphic.
Don't be greedy.
We won't tell them about Marco being on two graphics.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. But no, big kudos to them. And it's been a lot of fun to be watching these players. Of course, there is so much that's happening on this channel. It's not just our broadcast, though. In my opinion, those are the best part. Like, that's my favorite. But when you're looking at Twitch, there is going to be holidays together. I'm actually really excited for that. That should be cute. And there is reruns of past championships that have happened, whether it's regionals, worlds, internationals. And that's a cool way to be able to go back, relive those moments, and be able to chat with community while doing it.
Of course, you get to take a peek at other games as well. I've been dabbling in some of the trading card game myself, and so I might tune in to that rerun of the 2023
Yeah, I heard Ethan beat you yesterday.
Worlds. Yeah, we don't have to talk about that.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, you, Jake. You can't be good at everything.
It's fine. No, but it's really fun to get to pay attention to all of our games that we run on our broadcast here. And, of course, on Thursday, we have the Pokemon Black and White Rival Destinies airing as well.
Yeah, so definitely make sure to be staying tuned into all of that good stuff. But bringing it back to VGC, still a little bit to chat about over here. And the others got to talk about their caster predictions, but we haven't gotten this opportunity yet.
Yeah, I'm really excited too as well, because I think that there's a lot to be said kind of about these team structures that all of us have picked, but of course, you know, you and I can speak a little bit more on the two that we've selected. I was really impressed by the team that Marcus and Carson ran in Sacramento. There's so many threats on that team. The two not pictured are Electabuzz and Incineroar, which are fantastic supports, but these are the four that I think are the biggest threats offensively. If I didn't select the team I did for Sacramento, I would have probably run Talonflame, Ursaluna, Blood Moon myself, just because it's so much immediate offense and speed control right off the bat. And that Malin DD Sneasler combination is really scary too.
So how I picked my caster predictions for this is I was like, players to watch and people that I think could win the event. Okay, Ugarte, Sylvet, Eon. Okay, well, I know that Joe and Marco both have the Torkoal jump left, so that's easy. And then Marcus, as well as Carson, are going to have the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And I had spoken to Marcus, and I had heard about the Solkuro, and I was like, that actually makes a lot of sense. I actually had Talonflame there, and I swapped it. We could have been matching, but yeah, I think I did a pretty good job with my caster prediction.
Absolutely. I mean, knowing that Joe and Marcus would be here, they have slightly different teams, of course, but they do both carry that Torkoal jump left combo, and obviously we just talked about it. They're combined 11-1 today so far, which is really impressive, and they're really carrying the torch for these kinds of Sun teams. There aren't too many people running around using these kinds of teams to the same amount of success they have, but they are pretty fully committed to it, and for good reason. Of course, winning LAIC, making 2 regional finals with it, why not stick with it?
100%, and I'm glad to see that you are on the right side of which Ursaluna is better, because yeah, this Blood Moon Ursaluna, man, it is dangerous. The amount of damage it does is crazy.
Blood Moon, the attack is just kind of insane. You can use a Terra Normal Life Orb Blood Moon and one-hit KO pretty much anything that doesn't resist it. And so just having that immediate huge damage output move that you essentially have access to on turn 1 can really blow holes in games that are sometimes, kind of unrecoverable.
%. So those are our predictions, but looking back, I mean, a lot of these we've seen a good chunk of throughout the regulation. I'm looking at the Dragonite, I'm looking at the Golden Go, and yeah, they're Pokemon that have been through the test of time and have been very successful in tournaments. Even when just the overall usage of the Pokemon's gone down, they've done really well at just popping off. Of course, this is some top 8s and a wrap up through our broadcasted events to get that day 1 Pokemon data, but yeah, it's been impressive to see the Incineroar and Sneasler out on top.
Incineroar and Sneasler, again, kind of the easy 2, I mean, yeah, obviously they're the best Pokemon in the format. You can make a case for either, I think, in this regulation. They've both had their shining moments, but they also complement each other very well when you look at kind of the rest of the field. Sneasler in particular really struggles with ghost types, which Golden Go, obviously right below it, is a very threatening ghost type, but Incineroar stomps pretty much every ghost type very handily. So they work very well together, even if they are competing for that top spot. There are plenty of teams that are running both at the same time to great success.
It's kind of like the partner Pokemon in any region. It's like, this beats this one, because this one beats this one, this one beats this one. It all works out there. Looking at the unique top 8, it's interesting because, of course, we've gotten to see a lot of unique picks, and there is 8 more that didn't make their way onto this graphic because there wasn't just enough room, but being able to see a couple of these more unorthodox picks come out today that have actually showed up really well. I'm talking about specifically that Politoed from earlier too, really showcasing that yeah, like anything can go ahead and get a top 8.
I guess I don't have the data in front of me, but I'm pretty confident that if that Politoed does make it into top 8, that will be its first of the regulation. So it'd be really cool to see that list grow at the very last regional for the format here in North America, because there's always that room for creativity, right? No meta is ever like completely solved or stagnant. I think there's always some way you can find to break it open a little bit more. And maybe Politoed is that answer this time around.
I think one of the things that catches my eye on this, when you're looking at the top 4 day 1 Pokemon, to see a lot of this kind of lining up with what we're seeing in top 8, except for that Rillaboom and instead being a Dragonite. So, of course, when we talk about that usage, I love seeing that difference between that day 1 and the day 2 usage, as well as that representation we see in Top Cut. Because you can have, I mean, you can bring like, every person could bring a Slitherwing, or like majority of people, but if it's not actually making conversion rates into day 2, then like, I'm sorry, buddy. But to see then that the Rillaboom's kind of fallen off when we are looking at that, like that top cut and how many are represented there, I think is a really interesting little tidbit.
It's a good point talking about like day 2 conversion rates, because you can run the most popular Pokemon, but if you're running into other things that are pretty strong against it, you're probably not going to be performing very well. And we do see Rillaboom usage has been very high throughout the regulation. I don't think there's been a regional where it hasn't been on that top 12 at the very least. But if you look at the other 3 Pokemon in that top 4 day 1 graphic, it gets beat pretty hard by all 3 of them. The Sneasler and the Incineroar both have super effective, same type attack bonus attacks into it, and Golden Go can eat those grass type attacks very, very well. And Rillaboom's kind of one of the premier, I could just sit in for this and nasty plot kind of Pokemon too. So the way that Rillaboom matches up into the rest of the field often does not set it up for a good day 2 conversion, whereas the other 3 Pokemon, they're kind of in that kind of first partner triangle like you were talking about, where like Sneasler beats Incineroar, beats Golden Go, beats Sneasler.
It's the circle of life.
Yes.
When we're looking at all of that, but yeah, it's been fun to see kind of the usage throughout this and all of those different changes. And that's it. When you're looking back at any regulation, like these are Pokemon, remains to be seen with Sneasler, that have really just stood the test of time throughout each and every regulation. Minus the Sneasler, every one of these Pokemon has been good in these past formats. Maybe different events with different metas, they've been popping off a little bit more than others, but I mean, people have been talking about Incineroar, I mean, since it was like, it re-added, right?
Right, and since the very first time it had access to Intimidate, it's been like one of the best Pokemon in any format it's existed in. There's also cool to see some Pokemon were popular at the beginning of Scarlet and Violet, and they're kind of had a little bit of a dip in usage and have now come back. I think Garchomp's a great example of that, where in regulations like A and B, for example, Garchomp was one of the top Pokemon. Then Fluttermane had to come around and ruin its day, but now that Fluttermane's gone, Garchomp can thrive again.
It's been, all of a sudden, Fluttermane's gone and has to deal with new threats, Dragonite, but it's fine. Again, circle of life here.
Right.
Garchomp still has been out there. As for us, of course, we're still waiting on some tables for the current round. A quick break for everyone to refill their water bottles, get a snack, and we'll be right back. Hello, Toronto Regionals, the first Canadian regional of the season. So, of course, I had to check how familiar our hosts were with Canada. So I'm going to ask a piece of trivia. All of them are going to say whether true or false. And everyone's starting off with a plate of, let's say, a Canadian delicacy over here. If you know, you know. If they get the question wrong, they lose one. Whoever has the most at the end wins. Everyone familiar? How are we feeling about our Canada knowledge?
I love Canada. I love America as well. So I'm kind of torn on whether or not I'm, in a place where I can, show my information for Canada. But I've been here a few times. I know my way around the block.
Okay. 50% of the time, you're always right. So I'm just going to hope that I always hit the 50%. So it's 100%.
Works.
That's math.
Well, most of my knowledge about Canada comes from a singular TV show whose accuracy may be questionable, so we'll see how this goes. But, like Abby said, 50% is the benchmark here, so.
All right, well, this might go terribly. All right, let's see. First question, starting off easy. Again, true or false? Canada is the main maple syrup provider, nearly 85% of the world's supply coming from Canada. All right, feel your answers. Congratulations, everyone's gonna get the first one right. Had to start off easy, guys, right?
That was easy.
Yeah, that was easy. So you get to keep your Canadian delicacy for now, okay? Second question. Canada consumes the same amount of Kraft mac and cheese as USA.
Same amount?
Same amount.
Are we counting all the varieties of mac and cheeses or just that specific one?
Just that specific one.
Okay.
Congratulations, yeah, it is false. Actually, 55% more.
Oh, wow.
Which makes me realize I maybe should have asked this as a true question. All right, next one. Canada is known for having bagged milk, but it actually stopped being put in bags in the early 2000s due to cost reasons.
I feel like I actually know this one.
Oh. No, you already revealed. Okay. No cheating, we gotta get answers. All right, it is actually false. Ethan's the only one to get it right. Abby, Sophia, you're each losing a point. I enlisted help for this.
Oh, I wanted that one.
Goodbye, they're gone. It's actually false. In Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes still use bags of milk. And it's actually 3 bags inside of bags, so it's like bagception of milk. But yeah, so Ethan, you're ahead right now with 6 donut holes remaining. Abby, Sophia, you're down 1. All right, next question. Hockey is the national winter sport in Canada, but it actually wasn't invented in Canada, but instead in Finland.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, it is in fact false.
Oh.
It was also invented in Canada. Sorry, guys. Everyone loses a donut hole. Get in here, guys. All right, Ethan's still up, but not looking so great. Less treats afterwards. Yeah, it was also invented in Canada. Finland's actually the 3rd best in the world, apparently, at hockey, but Canada's taught for inventing it, and it'd be an international sport. 2 more questions. Canada is home to the world's first UFO launch pad.
What is a UFO launch pad? Do we know?
Like a landing pad.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if a UFO ever comes, like, that has a place in Canada.
I'm just guessing on this one. I'm going to be honest with y'all.
All right, we'll see the answer. It is, in fact, true.
Oh, let's go.
1967, there is an official landing pad in Alberta. So we're set. Ethan, not so much.
I'm even now, right?
You're even.
Yeah. You tied up the score. That was very strategic of you and definitely planned.
All right. Well, we saved the best one for last. We currently have a 3-way tie. I got to make sure Ethan can't see my no card over here. Last question. In Ontario, there is an official apology act. No pressure. This is only for the win.
Is crazy, I must say.
Like,
official.
Yeah.
That's what I'm stuck on here. Official.
Yeah. That carries a lot of weight.
You know what?
Let's see the answers, guys. All right. It is, in fact, true.
Oh, let's go.
Abe made it, so apologizing is actually not an admission of guilt in a court of law. So we love saying sorry, eh? So we gotta make sure we're not punished for that one. But that means, everyone, how many donut holes does everyone have left?
I can't see.
All right, well, I'll tell you, Gabby, you do not have the most.
That's okay.
Sophia, congratulations, the winner of our Canada trivia. As for us, hope that you learned something fun about Canada. And for us, let's get back to our Pokemon competition.
step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are in lovely yet cold Toronto, Canada for the final regional championships of the 2024 calendar year. We're about halfway through the regional circuit this season, but we're going to be ending 2024 with a bang. Last round of Swiss here on day one, round 8. Should certainly be fun. Joe Brown and Len Duel on the call. And Len, I think this is such a fascinating round to me because it's a different world than our old round, or 9-round structure, I should say, of day one. And like just hearing the stories between players that are currently 6-1 going into this round, and like how massive this victory in round 8 compared to losing in round 8 changes your trajectory of your chances of making it to top cut.
Yeah, it's so important. At 6-1, you basically have 3 rounds left to play. You still need to win 2 out of those 3. And so winning this one goes a long way to getting you into that top cut.
Right, because then you only need to win the one tomorrow. You can have a little more fun with your friends at night. There's a lot of lovely things to do in the downtown Toronto area. I know we had fun yesterday. I know you missed out on some fun times. Let's just say we were walking around the city. It was freezing. It was very much cold, but very enjoyable. I think it's a beautiful city, Toronto. I've been here many times. This is your first time being in Toronto, right? What are your thoughts so far?
Well, first reaction, cold, but some cold weather helps get in the holiday spirit. I think it might have powered up that Ninetales last round too.
Yeah, and you got the Iron Bundle, so Iron Bundle wants to be in the cold, right? He wants to be in the electric terrain, actually, first of all, and then the cold.
Also the cold, yeah. He's very picky.
Bundle's very picky. All right. Anyway, as we're done just killing time here, we are finally ready to head out to the floor with our wonderful Gabby Snyder for an interview. So, Gabby, take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Joe. I'm here with Jasmine, who is an incredible Iron Bundle cosplayer. So first of all, you did such an incredible job on your cosplay.
Thank you. Yeah, so basically I started with this like giant LED ball and I realized it was like hollow inside, so I stuffed it with even more lights. I used foam for like the cannon part, and then clay for the base, and then adding to the tail. The tail was like the biggest part because I just had to take like a bunch of LEDs, cut them up, and then like wire them together. So right now I'm basically like a walking battery because hidden in my costume is just battery for the tail and then the little front part. So it took me about like 3 to 4 weeks. Did that while also balancing finals, as a student. So, but it was a ton of fun, and I'm really glad to be here and to get to show it off. So.
I'm so glad you're sharing it with us. I mean, the construction is really cool. Being a walking battery is just very fitting for a future Paradox Pokemon. You mentioned, though, that this isn't your first Pokemon event and that you've also cosplayed before. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
So my first one was Umbreon at LAIC when it was in Ohio last year. 2 years ago. And then I did Mimikyu for Toronto last year because that was in October for Toronto, so thought I'd go with the spooky Halloween vibe. And then I did Ogerpon for Worlds. I thought it was very fitting. Ogerpon was like super big at the time at, in VGC. So then as we get around to December, I thought it was only fitting to do like a Christmas winter themed. I knew I wanted to do an ice type. And, I love Delibird, but I thought, I'm always trying to up the ante with, what I do for costumes. So I was like, all right, Iron Bundle, let's let's make it work, you know.
It looks like so much fun to wear. Do you have any Pokemon that you'd like to cosplay in the future that you've started to think about?
Gosh, like I always like will look at Pokemon all around me. I'm like, how could I turn that into a costume? So I haven't really thought ahead yet, but I mean, I would love to get my favorite Pokemon Staraptor in there. It would definitely be really interesting to like figure out with like the hair and then like, you know, making the feathers work. But that's definitely on there on my list at one point, yeah.
I definitely want to try and do a Bidoof cosplay someday, but I haven't found an opportunity to make it work yet. Do you have any advice from anybody at home who wants to start cosplaying?
My advice is just to get started. Like me personally, I do not know how to sew yet. So just like find your base like costume and like see what makes it work, modify it however you can. I mean, a lot of my stuff, I threw so much money out just trying to see like what I could make work. Like I did so many different tail types, you know, just carefully crafted it. So I just, one thing at a time is very important, is my best advice there, so.
Awesome, and I've asked a couple people this so far. So we have a new year that's coming up upon us, and I'm wondering if you have any Pokemon-related New Year's resolutions that you want to share with us.
Oh gosh, that is a very interesting question. What was other people's answers? Because I'm like, something Pokemon related. Since I don't compete, right, I'm just here to like celebrate my friends that compete, and then gives me a chance to cosplay. But I would love to, I guess, go to more of these for sure. I would love to go to NAIC this year again, and of course Worlds. But in terms of the games, I guess, you know, just play whenever they come out. Hopefully Pokemon ZA comes out here soon.
My resolution, for what it's worth, is to complete all the Pokedexes in home, because I want the crown, and if they do more Pokemon, I want the Pokemon.
Yeah. No, I did all like the Pokédex stuff, but I've yet to do it for home. I knew there was like a new little gift when you get to do that, but I've yet to get to that myself.
All right, well, something to work on in the future. Jasmine, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching?
Gosh, I mean, shout out to all my friends here, everyone who's competing. Hopefully everyone has had like fun. No one specifically, I just have like a bunch of people here, but if you see me, you know, thanks for being here with me, you know, that's about it.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for your time. I hope to see you at NAIC with the new costume. Hopefully we can catch up there too, but for now, casters, back to you.
That was an awesome cosplay.
It's so
complete
good.
coincidence. We were talking about Iron Bundle. We did not know that was happening.
Yeah, I feel so outdone now.
Yeah, what do you light up? Does your belly button light up?
No lights. I have no batteries on me anywhere.
That's so funny that we really just tossed into an interview and it happened to be about Iron Bundle. I mean, the cosplayers in the Pokemon community are so amazing. The amount of effort that they put into their outfits.
It's always so impressive, like bringing things together. The creativity and like also like technical skill of how to like make that happen and make it work is so cool.
So if you ever cosplay, like they forced you, they said, Lendul, you must cosplay a Pokemon at this event, what would you do?
I think Alakazam, I would just wear a big fake mustache and get a couple big spoons.
That's the perfect answer. I just walk around with some spoons and a mustache. I can't even top that. I'm not even going to give anything as an option. So fortunately, though, Gabby did have an interview earlier on today with one of our wonderful judges. So let's toss to that with Gabby.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Andrew Tham, who is one of my local TOs who actually came out to Toronto to judge your first ever regional event. Andrew, how does it feel?
It feels amazing being able to start my journey as a professor just about a year ago, last year in December, and then being able to have this one be my first opportunity to be a staffer at a regional is a great opportunity.
So how did you find the Pokemon professor community and decide to get involved?
I've been a TO for a bunch of other communities, particularly the fighting game community. And as I was competing in a bunch of the Pokemon tournaments in our region, including your own tournaments, I just decided, you know, I wanted to go down a path of a professor because that's equivalent to being a TO. And I could also be an organizer. I can be a judge for VG. I may become a judge for TCG as well. That's kind of in the cards too. But I knew that that's something I wanted to do. Our local scene is amazing, and I thought it would be great to give back to them.
For sure. I'm not biased at all, by the way, in terms of how great our local scene is. But I am curious. I mean, you play the TCG, you play the video game. How has it been trying to balance all that? I mean, you're literally playing in one of the competitions in sides right now. So sorry about your round loss.
It's all right. Yeah, I had to not drop. I just had to concede round 4. My opponent was playing Regidrago V-Star. I did want to play the matchup, but it's all right because we wanted to get this in. I know production has a lot going on. But balancing both of them, right after my work started slowing down around the end of October, I really decided I wanted to play both games, both VG and TCG, pretty hard to prep for Toronto. I had signed up to actually be a video game competitor, but down the line I decided I have so many more opportunities to be a VG competitor at other regionals, but I cannot guarantee myself another regional staff, so I want to make sure that this is the one that I wanted to be a staffer for.
Did you do anything to prepare for judging this weekend in particular?
I made sure to read up on the rules. I know that we just had a recent event in Boston, Massachusetts, so I wanted to make sure I knew the calls for double game freezes, team sheet errors, what are the logistics on the regional side, because they have a little bit of a different process when it comes to having rental codes as well in case of an error on a team sheet. So I wanted to work with that. And then what's the process on, you know, talking to an assistant head judge to confirm a ruling.
Nice. Well, do you have any advice for anybody who's watching this and wants to get involved in their local communities?
Definitely just start taking the exam. The professor exam is a very, I wouldn't say easy exam, but it is, you know, very accessible to most people. It's just a 10-question exam. If you ever want to be a judge or an organizer, you can just log on to Pokemon.com and take the exam. It's free. It's open book, open note. It's untimed. It's a great opportunity. One of our recent players, CJ, recently became a judge, recently staffed their own first regional at Sacramento, and they're killing it. They were just recently a head judge for my event this past December. So it's such a great opportunity for people who want to go into that field.
I will also shout out CJ. I love you, CJ. Thank you for getting involved. Thank you for getting involved. And one quick question. So the new year is upon us. I'm asking everybody, what is their 2025 VGC New Year's resolution? Do you have one, and what is it?
Oh, my resolution? I was going to go down the competition route, but I got to say, I run 2 events. Primarily, it's been one just due to like personal scheduling, but I do have a second one happening in Southern Massachusetts. So if you're in the area, it's coming back.
All right, so the resolution is to run more events.
Yes, always. Got to keep running more events for people. They got to get their championship points out.
For sure. Andrew, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck judging this weekend. And thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
This was the biggest World Championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGC in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players, and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought out. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, bro. Just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number one goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
Doesn't get closer than this, and he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I haven't really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can, because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Luca is your 2024 World Champion.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here. We are getting set for the final round of Swiss on day 1 here at the Toronto Regional Championships. We've been through 7 already, and now there's a lot of trainers got to figure out if they are even playing tomorrow on Championship Sunday. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Len Duel, and suffice to say, Len, we've got ourselves a banger to end the day on.
Oh, I am so excited. I saw the pairings come up, and I just cannot wait for this one. 2 players at X and 1, already into day 2, but trying to pick up that extra win, make it a little bit easier to make top cut tomorrow.
Right, exactly what we were talking about the importance of winning this 8th round if you're already at 6 and 1. If we if we get a chance, if we get an opportunity to look at the standings as we're going into round 8, you can see some of these players are still undefeated, like Marcus Darsh and others, and there's already a lot of other players who have already qualified for day 2 with their 6th victory.
Yeah, a lot of players that'll move up the CP standings with this and trying to earn even more, make it into day 2, make it into the top cut, make it further in that top cut, and win more of those crucial championship points.
Yeah, both Justins there with Tang and Burns. Justin Tang being 7-0 at this point, so congratulations to him. Has a chance to go potentially be 8-0 moving into tomorrow, but seeing some of the other great names on this list for sure is going to be important. Shi Liang at 6-1 as well. But we can look at the notable pairings going into this final round, because there's pretty much a lot of great matchups here, but there's none greater than Marco Silva versus Wolf Click.
Are you ready? It is Sun versus Rain, it is Parrish versus Trick Room, it is Marco versus Wolf. It should be so good.
Wolf, who has not been on stream yet today, but I think Wolf had an earlier loss in Swiss and has been trying to maintain at the X1 position versus Marco, who has not lost since like October or something, whenever the Lille Regional Championship was.
Well, he's X and 1 today, so lost his
right. The streak is over then.
Yeah,
that's
after we had him on stream, is trying to keep it to just 1 loss in day 1, but got one of the most difficult opponents to get through to keep it to just 1 loss in day 1.
He's starting a new win streak after the last one was stopped at I think 19 consecutive wins or something like that for Marco. I mean, 2 of the greatest players, not just in the world currently, but you could argue of all time with their accomplishments. Wolf a world champion, Marco a 3-time international champion. Certainly, if not one of the best ever, one of the best European players of all time. Wolf one of the best North American players of all time. So there's really no way to undersell how exciting this match could be.
Yeah, I am just like bursting with energy. I can't wait to see it. There should be so many fun plays.
And didn't Marco have the tweet during the Grand Challenge that he faced Wolf on cart during the GC?
I know there were a few people who got jump scared a little bit by Wolf with Parrish Song in the GC. Definitely not what you expect to queue into, but a frightening sight for sure.
I mean, yeah, because Wolf doesn't always play Parrish Trap, right? It's not a thing that he does all the time.
Very rarely. Like it's definitely the minority of tournaments.
And it's when
but he's
he
well
breaks
known
it
for
out is when he performs with it.
Yeah, a very consistent player using Parrish Song. Of course, Parrish Song, a move that applies Parrish Song to the entire field, and then 3 turns later, those Pokemon get knocked out if they don't manage to switch in time, so it's usually paired with some kind of trapping. Now, this isn't to say that is the only strategy. It's going to be a Rain team with a lot of other offensive potential. We may never see Parrish Song get used, or we might, but it's definitely an interesting option to have in the toolbox.
Right, because if the Sun, or excuse me, if the Rain is not up, Gothitelle, even if it wants to shadow tag, it doesn't want to stay in against the sun boosted Terrifier or Choice Specs overheat, right? So it's going to be, there are some ways for Marco to try to force Wolf and his positioning around in this matchup to not just keep Parasong on the field and protect and, 3 turns later, double knockout.
And the weather war may be more critical than specifics of Parasong, which is another place that Gothitelle can have a ton of value. If you're trapped in with Shadow Tag, well, there's no bringing in Torkoal to undo the rain and set Sun instead. So it's going to be an even more complicated weather war than we see in other matchups.
Yeah, it's certainly some interesting texts for Wolf as well. This is not just Pelipper, Basque Legion, and you throw out some solid. Well, we're going old school. We're going Gen 6. We're going Generation 7 a little bit here. Maybe even earlier with Kingdra, right? Kingdra had an earlier heyday than Politoed did.
Yeah, it may look more like a Gen 5 rain team than anything else, but of course new tools as well. And then Marco's team, we've already seen it on stream today, had a very strong win earlier on in the day using that Sun team with Porygon 2 and Ursaluna.
Did you think we would see 2 Politoads in 7 rounds of Swiss today on stream?
And kind of a trying to go for different goals, playing a different role on their teams. We've almost seen no Politoed the entirety of Reg H. For dedicated rain teams, usually you need the flying offense from Pelipper to deal with things like Rillaboom and Amoonguss that are otherwise a big problem for your water offense. But a couple of players showing different ways to use Politoed and redeem some value from Pokemon that's been historically super good, super relevant, but hasn't spun so far this year.
Yeah, it feels as if Politoed, you could do a whole documentary on the Politoed Ludicolo fall off over the history of VGC, where it was just so prominent. I think back to 2014 when that exact strategy won U.S. Nationals with Scarf Politoed, Specs Ludicolo, and Choice Band Talonflame, where you just go all in on offense, right? But over the course of the generations, obviously Pelipper gains access to Drizzle, Pelipper immune to ground, which made it a great partner for Mega Swampert as a rain team in Generation 7 in the Alola region. So just over time, it felt like Politoed, even if it's good, maybe it's bulkier than Pelipper, just Politoed can still get hit by an earthquake where Pelipper can't.
Well, and Politoed can't deal with Amoonguss. Amoonguss fully answers Politoed, and Amoonguss always one of the best Pokemon in the game, whereas Amoonguss very scared of Pelipper, is always on the watch for a Hurricane. That's usually enough to shift the choice of which Drizzle user to use, but Politoed has niche tools. Of course, Parasong is the one that's going to be highlighted here, but it's also maybe a little bit bulkier. We saw that play to the advantage earlier on in the day from Zachary, and has a few other niches that could still see it being used over the Pelipper.
Yeah, and then we talk about the rain abuser, in this case being Kingdra, and Kingdra, a Pokemon that fared much better in Black and White when there was no fairy typing in the game. You just have your dragons dropping Draco Meteors across the battlefield with each other. But since the introduction of fairy, I know Gabby actually top cut multiple regionals with the Politoed Kingdra team back in the X and Y era, but it has not been as successful because you might end up doing no damage if there's a fairy on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, it was the predominant Swift Swim user with Ludicolo for the first several generations of VGC, but we saw Basque Legion kind of take over that role in this generation. But they offer pretty different things. Kingdra can kind of go physical or special, but is usually a special attacker, will be in this match, which differs it from the Basque Legion that we usually see physical.
Hey, as long as it's not Golduck as our rain abuser anymore, I'm totally okay with that.
Those are the low power format days when we're stuck with Golduck.
Those are the dark days where Hydro Vortex Golduck was, I think it top cut 3 ICs in a row.
Yeah.
It was just a crazy world that Sun and Moon put us in. Fun times. But
whatever the Swift Swim user is, whatever the Drizzle user is, Drizzle and Swift Swim is always good. There's going to be some combination there.
There's something about inherent, and obviously not all weathers are created equal, right? But there is something about this particular battle of rain versus sun where you look at it and you say, you can see from Kyogre and Groudon perspective if people aren't familiar with these two Pokemon, right? You're used to that storyline, that narrative. You would think, okay, logically water beats fire, right? But with the drought, it doesn't, yes, water's still super effective into fire, but it doesn't work as simple as that.
Yeah, both weathers answer each other much more directly than when we have weather wars that involve sand or snow, where you're just kind of disabling the other weather. Here, you're always mitigating the offense as well in the main type. Yeah, some other differences for Wolf's team. The Archaludon, not an Assault Vest, is the sturdy Electroshot Electric Terra set that we saw him use earlier. A lot of players favor this set outside of rain because you need to be able to get the Electroshot off. But even with a rain team, it gives you some more flexibility of whether or not to even bring your Drizzle user and then when to bring it in. The Assault Vest version is kind of stuck. If you want to Electroshot on the turn, then you must switch in the rain user. Wolf gets a little bit of delayed action here where he can go for one Electroshot outside of the rain, which may be crucial if he wants to go for an Electroshot in the sun, or when there's a risk that Marco may bring in Torkoal on that turn. Of course, there's some other favorite allies here in Incineroar and Amoonguss up to their normal no good. Incineroar is probably going to be a pretty important Pokemon in this matchup. Can resist fire offense and can also intimidate your Ursaluna on the other side. I do love the Stellar Terra on Kingdra, as it's a Pokemon that doesn't care about its defensive typings because it doesn't want to take any hits in general. It wants to output damage, and Kingdra is a Pokemon that very likely, since Stellar Terra gives you the one boost, you know, per attack, like it very likely will click all three of its attacks in the same game. But as we mentioned, Wolfclick, the Perish Trap enthusiast, has won multiple regional championships with the Perish Trap. This time around, he doesn't have Fluttermane, to be fair, so it's a little bit different. But then he also got top 16 of NAIC with the Perish Trap strategy just a few years ago. Yep, should be a really interesting team to watch. Can also play at different speeds. Has Gothitelle to either go for Wolf's own Trick Room or try to undo the Trick Room from Marco's side, so both teams able to go fast or slow using Chlorophyll or Swift Swim or using the Trick Room. Amoonguss may also be a problem for Marco if it ends up under Trick Room. And then kind of uniquely, the Amoonguss has eject button for Wolf, so trying to use that tool to establish the Perish Trap, but means it plays a little bit different than other Amoongusses. And that is a direct quote from Marco while he was streaming the Grand Challenge and ran into Wolfie on the ladder. Wolfie con Perish, because he's worried maybe this Charizard team was not prepared for a Perish Song strategy. Well, you've seen this team a few times today, but you've not seen it up against Perish Song. So let's look at how it will fight it. First off, there is a lot of water weakness here. When you have 3 fire types, but then you also have Ursaluna, those muddy waters from Kingdra are going to be such a problem. That means it's going to be really important to be able to win the weather war or the speed war. You either have to be making sure you're moving first and denying Kingdra offense by attacking over it, or that you have a Sun to mitigate the offense coming out. If Wolf can establish both at the same time, every one of those muddy waters is just going to do so much damage. Jumpluff, the only water resist, still not a bulky enough Pokemon to take many of them, and has such an important role to play because it is the thing that can Sunny Day and change the weather even if switching isn't allowed, or can Sunny Day in response to a switch in from the Politoed, but can also help establish speed control with Tailwind or redirect moves with Rage Powder. So wouldn't be surprised to see it play a crucial role, but again, that's down to the speed that Marco wants to play. We've talked before about how difficult this team is to go against because Marco has so many different options. We can talk about how good the Jumpluff might be, but the game plan might be something entirely different. And so if you're just answering one speed, one mode that this Marco Sun team can go for, then you're maybe missing some other crucial option. So we'll see if Marco's going to switch up his leads like he did on stream earlier today. This time around, it will be Torkoal Jumpluff, that patented lead combo, setting up the Sun, and then with the Chlorophyll ability on Jumpluff, doubling its speed. Compared to Gothitelle Kingdra, they cannot switch out. So Torkoal is trapped here. It can try to eject button itself out. That may be an important tool over the course of the match. We won't be able to switch. That makes it easy to switch in Politoed and go for a Muddy Water, but that's the reason that the manual Sunny Day is so important for the Jumpluff. But unfortunately, if the Politoed were to switch in, that Muddy Water from Kingdra will move before the Jumpluff, unless the Jumpluff can get Tailwind ahead of time. So it's going to be really complicated speed interactions here, where both players can really lose a lot in a moment. If Marco just loses the Torkoal to a Muddy Water here, that's kind of devastating, but a Draco into Jumpluff might also be very devastating. Politoed will swap into the position there, so it sets up the Rain with its Drizzle ability, and now instead of Jumpluff having double speed, now the Kingdra has double speed thanks to its ability Swift Swim, doubling its speed. With the Stellar Terrestrialization, he's going to do even more damage with these attacks that he already has the shared typing with
which is Dragon and Water. So this Draco Meteor is even stronger into this Jump Bluff. No Focus Sash means that's a one-hit KO.
That's the power of Gothitelle. There was no counterplay to that. Jump Bluff does not have Protect. Jump Bluff could not switch. Jump Bluff was just sitting duck to get Draco Meteored, and all it's going to get back is a very weak overheat into Politoed. The main thing it accomplishes is getting Torkoal out of here.
That's the big adjustment over Scarlet and Violet, that these Torkoal sets are running Eject Pack to swap themselves out after a stat drop. You can see from an Intimidate or from an Overheat, dropping your stats. It does allow Marco to switch either Ursaluna or Charizard in the back. Ursaluna would activate Flame Orb on this turn, but the issue is that there's no Trick Room, meaning Wolf's Pokemon are still faster.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the problem here. All 3 remaining Pokemon for Marco are weak to water. You can only spend the Terrestrialization on one of them. There's no speed control option left. The Tailwind is gone, and Porygon 2 wasn't brought. So for a moment, it can look pretty good because you can get the Torkoal back in, or at least threaten the switch of the Torkoal coming back in to set Sun. But it's only a matter of time until the same trap of Gothitelle to trap a couple things in while the Politoed switch is being threatened can be established again. Even if Wolf has to give up a Pokemon to create that position again, it's always a looming threat for Marco. So you can't just be playing the situation right in front of you. It has to be, how do I get enough advantage out of this to deal with that future possibility?
There is one benefit to Marco that Kingdra has already had its special attack lowered by 2 stages thanks to the Draco Meteor on the last turn. So that means even with the Stellar Terrestrialization is going to be doing significantly less damage for Kingdra, so that might be a turn that Wolf wants to switch these Pokemon around, maybe switch Politoed out as well to reset the rain.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon probably need to leave the field eventually. You need to reestablish rain, you need to not lose the Kingdra while it's having to fight in Sun, and you want to get rid of those special attacks. So no surprise to see it switch out immediately. This is where Marco's opportunity to capitalize on that really active first turn from Wolf starts. With this double switch, this is where you could try to go do a lot of damage.
And now, if Marco was anticipating a double switch, you can have 2 strong attacks into both of Wolf's new Pokemon. It's Incineroar and the Gothitelle. Gothitelle with Shadow Tag is trapping, could be trapping them, but the Torkoal swapped out before Gothitelle was brought in on the turn. So Charizard will switch into the slot. Earthquake, free teammate to have your Earthquake next to, with Charizard being a flying type. And next to the Intimidate, Incineroar is not KO'd by Ursaluna's Earthquake there. If it was at neutral attack, that would have been a one-hit KO.
I'm not sure it's so bad for Marco that that didn't KO. You can imagine if it had KO'd, that is Kingdra,
right,
and then a switch back to Politoed. But that's, again, what's being threatened here. Not actually even getting a KO in that turn of a full advantage where Wolf has to double switch. It may be pretty poor for Marco in the long run. Because now both of those crucial Pokemon, the Kingdra and the Politoed, are in the back. Now Wolf has to still navigate to them. Incineroar, you have Scout being threatened by both Pokemon here. You also have Parting Shot being threatened, so there's a lot of different options for how to get out of this position. We'll see what Wolf opts for, but first a Terrestrialization coming in from Marco, going to take away that water weakness, turn Ursaluna into a Ghost type.
Yeah, he's got to choose one of these water weaks, Pokemon I should say, and get rid of that weakness. Now Ursaluna going from normal ground to Ghost type here, changing up its defensive chart.
Crucially, the Ghost type will also allow it to switch out of the Shadow Tag on the next turn.
Air Slash into Incineroar does connect and gets the KO, so Gothitelle protects itself, but didn't get hit anyway on that turn. The Earthquake doesn't do any damage. Now Wolf can switch one Pokemon in, either Politoed or Kingdra, into that slot.
That preemptive Ghost Terrestrialization is so crucial because you cannot both turn into a Ghost and switch on the same turn. You have to have established the Ghost typing on a previous turn to be allowed to switch out of Shadow Tag. But now, because there is a Ghost type on the field, the option to switch to Torkoal, a switch that should be slower than either switch on Wolf's side, could mitigate some of the offense. Now, you have to imagine, it's still a Terrestrialization boost. It's still a super effective Muddy Water into Charizard. It's not clear that just getting Sun in would be enough to save Charizard, but it would be enough to save the speed advantage. If Kingdra does not have Swift Swim, Kingdra should not be faster than the Charizard, and the Charizard would be able to put out a ton of damage. So, an interesting turn, because also, if Wolf just doesn't make the switch yet, and Torkoal switches in preemptively, That's really bad for Marco. So a very dangerous turn here. Either player could kind of spin to that crucial switch, that crucial bit of positioning right now. Wolf is the first to switch. Gothitelle going into the back, Politoed coming out.
Yep, we know Politoed with this switch will get rid of the Sun, reactivate the Rain with its Drizzle ability, and make the Kingdra the fastest Pokemon on the field. The Muddy Water, though, it avoids Charizard. Charizard would have been weak to Muddy Water, and it's not going to take any damage. Ursaluna hangs on in the red because he's no longer weak to water. And now the Air Slash on the Politoed on the switch in will bring it down to around 60-70%. The Facade into Kingdra is enough for the knockout, and Wolf Stellar Pokemon is down.
Getting both of those things, getting the Muddy Water miss that meant that Charizard hangs around, and also not getting the KO onto the Ursaluna is so pivotal for Marco, because now the weather war is set. It's raining at the moment, but when Torkoal hits the field, it'll be sunny from that moment on. That makes life a lot easier. Politoed and Gothitelle not big offensive threats either. Gothitelle does have Psychic, Politoed has Weather Ball, but a Weather Ball that may become a fire attack here in a moment.
Fire types, yeah.
The good news is Ursaluna very low. We'll go down to the next turn of burn damage. Torkoal very slow and has already used Eject Pack. I mean, wouldn't probably have an opportunity to switch anyway. So it's going to be about getting to that Charizard. If Charizard was already gone, even in the sun, this is probably to Wolf's advantage. But with Charizard still around, it is the big damage threat, able to deal so much to these two Pokemon.
Ursaluna will switch out here, so Marco wants to preserve that 7 remaining HP left on the Terra Ghost Pokemon for later on in this matchup. Torkoal switching in here, just wants to immediately get the Sun active for the rest of the duration of this game. The fake out from Gothitelle goes towards Charizard, so Charizard's not going to attack this turn, and the Fire type now, Weather Ball, which changes typing based on what weather is on the field, is ineffective into Charizard.
Right, that's why the switch is so crucial there. Even if you don't think you're ever going to get value out of Ursaluna in the future, you have to make the switch then in order to save Charizard, which is the Pokemon that you are definitely going to get value out of in the future. It could not protect itself because it's holding the choice specs, and so was very vulnerable to a fake out on that turn. It is looking low, though. Another turn of Solar Power, even with a resisted Weather Ball, is probably a KO. Psychic should be a KO onto the Gothitelle, and of course, they can just protect here for a moment. You got lots of protects when you have Perish Song.
Yeah, Wolf is never out of it here, where Politoed going to protect, not take any damage from this Air Slash, so Politoed keeping itself very safe. Here is the Psychic you were talking about, targeted towards Charizard, and it's more than enough for the KO. So Charizard does no damage on its final turn here in Game 1, just gets KO'd by the Psychic. This Eruption's not going to connect onto Politoed thanks to the Protect, but Sun boosted Eruption into Gothitelle gets the knockout.
Yep, Torkoal, even though it's moving last, they're able to go for Eruption because Marco knows all eyes are on Charizard. Any attack that's coming out is going to go into Charizard. That means that even moving last, Torkoal can get off that full power Eruption and take down Gothitelle. Now it's a very close game and a couple of options for how to go for it if you're Wolf. If he's confident Politoed is faster, you might just go after the KO on the Ursaluna, but you're going to have to take a couple of attacks from Torkoal. You could also just go for a double protect, but no double protect. Just the Weather Ball coming in, the KO onto Ursaluna. It's down to just the two Weather Pokemon.
Yes, we set the matchup as Rain versus Sun, and the only two Pokemon remaining are the Rain Setter and the Sun Setter. But Sun has the advantage right now by being active on the field, even though it's resisted. It's doing 50% more damage thanks to the Sun being up.
The leftovers is so crucial, though. Politoed is going to be able to alternate protects going forward and really heal a lot. The Sun is going to expire at some point, which will also make Weather Ball a neutral move. Of course, Perish
And
Song...
Eruption will do less damage once Torkoal eventually gets attacked.
Exactly. Once Torkoal gets damaged, it's going to have to switch to maybe a Overheat, which will also slowly weaken itself. Of course, Perish Song, not a win condition here. If the Perish Song were to happen, then the Torkoal would win as the Solar Pokemon, so it is going to be down to Politoed, clicking a few Weather Balls, a few Protects over the next few turns, and seeing if it can come out in the long damage trades.
This game has lived up to the hype so far in Game 1, the back and forth. We thought maybe with the explosive turn 1 that the jump up knockout right away would have made it in Wolf's favor, but right now it's either player's game. There's 5 eruptions remaining for Marco. If he clicked it again, that means we have 4, and this one doesn't even do any damage because of Protect.
Yep, the power points may come into play here because the damage is coming out so slowly. Both moves would maximize at 8, but some players opt to go 1 down to 7, so that if you get encored into the move, your opponent doesn't know exactly when you're going to run out of it. And so only a handful of them left. And with the damage coming in first towards Torkoal and the leftovers recovery happening, it might just not be enough. I imagine that Polytoad also eventually has the offense once the Sun expires and Weather Ball turns back to normal move. Torkoal doesn't have the best special defense. But not a situation I've seen play out before. Haven't seen these two Pokemon in this position. Not sure exactly how the damage trades will boil up down, and there's always the chance for something like a critical hit to upend the way things are looking to swing.
Yeah, you've run a lot of calculations in your career, Len, but I'm not sure if you've calculated the normal type Weather Balls into a Torkoal. But we'll see this last one being a fire type Weather Ball for Polytoad on this turn. And Eruption, who's taking a little bit of damage there, brings Polytoad to around 25% of its HP remaining. But remember, it has the leftovers recovery. Wolf can continue to protect every other turn to continually make that better. The Sun has expired, so that 50% damage boost is now gone for Marco.
The time may also play a role here, Marco taking the full time on his turns, even if there's no way to win on damage in the long term, if they could get the match down. Of course, I think the first turns played out very quickly. I don't think that's really a condition, but you can't blame Marco for looking for it if he wants to just let this time go down. That Eruption did look like a lot of damage into Polytoad. If a lot more of that level of Eruption were coming, then it would be in Torkoal's favor. But Torkoal just lost the Sun. Torkoal's going to take even more damage before the next Eruption comes out, and so they're going to look weaker and weaker. Of course, an Overheat can go back to looking pretty similarly strong, but you only get one of that level before your special defense is down again.
Polytoad with the Protect here, as we're saying, Wolf alternating between attacks and protects on the Polytoad to make sure you get as much maximum leftovers recovery as possible. Marco has 2 Eruptions remaining. At what point do you have to risk the Overheat instead of Eruptions? Because there are diminishing returns on Overheat, right? You get a special attack drop by 2 stages, so every time you click it, you're doing less and less damage.
It's also going to be probably about half power based on what we saw from the last Weather Ball. It's not the Weather Ball will do less than double the damage because the last Weather Ball was Sun boosted, even though it was resisted. This one will just be neutral without any weather augmentation. But yeah, looking like it's probably just not enough damage, but it could be. Polytoad is not that healthy. It's only sitting probably 35% health.
Here's the Weather Ball into Torkoal now with no weather on the field. It's just a normal attack, so it's not resisted. Eruption from a 60 HP or 60% HP, Torkoal is not doing nearly enough to this Polytoad. Now, if you anticipate Wolf to protect yet again one more time, I think it's time for, eventually he's going to run out of Eruption. There's 1 remaining. It's time to click Overheat.
Yep, I think it's probably about time to Overheat. Looks like Marco's on the same page that we are locking it in. It's also just going to start doing more damage. A critical hit can really swing things. An Eruption may just do enough to get over the hump. You saw how little that Weather Ball was doing. Polytoad just really not putting out much damage here. Fully trained in bulk. The role for Polytoad here is to be disruptive with Perish Song and Encore. It is not to take KOs, and it's definitely not to take KOs when it doesn't have rain.
Looks like Marco is potentially considering using the final Eruption here instead of committing to Overheat. So he knows he only has 1 left, but the more HP he loses, Eruption does base power based off of how healthy the Pokemon is. So it's going to be doing less, but he doesn't want the special attack drops here. So first it will be a Weather Ball into Torkoal, bring it down to pretty much exactly 50% of its HP remaining. So that Eruption does not do a lot to Polytoad, and Wolf can protect 1 more time, and then we start playing the Overheat games.
Yep, makes sense for Marco to get as many Eruptions off as possible. As little damage as Polytoad is doing, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for Torkoal to attack, and so Torkoal needs to get as much damage out of those attacks as possible. For now, Polytoad, though, just going to protect from an Overheat, and now the Overheat count starts to look a little bit iffy.
Yeah, and less than a minute left of your time on Marco's end, so he's going to run out of time eventually if he does not click his moves fast. But he knows his option is to click Overheat 4 more times or he loses the game, so not really doesn't need to make too many decisions here.
Yeah, wants to use as much of the time as possible to try to push towards the match timer, but doesn't really have to think that hard about the turns from now on. At some point, you might think about not overheating into a protect, but for now, it's overheat into Polytoad. Let's see this damage. Ooh, that's not bad, but leftovers is coming. And the next one, unless it crits, will do half as much.
And that's the whole point. Because of the special attack drops from overheat and the Polytoad leftovers from these, this turn and the protect the following turn, Marco needs a critical hit on this overheat to win game one. This is so, you got to consider how fast-paced this game started. Action back and forth, and we have come down to a turtle's pace, a very slow pace with these two weather setters no longer in their weathers. It was about Kingdra, it was about Charizard, it was about Jumpluff, and none of them are a part of the end result of this game one. It's all up to this weather ball into Torkoal, is going to bring it down very low into the red, 33 HP remaining. Overheat is -2, he needs a critical hit to knock out the Polytoad, and he doesn't get it. And Wolf Glick is gonna get the first game in this match after another protect and then another weather ball. We're gonna get there.
Yeah, you might not count out the next overheat crit as well. You can't use the last overheat PP here, but of course, with just a protect, it can fail, and we get one more shot.
Oh, that's right, because he didn't click overheat into protect right now. So the final attack that Marco has left the entire game, he only has helping hand and protect. So if this overheat does not crit and KO, he can no longer damage the Polytoad.
Here comes the last lap of the race between the Tortoise and the Toad. Will the overheat hit the critical hit? Polytoad looks like it's going to come out on top in this slog. There comes a 3-minute warning, but too little too late. Wouldn't go in Marco's way at this point anyway, and there's just not enough turns left to make that happen.
Yeah, now -4 special attack for Marco here, and he's come down to 5 seconds of your time left. I hope he got it in with 2 there. Oh, but Polytoad with the encore at the last second with 2 seconds left in the game. He encores Torkoal into protect, and now Marco has no your time left in the game to even go for a crit.
Yeah, so part of the reason the stalling of the power points was working was because Torkoal couldn't opt to something else or it would just get locked into it. Of course, going for the encore maybe makes the timer more likely, but at this point, Torkoal is not doing damage ever again. And so Polytoad is healing over time. Even if we get down to the timer, Polytoad should have healed enough over. It isn't just about the percentage of that Pokemon's health, it's about the percentage of the team health, so it's hard to see super clearly here, but Polytoad should be the more healthy Pokemon. But of course, Torkoal is just going to successfully protect on the next turn. That's what it's encored into. It failed it on the last turn, so there won't be more damage coming in now, and there's pretty little time left.
Yeah, there's less than probably about 2 minutes left total in the game, but remember, he can only click protect. He's trying, please let me hit overheat, and the game will not let him. He's been encored into it. And a crazy 18-minute game one between two of the best trainers in the world in VGC. And Polytoad will just recover that HP up, and Marco's run out of your time. The battle is finally over. What a game one, Len.
Yeah, such a dynamic game that suddenly ground to a halt. Both of those Pokemon are there to support their teammates, but their teammates went down in a blaze of glory, traded KOs for each other, and went down quickly, and ultimately, Polytoad just comes out on top.
Yeah, there's no way that after the first 2 games, you would have assumed, okay, this is going to take 18 minutes. You know, just the knockouts left and right. Stellar Terra on this Kingdra for the Draco Meteor, doing the double damage into Jumpluff.
This lead was so smart from Wolf because Jumpluff figured to be maybe the most important Pokemon in this game, would have offered speed control, manual weather changing that made it less costly to switch in and out, but because of the way Wolf led, used the Shadow Tag to force the Jumpluff on the field and force Swift Swim, there was nothing Marco could do about it. Jumpluff's fate was sealed the moment it launched in against those 2 Pokemon. So I think Marco's going to have to be careful about what lead options Wolf has going into game 2.
And what I love about the Terra Ghost, as you mentioned, how once Ursaluna turns into a Ghost type, more importantly, it gets rid of the water weakness, but it will make it so that it can switch out of Shadow Tag, because Ghost types are allowed to swap out of Shadow Tag abilities. And it's so interesting that Wolf has been playing Perish Trap for a decade, yet the new wrinkle in Scarlet and Violet is now these former Pokemon that would have been stuck in front of a Gothitelle can change their typing into Ghost, and that changes the dynamic of the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this team has an unusual number of ways to get out of Shadow Tag. There are 2 Ghost Terrestrializations on Marco's side. Both the Ursaluna and the Charizard can Terrestrialize themselves to get out of Shadow Tag. And then, of course, Incineroar can Parting Shot itself out of Shadow Tag. So an actual Parasong would probably be very hard to stick. But like we talked about before the match, that doesn't mean that Gothitelle has no value. Gothitelle is really crucial in that game because of how it can control the Weather War and take away some of these pivoting options that makes Marco always look like he's the one in control when we watch those other matches.
Yeah, Marco is on the back foot here. Fortunately for both of these trainers, they are secured in day two at 6-1. The worst that'll happen is that they'll have to try to win more games tomorrow. So they know they're making it tomorrow, but you want that 7th victory right now. You are that much closer to the top cut starting tomorrow if you win this round 8 against such a phenomenal opponent.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what Marco leads here, what kind of safer lead he's looking for against the Kingdra and Gothitelle. No surprise to see that from Wolf again. It seems so strong, but yeah, I think the Porygon 2 is a reasonable adjustment here. Can try to maybe Trick Room and make the trade for Jumpluff a lot less strong if it's a Trick Room and an Ursaluna coming in, but the Jumpluff is still there. That trap to just KO the Jumpluff is still available.
Yeah, and now you have a scenario where both teams are hiding their Weather Setter in the back. Now, yes, Porygon can't literally switch out into Torkoal whenever it wants because of Shadow Tag, but at some point he can spring in it.
Porygon 2 also will just trade damage better with these Pokemon. Ultimately, Wolf won off of like Psychics and Weather Balls and stuff. You're not going to do that to a Porygon 2 that has Recover and Terra Blast. It will just win against things that don't have big offense.
Here is Incineroar swapping onto the field. Sleep Powder, though, it goes into Incineroar's safety goggles. So smart of Wolf to understand that the Sleep Powder was going to go into that slot, and the Psychic into Jump Up does a little bit of damage, but Porygon 2 will set the Trick Room, twisting the dimensions so the slower Pokemon will move first, but Wolf does have access to Fake Out this turn onto the Porygon.
Right, Wolf can use Fake Out from the Incineroar. Also play this a little bit slower. Sees that with Porygon 2 on the field, Trick Room being threatened, the kind of big play to just KO Jumpluff is not the answer. Instead, just chips it down with Psychic and ends up in a pretty strong position in this Trick Room. That Parting Shot is the first thing to move. You can see how slow that Incineroar is. Wants to be the last thing moving when it Parting Shots. Or in this Trick Room, going to be the first thing moving. They want to weaken Porygon 2 offense. Also made it a little bit harder to bring something else in that slot. But now here comes Politoed. These 2 Pokemon still trapped in and now trapped in the rain.
Yeah, Politoed will have access to Parasong if Wolf wants to go for the slow route, but instead, he's just decided to do some damage. Psychic brings Jump Up down to about 30%. Terra Blast doesn't really do too much damage to Politoed, and the Sleep Powder misses. 75% accuracy, and unfortunately for Marco, he rolled 25.
This is looking so good for Wolf already. The mitigation on Porygon 2, there's no way to get rid of it. Can't be switched out of the Shadow Tag. The Terra Blast really didn't do much to Politoed, especially after the leftovers recovery at the end of the turn. And yes, it's taking a lot of time. Normally, you don't want to spend 3 attacks KOing a Jumpluff, but if you're going to actually get all 3 of those attacks without getting punished very hard, then these Psychics stacking up in the Jumpluff start to look very good. And like the previous game, Jumpluff has no options here. Cannot switch, cannot protect, must just take a Psychic again next turn.
Right, and since it's so slow because of the Trick Room, it's almost like Porygon to the detriment of Jumpluff, forcing it to take these Psychics first before it can go for a Sleep Powder into either of Wolf's Pokemon.
Yeah, Marco probably looking for the gambit that Wolf went for in game 1. If Trick Room had gone up while Politoed and Kingdra were on the field, that looks a lot better than just these 2 Pokemon being trapped in. Politoed going to go grass, doesn't want to fall asleep, doesn't want to take too much damage.
Yeah, so as a grass type now immune to the Sleep Powder if it ever goes into that slot. There's the Terra Blast from Porygon, yet again doing little damage, and then there's the Parasong that we were talking about. So Parasong takes 3 turns. All of the Pokemon on the field that have heard the Paras, the Sleep Powder goes into the grass type Politoed now, so smart play by Wolf. And he resets the Trick Room for Gothitelle. So back to normal dimensions, the fast Pokemon will move first, but you'll see this 3 counter go down, and in the next 2 turns, if Marco cannot deal with Gothitelle, Porygon and Jumpluff cannot get off the field and will be knocked out to Parasong.
Yeah, we talked about how many of Marco's Pokemon are able to get out of Shadow Tag. Porygon 2 and Jumpluff are not ones, and Porygon 2 is the one that is the most valuable Perish Song target because it is so hard to deal with otherwise because of recovery and its large bulk. If you can just get rid of it in a few turns, that's great. And not taking the KO on Jumpluff and instead just leaving it on the field means there's not much offensive pressure for Marco. A -1 Porygon, this Jumpluff doesn't even have an offensive attack. These two are stuck here for the long term. Nothing is going to force Gothitelle off the field at all. Incineroar can just come in, can further Parting Shot, can fake out, can disrupt, and Gothitelle is looking so safe and serene there for those next few turns of Perish Song.
And with Incineroar and Politoed essentially cycling every turn in that right slot, it's either a safety goggles Pokemon or a grass type that are both immune to sleep powder. So Politoed protects itself this turn from the potential sleep, and then the Ice Beam goes into Incineroar, which is resisted.
Yeah, Marco's like best hope to get something out of this is that at least Gothitelle ends the turn asleep, can of course put a sleep powder, or ends the Perish Song asleep, so can at least put a sleep powder there again. The Jumpluff cannot be faked out because it's holding a covert cloak, and so that sleep powder can't be stopped. Wolf's not going to want to switch the Gothitelle because that would enable the Porygon 2 to switch on the following turn.
Right, you want to switch it when the counter is at 1.
Or you can also Parting Shot to get the Gothitelle
and then
back
get Gothitelle on the other side. Right, so Gothitelle will swap right now for Politoed to switch in, meaning neither of Wolf's Pokemon can be put to sleep. Excellent play by Wolf to swap there. There is the Ice Beam into Incineroar, and unless he gets frozen, he can't stop the Parting Shot. No freeze to be had, so Parting Shot will get Gothitelle back onto the field at the end of the turn, no longer under the symptoms of Perish Song.
And both of these Pokemon can, of course, just protect on the next turn as well. Wolf, not contented to just get 2 KOs with Perish Song, also does it without anything ending up asleep. Nothing really ending up damaged. Politoed is going to get 2 more turns of leftovers recovery, and then these 2 Pokemon are going to go down, and the advantage is just going to look massive for Wolf. We saw what happened to Marco without Porygon 2 in Game 1. The damage trades just got out of control. He couldn't deal with Gothitelle and Politoed just attacking in the end of the game, but this is the danger of Porygon 2. It just looks so slow, like a sitting duck there against the Perish Song.
Yeah, absolutely masterful play by Wolf here in the final round of Swiss as the most prolific Perish Trap player of all time in VGC, showing why he is so strong at this skill. He doesn't always break it out like we said. He wants to, lull people away. Don't always think that I'm going to bring Perish Trap, but when he breaks out this strategy, he's always so phenomenal with it. And you'll have the Protect from Gothitelle. Sunny day for Jumpluff to get rid of Politoed's Rain, which makes a lot of sense. Encore into the Porygon, which is a little insult injury since it is not actually able to do anything. Crucially, wants to keep the Ice Beam so that Porygon 2 can't click Trick Room on this final turn that it was going to be on the field from Perish Song. And now we've sat through the turns, we've heard the song sung, and Jumpluff and Porygon 2 will perish.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right about that Encore and Ice Beam at -1 just isn't that much of a damage threat into Politoed, and making sure that that doesn't end with like a Sunny Day and a Trick Room while Wolf just double protects, and then maybe there's a window for Marco to come back with these final 2 Pokemon looks a lot worse. Though of course with Charizard able to come out, it's going to be a big offensive threat here. You have to imagine though, Politoed can just come out, come back in again, and then it's raining for the long term.
Yeah, eventually it's now a 4-2 strategy, and if you thought Perish Song was frustrating to deal with before, now when you're down to your final 2 Pokemon and literally cannot swap out, even if you want to turn to a Ghost type, that's also how Perish Trap can pick up more KOs.
For now though, it's like in the previous game, this is Marco's turn to go out on the offense. Both of these Pokemon look very vulnerable. Gothitelle just protected itself. Politoed is in here in the sun and weak to both fire and flying. And is probably very important to this match still. Has to be switched out, which means that spot is pretty vulnerable. You have to imagine that it's Incineroar coming in. That's the disposable Pokemon here. And Intimidate is also pretty valuable.
Yeah, the Intimidate is going to be crucial onto Ursaluna, who has not activated the Flame Orb yet, so will not have the boosted damage from its Guts ability. So this is a -1 Earthquake into both of Wolf's Pokemon here. Gothitelle hardly takes any damage. Incineroar takes the brunt of that hit, falling for the betterment of the team so that Wolf can get a free switch in back into Politoed and get rid of the sun for the rest of the game. That Psychic does solid damage into Ursaluna, and now the Flame Orb is activated.
Yeah, Marco makes the most of that turn, does get the KO on the Incineroar that needed to switch in there. But of course, Kingdra can come in, Poly could come in the other slot, and it's a Muddy Water coming in. We saw the Muddy Water on the previous game. It didn't KO the Ursaluna, but the Ursaluna was healthier than it is now. The Charizard also only obviously survived because it dodged a Muddy Water. Charizard goes down to a Muddy Water. There's also the option to just Weather Ball the Charizard. Can't protect itself, and you can probably safely win a game no matter what if you take down the Charizard here, so wouldn't be surprised for that option, or just to protect here, let Gothitelle continue to do a little bit of work on its own.
Yeah, Kingdra protecting itself from any damage this turn. Gothitelle deciding to match here, so he wants to see, you know, what Marco's plan will be. It's the Air Slash into Politoed and then Earthquake.
Yeah, just some chip damage as well. Both solar power and burn damage are coming in this turn. The burn damage could make the difference, for instance, in whether that Muddy Water KOs like we saw in the previous game, and there's no harm to this. Eventually, you're going to switch in the Politoed and you're going to attack with Kingdra, so get a little bit of chip for free here. There's no way to capitalize on it for Marco either.
Ursaluna protecting on Marco's side as he anticipates Politoed to swap onto the field right now, and this is exactly what Wolf goes for. So Politoed, with its Drizzle ability, is going to reset the rain, doubling Kingdra's speed here in this game. Ursaluna won't take any damage on this turn from the Kingdra, but with the Weather Ball, smart to not risk Muddy Water accuracy when Weather Ball will get the job done. Charizard goes down, and it's just Ursaluna left.
Yeah, this is just the totally safe play here. Charizard cannot protect itself. Charizard, even with a defensive Tracylation, is not getting out of that situation. And there's just no way that Ursaluna, being chipped, deals with these Pokemon. Of course, Weather Ball's just going to come in and KO the Ursaluna on its own on the next turn, but just slower than all of these Pokemon and vulnerable to them.
I think it's so awesome to see this strategy work out to its fullest. The battle is canceled. Marco tweets Wolfie Cone Paris, and he wills it into existence. Wolf gonna make it to day 2 with his Paris Trap team.
Just so well played, seeing just a different approach to the game, getting a ton of value out of Pokemon that have historically been very good, but that we don't see a lot of right now, and continuing to demonstrate how in Reg Age, so many of those Pokemon, if you just build the right team, are so strong. Gothitelle and Politoed looked like they're the best Pokemon in the game in that match.
Yeah, and it's so cool how these Pokemon that have kind of had their shine taken away over the last couple of eras of VGC, they can have a moment against Marco's team because, as you mentioned, there's 3 fire types and there's a ground type that's also weak to water, and most of Regulation H has been, sure, Basculegion and Pelipper a little bit, maybe a little Primarina as well, but there really has not been a lot of prevalence. There's no Urshifu, Len, so that's why you can live with 3 fire types and a ground type on a team and win an international.
Right, and when you have Sun to weaken water on the other side, it's maybe less of a problem. There's not a lot of spread water damage, and if it is, it's Primarina, which is maybe not the best Pokemon. But you also just see how complicated, we talk about how complicated it is to play against Marco's team because of how dynamic it is, but Wolf was doing the same thing to Marco. In game 1, Marco doesn't bring Porygon, is very ready to beat an actual full-on Perish Trap mode, right? Because he's got all of these attackers, has a couple of Ghost Terastallizations available, but then just gets beat on damage because Kingdra with some support in the Weather War from Gothitelle is too much. So then, well, if I need to have a Pokemon that's not weak to water and you're looking down the team sheet, well, it's Porygon 2. Porygon 2 has to come to be able to damage trade successfully against that team. But as soon as Porygon 2 comes, it's just bait for Parashong. It is
especially after the parting shot.
Yeah, parting shot, but it's so easy to land that parting shot. It's not like it can do anything to punish the Incineroar for doing that. It can't really punish the Gothitelle very hard for trying to set that position up. It's just plays itself out. And then of course, a lot of people might have given up more out of the situation. Wolf didn't give up anything out of that situation. Didn't get something put to sleep. Didn't allow a Trick Room to go out. The most he did was allow the Sunny Day on the last turn of Perish Song, but really just strangled the most out of that trap of Jumpluff and Porygon 2 on the field and capitalized on it. And when you look at those 2 ways, the kind of doomed either way. Do you bring all the attackers and then have to deal with Kingdra in the rain, or do you bring Porygon 2 and just look hopeless against the Perish Song?
Yeah, I think this is really just a difference in team building concepts, right? There's many strategies where you look at professional sports and there's teams that they succeed because their number 1 and their number 2 player are better than everyone else's 1 and 2, and that's Charizard and Torkoal, right? They are just superior in the sun, knock everything out. And then there's the more well-rounded team composition where every everybody helps the team win. Gothitelle was crucial to reset the Trick Room and use Protect and trap them in there. Terra Grass Polytoad was crucial to avoid those sleep powders, as well as Encore the Porygon his last turn, so you can't have Trick Room up for Ursaluna, right? Though they're just as crucial as a unit as Kingdra was as an attacker and as everyone else on Wolf's team there. So it's like he really does need the whole team of 6 to succeed.
Yeah, and we even see some of the deficiencies in Kingdra being answered. It misses a move, Wolf comes out on top anyway. Yeah, really fun match to watch, really fun team to see, and I think Gabby has Wolf ready to tell us a little bit more about it.
I have the pleasure of introducing Wolfie Glick, Wolfie Con Parrish himself in person. I mean, if VGC has ever had a story writer, they really, really came through for us this weekend. I want to know how the GC match went before we get into the actual match we saw play out.
Yeah, so I played against Marco in the GC, and I was using, this team. I don't think I made any changes from that. And this moment went, I'm sure the casters talked about it, but it went, a little viral, at least within our space of, Marco, he sees my name. He's like, oh, I'm playing Wolfie. He's so excited. He's like, Wolfie! And then he sees the team and he goes, Wolfie gone bearish, no! The match was really close. He had in the GC, his team was different. He had Goldango, who I hate. I hate Goldango so much. I played 5 out of 8 rounds against them today, and Goldango is like the perfect Parastrap counter, so that's been really tough. And he had Arcaludon, who was also going to be kind of tricky, as well as some other rain-centric Pokemon. But I ended up making a pretty aggressive play where I left my Gothitelle vulnerable for a turn. If it had fainted, I would have lost, but it ended up giving me the momentum. So it was really close. I think I just kind of got one play right there. But yeah, I was really happy when I saw I was playing against Marco, because I was like, this is very funny, regardless of whether or not I win. So I was happy when I saw the pairing.
I know, sometimes Arceus comes through for us for sure.
Yeah.
How did you end up finishing in the GC?
Well, so I was doing pretty well. I climbed to, at one point I was first for a little bit, and then I was climbing, and I was 4th on Sunday morning. But my partner, actually, for my birthday, she was like, hey, I've booked you a full day. I need one day. And it doesn't have to be the week of my birthday, which was last weekend, I guess. But it has to be sometime. But I was like, well, if we need a full day, Toronto is this weekend, and then next weekend we're busy. So I was like, you know what, I'll do the best that I can in the GC. But if I can't play for first because I'm enjoying my birthday present, then yeah, I'm okay with that. So it ended up being a trip to the spa. I've never been to a spa before.
Sounds lovely.
Strongly recommend it. I've been very stressed for quite a while now, and so it was so nice. I was just chilling in the water and in the sauna and reading my book. Anyway, I didn't bring my Switch because the goal was to relax. So I left and I was 1740, 1750. I was 4th. I was like, that's enough for top 32. 38th. So yeah, hoping to do a bit better this time.
Well, at least you got the spa buff coming into this weekend, which
so
seems
nice.
like it really paid off.
The only problem is that now I can't stop thinking about the spa. I'm like, wow, that was so. I want to go back. It's been a week, and I'm like, why am I not at the spa right now?
I ask myself that question every day. Honestly,
I can't believe I lived 28 years and I never knew about the spa. But maybe the viewers know. If you don't know about the spa, you should go to the spa. That's my recommendation.
Well, happy belated birthday before I forget. So let's go ahead and talk about the matchup with Marco.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that game 1, that would have sent me back to the spa alone. That end game, I mean, what were you thinking at that moment?
Well, I was like, I win. I got Kingdra in the rain, and then Kingdra missed Muddy Water, and I went, oh, right, that's the problem with Kingdra. And then I was like, I lose. But then I was like, well, I made the good read. I got rid of the Charizard, and then I was like, okay, Polytoad in the end game. But then I was like, oh, I think I'm just gonna run out of gas here because Polytoad took too much damage. But then I started seeing how much damage I was taking, and I still stalled the sun out, and I was like, I win. Polytoad's gonna win this. But then I realized that Marco was taking the full time and was gonna try and win on timer, and I was like, I don't know how much time is left. I was like, that's smart. That's what you should be doing. But then I was like, wait, Weather Bolt does 10%. How am I ever gonna win the damage race before the time runs out? So then I was like, I lose. He's gonna stall me out of time before Polytoad can take the KO. And then I started getting lower and lower, and I was like, I win. But then I was like, well, I've taken so many attacks. What if overheat crits? I lose. And then he used Protect, and I used Encore, and I was like, great, I win. But then the timer came up, and I was like, I lose. The timer's gonna run out. I don't know if I have enough health. But then he ran out of time, so I won.
It was certainly stressful stressful for sure. And
Yeah.
I feel like you capitalized on that very well going into game 2, just switching to the perish mode, like right off the bat.
Yeah.
Was that intentional, or were you just going to stick with what you were comfortable with?
Well, I just hate Jumpluff so much. I hate that it puts my team to sleep. So Kingdra's a Pokemon that, in my opinion, is probably the weakest link on the team. However, I liked it for certain matchups, Jumpluff being one of them, because as I showed in game 1, Terrastellar Draco KOs Jumpluff, which is really valuable, so you don't deal with sleep. So I led with the Gothitelle Kingdra lead, kind of thinking I thought he might try to adjust to like some kind of Incineroar lead, so I couldn't like do the switch into Politoed and just Draco Meteor right away. Like maybe he could fake out Tailwind or do something with that. But then when I saw that it was Porygon 2 and Jumpluff, I was like, oh, well, Jumpluff has 0 attacking moves, and I can Parting Shot the Porygon 2. And so I basically realized that if I Parting Shotted Porygon, like these two Pokemon were just sitting ducks. Well, Porygon was a sitting duck, Jumpluff was a sitting flower. And I was like, okay, well, like, you know, I don't need to KO them quickly. I just need to get Politoed in position, use the Terra, get Perish off, and they're never going to be able to break through the, they're never going to be able to break through my bulky Mons here. And so I thought, okay, I'll take these two. And then I was trying to cover for if the last Pokemon was Torkoal. Like, I didn't want Trick Room to go up. It ended up being Charizard, but I realized that if it was Charizard, then, like, even if I just had Politoed Kingdra left, like, that would certainly be enough to win. So I feel like it was just, Marco didn't really have a good matchup at all. I think it was actually a really abysmal matchup. Like, Rain in general is probably hard for that team, and then when you figure Rain that doesn't have Basculegion, but Kingdra, which can KO Jumpluff, which is one of your main anti-Rain Mons, and Gothitelle to limit the switching, I think it was just such a bad matchup that he felt like he had to try something and maybe hoped that he could bait me into KOing Jumpluff right away, put me out of position, like, and then have, you know, Ursaluna come in. But instead what ended up happening was, as you saw, like, I just perished because they couldn't switch out because Gothitelle was in the lead.
It certainly is a return to form for you, for sure. I mean, I feel like when I first started knowing of you as a Pokemon trainer, it was Perish Song, like right next to that.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I know you mentioned in the past that you were taking a bit of a break from competing this season.
Yeah.
Did you just want to play something you were comfortable with for fun, or?
Honestly, yeah. Like, I wasn't planning on coming to Toronto. I had booked flights, but I booked them so that if I canceled them, it would be fully refundable.
Yeah.
But then I built this team. I actually started working on this team in October, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, Urshifu's coming back. Like, I'm never going to be able to Perish Song for the rest of Scarlet and Violet. And then I was like, well, I really love Perish like Trap. It's just such a fun strategy for me. I like it so much. And I realized that if I didn't use it here, like, I probably would have to wait until Gen 10. And then, like, who knows? Like, who knows what Perish Song Pokemon are in the game? Who knows what's going to happen there? Who knows if they're going to make every Pokemon Goldango? So I figured, you know what? Like, I love this team. I'm coming in with, I didn't really have the chance to practice very much. I think I played one best of 3 set total with this team because I was just so busy working on the Worlds video, which is just ended up being a much bigger video than I intended it to be. So I was like, finish the video or practice for the tournament. I'll just work on the video and like whatever happens will happen. So I'm really happy to have, you know, 7-1 here at day 1. Yeah, especially with a team that I really love so much.
I know a lot of people like to take your teams and run them after the fact. Do you have any advice for anybody looking to try to learn how to play Perish Trap? I mean, it's very difficult. I could, speaking from experience.
Good luck. That's my advice for you.
Fair enough.
If you want to do this, like, I don't even really want to do this sometimes. You know what I mean? I was like, in theory, Perish Trap is fun. And then I played 5 Goldango and I was like, this is more fun when there weren't like ghosts. Like, things can Terra Ghost, yeah. Honestly, Perish Trap is so hard. The way that I feel about it is like, if you make even a neutral play, a lot of the time, at least in hard matchups, you lose, like, instantly. Like, even a play that normally is like kind of middle ground, like doesn't get you that much like leeway, it doesn't matter, you're just like done for. That's what happened actually in the set that I lost today, is like I feel like I made some middle ground plays and kind of like hoped that I would win a speed tie, and I didn't, and it was just immediate game over. It's like walking on a wire's edge. It is so hard to pilot, and to the point where even though I've had such a strong day 1, like I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't win any more games, because it's just so hard to get the team to work, because you're constantly balancing all these different factors, and it just plays the game in such a different way than I'm used to. You know what I mean? Normally it's like, do damage, take KOs, win the game. But this is like position, like, oh, there's the song, like, stall, keep Gothitelle alive. Like, oh, they have a ghost type, oh, they have like a manual pivoting move. It's just, it's so hard. Yeah, like, I think one thing that really worked for me today is that all of my wins and losses, all the sets, were two game sets. Like, I either went win-win or loss. And so I feel like I was able to save a little stamina because of that. But if I'd had to play game 3s, I think by this point I would have been like nonverbal.
Well, fortunately, we are at the end of day 1, so I can let you restore some of that stamina, maybe have some leftovers of your own.
Yeah.
Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Thank you to everybody who is watching from my non-Pokemon squad. I think maybe Aaron or Haley or my parents or Max. I think they might some of them will probably be watching. Thank you to my main Pokemon friends here this weekend. We have Yuki, Gio, Aaron, Brendan, Yotam, Who else am I forgetting? There's probably a couple others who, yeah. Oh, Doug. Oh, thank you to Doug. Doug being my wonderful editor and producer who has been hard at work at on the World's video. Doug, if you see this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for what I've done to both of us. Yeah, and of course, thank you to everybody at home for rooting for me. If you're cheering me on, I really, really appreciate that. I don't take it for granted. I hope that the match was fun, and I hope I can continue putting on a show tomorrow.
Well, I was so happy to see Polytoad Kingdra on my screen in the year of 2024. Welcome back. Thank you so much, Wolf, for your time. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you,
casters, back to you.
Yeah, back to you.
Thanks, Wolf. Shout outs to Doug while we're at it here. What a great interview. It's always great to hear Wolf, and he's very cheery after a victory.
I love to hear that Wolf basically played Perish Song out of like FOMO. This is his one opportunity. Regash is almost over. We're gonna have Maridon and Urshifu back. Like, oh, I don't know about Perish Song Ben. So I guess now or never.
Listen, all I'm saying is Wolf didn't go to LAIC. Marco wins LAIC. Very much the big story of LAIC was everyone using Arch Aladon and Basculegion and Pelipper and stuff. Turns out you didn't need Pelipper, you didn't need Basculegion, you needed Polytoad Kingdra to take down Marco.
I think maybe if you're Wolf, you need Polytoad and Kingdra. The rest of us may be better off with Basculegion and Pelipper.
Oh man, what a crazy way to end the day. I think, is there a way, if I were to ask you like the general question, like, oh, what was your favorite match of the day? If we can take Marco Wolf out of it, can anything beat it?
I mean, that was the highlight match. I mean, it was just so interesting to watch. You see so many dynamics that you wouldn't otherwise see in a VGC match. Like, just placing Shadow Tag in there, like just placing a Weather War in there is interesting enough to me. I love that. But then adding Shadow Tag, adding Perish Song, there's just so many little things going on, so many important positioning plays that are happening. It's always like my favorite thing to watch. I think we had matches earlier in the day that featured really interesting positioning of players trying to kind of land their Pokemon in the right place at the right time via speed control or like chipping away the right threats, but none more so than that last match.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, can't remember if Polytoad won a regional in 2018. I know it won them in X and Y era or S era, 2014, 2015, but it could legitimately be a decade since the last time if Wolf, we're getting ahead of ourselves, if Wolf wins the regionals.
You're getting pretty far ahead of yourself, yeah.
Listen, I'm just so
You heard him say he thinks he may not win another game.
Well, he's won 7 already at this point, but they were 2-0s. Maybe tomorrow they're going to be some game 3s, and he'll be nonverbal, as he said. I think, to me, I mean, Jesse's hot dog moment might be able to keep up with Wolf and Marco.
It's a pretty good one. Well, we can go over to Gabby and hear what they think of the day so far.
What do I think of the day? That's a good question. I think a lot of things about the day, but what I think is that I'm so happy to be here again with Sierra and Jake to wrap up the show. I'm so happy to be here with you too, Gabby and Jake.
Yay!
I mean, I do want to take a moment and just ask, what are the most notable moments from y'all from today?
Oh, it has to be that Polytoad. The muddy water, get the one hit KO, 3 HP, Garchomp living on a dream, and then gets accuracy drop. Crazy, crazy. I didn't know Polytoad had it in him, and that's not one, but 2 Polytoads that we really got to see show up on broadcast.
I know, Gabby, we were geeking out about the Polytoads showing up again, 2 of our favorite Pokemon. Finally getting the spotlight again after Pelipper's kind of had the front seat for the last few years.
I mean, there's still, I think, 1 more GC in the cards for the month of December, and I am seriously considering Polytoad right now. I want to go out in style.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I think that we've been seeing a ton of style from all of our players here this weekend. It's been so exciting to see the return of favorites, the return of strategies that you may have liked but just haven't had an opportunity to find. And look at how many amazing players we have competing tomorrow. I mean, there's so many notable names on this list. I'm so excited to see the competition.
My favorite part of it, though, is we have 3 players that are 8-0 after Swiss today, and they're all players who really don't have a whole lot of huge accomplishments to their name. In that first column there, it is Noah, Benny, and Anthony, who are our 3 undefeated players throughout the first day of Swiss.
Wait, Anthony's really undefeated?
Yeah, 8-0.
Dude, he's one of my locals.
Yeah.
I know him. I know him.
I don't, sorry. I was just thinking.
I actually had the opportunity to talk to a few of these people as well. So there'll be interviews tomorrow with Benny and Darsh, which went incredibly well. 2 really fun individuals to talk to. And I love seeing people have their breakthrough moment, making that first day 2, being able to ride that energy into the next day of the competition. I mean, that's such a huge accomplishment. So again, congratulations to everybody who made it, whether you're a new player, an old player, or somewhere in between.
I mean, yeah, this is a stacked list. And like shout outs to Joshua Robinson as well for people who follow in the juniors and the seniors division. Joshua was someone at the seniors level, did really, really well, and has at multiple events actually made some really, really deep runs. Of course, there's only a select few matches that we get to pick for broadcast. There's only a couple stories that get to be told, but has actually really been crushing it so far. So notable shout out for making it day 2 there. And shout out to Ellie as well.
Yeah, I was going to say Ellie Holman making her
Ellie.
first day 2, which is really exciting. A friend of the broadcast, so really cool to see her have some great success here in Toronto.
I know. I feel like last time I interviewed her, it was actually because she was staffing an event.
Oh, yeah.
So I really want to try and talk to her tomorrow. Ellie, if you hear me talking, let's make this happen. If you want to see if that happens, you can tune into the broadcast tomorrow. We are starting at 10:15 a.m. Eastern. That's going to be 7:15 a.m. Pacific. And if you're in any other time zone, I'm sorry, you're going to have to break the calculator out. But it's going to be an amazing show because not only will we have day 2 of Swiss play out, we'll obviously crown our Toronto Regional Champion, but we are also going to crown a champion of the cookie decorating contest, which we will talk about in a moment. First, we can take a peek. Oh, no, we're going to talk about it right now. You can vote for my cookie.
Well, or mine, the correct one.
You already stole my idea, man.
Not intentionally.
Yeah, it really wasn't
But
intentional.
I started it, and Gabby came up to me, and she was like, "Is that yours?" It's like, "Yeah." You took my idea. I'm so sorry. But also, I'm not
He's
really
not
sorry.
I was going to
I'm
say,
really not.
I'm trying to amp up the trash talk this year. It's okay. We can go into this. We will still be friends at the end of the weekend.
What if I told you I was reading your mind and took the idea on purpose?
Well, if you could do that and build me a great Polytoad Kingdra team to run in the GC, just give me the team and all will be forgiven.
That's what I pay back, yeah.
I got a little hint for you though. Jake's already done his cookie. You can
I
simply
know.
go and eat it. And there will be no evidence left for this contest.
Tempting. While I contemplate sabotage, let's take a look at the upcoming regional schedule, as there are still many opportunities for y'all to come out and compete. Most notably, San Antonio will be happening next month in January, but if you want to get recognition on an international stage, maybe even a global stage, we'd love to see you at the International Championships in London or in New Orleans, and of course at the World Championships in Anaheim later on this summer. It's going to be a great time. You're not going to want to miss it, so make sure to check out the Pokemon website for all the information you need to register, have some fun, and maybe win some championship points.
Yeah, and if Toronto is a little too cold for you, next Canadian location, Vancouver, that one's going to be at a slightly warmer time of year. Key on slightly, but Vancouver's awesome. No bias.
Shouting out our home regionals, San Antonio is just down the road from me, and I'm very excited for that one in particular because it's also my birthday. So if you see me there, say happy birthday.
Happy early birthday, Jake.
Happy early birthday,
Thank you
Jake.
so much.
We'll have to plan something for that. But for now, you should plan on also watching the Unite finals that are happening very soon. It's actually going to be tomorrow, so it's very soon.
Very soon.
Starting at 9 a.m. UTC, which is 4 a.m. Eastern. You can go over to twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite or youtube.com/Pokemon Unite to catch that broadcast. I know the Unite Championship Series this year has been really exciting. They were in LAIC for the first time, which, I mean, Sierra, that must have been really cool to witness with the crowd popping off and everything. You weren't there,
I did not get to witness it, but you can hear on the other broadcasts their crowd going insane, and it's always like you have to stop by and you have to watch because it's always a great time.
For sure. And you can also check out Pokemon.com/broadcast for all the information on the broadcasts that you may have thought you saw, but then didn't see. Like, I've just been messing up all left and right, so it's all good. They're all there. I'm just going to go back and check out the VODs, which y'all should do too. So if you don't want to do that, you can also, of course, follow the channels over at twitch.tv/Pokemon or youtube.com/Pokemon. Of course, ring that bell to get notifications for when we go live. And honestly, I think that's it. I can't think of anything else we got to cover.
You're too busy thinking about the Polytoad Kingdra team.
I am. Honestly,
I don't blame you.
I have about 80% brain power on Polytoad Kingdra right now, and 20% is wrapping up the show, so apologies.
It's about appropriate.
Jake-
You just got to hit a muddy water to close the show out, huh?
I mean, Jake, you understand. You get me.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, so on that note, thank you all so much for watching. Again, we'll be back tomorrow starting at 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time for more Pokemon action here at the Toronto Regional Championships.